Teacher Shaokan was writing and drawing on the blackboard, but it was obvious that few students were listening carefully. Perhaps because a genius graduated early, the study atmosphere was not that intense. Instead, there was an extremely restless atmosphere. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Yusuji Shiraishi, who is often secretly observed by girls in the class. She is neither fat nor thin, and her short black hair looks messy and layered. A pair of equally black eyes are deep and mature, and the handsome little face can even be called handsome. Although he is only 6 or 7 years old, one can already foresee how much of a disaster she will bring to the country and the people in the future. Maybe even the Uchiha clan, which is known for producing many handsome men, can't find anyone who can match him? However, beneath his handsome and flawless appearance, Yusuji Shiraishi was actually very depressed inside. There was not a bit of joy in being admired by a group of little lolis. If you ask why, it's probably because he is actually a time traveler. Realize that you have come to an extremely fucked up world. Hokage. If we were to talk about where the fuck is, there are so many places. For example, in this world, bloodline is everything. Talent comes first. Talent comes first. Without the above three, especially without an excellent bloodline, it is very difficult to make a name for yourself. Even if he can make it, what about how the two protagonists will be treated in the future? Not to mention the reduction in combat power, even the golden finger can be reduced. When he thought of this, Yusuji Shiraishi couldn't help but sigh. This small action made many girls' eyes well up, and they wanted to hug the sighing figure in their arms and comfort him. So much so that many boys glared at Shiraishi. All I can say is that in this world, children are extremely precocious. Among them is a certain unit of wealth measurement, and an Uchiha who turned evil for love and is now at the bottom of the list. Alright, now let's start testing the three-body technique. Gather on the playground. Teacher Shaokan's stern voice came, and also gathered Shiraishi's scattered thoughts. No matter how fucked up it gets, life still has to go on. Even if you don't become a ninja in the future, learning more skills can make your life more comfortable. Ding, suitable host detected. Binding completed. Infinite proficiency system at your service. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, she couldn't help but pause. System? Golden finger? Time travelers really do have this benefit. Wait, he just wanted to stop being a ninja, how could this work? Although he appeared calm on the surface, before reaching the playground, Shiraishi had already quickly learned about the system while complaining about it. In short, this is a proficiency system that can improve the proficiency of the three techniques of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu through experience points. As for experience points, they are dropped by other people consuming chakra. Of course, this is not the key point. The key lies in the word infinite in front of the proficiency system. In short, once the proficiency level reaches a certain level, the simplest three-body technique can be transformed into a magical skill comparable to a bloodline limit or even a bug. As for the three-body techniques, it is the most basic of ninjutsu. They are the substitution technique, the clone technique, and the transformation technique. Among them, substitution techniques and transformation techniques are both very practical ninjutsu. Although the practicality of the clone technique is not very high, it has high scalability. Not to mention the shadow clones and even the forbidden multiple shadow clones, there are also various thunder clones, water clones, and so on. In addition to the three basic D-level techniques, there are also more advanced techniques such as immobilization, teleportation, and invisibility. Although it is also a three-body technique, its scope is obviously much more advanced. It can almost be regarded as a special ninjutsu of the Umbu, or the troops directly under the Hokage. Is everyone here? Then let's start with Nanako. After confirming that no one was missed, Mr. Shamura began to call the roll directly. What? Nanako, Ebisu. In comparison, there are not many people with the surname Shiraishi, but here we are referring to civilian ninjas. People like Uchiha and Sarutobi are another matter. As the students were called one by one, they began to release the three-body technique with some excitement or some nervousness. She also saw things like bubbles falling to the ground, but no one paid any attention to them. Compared to the peaceful times in the future, the teaching in the current ninja school is obviously much more rigorous. At least in the lower grades, many students have already learned all three body techniques. Of course, this also benefits Shiraishi. System, pick up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 experience points. Watching the students releasing the three-body technique and dropping experience balls one by one, she kept ordering the system to pick them up. Once you have enough experience points, upgrade your three-body techniques immediately. Substitution technique LV1, substitution technique LV2, clone technique LV1, clone technique LV2, transformation skill LV1, transformation skill LV2. Without any difficulty, the three-body technique was easily upgraded from level 1 to level 2. A lot of inexplicable information also appeared in Baishi's mind, as if he had really practiced the three-body technique for a long time. At the same time, Shiraishi also learned more about the system's functions. For example, before reaching level 5, the required experience points are not much. It only takes 100 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and the experience points dropped from a popular exam are enough for Baishi. But after reaching LV5, every level increase will produce a qualitative change. To put it simply, it is the difference between the 3 Magatama Sharinan and the Mangekyo Sharinan. Of course, the amount of experience required is also an astronomical figure. No, Yusuji-san. Just as Baishi was frantically picking up experience points, a soft voice suddenly ringing in my ears. When I turned around, I saw a very cute little red loli with the same hairstyle as later on approaching me quietly. Although her clothes are not as fancy as Future's, her delicate little face is enough to make her a beauty. Not to mention, those unusual red eyes seem to be more attractive than the Sharinan on Korone UI. What's wrong, Hong-san? By the way, you can just call me Shiraishi. With a smile on his face, Baishi looked at the little red loli and said softly. Shirihong's fair and tender face suddenly turned red, and she said in a soft voice, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you're not good at the 3-body technique. Yusuji-san will definitely become a great ninja in the future." By the end of the conversation, Korone UI was already somewhat moving in the direction of Steam Princess, and it was hard to tell what she was talking about. "Thank you. Didn't I just tell you that you can just call me by my name?" After figuring out what red little Lolita meant, Baishi couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, UI Korone mistakenly thought that Shiraishi was not good at the 3-body technique, so she ran over to comfort him in advance. In fact, not long ago, Baishi was not very good at the 3-body technique. After all, ninjutsu really depends on aptitude or talent. Although he was very angry, Asuma Sarutobi had no intention of taking action in front of his teacher. Even if your eyes turn red with jealousy, in the end you can only swallow your anger. As for Baishi himself, although he was vaguely aware of it, he didn't care much. He even started chatting with UI Korone more happily. When the teacher called him on stage to perform the 3-body technique, Baishi had no intention of showing off. If he performs according to his usual level, he will not be in the upper middle level, but at least he will not be at the bottom. After dealing with Mr. Shamura, Shiraishi continued his mission of gaining experience points. However, it is not so easy to upgrade the 3-body technique to the 3rd level in just one class. Shiraishi-kun, I'll be leaving now. See you tomorrow. After school, Shirai Hong first said hello before running towards her father, who came to pick her up. Looking at the figure of Ui Shinku in the distance, Baishi subconsciously touched his nose. For some reason I feel like an ugly son-in-law meeting his father-in-law. Forget it, why think about this? This thought did not last for a few seconds before it was immediately interrupted by another thought. That is. Sweeping Konoha. Set a small goal, first tour the entire Konoha and see how many experience points you can collect. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Baishi walked out of the school gate full of anticipation. Is that the boy? He's quite handsome. Touching her chin, Ui Shinku commented while looking at Shiraishi's back. Father, what are you talking about? Faced with her father's teasing, Shirai Hong once again showed a tendency to develop into a future student. Of course, seeing that Ui Makoto had no intention of objecting, Ui Makoto was actually secretly delighted. Half an hour later, Baishi was walking on the street disappointed. In most public places he could find, there were no ninjas who would release ninjutsu for no reason, not to mention any experience points dropped. But it was not without gain. Uncle Might Dai didn't seem to have received any tasks today and was exercising madly. Might Guy also lost a lot of experience points. Physical skills unlocked. Just as Shiraishi was picking up the experience points dropped by Might Dai and Might Guy, his body suddenly stiffened. My mind suddenly received a lot of information from the system. Unlike the 3-body techniques, in theory, as long as they are specific ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion techniques. For example, the Great Fireball technique, Konoha Lotus, or some other illusion. When they upgrade from LV1 to LV2, the experience points required are 100. But it's different from the simple yet all-encompassing word taijutsu. In short, the proficiency required to upgrade physical skills from LV1 to LV2 is as high as 500,000. Of course, such a high experience value requirement naturally also means that the effect is equally terrifyingly good. In addition to physical fitness or physical strength, even the qualifications in physical skills will be improved. Just like the physique that is prone to gaining weight or losing weight, simply exercising will have twice the result with half the effort. Hiss, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? While thinking this, Shiraishi followed the mighty Dai father and son without hesitation. While picking up experience points along the way, Baishi also tested that the maximum distance for picking up experience points by the system was about 500 meters. And the farther the distance, the less experience points you will gain. Hey, young man, you've been with us for so long, are you moved by youth? In that case, then enjoy the passion of youth with us. Faced with Mighty Dai's invitation of wearing a green tights, Shiraishi refused without hesitation. It's not that the 8 gates is not good, but that the cost effectiveness is too low. Sorry, I'm just curious and want to observe. After politely declining Might Guy's offer, Shiraishi felt it was not appropriate to continue following Might Guy as a source of physical training experience. Fortunately, I am only a little bit away from upgrading my physical skills. Although Might Guy also contributed, most of the experience points were still provided by Might Guy. Next. Can we only go to those secret arts or bloodline families? Without much hesitation, she walked towards the territories of those secret arts and even bloodline families. The first to be affected are naturally the 3 famous companies of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. Yang Dun unlocked. Yin Dun unlock. Physical skills LV1, physical skills LV2. Compared to physical skills, the Yin Dun and Yang Dun, which have impressive names, are not as effective. At least before it reached level 6 and produced a qualitative change, she didn't see any benefits. After all, he has no channels to learn the Yin Dun and Yang Dun secret techniques of the Inoshikache family. As for the Yamanaka family, the ninjas in their family don't even know how to practice the technique of mind turning. In other words, the art of mind turning does not require a lot of practice. So Shiraishi unlocked a more special category. Chakra unlock. In the world of Naruto, everything comes from chakra, including the impure world reincarnation that communicates yin and yang, and the dragon veins that travel through time and space. Improving chakra proficiency can not only improve Shiraishi's own less than outstanding qualifications, transform chakra into Shakara or even Shitanla. You can even touch the essence of chakra. To put it simply, it is the different types of chakra such as fairy chakra and tailed beast chakra. As long as his proficiency level is high, it will not be difficult for Baishi to master it. After visiting the Inoshikajo, we were not allowed to enter the Hyaga clan's training ground. However, the Uchiha clan did not reject Shiraishi. Perhaps his only shortcoming was that he looked down on people. Fire style unlocked. Chakra LV1, Chakra LV2. Unlike the mystical families like the Inoshikacho clan, the Uchiha clan focuses on fire escape and the Sharingan. But in fact, there are physical skills, swordsmanship, and shuriken throwing skills. The dropped experience group is almost all of the training ground. The ground is paved. It was almost no difficulty. Baishi, who was smiling from ear to ear, upgraded his physical skills and chakra to level 2 on the spot. After staying for a long time, even the fire escape that he had just unlocked was upgraded to level 2 by Baishi. Fire style LV1, Fire style LV2. Compared to Yin escape and Yang escape, fire escape ninjutsu is relatively easy to learn. Moreover, improving fire escape is not as simple as improving one's aptitude. It will also change the attributes of Shiraishi's chakra, making Shiraishi's fire escape more powerful and so on. I don't know, if I collect all 7 attributes and upgrade to level 6, can I rub the Tao Jade by hand? After leaving the Uchiha clan's residence, Baishi couldn't help but start to have delusions. After shouting several times, Yu Hakuren couldn't help but look disappointed when she didn't see Shiraishi. The little girls surrounding her had the same expression. In addition to Nohara Rin and Shizun, there are 2 little kids who have not yet entered the ninja school. Mitarashi Anzuki, Uzuki Zien. Really, Hong, didn't you say that Yusuji Nii is easy to get along with? Now I can't even find anyone. While eating the 3-color meatballs, Mitarashi Anko said unhappily. Okay, Anko, maybe Yusuji-san is busy with something. And you can't blame Hong for this. It was us who wanted to get to know Yusuji-san. Before Ui Kurane could explain, Nohara Rin spoke first. This considerate look immediately touched Chiari Hong and made her feel a little guilty. It was clearly she who promised to invite Shiraishi to have barbecue together and introduce him to everyone. What a shame, I thought I could have a barbecue with Yusuji-san. Shizun pointed with 2 index fingers and muttered with disappointment on her face. If it's not possible today, you can invite her again tomorrow. Sister Hong is here anyway, Mao Shiyan said with a playful look, which was very different from her future quiet and gentle appearance. Well, don't worry, I will definitely introduce Shiraishi-kun to everyone. Nodding, Zihi Kurane quickly assured. But it's not just for his friends, but for Yusuji Shiraishi. Shiraishi-kun has no friends, I must help him. It was because of this idea that Ui Kurane decided to introduce Shiraishi to Hongdu, Lin and the others. However, the little girls obviously didn't notice that there were 2 corners not far away. Asuma Sarutobi and Obito Uchiha were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Uchiha Obito was fine, he was just so angry that his face turned red and his eyes were spitting fire. In contrast, the whites of Asuma Sarutobi's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands were clenched tightly together. If I hadn't grown my nails would have pierced my palms by now. Yusuji Shiraishi, I will never let you go. Meanwhile, at Kanaha's public training ground. At this moment, Baishi had just finished fleecing a group of ninjas and mystic families. Not only was he unaware of the affairs of the little lolis and the 2 bootlickers, he was even happily collecting experience points from those around him. Then he spread out the scrolls he was holding one by one and looked at them carefully. As an orphan, he can live a safe and stable life in the ninja school. Needless to say, Shiraishi's father was also a ninja. He even left 3 fire-style ninjutsu and 1 water-style ninjutsu scroll for Shiraishi. It's just that I didn't have the qualifications before, and I didn't even have a solid foundation for the 3 body technique. So even though they had them, Baishi never took them out. But it's different now. Since there are already plug-ins, we must of course study them carefully. Keep working on it. Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Firebomb, and Great Firebomb? After careful observation, Baishi was not surprised by these 3 common fire escape techniques. Although the cage of Konoha is known as the Hokage, he doesn't really know many fire-style ninjutsu. Not to mention the highly practical Fengxian fire technique, the fire-style Great Flame Bomb is actually a B-level ninjutsu. If it were the old me, I wouldn't have been able to learn it in a few months, right? Looking at the complicated contents of the scroll, Baishi couldn't help but smack his lips. Ninjutsu cannot be released by just using chakra and hand seals. Take Naruto and Sasuke, who were not yet born, as an example. Unclassified ninjutsu like the Rasengan needs to be practiced step by step. In this way, Naruto finally took a shortcut and used his shadow clone to help him make balls. Not to mention the Chidori of the second pillar, no one knows how long it took for him to master it under Kakashi's personal instruction. Fortunately, upgrading the fire style to level 2 does more than just improve Shiraishi's qualifications in fire style ninjutsu. There is also some very basic knowledge, including some secret tricks. For example, before forming a seal, part of the chakra can be gathered in the throat first. If you want to release fire style, you must complete the hand seals and do it in one breath. Time passes slowly. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. In the evening, facing the beautiful sunset, Baishi shouted softly and suddenly spit out several small fireballs from his mouth. Although there was no shuriken attached, the small fireball still burned through several large trees. After working so hard for so long, you're just getting started? As the sky was getting dark, Baishi's face was also getting dark. If there were no system cheats, it would probably take half a year, let alone several months, to master the Phoenix Fire Technique. In comparison, although both are C rank, the firebomb is much easier to control. So much so that now, Baishi has begun to move towards the direction of the big firebomb. The only thing that disappointed Baishi was probably the fact that it was difficult to kill someone with fire style. Don't underestimate the power and wide range of fire release. It can even evaporate a pond in an instant. Not to mention whether you can hit the target or not. Even if you do, it is difficult to burn the person into ashes directly using fire escape, because the so-called ninjutsu does not really convert chakra into a certain element. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have the Rinnegan and soul release that can absorb ninjutsu. In other words, ninjas who also possess chakra are actually resistant to ninjutsu. So compared to the simple and crude fire escape, whether it is the sharpness of wind escape, the paralysis of lightning escape, or the heaviness of earth escape, they are all much more popular. Then the next goal is to burn people to death with fire release. While thinking and recovering his chakra, Baishi's hands were not idle either. At least Baishi didn't miss any of the experience groups dropped in the training ground. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 32 experience points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 48 experience points. Congratulations to the host for getting 432 points experience points. Compared to those little brats in the ninja school, official genin and shinin can undoubtedly provide more experience points. Not to mention the jonin, the lowest number is in 3 digits. This kind of little surprise that comes once in a while even makes Shiraishi feel like graduating early. Not to mention having a guiding jonin who can provide long-term benefits, Shiraishi can also have more opportunities to explore the functions of the system. Just performing and training can drop experience groups. So what will drop during the fight? He collected experience points in the village all day long, and practiced those fire escape techniques in his spare time. I have to say, as soon as I lay down on the table, a deep sleepiness suddenly came over me like a nightmare. Shiraishi-kun, Shiraishi-kun. I don't know how much time had passed, probably when the get out of class was over. A clear and pleasant voice woke Baishi up. When I looked up, I saw Zihaihong's cute little face. It's Hong, what's going on? Rubbing his eyes, Baishi said with a somewhat lazy tone. Although he is usually a bit lazy, it is definitely not as obvious as it is now. Well, some of my friends are having a party, can Shiraishi-kun come with us? Pinching the ends of her hair embarrassedly, Zihaihong asked shyly. I don't know why, but every time I see Yusuji Shiraishi's handsome face, some red emotions come to my mind unconsciously. Obviously, I'm not that shy in front of other boys. Party? I don't have to go, right? Listening to Zetakuren's pleasant voice, Shiraishi subconsciously declined. Going to a party with little Lolita? If you have that much time, you might as well sneak into the Hayaga family's training ground. No, Shiraishi-kun, you don't have any friends, right? How about we make some more friends if we go together? Faced with Baishi's polite refusal, Shiraihong persisted. Immediately afterwards, Nohara Rin and Kato Shizen came behind Ui Korone as if they had agreed. That's right, I've wanted to make friends with Yusuji-san for a long time. Nohara Rin put her hands behind her back and said with a cheerful and lively smile. Well, that's the same for me. Although Shizen was a little shy, she had no intention of backing down. The three girls blocked Bai Shi, which made other girls in the class envious and jealous. The boy also looked at Bai Shi with an unfriendly look. It's not just girls who mature precociously, especially a certain Sarutobi and a certain Uchiha who are the last ones in the group. The former can still be tolerated, after all, his father is also the Hokage, and his eldest brother, Konohamaru's father, is not dead yet. According to rumors and teachings, Asuma Sarutobi is still quite shrewd, but Uchiha Obito was just about to yell and challenge Shiraishi directly. Okay, I promise you. Seeing that the three women in front of him were determined to achieve their goals, Bai Shi could only surrender. Having achieved their goal, Ui Korone and Nohara Rin clapped their hands to celebrate and also brought Shizen along. In fact, Shizen didn't want to clap, but Nohara Rin held her hands and she clapped with Ui Korone. Seeing this scene, although Bai Shi felt a little helpless, he couldn't help but smile. This kind of pure and sincere friendship will make you feel happy no matter how many times you see it. Although he is not included in this friendship, whether it is Nohara Rin, Ui Korone, or Shizen's feelings for Shiraishi. Strictly speaking, they all have ulterior motives, or they are greedy for his body. Of course, it can also be said that the little girl simply likes and admires her handsome classmate. The former comes from human instinct. After all, humans are visual animals. The latter can actually be understood as an idol filter. Putting aside these messy thoughts, Bai Shi subconsciously calculated his golden finger. For now, after his unremitting efforts, the three body techniques generally reach level 3, including the three fire-style ninjutsu. At the same time, Yin Escape and Yang Escape are still at level 1, but the chakra is just a little bit away from being upgraded to level 3. Bai Shi's intuition told him that as long as he reached level 3, not only would the amount of chakra increase dramatically, he might also come into contact with one of the native plugins of this world, Senjutsu Chakra. Time passed slowly, and until the afternoon, the classroom was still bustling. However, when Mr. Shaukan walked in from outside the classroom, the noisy noise suddenly quieted down. The originally lively class suddenly became quiet. No matter how arrogant a troublemaker was, he was now more obedient than a doll. Nodding secretly, Mr. Shaukan said in a calm but majestic voice, "We will be conducting a combat drill next. Gather on the playground." After saying this, Mr. Shaukan's figure turned into a cloud of white mist and disappeared. It's a clone. However, Bai Shi couldn't tell whether it was a shadow clone or some other clone. Perhaps it can be seen by upgrading the basic clone technique to level 5, but Bai Shi doesn't think it is necessary. Compared to the pragmatic foundation that must be achieved sooner or later, chakra itself is the root of everything. In this regard, whether it is the Ninja Academy or the Atsutsuki clan, they are the same. A real-life combat exercise, it would help me verify my current situation. After gathering his thoughts, Bai Shi walked out of the classroom following the beautiful girls who surrounded him intentionally or unintentionally. Then there was left a group of boys who were extremely envious, jealous, and hateful, but could do nothing about it. Today I will definitely make you look good." Asuma swore secretly, his eyes fixed on Shiraishi's leaving back. However, compared to the previous period, Sarutobi Asuma is not as aggressive as before. Or perhaps it could be said that there is still some rationality in the anger. There is no way. Except for the eldest brother and father Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Baiwako is not dead now. There are 3 huge mountains pressing down on my head, and I can't be irrational even if I want to. Given Asuma Sarutobi's position in the family, there really was no room for him to lose his temper. Soon, all the students gathered in the playground, and Mr. Shaukan had obviously been waiting for a long time. After counting the number of people, the rules of the combat exercise were immediately read out. After the seal of opposition is formed, both sides will immediately start fighting. No restrictions on weapons. No intentional injury or disability is allowed. Actual combat exercises can be said to be an assessment that every ninja student will encounter after becoming a genin. In comparison, the battles between students in the ninja school can really be regarded as an exercise. Only but compared to the future, there are no restrictions in the current ninja schools. Any kind of kunao, shuriken, kotaki, and even ninjutsu can be used. Of course, detonating talismans are strictly prohibited. Teacher, I want to challenge Yusuji Shiraishi." As soon as Mr. Kotobukura finished explaining the rules, Uchiha Obito started shouting loudly. From Shiraishi's perspective, you can just see the blue veins popping out on Mr. Shaomura's forehead. He had just said that he would personally select the students for the battle, but the next second Obito came over and slapped him in the face. There's another good show to watch. Although Obito is the last one in the group, Yusuji Shiraishi is not much better. Looking at Mr. Shaukan's gloomy face, Bai Shi said without changing his expression, This immediately caused cheers and admiration from a group of little lolis led by Hong. As expected of Shiraishi-kun, keep doing your best, it's okay even if you fail. These words made the boys' faces turn dark. Isn't it just accepting the challenge of being the last one in the group? It doesn't matter if you fail. Really? Then I agree. Teacher Shaokan was stunned and looked at Baishi in surprise, but nodded in agreement. No matter what, Obito is from the Uchiha clan. As a teacher who came from a commoner background, Mr. Shamura was actually a little afraid that the Uchiha would protect him. Since Shiraishi took the initiative to provide a step, Mr. Shaokan immediately went down the steps. Very good, come and form the seal of opposition with me, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Seeing that Shiraishi agreed, Uchiha Obito shouted excitedly. He looks like a passionate protagonist in a comic book. Well, to put it simply, it probably means that there is no brain, or some unknown liquid has entered the brain. Please give me more advice. Holding an unsharpened kunao in their hands, Shiraishi and Obito formed a seal of opposition. Fighting in the ninja world is extremely fast even if it is just between students. As soon as the hand seal was released, Uchiha Obito grinned and punched Shiraishi in the face with his little fist. Even if only chakra is added without any buff, this punch should not be underestimated. If you get hit by a punch, at least your face will be disfigured, if nothing else. However, before his fist touched Shiraishi, Obito suddenly felt a pain in his lower abdomen. Then, the feeling of weightlessness followed, but was kicked away by Baishi. Physical skills level 2 is really useful. A thought flashed through his mind, and when Shiraishi saw Uchiha Obito being kicked away by him, he immediately prepared to take advantage of the victory and pursue him. When it comes to fighting instinct, Baishi is certainly not that exaggerated. After all, he was just a quiet handsome man before, and he rarely had the chance to take action. But now, relying only on level 2 physical skills, Shiraishi almost subconsciously counterattacked Obito at the most appropriate time. If you just want to block, it will take some effort even with level 3 body technique. Hateful. As soon as he landed on the ground, before Uchiha Obito could come to his senses, he saw Shiraishi's figure appear in his sight. He protected his face and abdomen with his arms, and the next second he was hit by Baishi's whip-like kick. This time, Obito finally found an opportunity to fight back. He rolled and crawled on the ground, and began to make seals with his hands. Although he is the last one in the group, as an Uchiha, he still knows some fire escape techniques. Don't you think it's too late to seal now? And instead of using a substitution technique or a clone technique, you want to use fire release? Another kick interrupted Obito's hand seal, and Shiraishi's face looked a little strange. He obviously doesn't have much combat experience. But with the help of the golden finger and a calm mind, Baishi knew clearly what he should and should not do at this moment. It was as if Obito just wanted to release fire release. This decision was undoubtedly stupid. I don't need you to decide what I want to do. With a loud roar, Uchiha Obito grabbed his shuriken and wanted to throw it at Shiraishi. But as for the result, it can only be said that when Uchiha, who possessed the famous throwing technique, met Obito, it was like throwing a pearl into the dark. Sorry, it looks like I won. Dodging the messy and disordered shurikens, Baishi smiled and said, it was neither contempt nor ridicule, but happiness about the effect of physical skill level 2. The next second, the unopened kunao was placed by Shiraishi between Obito's neck. Feeling the chill from the kunao, even though he was very unwilling, Obito could only act like a defeated rooster. Accept the fact called failure obediently. Yusuji Shiraishi wins. As Shiraishi put away the kunao, Mr. Shamura's voice just rang out. Afterwards, Shiraishi formed a seal of reconciliation with Uchiha Obito, who looked unconvinced. Shiraishi-kun, so handsome. Yusuji-san, I like you so much. Come on, Yusuji-san is the best. Seeing Shiraishi win, the girls, led by Ui Korone, cheered like a cheerleading team. Although the handsome Yusuji Shiraishi is also great, wouldn't it be great to be both handsome and strong? Shiraishi-kun, keep working hard in the future. Seeing Ui Korone constantly cheering him up, Shiraishi smiled back. Then, the atmosphere among the group of girls was completely ignited. If you don't know, seeing the scene you might think it's the scene of some evil cult or pyramid scheme. Not far away, Asuma Sarutobi was watching the scene, and the little bit of sanity he had recovered turned into ashes like tobacco. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just recently told him to be cautious and to look at the problem from a different perspective. But now, seeing Ui Korone cheering for Shiraishi, all the safety and rationality go to hell. Yusuji Shiraishi, I challenge you, if you are a man, accept my challenge. With his fists clenched, Sarutobi Asuma roared as if his mind had returned to zero. It was obvious that challenging Baishi at this time would do him no good, regardless of whether he won or lost. But reasoning with a precocious brat? Even if Asuma Sarutobi is not old enough to rebel, he can still become one of the 12 guardian ninjas like in the future. If he could endure just seeing his beloved about to fall into the arms of another man, then his name wouldn't be Sarutobi. When he saw that it was Asuma Sarutobi, the difference in Mr. Kodabukura's attitude before and after was immediately apparent. Uchiha Obito yelled loudly. If Shiraishi didn't say anything, Obito would definitely be trained. But who is Asuma Sarutobi? The third Hokage's son. My dear son. As a result, Mr. Shouken did not feel the slightest bit of anger at the challenge to his authority as a teacher. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Shiraishi and asked, Mr. Shiraishi, what do you mean? Such a biased attitude is just like teaching a group of little brats who have not been beaten by society. He even bullied Yusuji Shiraishi and was hated by all male classmates. Teacher, I have no objection. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, she said with a smile. At this moment, Korone Ui became unhappy and glared at Asuma Sarutobi and said, at the beginning of the battle, Asuma Sarutobi took the lead in launching a strong attack. However, he did not use the weapons he would use later. He just held a kunao and attacked she almost immediately. Clang! The two unopened kunao clashed briefly, and immediately produced dazzling sparks. How can it be repaired? Seeing that his attack was blocked, Asuma Sarutobi immediately prepared to raise his leg and continue the attack. His eyes were already bloodshot from anger, and his not-so-cute little face looked a bit hideous. However, is it so easy to solve the physical skill level 2? As soon as Asuma Sarutobi raised his foot, a foot had already stepped on his calf. If Asuma Sarutobi wasn't the son of the Hokage, he would not only have a private teacher, but also a senior Jonin brother. With just this one kick, Asuma Sarutobi's calf would at least be fractured. The problem is that Asuma Sarutobi is really the Hokage's son. Not only is there a senior Jonin in the family, but even the private tutor is a veteran elite Jonin. Influenced by his surroundings, Asuma Sarutobi had seen too many pigs running away even though he had never eaten pork. Oh, prediction? Seeing Asuma Sarutobi's calf retract immediately, he swung vertically again with the kunao in his hand. She curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and the kunao in his hand came up from bottom to top. Physical skills level 2, it is not just Shi's aptitude that is improved. There is also physical fitness and strength. In short, it is an all-round enhancement. Shi even suspected that once the level of physical skills reached a certain level, he would be able to open the 8 gates without any damage. So, after Shiraishi swung the kunao with all his strength without any concealment, Asuma Sarutobi could only defend himself immediately and could hardly hold the kunao. You're very strong. No, I'm no match for you in terms of physical skills. From strong attack to passive defense, in just a few seconds, Asuma Sarutobi immediately thought of Obito's fate. His pupils shrank, and without any hesitation, Asuma Sarutobi took the initiative to distance himself from Shiraishi. At this time, only a dozen seconds had passed since the battle began. Shiraishi-kun, that's great, keep it up. When Zihi Hong saw Shiraishi's results, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, in addition to Ui Inu, Nohara Rin, Shizun and 99% of the girls in the class also began to speak up. Come on, Yusuji-san, you must not lose to that grumpy monkey. It doesn't matter if I lose, I really want to be Yusuji-san's girlfriend. Go away, you high-forehead guy, I should be Yusuji-san's girlfriend. Although the cheerleader's noise did not cause any real harm, Asuma Sarutobi still felt like vomiting blood. If they weren't still fighting, Asuma Sarutobi would probably turn into Asuma Uenhua immediately. No, even during the battle, Asuma Sarutobi could vaguely hear the sound of snowflakes falling. I was just about to kneel on the ground and yell no. Damn it, Yusuji Shiraishi, I'll let you have a taste of my latest wind escape technique. Veins bulged on his forehead, and Asuma Sarutobi chose to vent his anger on Shiraishi. There was no way how could Asuma Sarutobi bear to blame such a lovely girl like Korone? It's all Yusuji Shiraishi's fault. In other words, he doesn't have the ability to read minds, otherwise she would have to sigh that a dog licker can't get HS. After licking to the end, there is nothing left. Ninjutsu? Or wind-style ninjutsu? When the students heard Asuma Sarutobi's voice, they immediately went wild. Again, ninjutsu cannot be performed by simply making hand seals and adding enough chakra. If a type of ninjutsu is likened to a book, it would undoubtedly be an extremely high-end and professional type. In short, it is very difficult to learn ninjutsu without the careful teaching of predecessors or teachers. Well, here we are only referring to ordinary ninjas, some geniuses are not included. For example, Kakashi, who graduated early, didn't even bother to learn other people's ninjutsu and created his own. So when Asuma Sarutobi shouted that he was about to release his ninjutsu, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Mr. Kodabukura was no exception, with an expression of as expected of the Hokage's son on his face. Yusuji-san, be careful. Shizun shouted quickly with a worried look on her face. Yusuji-san, don't fight hard. What if you get hurt? Nohara Lin also had a worried look on her face, and her cute little face looked a little pitiful at the moment. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Obito almost jumped up and challenged Shiraishi again. This bastard actually dared to make Lin show such an expression. It's okay. If nothing works, you can just admit defeat, Shiraishi-kun. Zihaihong's face turned red, and no one knew what she was thinking in her little head. If Shiraishi-kun loses, can she take the opportunity to comfort him and become his lover? In just a few seconds, Zihaihong even thought of what to name the child. Yusuji Shiraishi, this time, I will definitely beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Seeing his beloved like this, Asuma Sarutobi's eyes turned red again, and his hands began to make seals quickly and complicatedly. With chakra level 2, she can even sense the chakra emanating from the other party. Obviously, Asuma Sarutobi is not very proficient in this wind-style ninjutsu. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Compared to the wind jutsu that Asuma Sarutobi was not familiar with, his 3 fire jutsu had all reached level 3. In short, they are elite shinins who have experienced war. In a simple competition between these 3 fire escape techniques, he would be completely crushed by Shiraishi. Whether it is the utilization rate of chakra, the power of fire escape, or the speed of hand seals, the only thing that bothered Shiraishi was which one to choose. Phoenix Fire Technique? Or Fire Style, Flame Bullet? Although Fire Style, Great Flame Bullet is more reliable, but this would be too much of a compliment to the irritable little monkey opposite. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Asuma Sarutobi was about to complete the hand seal when he let out a loud shout. It seemed that a sea-level ninjutsu of moderate importance was about to be released. She moved, the 10 slender fingers on his hands were like the most perfect works of art, and 5 seals were completed in 1 second. The chakra in the body also flows in coordination with the changes of each seal. Seeing several fireballs coming towards him, Asuma Sarutobi immediately showed a look of disbelief. Shiraishi can actually use fire style. Not only does he know fire release, but he can also release it so quickly and smoothly. Moreover, several fireballs of the Phoenix Fire technique seemed to be even more powerful than those of his personal teacher. After realizing what was happening, a look of panic appeared on Asuma Sarutobi's face. The wind style, Great Breakthrough, which had been almost successfully released and was just 1 step away from success, failed to be released at the last moment. It's over. Asuma Sarutobi's mind went blank, and he felt that everything was over. If the ninjutsu simply fails, there will actually be no consequences. It's like releasing a fireball. If you fail, you won't be able to spit out a fireball, and at most smoke will come out of your throat. But the problem is, Asuma Sarutobi could fail anywhere else, but he had to fail at the last moment. Although the consequences were not serious, Asuma Sarutobi's body stiffened at this moment. Originally he could have avoided the Phoenix Fire technique, but now he could only stand there stupidly and wait for death. Seeing this scene, Mr. Shamura was not idle either. He directly used a kunao to split several fireballs apart. Despite this, Asuma Sarutobi was still affected quite a bit and became covered in dust and dirt. Is there another genius after Kakashi who can master this level of fire-style ninjutsu? Seeing that he had not completely interrupted Shiraishi's Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Mr. Shamura couldn't help but sigh. Although before becoming a teacher, he was not a jonin, but only a chinin. But in fact, Mr. Kotabukura graduated early and experienced the cruelty of the Second Ninja World War. I was a genius in the past, admired by my classmates and praised by my teachers. It was for this reason that Mr. Shamura understood what Shiraishi's fire release represented. Talent. Being able to unleash such fire escape techniques without any guidance undoubtedly represents an extremely outstanding talent. Only in this way can one be considered a true genius. What? The winner turned out to be Yusuji-san. Didn't they say Asuma could use wind style? Why did they see Yusuji Shiraishi using fire style? How amazing, even the teacher couldn't completely block Yusuji-san's fire style. Not to mention those guys who were shocked that Yusuji Shiraishi actually knew ninjutsu. After seeing Shiraishi win, the cheerleaders burst into huge cheers again. There was a barely perceptible hint of loss on Shiraihong's little face. Clearly in her imagination, she had already imagined that her future child would become a genin. I can only say that children in this world are really precocious. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the contents of the crystal ball on the table and couldn't help but sigh. Looks like we'll have to let Shinichuk train Asuma properly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was not as old as Mirai, murmured to himself, but his eyes were filled with admiration for Shiraishi. The eldest son is not dead yet, his wife is still alive, and although Asuma is rebellious, he has not yet become one of the 12 guardian ninjas. It can be said that the current Sarutobi Hiruzen can still be called a ninja hero. Seeing his son being defeated, he even admired Shiraishi. Another genius was born in Konoha's cradle. As for Shinichuk, he is of course not just some Shinchan, but Asuma Sarutobi's elder brother. He is also the father of the future Konohamaru, the school playground. Although he appeared calm on the surface, Baishi's eyes had narrowed secretly. Ever since Asuma Sarutobi challenged him, Shiraishi had always felt a vague sense of being watched. After thinking about it for a while, Shiraishi understood that it was the telescope technique of the third Hokage. although I am a little worried that the third Hokage might make things difficult for me in the future. But in fact, Shiraishi himself understood that it was basically impossible. After all, no matter how conspiracy theories there are, the life of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is obvious to all. The position of Hokage was given to the civilian ninja Minato Namikaze, instead of his most promising disciple Orochimaru. His wife died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, but she was still kind and gentle to Naruto in private. Both of his sons died in the battle, leaving behind only a grandson, Konohamaru, and a granddaughter, Sarutobi Mirai. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself died gloriously in the end by using the Shiki Fusion. So there must be some truth to the conspiracy theories, but generally speaking, the third Hokage can be trusted. At least that's the case for civilian ninjas like Shiraishi. Shiraishi-kun, you are amazing that you can even perform fire release ninjutsu so smoothly. As soon as she returned to the team, Yui Kurane came up to Shiraishi and whispered, "It's not as you said, I also studied it privately for a long time." With a smile, she said very gently, "It can also be regarded as an explanation for why I have such a powerful fire escape technique. But in fact, have you been studying privately for a long time?" "It only took me an afternoon to study it, and after I got the hang of it I basically relied on my experience to get through it. I can only say that the system is worthy of being a system, and it mainly improves the proficiency level, whether it's memory or muscle memory." It was as if she had really practiced it countless times, and it had even become an instinct. With just a thought, the body can move smoothly and accurately. It was this smooth feeling that prevented Kotobukura-sensei and Sarutobi Hiruzen from being surprised by Shiraishi's sudden display of strength. This must be Shiraishi's own talent and hard work. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is definitely the result of Baishi's hard work over the years. This also perfectly explains why Shiraishi is a nobody in school. And the three-body technique is not that good either. Baishi, just wait for me that I will definitely challenge you again next time. Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared, pointed at Shiraishi and shouted without thinking. Hot the blood was boiling, and Mr. Shouken really couldn't bear it anymore. "Uchiha Obito, run around the playground 300 times. Under Mr. Shouken's roar, the students who were originally a little agitated suddenly became extremely well-behaved, and the actual combat exercise finally entered the correct process. Of course, the beneficiary is naturally Shiraishi himself. Looking at the experience groups dropped due to the battle, Baishi's eyes lit up. After school, Shiraishi was helpless as he was about to cancel the party that Yui Kurane invited him to and go to gain experience, because he was blocked by an unexpected person. Might Guy. "Shiraishi, I saw how you performed in the actual combat exercise. Let's practice taijutsu together." As he said that, Might Guy gave Shiraishi a thumbs up. The reflection from the big white teeth almost blinded Baishi. Forward. Although I really want to refuse directly, the problem is that Shiraishi's physical skills were unlocked by Might Guy. After that, Might Guy's daily exercise also provided Shiraishi with a large and stable amount of experience points. As the saying goes, one should be grateful when receiving favors, and one should be soft-hearted when receiving favors. It is really difficult for Baishi to refuse now. There is another reason, that is, Might Guy really has a promising future. All 8 gates are fully opened, and he is like a god. This is the best interpretation of Might Guy's future. Just at this moment, Shirai Hong came with a group of friends. "Shiraishi-kun, didn't we agree to go to the barbecue restaurant after school? How can you sneak away?" Staring with a pair of big red eyes, Zihi Kurane said angrily. Seeing the savior appear, Baishi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pretended to be enlightened and said, "Is it about the dinner party? Sorry, I accidentally forgot about it." "Kai, I'm sorry, let's talk about practicing taijutsu next time." After saying hello to Might Guy, Shiraishi quickly followed Kurane Yui and her friends away. To be honest, Baishi is not really averse to practicing physical skills. The problem is that the Might Guy family doesn't have much spare money, so the father and son could only exercise around the village. If he really trains with Might Guy and might die, Shiraishi can only say that he is already dead in a social sense. Abbreviation, social death. Not to mention, when faced with other people's contempt, you still have to give a thumbs up and shout out your thanks and support. Although it is indeed admirable to watch, it is better not to let Shiraishi do it himself. Yui Kurane, who was originally furious, calmed down after Shiraishi apologized. It was at this time that Shiraishi discovered that most of Yuhikuna's friends were familiar faces. Not to mention Lin and Shizun, who are in the same class. Uzuki Ujeo and Mitarashi Anko were already very cute before they even went to the ninja school. Of course, Mayu Shiyan looks quite quiet. She would lower her head every now and then when she stole a glance at Baishi, and soon her little face would turn red with embarrassment. Mitarashi Anko has been a carefree person since she was young, and she also has a stubbornness that is visible to the naked eye. "Hello, you can just call me Baishi from now on. Of course I will be happy if you call me brother." Looking at Hong's little friend, Baishi suddenly revealed a charming smile. I have to say, this smile is simply a foul. Maybe it doesn't have the warmth of the little sun like Minato Namikaze. Just based on how handsome he is, even Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but blush. Not to mention Uzuki Yujeo, Nohara Rin, and Kato Shizun. Seeing this scene, Shirai Hong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I just feel that bringing my friends to meet by she seems to be a huge mistake. But after all, no matter how precocious she is, Zairihong is still a child. So even though she felt something was wrong, Yui Kurane didn't say anything. When they arrived at the barbecue restaurant for the dinner, Shiraishi realized that the scale of the dinner was quite large. Except for Yui Kurane's father, Yui Shinku, almost all of them are elites from major ninja clans and some civilian jonin. For example, Ajiki Mitarashi's father, Shisho Mitarashi. Is that you, the kid who has been making Red Heart obsessed and distracted lately? Seeing Shiraishi, Yui Shinku had a smile on her face, but her tone was sharp. Although he really doesn't care what kind of friends his daughter makes. But if he is just a pretty boy with good looks, it is better to stay away from his daughter. Of course, Yui Shinku didn't really do anything tricky. It was just a little trick that couldn't even be considered an illusion. For ordinary students, at most they would just turn pale with fright. Hello uncle, my name is Yusuji Shiraishi, and I'm Hong's friend. There was no sign of abnormality on his face, and she responded with a smile. It seemed that she didn't notice anything wrong with Yui Shinku's tone just now. Not to mention Yui Shinku's little tricks. Ha ha ha, not bad boy, come and sit next to me, how about that? Seeing that Zihi Genhong's little trick was useless, Yuteshi Zixiao burst into laughter. The relationship between the two is not hostile, it can only be said to be similar to that of bad friends. Thank you, no thanks. I'll just sit next to Hong. After a polite reply, Shiraishi and Hong sat not far from Yui Shinku. Seeing Shiraishi sitting next to her, Zihai Hong's little head immediately lowered like an ostrich. It is exactly the same as the previous action of Mao Yushigao. Seeing this scene, Zihi Shinku's face turned dark. It's fine that my daughter is being targeted by that kid Asuma Sarutobi. After all, Asuma is the biological son of the third Hokage, and he is good in all aspects. The most important thing is that Kurane Yui is not very fond of Asuma Sarutobi. But I didn't expect that the cabbage I raised at home would actually jump out and attack the pigs. Originally, Utarashi Shixiao was smiling happily, but then she saw her daughter also sitting next to Shiraishi. The smile gradually disappeared. Especially when the barbecue came up, Mitarashi Anko kept picking up meat for Shiraishi. Now it was Yui Shinku's turn to start laughing. The barbecue here is really delicious. Facing the gazes of the two old fathers, she kept eating barbecue quietly. It was just that a pair of ears twitched from time to time, eavesdropping on the conversations of other ninjas. It turns out that the situation in the ninja world has been getting worse and worse. Or, the third time the intensity of the ninja world war is about to begin to rise. The reason why they gathered at this time was because they would be going to the front line in a while. This discovery made Shi's face almost wrinkled with worry. Without these elite ninjas, who would he turn to for experience groups in the future? When he thought of this, Shi wished he could graduate immediately and join the battlefield on the front line. After the party, Shiraishi said goodbye to Yui Kurane and started his journey to search for experience groups around the village again. During this process, Shiraishi also discovered more functions of the proficiency system. For example, just focus on picking up the experience points dropped by the same ninjutsu. As long as the experience value reaches 100 points, the corresponding ninjutsu will be automatically unlocked. At first, Shiraishi was excited about discovering this function. With this function, whether it is ninjutsu, genjutsu or secret technique, for by Shi, there is no need for any channels and he can obtain it without anyone knowing. As long as they are not used, they are all trump cards. But in the following period of time, Shiraishi also discovered that it was still very difficult to obtain 100 experience points dropped by the same type of ninjutsu. At the very least, those advanced ninjutsu are simply impossible. A ninja's battle is a battle of intelligence, at least until they reach a certain level of strength. Some low-level ninjutsu can be practiced in public, but high-level ninjutsu is simply impossible. Even if they are ninjas from the same village or close friends, it is not allowed. Don't forget that there is such a profession as spy in this world. Forget it, it's low level, so I'll just find a good master next time. Shi thought secretly in his heart that he had spent several days but only unlocked a few low-level ninjutsu. What's more, even if it is low-level, it is not completely useless. One more ninjutsu means one more choice, or even one more backup plan. Moreover, the relationship between single-target ninjutsu and the proficiency in large categories such as fire escape is complementary. Take fire release as an example. Shiraishi's current fire style is level 2, and his fire style, Great Flame Bomb, is level 3. Then Shiraishi's fire style, Great Flame Bomb, must be much stronger than others' fire style, Great Flame Bomb. It is powerful in all aspects and the effect is very significant. Taking Lightning Release as an example, Shi's Lightning Release is still at level 1, but he learned a sea-level Lightning Release and upgraded it to level 3. Then compared to other ninjas, Shiraishi's lightning release is not that superior. All we can say is that it is released relatively quickly, so even if the power is a little stronger, the effect is not significant. On the other hand, the number needed to upgrade lightning escape level 1 to level 2 is at least 6 digits. But if Shiraishi first masters a large number of lightning-style ninjutsu and his proficiency level is not low, then the experience points required to upgrade fire-style LV1 to LV2 will be reduced, and can even be reduced by 1-0. The only problem is that the proficiency system still has no response to the bloodline limit. Especially for special bloodlines such as the Sharingan and Byakugan, the system has no reaction at all. This made Shiraishi very disappointed, and his dream of driving a Gundam was shattered. It seems that I can only rub the jade and ask for it. By the way, find another opportunity to study spacetime ninjutsu. This is a big bug in the Naruto world. Some time passed. Shiraishi finally upgraded his chakra to level 3, but the effect was not as good as he expected. The amount of chakra increased significantly, and at the same time, Shiraishi's appetite also began to increase significantly. But the biggest increase is the experience points needed to upgrade chakra level 3 to level 4. 10 million. Why don't you grab it? The only thing that makes Baishi feel at ease is probably that after reaching chakra level 3, he can indeed faintly feel the natural energy. Although I am still unable to produce fairy chakra, it is a little different from what I expected. But based on Baishi's current situation, if he were to join one of the 3 holy places, learning the sage mode would be almost a piece of cake. Even if he doesn't enter the 3 holy places, once Shiraishi upgrades his chakra to level 4, he can really start his own research and development. After all, the sage modes of the 3 holy places were all researched based on their own bodies. Therefore, once the magic of Mayaboku Mountain fails, one will turn into a toad statue. Even though Kabuto Yakushi successfully cultivated the sage mode of Ryakadon, it still turned him into a bird-like state. Oh no, it should be said like a snake. Therefore, Baishi's opinion on the sage mode is that he actually tends to develop it when he has the ability to do so. Of course, if there is a chance to go to the 3 holy places, Baishi will not refuse. In general, Shiraishi still has a more Buddhist attitude towards the sage mode. Baishi, I want to challenge you. Shiraishi had just finished a huge bowl of ramen and was about to take a walk when he ran into Obito, who jumped out. Looking at this guy who will turn evil and become the big boss in the future, Shiraishi showed helplessness on his face. I say, Obito, it's time for you to quiet down. Asuma has been quiet for half a month since I beat him up. Humph, don't compare me to that coward Asuma. I want to challenge you. Obito snorted and charged directly at Shiraishi. Unfortunately, Shiraishi turned around and Obito's attack missed. Immediately afterwards, Shiraishi kicked Obito on the butt as a small lesson. Compared with before, although his physical skills are still at level 2, Obito has already been fully understood by Shiraishi. Attack patterns, behavior patterns. This is the importance of intelligence. Once it becomes known, it is not just a matter of whitewashing or being weak, but it will be fatal. By the way, Shiraishi has become the top student in the class and even in the grade. Apart from Asuma Saratobi and Obito Uchiha, no one dared to challenge Shiraishi. Time passes slowly. The time has come to the 42nd year of Konoha. The Third Ninja World War broke out, and Kakashi became a Chunin early. The classmates in the same class as Shiraishi have finally reached the time to graduate. On the eve of graduation examination, as usual, Shiraishi was forced by Ui Kurane to go to a dessert shop that specializes in 3-color dumplings. After several years of development, Ui Kurane is no longer the innocent little loli she once was. She has become accustomed to touching Shiraishi, and even goes out on the street holding Shiraishi's arm. This made Nohara Lin, Mitarashi Anko and the others very envious, but it's a pity that they don't live up to their expectations. As for Shiraishi himself, of course he would neither take the initiative nor refuse, but he would take responsibility. Women would only hinder his speed in gaining experience points, but Shirai Hong's pursuit of her made him reluctant to reject her. The graduation exam will be held tomorrow. What if I fail? While eating the 3-color meatballs, Zihai Hong said with a worried look on her face. She didn't say anything, just smiled. Everyone knows. As a top-class elite, it would be very troublesome if Shirai Hong could not graduate. Seeing that Shiraishi didn't show any reaction, Ui Kurane immediately glared at him angrily. Well, Hong just hopes that Shiraishi can comfort her. It would be great if we could have a date. Of course, Ui Kurane was not without concerns, but she was worried that she could not be assigned to the same team as Shiraishi. Unlike the standards in future peacetime, graduation standards during wartime are very high. In the future, he can graduate and become a genin by performing a 3-body technique. At most, he would be sent back to school by the guiding jonin to be reformed. But in times of war, every student needs to face a formal ninja assessment. Of course, when letting students fight against real ninjas who have seen blood, the standard cannot be victory. Theoretically, it only takes a while to complete. However, Konoha also has a tradition, which is.to find out the situation. Exclusive treatment specifically for geniuses will also determine their future treatment. Should they be given focused training or transferred to some unimportant place? In Konoha's large training ground, the ninjas who usually came here for training had long been dispersed, and were replaced by students and assessment ninjas. They are all genin, and their ninja, tai, and gen are not high. Before it was his turn, Baishi simply began to observe the situations of other candidates. It can only be said that the ninjutsu mastered by the genin are not many and not very strong. However, their reaction ability, psychological quality, etc. are much better than those of students. For most students, it is extremely difficult even to persist for a period of time. As the Hokichi's own son, Asuma Sarutobi is more miserable. His opponent is a real Chunin. With a scar on his face, he looked nothing like a genin just by standing there. Tisk, this relationship is indeed a blood relationship. Shiraishi couldn't help but smack his lips as he watched Asuma being beaten. If that Chunin hadn't held back, Asuma Sarutobi would have been eliminated in less than 30 seconds. Yusuji Shiraishi, please come to examination room 16 and persist in the test for a quarter of an hour. Soon it was Shiraishi's turn, and the result was not unexpected. A Chunin, and a Chunin with a very dangerous and cold aura. Shiraishi even had a feeling that the ninja in front of him must have been in the Umbu. It is even possible that they are not the Umbu, but the root of a certain pot king. Are you ready? The Chunin in charge of the test asked, his voice revealing an unexplainable emptiness. It doesn't feel like a living person, but more like a machine. If you watch it for too long, you may even experience a reaction similar to the uncanny valley. Of course, please start. With his signature handsome smile on his face, Shiraishi spoke in a gentle voice. The whole person is very relaxed, without any feeling of tension. Hokichi's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was secretly observing the situation in the examination room, saw Shiraishi's performance and his admiration deepened. With this kind of mental quality, he is indeed worthy of being another rising star in Konoha. Having always been number one in his grade, Shiraishi's reputation as a genius has also spread in a small circle in Konoha. There is even a vague name like Yangui. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Yankei was originally called Yankei. It was not until the last 6 months that Shiraishi stopped using the fire release ninjutsu in front of people and became Yankei. I wonder if the root ninjas can let you use fire style. Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ninja is a very extreme profession, so people who become ninjas tend to go to extremes. There are few talented geniuses, and even fewer who are as talented and stable as Shiraishi. At least in Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, Shiraishi has a hint of Orochimaru's style. Assessment venue. Hearing Shiraishi's voice, the root Chunin immediately threw out 3 kunao. The angle of each attack was extremely tricky, completely blocking Baishi's space to dodge. Then, the root Chunin pulled out the long sword from his back. Without any hesitation, he slashed towards Baishi. Are you that serious? Looking at this series of actions, Baishi couldn't help but be stunned. However, Shiraishi also threw out 3 kunao, not only accurately knocking down the opponent's 3 kunao, and the position where it rebounded after the collision was exactly the path that the root Chunin must take. Uchiha throwing technique level 4. Although Shiraishi doesn't have the Sharingan, he goes to other people's place to get the best deals every day. As long as the opponent is not a speed-type ninja like Minato Namikaze or Reikage, Shiraishi can play with kunao in many different ways. Wind style, great breakthrough. Without any hesitation or pause, the root Chunin seemed to have anticipated this scene. He kept forming seals with his hands and released a wind escape technique in about 1 second. Not only did it mess up Shiraishi's kunao, but the direction of the attack was also directed directly at Shiraishi. But the problem is that although Shiraishi was hit by wind style, great breakthrough, his entire body suddenly turned into smoke. It's not a shadow clone, but the most basic clone technique. Although it is not as convenient as the shadow clone, it does not require half of the chakra to be separated. Seeing that it was a clone, the root Chunin was not at all flustered. He thrust the blade in his hand behind him to block, instantly defending against the heavy vertical strike from the kunao. Think you're good at close combat? Seeing that the other party did not dodge or evade, Baishi raised his eyebrows. Although his chakra is still at level 3, his physical skills have improved along with his chakra and are also at level 3. Without any hesitation, he kicked the opponent's thigh. The other hand also blocked the root Chunin's fist. Then, Shiraishi twisted around and gave his last kick directly into the stomach of the root Chunin. A heavy kick instantly lifted the opponent off the ground. There's no point of support anymore, right? Water style, 5 water bombs. Seeing the opportunity, Baishi quickly formed seals with his hands and sprayed 5 water bullets from his mouth continuously. Not only does it contain a lot of water, but each one also has an extremely strong impact. Compared to the famous 6 seals in 1 second by Uchiha Itaki in the future, Shiraishi is exactly the same now. Kana Hario Iai. Faced with a ninjutsu that was impossible to dodge, the root Chunin could only choose to block with a sword. Only 5 water balls, it was actually cut off by a knife and then broke directly. But at this moment, a smile of success appeared on Bai Shi's lips. Nice swordsmanship, but this is not the age of samurai. The 5 water bombs is just a small C-rank ninjutsu. If it weren't for its easy-to-learn feature, its power would only be rank D. But the problem is that Shiraishi has another little ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Chaos Thunder. It is also C-level, but because it is too dispersed, its power is even inferior to the 5 water bullets. It can be said to be a lightning escape move that cannot kill people, but once it comes into contact with water, the paralyzing effect of the thunder will be greatly enhanced. The most important thing is that the power of random thunder is not strong, but it is diffusive. Combined ninja technique, lightning net chaos technique. Looking at the root Chunin who was completely defeated by his general, the smile on Shiraishi's face became more and more obvious. Shouldn't we be paying attention to his strength? He even defeated the examiner. Hey, is this true? I remember that the examiner was a Chunin who had just been transferred from the Umbu, right? Needless to say, the students' reactions were amazing. The teachers and ninjas in charge of the examination mostly showed expressions of surprise and amazement. He actually defeated the examiner head-on. Especially the few ninjas and teachers who knew the examiner's background, looked at Shiraishi with surprise. Thus, before half a day had passed, Bai Shi's reputation as a genius began to spread rapidly. It even seems to be getting more and more bizarre as it spreads. Even the title of Yangui, which was originally known only to a few people, was completely given to Bai Shi. Kanaha Yangui. Isn't this Chuyunibiya title also a feature of the ninja world? Bai Shi, who heard the news vaguely, couldn't help but complain secretly, and then continued to collect experience points. Anyway, as long as it's not a title like the strongest technician, it's fine. As for whether it's childish or not, who cares? As long as Shiraishi is not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. It can be said that for Bai Shi nowadays, picking up or sweeping up experience points has become a habit or even an instinct. If I don't sweep the village every day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked worried, which was rare for him. While smoking the cigarette in his hand, he looked at the documents in his hand with a frown. In the avatar at the top, a white-haired boy wearing a mask appeared. Heitei Kakashi. He graduated from Ninja Academy at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin almost the following year. He is a super genius. As of now, Kakashi has been nominated by the higher UPS to become a Jonin many times. However, all these voices were suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not that Kakashi isn't strong enough, but that he's too unique. If this continues, even a ninja will go astray. So before promoting Kakashi to Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to give Kakashi some more time. It's best to experience the days of getting along with your companions. But the question is, who should team up with Kakashi? Which guiding Jonin can firmly suppress such a talented Kakashi? Leaving aside the latter, Konoha currently has no shortage of senior ninjas who can provide such guidance. But for the former, it is best to choose a teammate who can keep up with Kakashi. Shiraishi. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out another piece of information. That was the file of Shiraishi, who had just joined the organization. I have to say, if you really want to find someone of the same age who can keep up with Kakashi in terms of strength, then the most suitable one is undoubtedly Bai Shi. Ever since defeating Asuma Sarutobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi has been keeping a close eye on Shiraishi. The more he paid attention, the more Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that defeating the examiner was actually nothing. The talented boy named Yusuji Shiraishi, the stage where he can truly shine should be the battlefield called Ninja World. In this case, on the contrary, the last person is not that worrying. As he thought about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown gradually relaxed. In an unknown document, a Yusuji Shiraishi was added next to Heitei Kakashi's name. The next morning, Bai Shi felt something was wrong as soon as he went out. Not only did passers-by look at him strangely, but they also often whispered to each other, "Is it him? Is it that kid? He is definitely the genius who can stand shoulder to shoulder with that genius Kakashi. I heard that he easily defeated the Chunin examiner yesterday. Is this true? This is too exaggerated." After hearing clearly what these people were discussing, some black lines appeared on Bai Shi's handsome little face. What is going on? It's clearly just an assessment, but its scope of spread is so wide. But after thinking about it carefully, Bai Shi realized that it was still the fault of the times. In times of war, morale is always very important, whether it is internal or external. Thinking from this perspective, it explains why Shiraishi's reputation as a genius spread so quickly. It's nothing more than diverting the villagers' attention and boosting their morale at the same time. After figuring it out, Bai Shi didn't care much about it anymore. He even smiled and nodded to a few older sisters. So cute, he's so handsome at such a young age. The older sister's pretty face flushed, and she felt an urge to take Bai Shi home. However, she is not the only one who has this impulse. After finally arriving at school, she had never felt that a journey would be as long and difficult as it was today. However, as soon as he entered the school, she saw two figures, hand-washed red beans, moon and sunset face. Now, the two of them have already joined the ninja school, and can even be said to be the leaders among the younger students. Of course, the leader mainly refers to Hongdu, and the taciturn Xian is at most a thug. Why are you here? Seeing Xian and Hongdo, she raised his eyebrows and asked. Today is one of the few extra holidays for lower grade students. Including yesterday, it's only 2 days in total. Of course I'm seeing you off. After all, you're graduating, and Xian and I won't be able to see you for a long time in the future, right? With her hands on her hips, Mitarashi Anko said as a matter of course. For the average student, becoming Hokage is all they clamor for all day. I never thought about what it would be like after graduating and becoming a ninja. But Hongdu is different, she knows something about the situation in the ninja world. Moreover, Yutare Shixiao hasn't returned home for nearly a year. Thank you very much, I will never forget you no matter what. Hearing Anko's explanation, Shiraishi couldn't help but smile gently. Two restless hands resting on two cerebellums. The bag made Hongdu and Xian's little faces blush immediately. However, she couldn't resist and even wanted Shi to touch her for a while longer. After saying goodbye to Hongdu and Yu-Jao, Shiraishi walked into the classroom. It can be said that there are a lot fewer students in the class, but what is surprising is, those who were eliminated yesterday were not all those at the bottom of the class. In fact, the largest number of them were those in the middle. Shiraishi-kun, sit over here. Seeing Shiraishi's figure, Zihaihong immediately waved her white and tender little hands. And as I remember, didn't Might Guy graduate last year? The graduates, or rather the prospective ninjas, began to discuss this unreasonable allocation in a chaotic manner. However, Mr. Shaokan did not show any intention of explaining. As the parties involved, Shiraishi, Hong, Obito and Guy can only get together. They looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong with you? Focusing his attention on Might Guy, Shiraishi asked first. Regarding Might Guy's trajectory, Shiraishi did not interfere much. So just like the original trajectory, Might Guy graduated as early as last year's class. Since I only know physical skills, I haven't found any teammates yet. Turning his head back, Might Guy explained awkwardly while laughing. In fact, Kai can still learn some ninjutsu. For example, in the future there will be a ninja turtle that can release summoning techniques. But the problem is that Kai has nothing but ninjutsu and genjutsu in addition to taijutsu. All the practice was ineffective with half the effort, even the three-body technique was quite poor. Okay, I get it, so why are there 4 of us? Rubbing his brows, Shi asked as if talking to himself. Obviously, no one can give an answer to this question. Even Shiraishi himself could only conclude that the number of graduates was uneven. Could it be that there were only 3 of them left in the end, so they just kicked Might Guy over again? Thinking of this, Shiraishi couldn't help but turn his gaze to Uchiha Obito. Because he is not in the same team with Nohara Lin, this guy has been very quiet since just now. With this guy here, could it be that their guiding jonin is Minato Namikaze? This possibility is very high. Because before Naruto was born, Uchiha Obito was the template of a pure, hot-blooded, and upright protagonist. From a metaphysical point of view, it is not surprising that this guy has some of the protagonist's luck and aura. Before Shi could think about it, a golden figure appeared out of nowhere in the classroom like a flash of light. Flying Thunder God? No Kunao, just a simple body flash technique? Seeing the figure of Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi's eyes narrowed subconsciously. As expected, he is the yellow flash of the future. This instant body movement technique alone is terrifying enough. At the very least, there is no effective way to let Shiraishi face it himself. Hello, my name is Minato Namikaze, and I'm the instructor Jonin of Team 7. He briefly introduced himself and Minato Namikaze smiled the whole time. Unlike Shiraishi, perhaps in terms of appearance alone, Namikaze Minato's face is not as good as Shiraishi's. But in terms of temperament, it really gives people a warm feeling. Little son? Shi thought secretly, but remained calm on the surface. In fact, Shiraishi was quite satisfied with the guiding Jonin, Minato Namikaze. Not to mention anything else, just the Flying Thunder God technique alone made Shi extremely envious. As long as you build good relationships and collect enough Flying Thunder God experience points, maybe Shi can become something shining in the future. Anyway, as long as it's not a small flash. Well, come with me to the Forest of Death first. There is someone waiting for you. After also looking at Shiraishi and the other 3, Minato Namikaze spoke in a gentle tone. After saying this, Minato Namikaze used the technique of instant body movement and disappeared. During this time, it was as if the whole person turned into a flash of light. Sure enough, the Flying Thunder God technique is not so easy to obtain. Shiraishi thought helplessly as he collected the experience points that Minato Namikaze had just dropped. However, as long as you follow Minato Namikaze to carry out missions, you will have great opportunities in the future. Forest of Death. To be more precise, it is the training ground near the Death Forest. As soon as Bai Shi and his 3 companions arrived, they saw a cocky white-haired boy wearing a mask who had been waiting for a long time. At this time, Minato Namikaze, who had obviously left a long time ago, also just arrived. I don't know what I did with that time. Hey, take Kakashi? Kakashi, my eternal rival. Kakashi, why are you here? I wonder if that White Fang is dead. Looking at Kakashi, the 3 Shiraishi people had different reactions. Among them, most of Kurone Yui's attention was on Shiraishi, and she was just a little surprised at Kakashi's existence. Might Guy was excited and looked like he wanted to have a passionate duel with Kakashi right on the spot. Of course, this is limited to physical skills. Uchiha Obito was very unhappy, as if he and Kakashi were natural enemies. As for Shiraishi himself, his attention was not on Kakashi at all. Instead, he cares more about White Fang, Kakashi's father, Heitake Sakumo. Logically speaking, if White Fang committed suicide, Baishi would definitely have heard about it. But the problem is that once Baishi starts to collect experience points, he will turn a deaf ear to what is happening outside. So as to whether Heitake Sakumo was dead or not, Shiraishi was in a situation where he didn't know but was embarrassed to ask. It looks like you all know each other, so that's easy. How about I ask you to introduce yourselves? Like dreams, hobbies, people you like, etc. Seeing the different reactions of Shiraishi and the other 3, Namikaze Minato immediately said with a smile, Minato-sensei, I remember you didn't have those things when you introduced yourself? With drooping eyelids, Shiraishi stared at Minato Namikaze with a pair of dead fish eyes and asked, dreams, hobbies, and people you like. Just thinking about it, Baishi felt like he was about to get goosebumps. A sense of social death arises spontaneously. Well, let me briefly introduce myself then. Scratching his head, Namikaze Minato laughed awkwardly, without any airs of a guiding jonin. Then let's start with me first. Uchiha Obito couldn't wait to jump out and challenge. He glanced at Kakashi provocatively and said, My name is Uchiha Obito, my dream is to become a Hokage, my hobby is helping old ladies cross the road, and as for the person I like, Obito, who was very proud just now, suddenly wilted when his sweetheart was mentioned. In the end, he became angry and glared at Baishi hatefully. My name is Might Guy and I'm good at physical skills. My dream is to become a man stronger than anyone else. Might Guy clenched his fists and finally made a classic grin. Hearing Shiraishi's words, the people around him, including Minato Namikaze, were a little surprised, because in the world of Naruto, there are quite a lot of gods. For example, the evil god, the god of death. When Nagato manipulated Pain to become a god, Konan also took the opportunity to make herself a paper angel. Obviously, there are also many seemingly plausible myths. However, among the ninja community, those who are interested in mythology are still quite rare. Shiraishi was just too lazy to say more, so he just said something nonsense to avoid becoming a suicide truck. By the way, it's also a good start for myself. If any information is exposed in the future, you can also blame it on this hobby. Heitake Kakashi, currently a Chunin, specializes in swordplay. Seeing everyone looking at him, Kakashi spoke simply and quickly. Immediately afterwards, Shiraishi saw Minato Namikaze take out 2 bells. No. Cold sweat dripped from the back of his head. Shiraishi really didn't expect that Namikaze Minato, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would have no martial ethics. Is it going to be a brutal beating in the first battle after graduation? Thinking about Naruto's future fate, Shiraishi couldn't help but feel fortunate that Minato Namikaze still had some moral integrity. But then, Baishi realized that he was overthinking. Because Namikaze Minato directly threw the bell to Kakashi and explained, for the next period of time, let's call it the Minato Squad. We will receive many dangerous missions anyway. Since I don't have time to take you on some simple tasks, Kakashi will be in charge of the screening. If you are not strong enough, your life will be in danger in the future. As he spoke, the gentle smile on Minato Namikaze's face disappeared and he looked very serious. Shiraishi then recalled the miserable future of Minato's class in the original novel. Not to mention Uchiha Obito, he was directly schemed against by Uchiha Madara and turned into a blackened puppet. Nohara Rin became the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, and a curse was placed on her body, so she had no choice but to seek death. Although Kakashi Heitake survived until the end, he was also the most miserable, or the most painful, in some ways, because both teammates including the teacher and father were all dead. Among them, Nohara Rin was pierced through the heart by his own hands. He graduated and became a ninja at the age of 5, but he suffered psychological trauma during his time in the Umbu. To a certain extent, Minato Namikaze's current decision is undoubtedly the right one. After saying this, Minato Namikaze also recalled his conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato, do you know why I called you here? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he looked at the young rising star. Compared to a genius like Shiraishi who has not fully grown, Namikaze Minato is undoubtedly a truly shining new star. Yellow Flash name. It can be said that he fought his way out on the battlefield. Should I take some students? Scratching the back of his head, Minato Namikaze smiled gently, looking very honest. Sarutobi Hiruzen, but since Minato could guess it, it was not surprising for him. The third Hokage, the Yellow Flash, which became famous on the battlefield, unknowingly gained a group of supporters. Because of Minato Namikaze's strong personality and friendly temperament like a little son, the number of these supporters is increasing day by day. The consequence was that he aroused hostility and suppression from Orochimaru's supporters. There's no way, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's most promising and proud disciple. In the eyes of most people, Orochimaru has actually been designated as the fourth Hokage. As a result, a Changyaejin appeared out of nowhere and a Yellow Flash appeared out of nowhere. Even if Orochimaru himself doesn't care much, his supporters will always maintain their own interests. Therefore, in order to avoid internal friction, it would be best to let Minato Namikaze keep a low profile for a while, such as guiding the younger generation. This is the preliminary list, including Yusuji Shiraishi and Heite Kakashi. I hope you can consider it carefully. Handing a piece of information to Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a somewhat strange tone. Kakashi Heite is quite powerful, and so is Yusuji Shiraishi who easily defeated the examiner. That means that Namikaze Minato can keep a low profile with his juniors on the surface. In fact, he can perform a lot of confidential tasks to improve his resume, which is called sneaking around. There's no way. Ever since Tsunade's brother Noeke died, it's not just Tsunade who has problems. As Noeke's teacher, Orochimaru gradually became different from before. It's just like a snake growing fangs. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen will not actively suppress his disciples, it is also good to provide a fair environment for the younger generation, isn't it? What's more, a young fourth Hokage is easier to control than Orochimaru. Many thoughts flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind in an instant, and no one knew about them. Minato Namikaze did not immediately choose Kakashi Heite and Shiraishi Yusuji. Instead, 3 more people were selected on this basis. The 3 names of Kurane Ui, Might Guy, and Uchiha Obito appeared prominently. Minato, what are you doing? There was a flash of astonishment in his eyes, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused now. Well, seeing is believing, I'd better take a look first. With a still innocent smile, Minato Namikaze said softly. It can be said that it is Minato Namikaze's dream to become the fourth Hokage. But this does not mean that you can give up something for the sake of your dreams. So in addition to Yusuji Shiraishi and Heite Kakashi, Namikaze Minato chose 3 more people. The purpose is to see with one's own eyes whether these 5 people, including Kakashi, are qualified to carry out the secret operation. Otherwise it would be irresponsible for their lives. Is that so? It's up to you to decide then. After figuring out Minato's thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and said, he was right about the person. If you really want to find a chess piece, a person named the fourth Hokage puppet. In fact, Konoha White Fang is the most suitable one. But is that really a good thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen is a ninja after all, not a pure politician. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the rise of Danzo and the emergence of the position of Hokage's assistant. My thoughts gradually returned to the present, and I saw that the 5 people in front of me had different reactions. Kakashi Heite was wearing a mask and didn't react at all. Just like the meaning of his name, Scarecrow. Uchiha Obito was very excited, as if he had already seen himself beating Kakashi. Mighty's face was filled with passion, while Yu Hakuren's face showed a trace of worry. The breeze blew off a green leaf, as if it was trembling with fear from the depressing atmosphere of the training ground. Standing opposite Kakashi, even the most out-of-line Might Guy and Uchiha Obito did not attack easily. What's going on with this feeling? It's even more depressing than when I was facing the examiner. Zihaihong's white and tender little hands tightly grasped a kunao, and her fair forehead was now covered with cold sweat. Only when she really faced it, did she understand what it meant to be a genius who graduated at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at the age of 6. Shiraishi also stared at Kakashi, while observing the other 3 teammates out of the corner of his eye. To be honest, it was not difficult for Shiraishi to seize the bell and become a member of Minato's team. After all, it wasn't a life-and-death battle with Kakashi, not to mention that Shiraishi wasn't always picking up experience points. Not to mention just sleeping in school. If Kakashi and I team up, then the remaining one. As for Ui Kurane, although Shiraishi doesn't mind, her possibility is actually the lowest. After all, Uchiha Obito has the blessing of Uchiha bloodline, and Might Guy is the strongest person besides Shiraishi. The problem is that these 2 guys' compatibility with Shiraishi and Kakashi is not as good as that with Ui Kurane. Simply put, Kakashi has no weaknesses in either ninjutsu or taijutsu. His sword skills are inherited from Konoha White Fang. As for Shiraishi, needless to say, with his skills in physical skills and fire escape technique, he has basically no rivals at the Chunin stage. In the past few years, he has collected a lot of low-level ninjutsu. Once two people form a team, their only shortcomings are medical care and perception. Although Yui Korone does not know medical ninjutsu, she also does not have any talent for sensing ninjas. But as an illusion, even if it is an auxiliary one, its compatibility is better than that of Guy and Obito. The most important thing is, there is a love triangle between two men and one woman, which is an old tradition of Naruto. Who will take the first step? Minato Namikaze stood not far away, thinking silently in his heart. Shiraishi? Might Guy or Kakashi? But to be honest, Minato Namikaze thought that the first person to take action would be Uchiha Obito. The next second, Minato Namikaze was slapped in the face. Because the first person to take action was not Obito, but Shiraishi, who seemed to be the last one to take action. Call out. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, 3 kunai flew towards Kakashi in a V shape. Then came the 12 shurikens, which seemed to be able to turn corners, blocking all of Kakashi's evasive routes. Kai, come with me. After calling out to Might Guy, Shiraishi rushed towards Kakashi with a kunai in his hand. Oh! Hearing Shiraishi's voice, Might Guy was stunned at first, but he reacted immediately. Although it is impossible to use the 8 gates against Kakashi, Might Guy's physical skill should not be underestimated. The two of them rushed towards Kakashi, one in front and one behind, chasing kunai and shuriken. Kakashi's hand gesture that was about to form a seal suddenly turned into a sword drawing motion. It's already too late to make hand seals and release ninjutsu, but the problem is that Kakashi's swordsmanship is not the common IAI technique used by the root shinin. The so-called IAI is actually a sword drawing slash, which means accumulating strength to draw the sword, and then using this inertia to deliver the strongest slash. Even if a Konoha style is added as a prefix, it can only ensure that the person using IAI will not run out of energy. Compared to White Fang, or the swordsmanship passed down from generation to generation by the Heite clan, I can only say that you have to compare a modified second-hand car with a Rolls-Royce. After Kakashi drew his sword, I couldn't see what movements he made. Several cold lights flashed through the air, and all the kunai and even shurikens were instantly bounced away. Then, facing the attacks from Shiraishi and Might Guy, Kakashi did not panic at all. He looked at the two of them calmly, and first parried Shiraishi's straight kick and kunai. Then he quickly broke away, shook hands with Kai and distanced himself from him again. The whole process was handled with ease, and it can even be said that I had a slight advantage. Uchiha Obito and Korone Yui were almost dumbfounded. Are they really of the same age? At least as far as Yui Korone was concerned, she felt there was absolutely no room for intervention. It was like 3 spinning tops colliding continuously, and she would be crushed if she went in. Although Uchiha Obito is a bit thick-skinned, he is not stupid. The last one in the group has the awareness of being the last one in the group. Even if he is so anxious that he is scratching his head, he has no intention of rushing in and giving himself up. It seems that you are indeed worthy of being the genius recommended by the Hokage. Also observing this battle, Minato Namikaze naturally had a different perspective, and there was a look of surprise on his face. From his perspective, Shiraishi and Kakashi were both hiding their abilities, and only Might Guy was exerting his strength. But using physical skills alone against Kakashi is useless without using the 8 gates. Because in terms of hard work, Kakashi is no worse. And in terms of physical fitness, it doesn't mean that you can become an inhuman being by exercising all day long. What everyone has is chakra, not 3 colors of domineering and life return. The only problem is that Shiraishi basically didn't use his full strength. It looks like he's just slacking off. Apart from harassing him from time to time, he would immediately provide support when he saw Might Guy was about to lose. After all, Kakashi's swordsmanship cannot be underestimated. Both sides are gathering intelligence, but Shiraishi's performance is surprising as he is a newly graduated ninja. Minato Namikaze could naturally see that Shiraishi was collecting information, and so did Kakashi. But Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, and now he has no idea how many wounds he has suffered on the battlefield. Gathering intelligence and the like has become an instinct deep in the soul. Shiraishi had just graduated from the ninja school, but he had already developed such a good habit. It can be said to be quite amazing. After all, it is difficult for humans to control their emotions and attention. If you can't take the overall situation into consideration when playing a game, how can you consider a battle? Take Might Guy for example, he is a typical step-by-step approach. Belongs to the first layer. Shiraishi and Kakashi belong to the second level, which is where most ninjas stand. As for the third level, it is the Jonin, which is the level that Kakashi has to endure for 6 years to be promoted to. Especially for veteran Jonin, they can tell whether the enemy is good at physical skills or ninjutsu at the first sight. Every move is a prediction, even predicting the enemy's prediction. That's why the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is so famous. Even if you only open 1 Megatama, the dynamic vision bonus it brings is not insignificant. Oh, are we really going to start? Seeing Kakashi find the opportunity, he began to make hand seals, and then he held the hilt of the sword with one hand. For the first time, Kakashi Hatake took a peer seriously. Excluding some freaks from bloodline families, this was the first time Kakashi encountered an opponent like Shiraishi. The whole person is like a fog, making it impossible to tell what he is thinking. Unfortunately, facing Kakashi's swordsmanship, pure strength can only hold him back this time. If Hatake's swordsmanship was restricted like this, White Fang would have been beaten to death by those strong men with good physical skills long ago. Kakashi pulled out a short blade and slashed it towards Shiraishi's abdomen with his backhand. If an ordinary person were hit like this, he would subconsciously step back. Kakashi's purpose was the same. After all, his lightning escape was blocked by Shiraishi just now, and he was feeling uncomfortable. Oh, Baishi chuckled and had no intention of dodging at all. He reversed his grip and stabbed towards Kakashi's neck. Physical Skills Level 3. This level not only improves physical fitness, fighting instincts, etc., but also the control over the body. Simply put, if Shiraishi went back to his previous life and worked as a surgeon, then his scalpel must be more stable than the most sophisticated machine. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's eyes twitched and he could only retract the short blade and place it on the kunao. But at this moment, Baishi suddenly raised 2 fingers of his other hand and put them to his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a light shout, an extremely large and hot fireball quickly took shape. Kakashi could only keep backing away, his hand holding the hilt of the knife shaking constantly. He had just used the lightning chakra that was originally used to release ninjutsu to stimulate his physical fitness, which allowed him to escape successfully. But no matter how quickly you dodge, the short blade is an excellent heat-conducting material. If it weren't for chakra, Kakashi would never have been able to escape the range of the fireball. The moment the fireball formed, he should have suffered severe burns all over his body. However, without chakra, Shiraishi would not be able to release ninjutsu. How is that possible? There was clearly no hand seal movement at all. Kakashi quickly distanced himself from the fireball, feeling confused and shocked. In comparison, Minato, who was watching from the sidelines, was also somewhat shocked, but more of it was amazement. Seal with one hand. A small trick that comes with Fire Style Level 3. Unfortunately, there is only Fire Style Ninjutsu, and it can only be used when the proficiency level reaches Level 3. If the Fire Style reaches Level 4, then Shiraishi can use all Fire Style Ninjutsu regardless of his proficiency. It's nothing, I just practice. Do you think it'll be alright if you keep your distance? With a smile on his face, Baishi began to make seals again, using both hands. In fact, looking at the entire ninja world, we can see that there are basically no Fire Style Ninjutsu above A level. Even the future Madara-sama's great fire extinguishing technique is only B level in terms of grade. Kakuzu has mastered 5 types of escapism techniques thanks to his Earth Grievance, and his fire escapism technique is still B level. If the timeline is extended to the Fourth World War, it is still B level when equipped with Kamui's fire style, Storm. Why? Because fire style is like a cannonball, once it is released, there is no turning back. In other words, the operability and fault tolerance are too low. What Baishi is going to release now is his accumulation of several years and the research he has devoted himself to for the past 4 months. Fire style, Flame Dragon Roar. The hand seal was completed in a very short time, and with a light shout, a fire dragon was released vividly by Shiraishi, roaring and rushing towards Kakashi. Unlike Uchiha's great fire dragon jutsu, Shiraishi's fire dragon is more similar in shape to Water Dragon Bullet and Earth Dragon Bullet. It just looks very majestic, and its movements are very unpredictable. Faced with the fire dragon that was much more powerful than the fireball, Kakashi dodged without thinking. But the problem is that the fire dragon that had been released actually turned around and chased in the direction of Kakashi again. Caught off guard, Kakashi still managed to dodge and disperse part of the fire escape with the short blade in his hand. Now, Might Guy, who had been waiting for a long time, kicked towards Kakashi with a strange cry. This time, Kakashi had no room to dodge or counterattack. After being kicked by Kaila, even though it was not the Night Kai dance with all 8 gates opened, he was still sent flying. With the feeling of weightlessness, Kakashi watched Shiraishi come to his side again without knowing when. Just shake your hand and you will get the bell. Thanks, Kakashi. Baishi raised the bell in his hand, but had no intention of continuing. After all, it was just a test, and exposing the Flame Dragon's roar move was enough. Of course, with this fire escape move, Baishi only revealed that the fire dragon could turn its head. Baishi, you are qualified, come to my side. Nodding, Minato Namikaze waved to Shiraishi with a smile. No matter how you look at it, in the eyes of Minato Namikaze at this moment, Shiraishi is too amazing and fully deserves the title of genius. Especially that fire escape technique. The fire dragon turned around at the end and really scared Minato. It would be fine if it was predicted in advance, but it would be fine if it was manipulated temporarily in the middle. Then the meaning contained in it is huge. Hearing Minato Namikaze calling him, Shiraishi quickly came to Minato's side. Without Shiraishi's help, and unable to continue chasing in midair, Might Guy was found by Kakashi. Not long after, Kakashi was seen beating Might Guy. If it was a life and death fight, Might Guy probably wouldn't be able to find even a piece of good meat now. Oh no, Kai is going to lose, let's go. Seeing that Might Guy was about to lose, Uchiha Obito could no longer sit still. He took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag and rushed towards Kakashi. Although it was useless, Yui Kurane also joined the battlefield soon after. Not to mention the illusion technique like Tsukuyomi that directly put Kakashi in the hospital. At least it disturbed Kakashi, as it was their senses that allowed Might Guy and Obito to survive. For a moment, the three of them actually had a certain tacit understanding. This is what human beings are like. Once they are oppressed, they will instinctively unite and then burst out with a power that no one could have imagined. Looking at this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. With a roar, Might Guy swept the ball and then did a 360-degree spin kick in the air towards Kakashi. The strong wind attached to the surroundings made the physical training boy seem to have really turned into a green whirlwind. Faced with such a series of attacks, even Kakashi can only temporarily avoid the attack. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito was not to be outdone, but after some difficult hand seals, he finally spewed out a fireball. I can only say that it is not small, but it is still a little different from the real fireball. But at this moment, it still plays a significant role. This forced Kakashi to retreat again and again. Right now, the art of chaotic feeling. Seeing Kakashi fall into the calculated location, Kurane Yui immediately performed a sea-level illusion that she had prepared long ago. It disrupts the enemy's five senses, but unfortunately it is not a shield after all. Any truly powerful ninja can get rid of this influence after adapting for 2 seconds. However, Heite Kakashi was not in his prime after all, and he was dodging repeatedly at this moment. After being hit by Hong's illusion, his whole body stiffened uncontrollably and he fell to the ground. Bell! Seeing that the three people's joint efforts finally produced results, Obito immediately grabbed the bell. However, as Kakashi's figure turned into smoke, Uchiha Obito was caught by the Lonely One. Obviously, although no one knows when, Heide Kakashi has regained the initiative at this moment. Doppelganger, when? Seeing this scene, Might Guy widened his eyes in surprise. Never mind that, Obito, be careful, Kakashi is behind you. Without paying attention to this question, Kurane Yui quickly spoke to Uchiha Obito. With Kurane Yui's reminder, Uchiha Obito quickly rolled over. It was clearly a 3-on-1 situation, but in the end it was the three of them who were at a disadvantage. Shadow clones and transformation jutsu? From the perspective of an observer, she looked thoughtful. When dodging Might Guy's Konoha whirlwind, Kakashi created 2 shadow clones. At the same time, it also turned its own body into something inconspicuous. One shadow clone stayed in place, while the other shadow clone secretly used the substitution technique to transfer Kakashi's real body. It's a bit like the operating method of reverse psychic technique. However, you cannot use extremely lethal ninjutsu, nor can you use the Heitake sword technique to kill. Although he is a Chunin, Kakashi is like fighting in shackles. In addition, the cooperation between Hong, Kai and Obito gradually became better. As the three of them cooperated again, and were more tacit and cautious than last time, the bell on Kakashi's waist accidentally fell off. Finally, he was picked up by Uchiha Obito. The one who got the advantage in the end turned out to be this kid. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. It is obvious that among the three people who joined forces to fight Kakashi, Uchiha Obito was the weakest. He is not proficient in fire jutsu, let alone kunai and shuriken. In terms of physical skills, he might be able to barely defeat that girl Yui Kurane. But the problem is, compared to Might Guy, Uchiha Obito is nothing but useless in terms of physical skills. I didn't expect this result. Did Obito get the bell? Namikaze Minato scratched the back of his head and said in a surprised tone. In his eyes, Uchiha Obito is the weakest of the three in terms of strength and role. No, it can't be said to be robbing, it can only be said to be picking up. She complained silently, but he had no intention of saying it out loud. Are you kidding? He also wants to learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato Namikaze. Until then, it's best to just be a good student. Congratulations, you got the bell. Seeing that it was Obito who grabbed the bell, Kakashi said in a neutral tone. Then he returned behind Minato Namikaze. If it comes to actual combat, there is no way Kakashi will lose. Unfortunately, this is not an actual battle, and the criterion for winning or losing is only the bell that cannot be hidden. Seeing Kakashi return behind Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito finally came back to his senses. Look at the three people in front, whether it is Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi Yusuji, or Kakashi Heitake. They are all talented and powerful ninjas, just walk over and you can become their companion. Looking behind me, Shirai Hong was half squatting on the ground, breathing heavily. Although Might Guy is better, he is not much better. As a front-row soldier, Might Guy is undoubtedly fighting at the greatest risk. Looking at the bell in his hand again, Uchiha Obito did not choose to walk towards Minato Namikaze. Instead, after a moment of silence, he walked towards Korone Ui and Might Guy. Well, since you two contributed the most, this bell belongs to you. I am an elite among the Uchiha clan, and even if I fail this time, I will definitely become Hokage in the future. Touching his nose, Uchiha Obito turned his face away and spoke loudly. The hand that handed over the bell was trembling slightly, and it was obvious that the situation was definitely not as Uchiha Obito said. Well, although I really want to be with Shiraishi-kun, it turns out that Kai is the one who puts in the most effort, right? Without picking up the bell, Ui Korone said while curling her hair with her index finger. I can't accept it either, because no matter what, this is the result of the joint efforts of the three of us. After a firm refusal, Might Guy raised his thumb again with a grin on his face. I don't know if it's some kind of special skill, but every time he bares his teeth, light will flash. Did it turn out like this? Seeing this scene, Baishi touched his chin. Unexpected, but reasonable. I can only say that Uchiha Obito is worthy of being the template of the protagonist in the early stage. Even Shiraishi himself was almost moved. I just don't know who Minato Namikaze, the future fourth generation, will choose. Shiraishi just thought so, and then he saw Namikaze. Minato smiled with satisfaction and said, I declare that all of you have passed the test. Hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Uchiha Obito and the other two were stunned at first, and then began to cheer. And Shiraishi rubbed his brows and said, Minato-sensei, what is the meaning of the test then? Shiraishi was sure that Namikaze Minato had definitely selected 3 people from the 5 at the beginning. In response to Shiraishi's complaints, Namikaze Minato didn't say anything, but just smiled and offered to treat him to a meal. It wasn't to a yakiniku or ramen restaurant, but to Minato Namikaze's home. Taking this opportunity, Shiraishi also met Uzumaki Kushina. Is this dot-tailed beast chakra? With the level 3 chakra, Shiraishi could vaguely sense the Nine Tails chakra. It is indeed ominous, as if it is a combination of all negative emotions. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox in Uzumaki Kushina's body is different from the nine-tailed fox in Naruto's body in the future. The Nine Tails of future Naruto is a castrated version, and the half of it was sealed into Minato Namikaze's body. In the end, he was swallowed by the god of death along with the Shiki Fujin, and at this moment, Kushina's Nine Tails is the truly complete version. Even if it was just a little bit of breath, Baishi couldn't help but make his body stiffen. Sure enough, the road to becoming stronger is still very long. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Baishi thought silently in his heart. Then, for the next few days, led by Shiraishi, the sweep of D-rank missions that Kakashi had been slacking off on began. Things like catching cats, weeding, doing farm work, and dealing with garbage, etc. Anyway, all D-level missions were easily completed by Minato Namikaze. All I can say is that this is a situation that is completely different from what Shiraishi expected. This is totally different from the ninja life I imagined. After completing another cat-catching mission, Uchiha Obito finally couldn't help but go crazy. Hahaha, this is to cultivate your tacit understanding, wait a little longer. After laughing a few times, Minato Namikaze scratched the back of his head and said. Shiraishi, who was not far away, stared with dead eyes. Anyway, he had taken advantage of Kakashi a lot recently, so he was not dissatisfied. Not only did he unlock the swordsmanship, he also upgraded it to level 2. So Shiraishi didn't bother to care about it. The only pity was that he didn't get the experience points dropped by Kushina and Minato. It is worth mentioning that although the ninja world likes the idea that swords and knives are inseparable, for example, even though he is using a knife, he calls what he is doing swordsmanship. But Heite Kryu's swordsmanship is completely different. It is not swordsmanship using a sword, but it is clear swordsmanship. Many of the knife techniques require the assistance of chakra. It can be said that there are only a few people who can master this kind of swordsmanship in the entire ninja world. Shiraishi was also very sorry about this. It seemed that he could only try to take advantage of Kakashi as much as possible in the future. Kakashi, who was slacking off not far away, suddenly felt a chill on his back and looked around quickly, but of course he found nothing. And so, a few more days passed. Guy, Obito, you guys are responsible for climbing the tree and rushing up to capture the target. Red, once the target escapes, it's up to you to block the target's path. Kakashi, stop reading comic books, you are responsible for blocking the other direction. Looking at the lazy target on the tree, Baishi kept giving orders. After this period of running in, there is no need to say much about Might Guy and Korone. Uchiha Obito and Heite Kakashi also seemed unhappy on the surface, but they were very obedient when it came to obeying. At Shiraishi's command, Obito and Guy rushed directly up the tree trunk, but of course they failed to catch the target. Instead, it frightened the target and made him jump directly to the eaves not far away. But the problem is that Korone Ui and Kakashi Heite are blocking the 2 positions respectively. After a lot of frustration, the target could only jump from the eaves to the ground, trying to get into some narrow places. It went really smoothly, Baishi said with a smile as he grabbed the target that jumped down with one hand. The target was a fat cat with a look of despair on its face, and it was grabbed by the scruff of the neck and couldn't even resist. Damn it, this is the third time I've been caught by these little devils. Mission accomplished, go wait for Minato-sensei. Seeing the fat cat being caught by Shiraishi, Kakashi said in a cold voice. Oh, Kakashi, come and fight me before Minato-sensei comes. Not caring about Kakashi's indifference at all, Might Guy spoke passionately. Uchiha Obito kept rubbing his shoulders and he accidentally fell when he was coming down from the tree trunk just now. As for Yui Kurone, needless to say, her attention was on Shiraishi for at least 40 minutes in an hour. He obeyed Baishi's orders and felt that his status had declined a lot. However, Yui Kurone herself didn't feel anything. As long as she could stay with Shiraishi, she was content. As a result, the wait lasted for an hour. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to complete this mission so quickly. Finally, Minato Namikaze, who finally arrived late, smiled awkwardly. Seeing that none of Shiraishi and the others were buying into his proposal, Namikaze Minato had no choice but to use the method of diverting attention. Since you have exceeded my expectations, how about taking a mission out of the village this time? After hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Might Guy and the other two naturally didn't need to say much. Even Heite Kakashi's eyes lit up. Obviously he had been stuck in the village for too long. Only Baishi secretly rolled his eyes, as it was obvious that there were only a few D-level missions left in the village. Even if Minato Namikaze didn't do this, he would still have to take on a higher level mission tomorrow. Come to think of it, even Shiraishi himself didn't expect that he would be able to do D-rank missions during the Ninja World War. Perhaps Konoha is still in its strong period now, and has not shown any signs of decline even after fighting against 4 major countries. When he arrived at the Hokage building to submit the mission, Minato Namikaze chose a B-level mission as promised. Do you really want to take this mission, Minato? There may be ninjas here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat, said in a surprised tone. If it were according to the original idea, taking on this kind of task would certainly be nothing. But the problem is that Minato Namikaze chose to form a 5-person team. 2 of the 3 of them were at the bottom of the list. Although Hong had excellent grades, he could only hope to become a jonin. Aren't you afraid of casualties if you take on such a mission? You know, even Baishi is a rookie who has never seen blood. At least in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Namikaze Minato is not such an irresponsible person. Early in the morning, Shiraishi first walked around Konoha village and picked up some experience points. After solving the breakfast problem, he slowly came to the village entrance. I saw Heite Kakashi leaning in the corner, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Are you the only one here? It seems I'm early. Seeing that Kakashi was the only one there, Shiraishi couldn't help but shrugged. He thought that by now, Might Guy and Kurone would have arrived. Anyway, as long as you arrive earlier than Uchiha Obito, there will be no problem. After waiting for a while, it was Uchiha Obito who arrived first. Then came Might Guy and Kurone. Sorry, I was too excited last night and ended up not being able to sleep until very late. Might Guy walked over with his hands on the ground instead of his feet, talking as he walked. Me too, except the alarm clock at home is broken. Yui Kurone quickly moved closer to Shiraishi before explaining in a low voice. Ha ha ha, I didn't sleep the whole night, so I rushed over here. Uchiha Obito didn't know what he was so proud of, and laughed with a cocky look on his face. I thought the king of lateness would be so punctual. Kakashi, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, pointing his finger at Obito. Seeing this scene, Shiraishi had no intention of getting closer, but instead pulled Zihi Hong back 2 steps. Now, from Shiraishi's perspective, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and Kakashi have become a new triangle. Among them, Might Guy kept chasing Kakashi for a duel all day long. As a result, Kakashi, this cold guy, only makes trouble for Uchiha Obito. Then came Uchiha Obito, who was completely unaware of the peculiarity of Kakashi's attitude. Baishi has always kept his distance from this strange atmosphere. After all, when it comes to sexual orientation, Shiraishi feels that he has always been very stable. Come to think of it, Shiraishi-kun, aren't you nervous? This is obviously your first time to go on a mission outside the village, right? Zihaihon looked at Baishi's indifferent expression and asked with great curiosity and a little admiration. As expected, he is worthy of being her lover, he is just different. Of course I'm nervous too, but Minato-sensei is here. Seeing Minato Namikaze arrive in time, Shiraishi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why should he be nervous? After all, he has only 2 lives to live. Is it strange to have strong mental qualities? Although it's not impossible to make up a random excuse, Baishi has never been a fan of lying. He is a good and honest man. Minato-sensei, what mission are we going to carry out outside the village this time? Also noticing Minato's appearance, Obito quickly came over and asked, not even bothering to argue with Kakashi. Although we submitted the tasks together yesterday, it is the captain's prerogative to decide what tasks to accept. Therefore, naturally, only Minato Namikaze knew the specific content of the mission. It's probably some kind of escort mission. Anyway, a lowly person like you needs to be careful throughout the whole process. Glancing at Might Guy, Kakashi continued to target Uchiha Obito. What, you bastard, I want to have a fight, right? Seeing Kakashi still using this trick, Obito's blood pressure immediately rose. However, before the two of them could start arguing, they were interrupted by Minato Namikaze. Well, our mission this time is not to escort, but to clear out a group of bandits on the border of the Fire Country. After coughing twice, Minato Namikaze began to explain the content of this mission. In short, those bandits are rich but unkind, and they seem to be a group of exiled ninjas or something. Because they couldn't stand these bandits anymore, some surrounding villages and towns raised funds together and launched a commission to Konoha. Wait a minute, tasks like this are usually handed over to the Umbu, right? Kakashi suddenly spoke up, his tone filled with some doubt. Although they are called ninjas, the ninja village is essentially a military base of a big country. Among them, most of the normal ninjas are under the sun, taking on some escort missions or something. Some bloody and dark tasks are carried out by organizations such as the Umbu. For example, the mission that Minato Namikaze accepted this time. In fact, logically speaking, this task should indeed be handled by the Umbu. But due to the shortage of Umbu personnel, we have to solve this problem. With a rare absence of a smile on his face, Namikaze Minato explained. During wartime, Umbu members will only be busier than in peacetime. It can even be said that Shiraishi has never seen many Umbu wearing masks since he was a child. I see. Kakashi nodded and fell silent. After Minato Namikaze explained the details of the mission and some requirements. For this mission, you can now choose to accept or give up, but if you choose to accept it, you can no longer give it up, otherwise you will be regarded as a traitor. Looking at everyone including Kakashi, Minato Namikaze's attitude was unprecedented. Even Shiraishi had never seen such a serious and solemn yellow flash. Of course I will accept it. As a ninja, it is only natural for me to do this kind of mission. Uchiha Obito was the first to jump out and express his opinion, and he spoke with a very passionate look. Accept. Kakashi said 2 words and stopped talking. Although Might Guy hesitated for a moment, he finally nodded heavily, his eyes full of enlightenment. It's okay with me, don't underestimate female ninjas. After secretly glancing at Shiraishi, Yui Kurane raised her white little fist and said, don't leave anyone behind, but I have made preparations long ago. Smacking his lips, Baishi smiled and said, of course I accept it. As his voice fell, Baishi felt a nervous and impulsive feeling beginning to spread. This is also the instinct of human beings, or the instinct of all living things. Advocate violence, the law of the jungle. Very good, you have already fully mastered the first element of a ninja. Seeing that all 5 people gave answers, Minato Namikaze immediately showed a satisfied smile. The seriousness and solemnity just now seemed to disappear like an illusion. Next, Minato Namikaze took out 5 kunai that looked very special. It is not easy to get to the border of the Land of Fire from Konoha. An ordinary caravan will take at least a month. As ninjas, Shiraishi and his companions can advance in a nearly straight line, but after traveling day and night, it still took nearly a week to reach the area where the robbers were. At this time, the captain Minato Namikaze had completely disappeared. Even with Shiraishi's level 3 chakra, he couldn't sense any trace of Minato Namikaze. It is obvious that Minato Namikaze will never take action unless he encounters a life and death crisis. First, observe the direction where the bandits are gathering. Do not rush into conflict with them. Kakashi, you are responsible for patrolling the surrounding areas to see if there are any bandits out robbing. If there are signs of people going out to rob, then see how many people are left behind. After everyone has gathered intelligence, gather at this location. After thinking for a while, Baishi began to give orders in an orderly manner. The key to this mission is actually very simple, that is not to let a single robber go. The second thing is to be careful and cautious to prevent casualties in the team. Although there is Minato Namikaze as a trump card, I still think about the several times Minato Namikaze was late in the original work. Shiraishi thought it would be better for him to try his best first. If something really happens, it will be too late to regret. Understood. Times 4. Faced with Shiraishi's command, Kakashi and the other 3, who had already gotten used to it, had no intention of being troublemakers. Even Uchiha Obito, who usually liked to shout loudly, became extremely well-behaved at this time. Soon, the 4 members of Yui Kurane, including Kakashi, began to disperse. It was not until 2 hours later that everyone gathered again at the originally agreed place. There are no signs of any bandit activity nearby. They seem to have been quiet for several days. Kakashi told the information he had found out, with obvious suspicion in his eyes. If robbers don't go out to rob, it's like rats not coming out to steal rice and oil. There's nothing strange about that. Maybe the nearby villages and towns have already been plundered by them. Ignoring Kakashi's look of surprise, Shiraishi began to inquire about the situation at the bandit gathering place. They seem to have built their base on this mountain, but it will be difficult to attack from the front. Korone Ui told the information, while Might Guy and Uchiha Obito looked confused. Both of them are poor students and are not good at this kind of work of collecting and summarizing intelligence. However, Shiraishi was obviously not in the mood to tease these two poor students. After taking the rough map made by Ui Korone and looking at it carefully, she frowned slightly. It has to be said that these bandits have no intention of farming or developing at all. Shanzai products are typical examples of shoddy products, but the problem is that the terrain they chose is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even Shiraishi couldn't find any effective attack route. If he just rushed in to assassinate him, in case of unexpected situations, she didn't want to bear such responsibility. Wait a minute. Looking towards the approximate location of the mountain village, Baishi's eyes suddenly lit up. Cliff, let's blow up that cliff first, let's alert the enemy. Pointing to the cliff above the village, Baishi said in a confident tone. What are you doing? Uchiha Obito looked confused as he had never heard of the idiom. Don't worry about it. Let's blow up the cliff first. Oh, and do we have enough detonating talismans? As soon as the detonating tag was mentioned, Shiraishi's eyes immediately turned to Kakashi. This detonating tag is a good thing, and it is a controlled item even in Konoha. Of course, the price is not cheap, and Baishi only has a few of them. Well, there are plenty of detonating talismans, Kakashi said with a calm look in his eyes and an even calmer tone. For a moment, Shiraishi seemed to see the four big words wealthy and powerful directly behind Kakashi. As for Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, Shiraishi had never considered them at all. If Baishi still had a few detonating talismans on him, then the two of them together wouldn't be able to afford even one. Let's not talk about Might Guy. The four words poor in literature but rich in martial arts are not said in vain. Although Uchiha Obito's surname is Uchiha, he is a marginal figure and his grandmother has passed away. The situation of Yuhiku is similar to that of Shiraishi, and their life is usually comfortable. But once it comes to expensive ninja tools, they are definitely in the impoverished class. To sum up, he is the only one in the team who can produce a large number of detonating talismans. Apart from the missing Minato Namikaze, the only one left was Kakashi Hatake, who often carried out missions. Very good, we will start the operation tonight. Be careful to stay hidden and don't be discovered. Nodding, Shiraishi turned his attention to Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. If there are people who are most likely to disturb the robbers, it is only these two. Don't underestimate me. After all, I am also an elite of the Uchiha clan. Facing Shiraishi's distrustful gaze, Uchiha Obito immediately spoke angrily. Don't worry, I've learned a lot from cats recently. Might Guy raised his thumb again, looking very confident. Well, then wait until it's dark and follow my expression. No, follow my signal. I don't know whether I really believe these two people, she said without comment. Time slowly turned into night. With the moonlight shrouded in thick fog, it was pitch dark outside the Konoha village. In the bandits' stronghold, only a few torches and bonfires were burning. At this time, if you look up at the sky, you will find a beautiful and dazzling starry sky. Unfortunately, few people in this world have the leisure to do this. Taking advantage of the dark and windy atmosphere, the five people carefully walked all the way to the top of the village. Of the cliffs. Instead of placing the detonating talisman directly, he first used Earth Escape to soften a part of the geology. Then he asked Kakashi to place the detonating tags in some specific locations. Fortunately, the ninja school teaches a variety of subjects. Although when Shiraishi watched Naruto in his previous life, he felt that ninja schools were useless. But in fact, the knowledge taught in ninja schools covers a very wide range. This includes a lot of knowledge about targeted blasting. That should be enough, right? The artistic explosion sounded above the village, like thunder from the sky, or the wrath of gods. It attracted the attention of all the robbers almost instantly. No matter how soundly these bandits sleep, they will be awakened instantly by the roar of art. Many robbers on night patrol subconsciously looked up at the sky, their eyes suddenly widened. Because at this time, the moon that was originally covered by dark clouds finally appeared. Under the bright moonlight, an entire cliff was blown off by the roots. The huge rock that formed was like the wrath of God, falling straight towards the location of the village. Run, someone's going to die. What the hell is happening? Are we going to die? Enemy attack, enemy attack. The robbers reacted in different ways, and the situation instantly became a mess. Some were frightened, while others were still wondering why the cliff was blown up. There are also shrewd people who are aware that they have enemies, but there is no doubt that facing the huge cliff falling, they have no power to resist at all. Most of the robbers came out of the house and were so frightened by the huge rocks falling on their heads that they almost lost control of their bowels and bladder. At this moment, two figures stood out. Earth Escape, active transformation. ×2 along with the yunas and shouts, there were also almost completely identical hand seals. The terrain suddenly changed, and countless rock pillars rose up. Although it did not completely block the huge rocks formed by the break of the cliff, it blocked a large part of it. It was the first and second chiefs who saved us. Long live the leaders, everyone gather around them quickly. Although many bandits were killed in the explosion, the remaining bandits looked at the two leaders as if they were gods. Many shrewd bandits took the opportunity to shout, trying to make themselves visible to the two leaders. Earth escape, this level of ninjutsu, is it a Chunin? After determining the strength levels of these two ninjas, Kakashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the appearance of two ninjas was somewhat unexpected, after all, the intelligence even doubted whether the ninjas existed. But if there are only two Chunins, it is still within the acceptable range. Even if he was alone, it would not be difficult for him to deal with two stray ninjas at the Chunin level. Thinking of this, Kakashi and Shiraishi looked at each other, drew out the short blades behind them and ran out from the shadows. The sharp blade flashed a faint cold light under the moonlight. Oh, you really can't wait. Starting almost at the same time as Kakashi, Shiraishi couldn't help but chuckle. I don't know whether he was talking about Kakashi or myself. Wait, are we rushing out now? Might Guy was stunned at first, but his body subconsciously followed Shiraishi and Kakashi. All I can say is that it's become a habit, and my body simply doesn't want to follow the instructions of that stupid brain. Might Guy's body has a mind of its own. Wait for me, I may not be able to become a burden to Shiraishi-kun. She was also stunned for a moment, but Kurane quickly came to her senses and followed closely behind Might Guy. Shouldn't we observe the enemy's strength first? Why are we rushing out so quickly? Uchiha Obito saw Kurane rushing out as well, and immediately shouted to follow her. For a moment, he was faced with a large number of bandits and two Chunins. A team without a leading Jonin is actually going to launch a powerful attack. However, it's not surprising at all. In the darkness, a yellow-haired figure wearing a Jonin vest stroked his chin and muttered, "That's right, in order to prevent any accidents, Minato Namikaze had actually been hiding in this mountain village a long time ago, and figure out the location of every robber." From beginning to end, none of the robbers, including the two Chunins, discovered any trace of Minato Namikaze. In other words, they didn't even realize that their territory had been invaded. However, although he was not surprised by the decision of the Shiraishi Five, Minato Namikaze was still somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, they had already gotten used to each other when they were in Konoha. As it turns out, the level of tacit understanding is still quite lacking. Of course, Minato Namikaze also understood that there was nothing he could do about it, as the strengths of the five people were so different. But in this small team, there are very few areas where they can complement each other. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Shi, who was rushing in the front, quickly formed seals with his hands and spit out several fireballs almost instantly. No shuriken with flames attached were used because there was no need for that. The fireballs were seen striking the bandits in the darkness, and it was very obvious. However, even so, even if the robbers have discovered it, but they are not ninjas, and the physical fitness of ordinary people does not support them to dodge Shiraishi's Phoenix Fire technique. In just a moment, several robbers were burned to charcoal. A big hole was directly created where the fireball hit. At this time, Kakashi Hatake, holding a short blade, slashed the necks of several people in an instant. Turning around, he just saw that the Fengxian fire technique, which was supposed to have ended, actually changed again after killing several robbers. Some of the splashed sparks looked like dandelions. When it fell on the bandits, it actually ignited a raging fire again. Again, if it was a ninja, there might still be a chance. But as an ordinary robber, facing the flames, he could only die in pain and wailing. Those bandits killed by the fireballs might have died more quickly. But these unlucky guys who were caught in the flames from the sparks were really unlucky. It can be said that the wailing of more than a dozen robbers was endless. "Devil, devil, everyone run, the devil is coming to punish us." "Yes, that's right, that little devil is a demon, let's run." Seeing my companions, the scene was so tragic that many robbers were frightened and fell to the ground on the spot. Even so, he couldn't help but stretch his legs and move them behind him. Even some of the brave robbers couldn't help but feel their legs go weak when they saw this scene. So horrible. As robbers, most people actually put their heads on their belts. It can be said that he had already prepared for death, so he was so cruel and vicious. As a result, Shi now tells them that even if they are going to die, they should not expect to die so easily. A spinning sidekick sent a robber flying, and he fell heavily in the distance, gradually becoming silent. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Before Might Guy could fully comprehend the situation, he saw the miserable state the bandits had been inflicted by Shiraishi. Maybe it's because of past experiences, or maybe it's because I'm really thick-skinned. Apart from some physical discomfort and a pale face, Might Guy had no other reactions. At this time, Yui Kurane also held a kunao and killed a bandit who was trapped in an illusion. If you want to become a ninja, you must be willing to risk your life and everything else. Thanks to Yui Shinku's personal experience and teachings, Yui Hong was mentally prepared early on. His performance is actually better than Might Guy's. Only Uchiha Obito had a conflicted look on his face, as if he was struggling over whether to kill or not. When he turned around and saw the tragic scene caused by Shiraishi's fire release, he almost vomited on the spot. If Might Guy and Kurenai were not too far away, any robber could take the opportunity to take Obito's life at this moment. However, with two teammates keeping watch and protecting him, there was also Minato Namikaze watching the show secretly. So although Uchiha Obito's performance was not good, his life was not in any danger. After adjusting his mentality, he picked up the kunao and slashed across the enemy's throat with a determined look. At this time, Shiraishi was already fighting with a Chunin-level bandit leader. To be more precise, it was the bandit leader who took the initiative to approach Baishi. Because in his eyes, he has no idea how many little brats like Baishi he has killed. There's not even a trace of murderous intent in his body. Wouldn't it be easy for him to capture him if he just takes action himself? Only when he actually fought with Baishi did the bandit leader realize the seriousness of the problem. His physical skills are so strong that he doesn't look like a teenager at all, and his ninjutsu are endless. Although they are just some low-level ninjutsu, they are still ninjutsu after all. Just like hot weapons, even a small pistol with the smallest power is enough to easily take a person's life. Earth escape, rock collapse, water style, water wall formation, water style, small water cannon technique. Attack, defense, and long-range consumption, Shiraishi can be said to have directly turned into a ruthless ninjutsu releasing machine. With level 3 chakra, you can do whatever you want. Asshole, if you have the guts, come and fight me head-on. What's the point of dragging it out like this? Finally unable to bear it any longer, the bandit leader could not help but roar. Unfortunately, what responded to him was not Baishi's voice, but a huge fireball. Fire style, great flame bullet. He formed seals with his hands at high speed, and with a light shout, a huge fireball appeared like a small sun. Even though the bandit leader was extremely agile, he dodged it with almost no effort. But if you observe carefully, you'll find that every time Baishi releases a lethal ninjutsu, well, 3 or 5 lucky robbers would die. In a short period of time, countless bandits died because the bandit leader avoided them. Most of the bandits consciously stayed away from the battlefield and had no intention of supporting their leader. At this time, the bandit leader was so angry that his face was distorted, but he had no way to deal with Baishi. Because Baishi not only knows how to use the water wall formation, but also the earth flow wall formation. He always has the substitution technique in his hand, ready to release it immediately if anything goes wrong. After all, this is a real fight, and Baishi will not be vague about what needs to be done safely. Compared to Shiraishi's cautiousness, Heite Kakashi is much more reckless. In other words, he is experienced and does have the capital to spend money. Lightning style, thunder snake technique. Once they were at a certain distance, Kakashi began to form hand seals almost instantly. With a light shout, several lightning snakes caught up with another bandit leader in a slithering manner. For the sake of distinction, let's call the bandit leader on Kakashi's side the second leader. Faced with the lightning snake crawling under his feet, the second leader gritted his teeth and had to give up and distance himself from Kakashi. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Without any hesitation, he formed a seal and released a wall of earth at the fastest speed. But although the earth wall can resist the lightning snake, it cannot resist Kakashi's short blade. The next second, the seemingly hard and thick earth wall was cut through by a ray of cold light. Damn it, he's just a little kid, how can he be so strong? The second leader cursed inwardly as he grabbed a bandit not far away and threw him at Kakashi. It is definitely too late to use ninjutsu. The problem is that the second leader is not good at close combat. Especially when facing Kakashi's swordsmanship, just watching it made him feel terrified. The unfortunate robber looked confused and was beheaded by Kakashi before he could react. Immediately following, White Fang, White Light Slash. The main attack was a heavy blow from mid-air, with several cold rays flashing around at the same time. There is no doubt that even among the sword techniques mastered by Kakashi, this move is one of the decisive ones. In fact, this move of White Light Slash almost cut off the second leader's head. But at the most critical moment, the second leader successfully used the substitution technique. But even so, the sword light still stood out under the moonlight. The second leader's clothes had turned into beggar's attire, and blood was oozing out from many parts of his body. Where on earth did this little monster come from? Cursing inwardly once more, the second leader saw Kakashi rushing towards him with his sword drawn once more. It seemed that the failure of the White Light Slash just now had no effect on Kakashi at all. After all, they are just wandering ninjas, not even rebel ninjas. Whether it is ninjutsu, physical skills, or one's own chakra amount, etc. According to the standards of the 5 major ninja villages, these two bandit leaders are in fact, they can only be regarded as defective products. Unfortunately, although Kakashi's attack was very swift, it was Shiraishi who was the first to determine the outcome. It's not for any other reason, it's just because Shiraishi has a huge amount of chakra, so ninjutsu and the like are like free of charge. In order to constantly dodge and even resist Shiraishi's ninjutsu, and add some counterattacks, the bandit leader's chakra was completely exhausted without him noticing. After dealing with the opponent, Shiraishi turned his attention directly to Kakashi. Kakashi, who was originally chasing the second leader and attacking him, discovered the situation on Shiraishi's side. It cannot be said that he took stimulants, it can only be said that the urine test at this time is probably all adrenaline. The second leader was already covered in wounds, and was almost running away howling like a wolf or a ghost. But actually it was almost the same, except that the second leader didn't even have the chance to howl. If he's not careful, he might be beheaded by Kakashi. Tisk, you don't welcome me. Seeing the scene, Baishi shrugged his shoulders, but had no intention of stepping forward. At most, after picking up some experience points, he would hum a little tune and start to clear out other bandits. It's strange to say, since it was the first time for him to kill someone in both of his previous lives, but Baishi really didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he felt a sense of indifference from the bottom of his heart. Even some physiological reactions were subconsciously suppressed by Baishi. Physical skills level 3. Baishi was a little skeptical. If his physical skills reached level 4, would he be able to truly control his body? In simple terms, it means that the main consciousness truly becomes the main consciousness. Override your subconscious mind and take full control of every reaction of your body. Unfortunately, at the moment, with Baishi's experience, it will take a long time to upgrade. The sheer amount of experience points in the tens of millions was enough to make Baishi feel a pain in his liver just thinking about it. You devil, I'm going to fight you. Looking at Baishi, who was so leisurely and didn't even take any defensive measures, some robbers roared and were about to attack. I have to say that the unarmed robbers seem to have a rare kind of bravery. Unfortunately, this is reality, and there are no miracles in reality. Shiraishi didn't even need to turn his head to look at the robber. Just by hearing, a shuriken had already slashed across his throat. The robber only felt a chill, and then accompanied by a feeling of weakness, he fell to the ground. Before he died, he seemed to be wondering why he felt so weak all over. It can only be said that ninjas want to deal with ordinary people, unless the number of people really reaches a certain level. Otherwise it would be meaningless. Not to mention Shiraishi, even the 3 might guys who had just been exposed to killing and death were still able to handle it with ease. The only thing to be careful about is not to miss any robber and let him escape. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a loud shout, Uchiha Obito suddenly released a complete fireball. Although it achieved considerable results, it also caused the morale of the bandits to plummet to its lowest point. In short, it is no longer the case that the bandits are surrounding Might Guy and the other 2 to die. Instead, they need to take the initiative to wipe out all the ninjas in the village. Kaikixiu, how can these guys run so fast? Looking at the robbers hiding everywhere, Might Guy and the other 2 suddenly felt what a difficult situation was. Only Baishi's mouth corners curled up quietly, because long ago, he had already blocked all the escape routes in the mountain village using earth escape techniques. So Shiraishi was not worried at all that someone would slip through the net and cause the mission to fail. And Kakashi's side. Seeing that Baishi had already defeated his opponents were still fleeing everywhere. Facing the frantically fleeing second leader, Kakashi's attack became more fierce and unstoppable. Just when the second leader was about to be unable to hold on, he suddenly stopped and turned around. It turned out that he had already formed seals with both hands and was ready for the Jedi counterattack ninjutsu. Earth style, earth flow spear. Water style, water wall formation. Facing the second leader's attack, Kakashi directly formed a seal and released a water wall formation for defense. There was no surprise at all, and it was also a result of long preparation. Obviously, this is not just the second leader's desperate counterattack, but also Kakashi's long-planned plan. From the beginning, Heide Kakashi knew what he would face if he pushed his enemy into a desperate situation. As a genius of Konoha, this is exactly the result he wants. Heidejai style, instant slash. Without any hesitation, Kakashi picked up the short blade again and slashed at the second leader. The extreme speed coupled with the amplification of chakra ultimately produces a sword strike that is like an illusion. The astonished second leader hadn't even reacted yet, when he saw Kakashi sheathing the short blade. After a few seconds, a line of blood appeared on the neck of the second leader, who seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. Then the head slowly fell down and bright red blood sprayed into the sky. I have to say, Kakashi is so reckless with his swordsmanship. Baishi is still quite greedy. So as soon as Kakashi left, Shiraishi immediately picked up all the experience dropped by him and the second leader. I actually want this kind of extra money. As he continued to receive messages from the system, Baishi couldn't help but flash a hint of joy in his eyes, just like a little fox that had stolen a chicken. As a person who has gotten rid of vulgar tastes, Baishi's happiness is actually so simple, plain and boring. The 2 leaders were defeated one after another, and the bandits were completely routed. Even if they are in desperate situation, they will only kneel down and beg for mercy to gain sympathy. Coupled with Kakashi's skilled and efficient clearing, it can be said that before long, there was no bandit left alive in the village. After completing the mission, Kakashi and Shiraishi were the only ones who remained calm. Might Guy, Korone Ui and Uchiha Obito all looked as if they were in a trance. There was no way out. This was the first time I killed someone and faced this kind of scene, and it was a total slaying type. It's normal to feel shocked. So at this time, it is necessary to guide the senior ninja to appear. The Namikaze Minato, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared, appearing in front of the 5 people like a flash of light. The mission was accomplished very well, even perfectly. Maybe in your heart your faith may be shaken by this, but there is no doubt that you have made considerable contributions to Konoha. I also hope that you can use this opportunity to find your own ninja way. I have to say that Minato Namikaze's inherent little son temperament is very effective. After just a few words, the emotions of Might Guy and the other 2 became much more stable. When Minato Namikaze began to praise the 5 people emphatically, they seemed to be completely fine. After comforting Might Guy and the other 2, Minato Namikaze actually breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that doing so would backfire and have some negative effects, but since the result is good, there is no point in thinking too much. If it happened again, Minato Namikaze would still take on such a task. In other words, in the eyes of Minato Namikaze, such a task is a rare resource. One point is that the danger is controllable, and another point is that it can cause Might Guy and the other 3, as well as Shiraishi, to undergo some transformation. Everyone, let's search the village first. Be careful and don't miss any details. With a warm smile, Namikaze Minato spoke in a gentle tone. According to common sense, they only need to destroy the village. Time will cover everything, and even this village won't have any problems. Minato-sensei, is it because of those 2 chinins? Heite Kakashi spoke up, seeming to have realized something. Minato Namikaze nodded, looked at Kakashi with appreciation and said, it's not like these 2 wandering ninjas came to the border of the fire country by accident. Although their earth escape technique is very characteristic of rock ninja, their skin color and movements are more similar to those of the land of lightning. Hearing this, Might Guy and the other 2 were not the only ones who had expressions of sudden enlightenment. Even Baishi raised his eyebrows that he didn't expect that there would be a hidden task. Then let me, the elite of the Uchiha clan, take care of the search for clues. Uchiha Obito was the first to step forward, a burst of silliness gushing out of him. Idiot. Kakashi followed closely behind and subconsciously choked Obito. Baishi was sure it was subconscious, because that was what happened when he was doing missions in the village. By Shaijun, be careful, I have a feeling this village might have some traps or something. Ui Korone gave instructions to Shiraishi, and then picked a residence that looked the cleanest and went in. As for Might Guy, even during the mission, he still did not give up his training. With his hands on the ground, he checked a residence in a posture similar to that of a freak. Baishi, have you decided where to start the inspection? Minato Namikaze looked at Shiraishi, who had not taken any action yet, and asked. In fact, according to the best practice, of course we should start by checking the residences of the 2 bandit leaders. But when it comes to the land of lightning or even the cloud village, it's better to be cautious. Baishi chose a residence that was not too dirty and did not hide his thoughts. After carefully searching the village, Shiraishi, Kakashi and the others discovered that this group of bandits was actually quite wealthy. Probably because it was raided, the furnishings in the room are basically in their original state. Therefore, as long as you are not mentally retarded, it is very easy and quick to check. Did you find anything? Seeing the 5 team members gathered together again, Minato Namikaze asked, touching his chin. No, nothing was found. Might Guy shook his head first, then continued doing push ups. Uchiha Obito, Korone Ui, and even Kakashi all shook their heads. The inspection went smoothly and nothing was missed. But on the contrary, no valuable information was found. Baishi, how are you doing here? Focusing his gaze on Shiraishi, Namikaze Minato asked. There are still 2 chiefs' residences left to be checked. If there is anything, it looks like it must be there. Shrugging his shoulders, Baishi pointed to the most complete residence in the entire village and said, with his inspection speed, he should have finished those 2 places long ago. But as I said before, Shiraishi will never relax when it comes to being cautious. Especially at this last moment when there seems to be no crisis, who knows if there will be any accidents. Really? Then everyone be careful and get ready to check together. Nodding to show his approval of Shiraishi's statement, Namikaze Minato immediately gave the order. With Shiraishi and Kakashi as the vanguard, Namikaze Minato stood behind them. At the end were Might Guy and his 2 companions. This formation certainly doesn't mean that Minato Namikaze is timid and wants to use Shiraishi and Kakashi as cannon fodder. According to Minato Namikaze, he will not act rashly as long as the mission is not completed. It was just the same idea as Shiraishi. In order to prevent any accidents from happening in the end, he did not disappear like before. As leaders, the 2 Chunin level guys did not live in the center of the village. Instead, he lived in a cave that looked rather dark but was actually quite spacious. It didn't take much time for Shiraishi, Kakashi and others to arrive at the door of the leader's residence. It was at this moment that a dark shadow appeared like an arrow shot from a bowstring. There were no warnings, no mistakes. Lightning Release, Heavy Flow. This figure was extremely fast and had already performed ninjutsu. As soon as he sensed the enemy's approach, he launched an attack without hesitation. This is the ninjutsu of the fourth Raikage. Hearing the low growl of the attacker, Baishi's face turned green. Fortunately, he was cautious enough before. As for the opponent's ninjutsu, Shiraishi also had some impression of it. Its principle was very similar to the Chidori, which had not yet been developed by Kakashi. But if the main feature of Chidori is piercing, it is an indestructible spear. Then this move of Lightning Release, Heavy Flow is undoubtedly a very heavy warhammer. Although in the previous life it was not stated what level of ninjutsu this was. But from Baishi's current perspective, it is at least A level. This is not the most despairing thing. The most despairing thing is, this ninjutsu was used by someone to launch a sneak attack, and the target was actually himself. What hatred and grudge is there? But at this time, Namikaze Minato finally showed his side as Yellow Flash. The attacker's speed was already fast enough, not to mention that he was attacking by surprise. While the Thunder Escape increases your strength, it will also inevitably increase your speed. But even so, Minato Namikaze still stood in front of Shiraishi and Kakashi at this moment. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Not only did he appear in front of Shiraishi and Kakashi almost as if he were teleporting. I don't even know when he used the Earth Escape technique. Unfortunately, I didn't see the Raiznon, so it probably hasn't been developed yet. Even Uchiha Obito could tell just by looking at the man's appearance. No, this poor student shouldn't know. But in fact, Zehaihong knew about it because the school taught her about it. Again, during wartime, it is impossible for ninja schools not to teach students about the forces in the ninja world. In fact, Namikaze Minato knew it when he released the Earth Flow Wall. That lightning-style ninjutsu was not something that ordinary people could master. It's just that now that I've seen the appearance of the attacker, I'm more certain of it. In the entire ninja world, if we were to say which ninja village has such distinctive skin color and body shape, it would only be the Cloud Ninja Village. With that muscular body, it's hard to disguise it once it's on display. Cloud Ninja from the Land of Lightning, what is your name, and what do you want to do by coming to the border of the Land of Fire? If you don't explain everything clearly, I will kill you as a Konoha Jonin. Taking out a flying thunder god Kunao, Minato Namikaze assumed a defensive stance and spoke in a serious tone. Although Minato Namikaze had a vague feeling that something was wrong with this mission when he was in Konoha. But I never expected to meet Cloud Ninja here. The most important thing is that judging from the Thunder Release, Heavy Flow that this Cloud Ninja just used, he is at least a Jonin. When he thought of this, Minato Namikaze's body suddenly tensed up. It seemed as if every cell in the body was ready for battle in an instant. There's no way if Minato Namikaze were alone, he would certainly be much more relaxed. But the problem is that Minato Namikaze is not alone, he has 5 teammates. Even though Shiraishi and Kakashi are quite powerful, they are undoubtedly still some distance away from the real veteran Jonin. Take Kakashi for example, it only took him a year or even less to go from a Genin to a Chunin. But in the plot that Shiraishi knew, Kakashi endured 6 full years at the Chunin stage before being promoted to Jonin. In fact, looking at it this way, one can roughly see the unbridgeable gap between Chunin and Jonin. The most frustrating thing is that there is also a huge gap in strength between the Jonin and the Jonin. If the Cloud Ninja facing him is really a veteran Jonin, then Namikaze Minato feels that he is in real danger. No, it should be said that Shiraishi and the others are in great danger. But Yunin did not immediately respond to Minato Namikaze's meaning, and his face was very gloomy. As the communications officer used by the Cloud Ninja Village to contact undercover agents, he never expected that he would be so unlucky. The 2 undercover agents died. After all, they were just consumables that were cursed. For an undercover like that, the Cloud Ninja Village can gain a lot every time they destroy a small ninja village. Even if there is no sophisticated curse seal like Konoha's, just add some threats or something. Like the 2 bandit leaders before, they could only choose to obey. Not only did he gather a group of bandits on the border of the Fire Nation, but he also plundered them wantonly. What really made the Cloud Ninja feel unlucky was the strength of the yellow-haired man opposite, Minato Namikaze. In fact, just now, the Cloud Ninja wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of a sneak attack to kill several people including Namikaze Minato, catch them all in one swoop. As a result, not only were they all caught in one fell swoop, but they didn't even touch the hair of the 2 little ghosts. That reaction speed was so fast that the Cloud Ninja couldn't believe it was real. How could humans have such a fast reaction speed? Rather than believing this nonsense, the Cloud Ninja would rather believe that Namikaze Minato is a sensory ninja. Because he was discovered early in the morning, Shiraishi and Kakashi were rescued in time. After thinking for a long time in silence, Yunren suddenly sneered and said with disdain, "You are the Yellow Flash that has become famous in Konoha recently, right? If you want to know my purpose, a new kid on the battlefield like you is not qualified." Thinking back, he happened to witness the Second Ninja World War when he was young. Having experienced the Third Ninja World War, he is undoubtedly a veteran ninja. Even if he is not a veteran Jonin, or an elite Jonin, he is still not comparable to a young boy like Minato Namikaze. As soon as Yun Ren finished speaking, blue lightning suddenly appeared all over his body. Although it is not the ultimate ninjutsu like the Reikage that uses lightning chakra to strengthen the body, but it can barely be called a cell activation technique. Not only can it remove the limitations of the human body and greatly increase the body's strength, it can also increase speed to the limit. However, the target of the Cloud Ninja is not Namikaze Minato, but it's Shiraishi and Kakashi. That's right, just like before, the Cloud Ninja still wants to deal with these two Konoha geniuses first. There is no need to say much about Kakashi. Even in the Cloud Ninja village, one can hear of his fame. Shiraishi is certainly not as famous as Kakashi, but his performance today was noticed by the Cloud Ninja. So not only Kakashi, Shiraishi is going to die too. As long as they can kill the young geniuses of Konoha in advance, their Cloud Ninja village will have a chance to defeat Konoha in the future. That's right, defeating Konoha is the lifelong dream of the other four major ninja villages. It's not just because Konoha is the strongest and most prosperous, but also because Konoha occupies the best area. In the eyes of the other four ninja villages, it was simply the flesh of Monk Tang that could make people immortal if they ate it. They are all monsters on the journey to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Who wouldn't want to have a taste of them? Of course, the reason why the Cloud Ninja dared to do this was that Minato Namikaze had not yet become a complete form. That is to say, the Raise-Non was developed, so that the fame of Yellow Flash only spread on the battlefield. If the Cloud Ninja really understood Minato Namikaze, it wouldn't be like this. Because his action was just like before, doing useless work. Kakashi, Shiraishi-kun. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Obito, Kurone Yui, and Might Guy all widened their eyes. They didn't react to the sneak attack just now, but this time even a clear and legitimate sneak attack could only shout out one name. But Might Guy and the other two didn't know about it, and Shiraishi and Kakashi were not panicked at all. Among them, Kakashi is naturally a veteran, so even if he is in a desperate situation, he will draw his sword and cut a hole in the opponent's body. Shiraishi simply figured it out. This Cloud Ninja was not an elite jonin. At most, he was just older. Unfortunately, for ninjas, strength and age don't really have much to do with each other, at least not in a decisive way. A jonin in a green vest that flashed like yellow light. The other one was covered in lightning and had a look of shock on his face. He really didn't expect that, apart from the third Reikage, there was actually someone who could keep up with the speed of his cells after activation. You know, it's different from the lightning chakra mode that's exclusive to the Reikage. This degraded version of the cell activation technique is essentially burning one's own life. In principle, it is closer to Might Guy's 8 gates. As a result, after paying such a huge price, he was easily entangled by a young boy. No matter how fast the Cloud Ninja increased his speed, he wanted to create some distance between himself and Minato Namikaze. With the help of Flying Thunder God technique and Flickering Body technique, Namikaze Minato can always keep up with the Cloud Ninja easily. Even when fighting, Minato Namikaze was not at a disadvantage at all. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique, it can be said that getting close is exactly what Minato wants. It's not Minato Namikaze who's bragging, it's just the reaction speed of the Cloud Ninja in front of him. Even if you hit him 1,000 times, he won't even touch the corner of his clothes. However, Minato Namikaze is not without weaknesses. Because the Cloud Ninjas always target Shiraishi and others. Therefore, Minato Namikaze was never able to achieve successful results in battle. No, if this continues, I will be dragged to death. The Cloud Ninja finally understood, if it weren't for Minato Namikaze who brought 5 burdens with him, if it were just the two of them, he would have been gone long ago. Even if it's not the perfect form, what ninja who can make a name for himself is easy? Not to mention, even among these famous ninjas, Minato Namikaze's excellence can still be ranked among the best. In the future, Minato Namikaze will be able to become the 4th Hokage, partly because of his outstanding temperament and strong character. But in terms of strength, Minato Namikaze is also not bad. Damn it, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Even though he realized the gap between himself and Minato Namikaze, the Cloud Ninja was still unwilling to give up. As a result, he took the art of cell activation to a peak that he had never dared to imagine before. The speed increased again, and this time he finally got rid of Minato Namikaze a little bit. As for the target, it is of course Shiraishi and Kakashi. Hey, Kakashi, do you think we're going to die? Looking at the Cloud Ninja who was almost turning into lightning, Baishi suddenly asked. Although he was about to face a life and death crisis, Baishi's face remained calm, with even a smile on his lips. I never thought of standing there and waiting to die. Holding the short blade tightly in his hand, Kakashi frantically refined his chakra. What a coincidence, I thought so too. Shrugging his shoulders, Baishi stretched out his hands, and his slender fingers already left after images. I have to say that although Taijutsu, Chakra, and Fire Style are all at level 3, Shiraishi still prefers Fire Style. Fire Style, Flame Dragon's Roar. As the seal was completed, Baishi took a deep breath and exhaled a Fire Dragon. Solid, exquisite, and vivid, this also means that the power of the Fire Dragon must be unmatched. Heh, fire style, useless struggle. Seeing the fire dragon released by Baishi, the cloud ninja couldn't help but flash a hint of disdain in his eyes. The entire ninja world knows that it is very difficult to burn someone to death with fire style, whether it is sea-level ninjutsu or Mangekyo's eternal flame Amaterasu. It's all like that. With a strong step of his feet, the cloud ninja suddenly came to mid-air and tried to avoid the fire dragon. Seeing that the cloud ninja had no choice but to hide anywhere, he actually hit at the top. I've been wanting to try this move for a long time, fire style, dragon head raising. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Baishi's mouth, and he formed a seal with his hands again. The fire dragon seemed to sense something, and after letting out a dragon roar, it actually coiled up in a winding posture. A bloody mouth made of flames and high temperature is about to bite towards the cloud ninja. Seeing this scene, the cloud ninja was almost stunned. My worldview was almost challenged. Can fire escape be played like this? At least in his entire life, the cloud ninja had never seen anyone who could perform fire release like this, especially since Shiraishi is still so young. In an instant, the look that Yun Ninja gave Baishi was filled with unspeakable murderous intent. For such an extraordinary genius, if he wasn't in the cloud ninja village, his birth would have been a mistake. Let me show you that a mere fire escape technique is not enough to hurt me at all. Just as the cloud ninja was about to fall into the mouth of the fire dragon, lightning flashed from the man's body. The blue lightning gushed out freely, almost tearing the fire dragon into pieces like a monster. Do you have any last words? Seeing Minato Namikaze approaching him quickly, the cloud ninja immediately rushed towards Shiraishi. The name of my technique is Roar of the Fire Dragon, Baishi said without changing his expression. The cloud ninja sneered at first, then his expression suddenly changed. The fire dragon roars. The fire dragon had been torn into pieces by him, but the roar never appeared. Also, is it really possible that Shiraishi would say such nonsense before he died? Kakashi. At this moment, Shiraishi suddenly shouted Kakashi's name loudly. I know what to do without you telling me. Kakashi, who had been prepared for a long time, holding a short blade, rushed towards the cloud ninja like a moth to a flame. White fang, white light slash. It was still in mid-air, and it was the same killing move that had appeared before. But this time, when Kakashi cut it down, it was completely different. The blade light that chopped down vertically was extremely conspicuous, and it was at least 2 meters long. With this blade light as the main body, the other fine and chaotic blade lights are countless. This level of swordsmanship is of no use to me now. Faced with Kakashi's ultimate move, the cloud ninja seems to want to use brute force. But the problem is that he seemed to have ignored the surprising question just now. The fire dragon roars? Right here at that moment, the loud and majestic dragon roar suddenly sounded. The fire dragon that was torn into pieces condensed into a smaller fire dragon again, and then he roared at the cloud ninja. Amidst this roar, a storm like a fire tornado also attacked the cloud ninja. Coupled with Kakashi's white light slash, the cloud ninja had no room to escape. After all, there is no such thing as a fulcrum in mid-air. Leaving behind these last words, the cloud ninja's life force completely disappeared. As for what he regretted, it was of course that he was unable to kill Shiraishi and Kakashi. Frankly speaking, if they were ninjas from the same village, Shiraishi would really admire this kind of guy. But as an enemy, Shiraishi even felt that the cloud ninjas died a little too easily. This guy should be ground into dust and then his ashes should be burned 100 or 80 times. Wait, Minato-sensei, what are you doing? Looking at Shuei-Mian squatting beside the corpse of the cloud ninja and taking out a scroll, Uchiha Obito asked in confusion. If you don't understand, ask. This is the life motto of the hot-blooded fool. Idiot, a ninja from an enemy country is worth a lot even if he's just a corpse. Glancing at Uchiha Obito, Kakashi said in a cold voice. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito didn't pay any attention to what Kakashi explained. I only noticed Kakashi's first remark. Idiot. Asshole Kakashi, do you want to fight me? Staring at Kakashi angrily, Uchiha Obito said viciously. Of course, at this level, it's just a fight at best. Shiraishi quietly observed Namikaze Minato sealing the cloud ninja's corpse into the scroll. Just like Kakashi had just explained to Obito, for a large community like the ninja village, there are too many things that can be dug out from the corpses. For example, the future Jiraiya could actually escape when facing Pain's 6 paths, or he had already escaped. But for the information in the body of Pain's 6 paths, Jiraiya jumped out regardless of his life. Konoha also obtained a lot of information about Pain through this. Otherwise, it would be a delusion for Naruto, a genin, to defeat Pain's 6 paths with just the Sage Mode. Not to mention triggering the subsequent plot of persuading Nagato with words. Baishi, what are you thinking about? After hearing the voice of Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi came to his senses and realized that he had just lost consciousness. There's no way even an unknown cloud ninja can be so powerful. What about Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, and the 6 paths of pain under his command? Just thinking about it made Baishi couldn't help but feel excited. It's okay, but I just realized the huge gap between myself and the Jonin. I didn't expect that after fighting so hard, the Jonin could be so powerful and invincible. After adjusting his mindset and scratching the back of his head, Baishi gave a helpless smile and explained in a harmless manner. But what Baishi said was also from his heart. According to the initial instructions, this was just a simple B-level task. Unexpectedly, there would be so many twists and turns later. If it weren't for the powerful guidance of the Jonin Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi knew that he would probably be dead by now. Who would have known that these seemingly simple-minded and brainless guys in the Cloud Ninja village could be so shameless? He actually specifically picked on kids like him and Kakashi to beat them up. And the purpose is not to hold back Minato Namikaze, but to target Shiraishi and Kakashi. Kill them both no matter what. But think about it, if the Cloud Ninja ran to the Konoha headquarters to kidnap Hyuga Hinata, and failed, they could still threaten the body of the Hyuga clan leader. Well, at least it was the body that the Kumo ninjas themselves thought was Hinata Hayashi's. It is no exception that the Cloud Ninja would have ideas against Shiraishi and Kakashi. In fact, Shiraishi, you are already very strong. Even when I was the same age, I wasn't as good as you and Kakashi. Seeing the helplessness on Shiraishi's face, Minato Namikaze immediately comforted him. Unfortunately, in the face of Minato Namikaze's comfort, Shiraishi was too lazy to even express his gratitude. Even if what Minato Namikaze said was true. After all, what's the point of being strong in the early stages? Look at Gaara and Rock Lee, they were so strong in the early stages that they were simply out of this world. In the later period, one of them was just a supporting role, and the other could only open a sixth door to cheer for Might Guy. What's more, Shiraishi, who is considered to be very outstanding in the eyes of Minato Namikaze, is essentially just cheating. So for his own safety, Baishi plans to increase the intensity of cheating. No, I have to raise my chakra to level 4 as soon as possible. Even if I can't get the Sage mode, I'll have to make a Sage mode like Yugo. At least the Immortal's defense is good and his vitality is strong. Thinking of this, Shiraishi even had the urge to run to Orochimaru and become his disciple on the spot. There is no way that things like ninjutsu or escape techniques are really too powerless when they are powerless. It was as if the Cloud Ninja was using his life to tell Shiraishi that one cannot do whatever he wants just because he is good at ninjutsu. But considering the cost-effectiveness alone, it is better to increase the chakra instead of upgrading the physical skills to level 4. After all, compared with Fire Release, Shiraishi has no knowledge of physical techniques like 8 Gates Release and Konoha Dragon God, the kind that you can't even find experience. Seeing that Baishi ignored his own safety and even lost his mind, he had no idea what he was thinking. Not only did Namikaze Minato not seem angry at all, he continued, since you, Shiraishi, have mastered so many ninjutsu and even studied fire escape to the point where it has 3 stages of transformation. How about this, when we get back to the village, I'll teach you some powerful ninjutsu. Hearing that Namikaze Minato was finally going to offer some substantial benefits, Shiraishi finally turned his attention back. Powerful ninjutsu? Fine. Hearing Namikaze Minato's plan, Shiraishi immediately nodded and smiled, then thank you very much, Minato-sensei. Chakra level 4 cannot be upgraded easily just because you want to. At least in the short term, Baishi felt that it was impossible for him to do so. In this case, how many high-level ninjutsu can I learn? Not bad. Since it is called a powerful ninjutsu by Minato Namikaze, its power must be not low. Seeing that Shiraishi had finally recovered to his previous state, Minato Namikaze turned his attention to Kakashi. Kakashi, I believe you don't need me to teach you ninjutsu or anything like that. I don't really know much about swordsmanship either. Then when we return to the village, I will teach you some practical experience. With a heartwarming smile, Namikaze Minato spoke to everyone equally. Seeing the gate of Konoha again, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but shouted excitedly. Although Korone and Might Guy were not that exaggerated, they also felt like crying. Well, Might Guy really cried, and claimed that they were tears of emotion. How should I put it? It's not surprising at all for this guy. After all, the outside world is too cruel that only after experiencing this cruelty can one understand how precious the peaceful days of Konoha are. Not to mention the 3 of them, even Baishi felt a little emotional. Finally I'm back. Although it was a close call this time, it would have been almost a life and death experience. Kakashi and Minato Namikaze did not show any obvious emotional fluctuations. After all, they have carried out too many tasks and have long been accustomed to it. After crossing the Konoha gate, Minato Namikaze brought his 5-man team to the Hokage building to submit the mission. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Shiraishi noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face seemed to have more wrinkles. Before they came, he was smoking a cigarette in his mouth. However, after seeing the figure of Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the cigarette holder. Minato, it looks like you completed your mission successfully. Seeing that none of the 5 Shiraishi men were injured, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel happy. Even the wrinkles that were beginning to appear on his face were smoothed out. No, many unexpected things happened on this mission, Hokage-sama. Shaking his head, Minato Namikaze began to explain the process of this mission. It was fine at first. The most surprising thing was the appearance of two Chinins. After hearing Shiraishi and Kakashi take care of them one by one, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately turned his admiring gaze to Shiraishi. There is no need to say much about Kakashi, his reputation as a genius has been certified for many years. There is no need to have any doubt at all. But Shiraishi was able to take down a Chunin alone, and even faster than Kakashi. This is very rare, and it even gives Sarutobi Hiruzen the feeling that Shiraishi is better than Kakashi and Namikaze Minato. However, when he heard the appearance of the Cloud Ninja behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face couldn't help but darken. I didn't expect it to be the work of the Kumagakure village. Even the liaison personnel are all Jonin? After listening to the entire mission report quietly, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. If we were to ask which of the 5 major ninja villages is the strongest, it would naturally be Konoha. After all, it was the first to try something new. Konoha was founded by 2 powerful men, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even though its hard power is constantly weakening, Konoha is actually constantly developing in terms of soft power. Apart from Konoha, which of the other 4 ninja villages poses the greatest threat to Konoha? That is undoubtedly the Cloud Ninja village in the Land of Lightning. For example, the system of the Cloud Village, and the leader of the Cloud Village, the Raikage. Not to mention the first 2 generations of Raikage, the 3rd generation of Raikage can be said to have surpassed the 8 Tails. This makes the threat to the Cloud Ninja village even greater. It also gave them the confidence to actually send undercover agents to the border of the Fire Nation. There is even a Jonin hiding in the dark. Besides the Kumagakure, the Sand Village is also a cause for concern. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not too worried about the Cloud Village. It's not because of anything else, it's just because the Cloud Village and the Iwa Village are holding each other back. After all, the Uegakure has the old man Onoki, so how could they just sit and watch the Kumagakure become the second Konoha step by step, even a second Konoha? On the other hand, the Sand Village, because of the disappearance of the 3rd Kaze Cage, the spearhead was directed at Konoha. Even with Orochimaru in charge, the situation is not good. Especially recently, the frictions between countries have become increasingly serious, which has made Sarutobi Hiruzen have an ominous premonition. In the first 2 Ninja World Wars, Konoha was not greatly affected. The only thing is that this 3rd Ninja World War must not go wrong. All kinds of thoughts and ideas flashed through his mind, but in fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for only more than 10 seconds. Since the Kumo Ninja is involved, let's upgrade the mission to A rank. This is your reward, please keep it. With a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed a heavy bag to Namikaze Minato. No matter what he thinks in his heart, as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen always has to do a good job of appearance. At least except Shiraishi, no one knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen had been silent just now. Even Minato Namikaze only felt a vague sense of depression. Only Shiraishi, who had experienced the information explosion in countless Naruto conspiracy theories, could barely guess Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. But it's of no use, Shiraishi doesn't plan to become Hokage or anything. Compared to Naruto, immortality is actually more tempting, isn't it? Ha, is this guy so short of money? Suddenly noticing that Might Guy's breathing was a little heavy, Shiraishi muttered to himself. But within 2 seconds, she figured it out. Among Minato Namikaze's 5-man team, the one with the most difficult conditions is definitely Might Guy. It's not just because Might Guy has a father, Might Dai, who is a 10,000-year-old genin. Moreover, the practice of physical skills is really expensive. First of all, weights and such require money, and they need to be replaced frequently. In addition, there are various fitness equipment. Might Dai and Might Guy, father and son, have no money to buy it. In addition to a large amount of food to replenish physical strength and nutrition, the only remaining spare money was used to buy some medicinal herbs for nourishing the body. Even so, Might Dai's income is still a drop in the bucket. Don't even think about medicinal baths or medicinal herbs. Just the issue of eating is enough for Might Dai to worry about. Considering this, it's no surprise that Might Guy is excited about the reward. On the contrary, it was Uchiha Obito and Ui Kurane. I have no idea or feeling about the reward. For Uchiha Obito, these rewards would allow him to buy more explosive tags and other ninja tools. Except for the first time when she saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kurane's attention was basically on Shiraishi. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Ui Kurane always feels that Shiraishi seems to have become more handsome. In fact, it's not more handsome, but stronger. Simply put, it went through the process of clearing out bandits and killing Chunins, and then to the Cloud Ninja attack. Although the total amount of chakra has not increased, the quality has improved. It's like a pound of cotton evolving towards a pound of iron, probably because he had just completed an A-level mission. In the next few days, Minato's team did not receive any missions to leave the village, but instead entered the vortex of D-level missions again. However, except for Uchiha Obito, who had forgotten the pain after his wound healed, no one wanted to carry out the mission out of the village again in the short term. Among them, Kakashi doesn't care and has no opinion whether in the village or on the mission. I hope this peaceful time can last a little longer. Baishi's mentality is undoubtedly the best as he increases his efforts to gain experience points every day. After all, he can work hard on his development in peace and stability. 2 days later, Minato Namikaze, who was busy with something, finally found some time. On this day, it was still outside the training ground of the Death Forest. Except for Minato Namikaze and Kakashi who arrived early, Kurane Ui and Might Guy arrived one after another. Behind him was Shiraishi, who was very leisurely along the way and was not afraid of being late at all. After all, there is Uchiha Obito behind him, so it is only natural that he would be late. However, Minato Namikaze didn't care and instead took out a few test strips. Minato-sensei, what is this? After getting the test paper, Uchiha Obito asked curiously. No matter how you look at it, there is nothing unusual about the paper in your hand. It's just ordinary paper. This is a chakra test paper. It is made from the bark of a special tree that is very sensitive to chakra, so when you input chakra into this kind of paper, it will reflect your chakra properties. Without giving Kakashi a chance to confront Obito, Namikaze Minato quickly explained. Different attributes will naturally show different results on chakra test papers. For example, wind causes paper to be cut, and fire causes it to burn. Thunder will make the paper wrinkle, water will make it wet, and soil will make the paper break. So that's how it is. After hearing Minato Namikaze's explanation, Uchiha Obito immediately looked ignorant. Next, except Kakashi, Shiraishi and the other three inputted their chakra into the test paper. Among them, Uchiha Obito belongs to the fire attribute, while Might Guy belongs to the fire and thunder attribute. What was more unexpected was Ui Kurane, who seemed unable to measure the attributes of her own chakra. Shiraishi guessed that Ui Kurane's chakra attribute should be yin. Yin and Yang, and the most special Yin and Yang escape cannot be shown by chakra test papers. Among them, the Yang attribute is more suitable for medical ninjas, while the Yin attribute is most suitable for illusion-type ninjas. The only difficult thing is that both of these attributes are difficult to cultivate. As for Baishi, he is quite amazing. After all, he has already unlocked all 5 attributes. Adding Yin and Yang, it can be said that except for Yin and Yang escape, the minimum conditions for seeking the Dao Jade are almost met. That's amazing, Shiraishi-kun. Watching the chakra test paper in Baishi's hand directly turn into 5 parts. Not to mention Ui Kurane, even Namikaze Minato widened his eyes slightly. In fact, if you say that chakra properties are important, of course they are important. But to say it's not important, then it's not really that important. After all, one of the requirements to become a Jonin is to possess at least 2 attributes. Even if one is born with only one attribute, one can cultivate a second one through hard work. In the final analysis, regardless of whether there is chakra attribute or not, the 5 types of ninjutsu should still be used. It's just a matter of power. But for someone like Shiraishi, there are only 5 innate chakra attributes. Even Minato Namikaze saw it for the first time. As expected of Shiraishi, all 5 chakra attributes are very active. After observing it carefully, Minato Namikaze praised it generously. I don't know what Namikaze Minato will say when Shiraishi makes the truth-seeking jade. Then next, it's time to fulfill my previous promise. With no intention of going back on his word, Minato Namikaze readily took out several ninjutsu scrolls. Among them, Shiraishi obtained the powerful ninjutsu from the Namikaze Mizuman. They are Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Jutsu and Wind Style, Harm Suppression. Although they are all B-level ninjutsu, their power is very impressive. For example, the Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Jutsu, which was used by Uchiha Madara during the 4th Ninja World War. Of course, the ninjutsu that can be used by Madara cannot be too bad. As for Wind Style, Suppression. Although it is also B-level, in Shiraishi's previous life's evaluation, it was officially called Destructive Power like a natural disaster. The most important thing is that this ninjutsu can be used in conjunction with Fire Escape to enhance the power of Fire Escape. Shiraishi thought that this was a ninjutsu unique to Kakuzu, but he didn't expect that Minato Namikaze actually had it. But think about it, Konoha is the largest ninja village among the 5 major ninja villages. Why do I feel like I don't have enough powerful ninjutsu? Overall, Shiraishi was very satisfied with these 2 ninjutsu. They are quite powerful and can be used in conjunction with each other. They have even been featured on camera in the previous life. Apart from Shiraishi, Minato Namikaze had no intention of favoring one over the other. Not only did he give Kakashi some tips on ninjutsu, he also promised to give him practical instruction when he had time. Kurane Ui obtained an illusion, and Uchiha Obito also obtained a fire escape technique. Even Might Guy has a set of physical skills experience that was compiled with great difficulty by Minato Namikaze. Teacher Minato, why does that guy Shiraishi have 2 scrolls? Seeing that there were 2 Shiraishi and he only had one, Uchiha Obito immediately asked. Uchiha is a stubborn kid. It can only be said that stubbornness is basically the characteristic of this clan. For example, he wanted to stage a coup without knowing his own capabilities, but neither Danzo nor Sarutobi Hiruzen did it themselves. The one who best embodies the stubborn style is probably Uchiha too. Although he is not good at physical skills, he competes with Rock Lee in physical skills. Later, he even competes with the Raikage in lightning escape and with Killer in swordsmanship. Anyway, only 2 pillars are needed. Think about it, he could get a beating at any time. Obito, if you can learn the fire escape technique before the next mission outside the village, I can give you another ninjutsu. Without any teacher's airs at all, Namikaze Minato chuckled. With the personal guidance of Minato Namikaze and the support of Kakashi, they can form a team. Minato's team no longer took on those D-level missions, but instead set their sights on C-level and B-level missions. But even if it is B-level, it is a very safe escort mission. The range does not even extend beyond the borders of the Fire Nation. Although Minato Namikaze disappeared again during the mission, but with Kakashi, an experienced senior, it can be said that the task was accomplished very easily. Even Might Guy and Korone Ui were a little skeptical. Was the mission out of the village at the beginning really a B-level mission? There are 2 Chinins, a bunch of bandits, and even a Jonin from the Kyuumaga. Even an A-level mission shouldn't be so difficult, right? However, Kakashi gave a rare explanation on this point. During wartime, mission ratings can change at any time. It can be said that the mission level has little to do with the difficulty level. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Shiraishi also thought of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge in the original trajectory. Obviously, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi were both Jonin at that time. As expected, Uchiha Obito seems to have been promoted to Chunin. But what is the result? If it wasn't for Uchiha Obito's rescue, Kakashi would have died. Among them, Minato Namikaze did not show up at all. All I can say is that once you get stuck in war, it's very difficult to get out. During the mission, Baishi and his 4 companions were not idle. Everyone is training hard to improve their strength. But the one who works the hardest and the least hard is probably Shiraishi. The reason why he worked the least hard was that Shiraishi did not spend too much time studying the fire and wind styles given by Minato Namikaze. The reason why he works the hardest is because Shiraishi has never forgotten the origin of his cheating. Whenever I have time, I will definitely go and gain experience points. Among them, because of his relationship as teammates with Uchiha Obito, Uchiha was the one who was exploited the most by Shiraishi. Thanks to this, Baishi's proficiency in the fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique also increased rapidly. Even wind style, pressure followed the soup and his proficiency level was not low, but it's still too slow. Looking at the proficiency required to upgrade Chakra to level 3, Baishi couldn't help but show helplessness on his face. Tens of millions of experience points. Even if there are gains every day, just looking at them makes people feel powerless. After all, Baishi is too weak, and going to the front battlefield will most likely just result in him giving away his life. Otherwise, if you take a walk around the battlefield every day, the experience points you gain will definitely be astronomical. One day, it was still the training ground outside the Death Forest. Shiraishi is fighting Kakashi, and he is fighting Kakashi alone. Judging from the situation alone, Shiraishi had almost complete advantage. Haidajai style, instant slash. Kakashi seized the opportunity and the short blade in his hand directly slashed out a chilling light. There is no doubt that Kakashi, who has been through many battles, certainly cannot cut through the air. However, the place whereby she was cut suddenly turned into a wooden stake accompanied by a puff of smoke. Later, as if he had an eye on his back, Kakashi quickly slashed behind him again. Shiraishi just stared in shock as Kakashi's short blade pierced into his body. Don't pretend, you are a clone, right? There was no trace of smugness in his eyes as Kakashi spoke in a very calm voice. The next second, Baishi's stabbed body suddenly turned into smoke. The stunned expression turned into a smile. Shiraishi-kun is really amazing that he even fought with Kai for the bell. Standing at a distance and watching, Zihi Korone couldn't help but say with admiration. Although she worked very hard, her progress was far slower than Shiraishi's. Regarding this point, even Uchiha Obito had to admit it with a pinch of his nose. Genius works harder than us, so we have to work harder. One day, I will prove that hard work can beat talent. Might Guy watched while doing frog jumps, with fire burning in his eyes. During this period, Might Day was still alive, and he was no longer that funny character with a brain dead. In other words, there isn't such a heavy label of being funny. You are undoubtedly a genius. Have you figured out Kakashi? Looking at the same battle, Minato Namikaze's perspective was undoubtedly different. After Kakashi killed Shiraishi's clone, he immediately stopped fighting Kakashi in close combat. Wind style, suppress. Looking at Kakashi rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, Shiraishi immediately released the ninjutsu given by Minato Namikaze. A chakra wind pressure ball exploded, and even Kakashi had to temporarily avoid the attack. Wind style, great assault. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. Compared to the previous big firebomb, Baishi now undoubtedly prefers the dragon flame singing technique. Especially when combined with the big raid, the strange-shaped dragon heads suddenly become handsome and majestic. As a last resort, Kakashi could only dodge again, and even swung his short blade to cut off the fire escape that he could not avoid. Every time this happened, Shiraishi would secretly observe Kakashi's sword-wielding movements. It cannot be said that he stole the skills, because Baishi saw it in an upright manner. So at least in Shiraishi's own opinion, he was just borrowing a little. Well, it seems I need to find some time to forge a sword, Baishi thought secretly as he began to make seals with his hands again. Kakashi didn't know what Shiraishi was thinking, but Kakashi was undoubtedly in a very unhappy mood at the moment. Especially after seeing that Shiraishi had released no less than a dozen ninjutsu, he was still making hand seals. Seeing this, even Minato Namikaze couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Isn't there any Uzumaki bloodline in Shiraishi? But this idea was quickly dispelled. Really pure, the characteristic of a true Uzumaki bloodline must be bright red hair. Like Tsunade, although her grandmother is Uzumaki Mito, she herself does not have red hair. What Kagura's heart eyes and what Diamond Blockade have nothing to do with her. Although the future Uzumaki Naruto can sense good and evil, it is hard to say whether it is due to his Uzumaki bloodline or the Nine Tails ability. Let's look at Xiangling again. That not only does she have the Kagura mind eye, but she also awakened the Vidra seal when she was excited. So even if Shiraishi has Uzumaki bloodline, he can't have that much chakra if his hair isn't red. Especially since Shiraishi's parents are innocent, it is even more impossible. White Fang, white light slash. After the actual combat, Baishi felt a little regretful. He thought he could completely suppress Kakashi. Although this does not mean that Shiraishi's strength exceeds Kakashi's, after all, anything is possible in a life-and-death fight. But no matter what, defeating Kakashi means that Shiraishi has a reference for his strength. Well, by the way, the next reference or benchmark is Minato Namikaze. As for the outcome of that battle, there were neither winners nor losers. Kakashi's chakra was completely exhausted, but Shiraishi still had some strength left. But the problem is that Shiraishi's own kunai was cut off by Kakashi's short blade. Just at that moment, Baishi formed seals with his hands again. In the end, Minato Namikaze ruled that the two sides ended up in a draw. After all, if the situation continues to develop, Kakashi's short blade can certainly take the opportunity to chop off Shiraishi's head. But he himself will also face Shiraishi's strongest fire escape at close range. A few more days of peace passed, and Baishi continued to sweep up the experience points in the village as usual. At the same time, Shiraishi was also thinking about developing some new ninjutsu, but there is not much clue, and currently only the fire escape has made some progress. I watched so many anime and novels in my previous life, how come I can't find anything to learn from? Whenever he encountered a bottleneck, Shiraishi couldn't help but feel depressed. It would be great if I could learn the puppet manipulation technique of the Sand Village, so that I can get myself a few puppet exoskeletons. Not to mention the performance of ninjutsu, at least it's simple plagiarism. No, it's also good to call it cosplay. Of course, as a wall hanger, Shiraishi encountered bottlenecks in developing new ninjutsu, but when it comes to improving strength, no less effort has been put in. For example, for some minor ninjutsu, Shiraishi has been able to reduce the number of hand seals without reducing their power. This is actually a technique that is similar to the one-handed seal, but it is extremely challenging in terms of strength. For example, although the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, is good at developing forbidden techniques, he is also very skilled in water jutsu. Take the water dragon bullet technique as an example. When that bad guy Zabuza used this ninjutsu, he made a total of 44 seals. But in the hands of the second generation Nizukage, it only takes 4 seals to release it, and it is more powerful and has a wider range. This not only involves the application of some ninjutsu, but also means that the practitioner can make some changes to the technique itself. It is precisely because of this skill that Shiraishi has the courage to develop new ninjutsu. Not even one, but studying several ninjutsu at the same time. Forget it, let's finish second gear first. Scratching his hair, Shiraishi focused his attention on the new ninjutsu that he was most likely to develop. In fact, to be more precise, it should be called Taijutsu, or Nintaijutsu, but the latter title is not so worthy of the name, because the so-called second gear is actually Shiraishi using fire chakra to create a temperature difference between inside and outside the body. By taking in a large amount of air, the blood circulation can be accelerated. In this way, Baishi can come up with a decent trump card in a short period of time. It wouldn't be like last time, when I was almost ambushed by that cloud ninja. However, Baishi still faces 2 difficulties in realizing this new technique. First, how to achieve the effect of second gear without hurting the body as much as possible. The main difficulty lies in the fact that it requires a large amount of experiments and data. Otherwise, if he used it indiscriminately, Baishi was really afraid that his heart would explode. Second, how to stimulate a large amount of adrenaline while accelerating the blood. The difficulty here is not actually in the stimulation, because you just need to go to the hospital and find some information. The real difficulty lies in how to coordinate adrenaline and accelerated blood circulation. Otherwise, once the second gear is used, she will not be able to fight the enemy. I guess I'll be killed by the pain first. Even if it didn't hurt like hell, I probably wouldn't be able to control my body in the second gear state. It's really difficult. As expected, once it comes to my own body, I still can't be cruel. Shiraishi thought of several plans, but gave them up again. In the end, he could only lie on the tatami with a miserable face. Tired, destroy it, hurry up. Crack. Just at this moment, she heard the sound of the door opening. Needless to say, besides Shiraishi himself, the only one who has the key to her own house is Yui Kurane. Of course, their relationship is far from the point of living together. It is impossible for Shiraishi to really attack Yui Kurane, such a little loli. However, in order to improve his illusion skills, Shiraishi often went to Yui Kurane's house as a guest. Not only does he want Yui Shinku's experience points, he also wants his own guidance. It can be said that after a few interactions, even if they did not reach the point of living together, the relationship between Yui Kurane and Shiraishi could be described as developing rapidly. But regarding this point, Yui Shinku doesn't want to believe it at all. Every time she went to his house, he had a gloomy face. But every time he will teach she with all his heart and also give him a lot of valuable experience. She felt a little embarrassed that it was the first time that someone had taken advantage of someone so badly. Not only did he get free guidance and experience points, he even stole someone's precious daughter. Shiraishi-kun, I'm coming in. I brought you some ramen from Ichiraku today. Yui Kurane walked into the room and soon saw Shiraishi in the living room. A pair of charming big red eyes blinked, and a cute smile suddenly appeared on the little face. Shiraishi-kun, what's wrong with you today? No, nothing, just some problems. Shaking his head, Shiraishi had no intention of telling Yui Kurane about the new technique. Anyway, even if I say it, it won't do anything. If used, it will make the little girl worried. Did you bring ramen today? Then we can eat together. Smelling the aroma of ramen, Shiraishi sat up from the tatami. I saw Zehaihong nodded her little head and made a gesture with her little hands behind her back to show that the plan had been completed. Needless to say, the purpose of Ziriong delivering meals was naturally to create more time for the two of them to be alone. For now, it works pretty well. Seeing that Kurane Yui didn't know the truth, Shiraishi asked Uchiha Obito and Might Guy again. It turned out that the two of them had no idea and looked confused and worried. Among them, Uchiha Obito was a little more tsundere, which made Shiraishi feel sick. If he doesn't become a teen with no hara-rin, this guy's sexual orientation won't really change, right? When it was afternoon, Kakashi finally showed up. It's just different from usual. If the previous Kakashi was aloof, calm and cool, so now Kakashi undoubtedly looks like he is doubting his life. He almost had the word dead written all over himself. Kakashi, what happened to you? Seeing Kakashi like this, Shiraishi asked. However, Kakashi didn't even spare Shiraishi a second glance. He lowered his head, his white hair covering his eyes, and was completely immersed in his own world. Don't talk about Shiraishi. Might Guy and Uchiha Obito came forward to ask questions one after another, but Kakashi remained like this. Hey, you want to fight? Unable to bear Kakashi's attitude, Obito shouted angrily. Naturally, no response was received, as if Kakashi had really become a scarecrow. Since it is a scarecrow, it will certainly not respond to anyone's call. Okay, then let me fight you. Obito, get out of the way. Kakashi isn't in a good condition right now. It would be bad if he gets hurt. With a serious look on his face, she said in a low voice. As mentioned before, I still have no idea about the completely new technique, but it was just pure plagiarism. Shiraishi had actually accomplished a lot. Snort. Although Uchiha Obito was somewhat dissatisfied with Shiraishi's words, he retreated obediently. Only Shiraishi and Kakashi were left in the center of the training ground. Aren't you going to attack first? Then I'll go first. Looking at Kakashi's slight raise of his head, Shiraishi said softly. Then, the 10 slender fingers crossed and formed a seal, just like a fluttering butterfly. Fire style, roar of the fire dragon. After making only 3 short seals, she raised his index and middle fingers and placed them to his lips. I saw a fireball that was very similar to the great fireball and the large flame bomb, but completely different, rushing towards Kakashi with a tail flame. According to Baishi's own evaluation, this fire dragon's roar is at most sea level. This is due to the advantages of fewer seals and fast release speed. Kakashi drew out his short blade, and chakra surged through his body and was infused into the blade. Almost with a flash of cold light, Baishi's roar of a fire dragon was quickly cut in half. It looks simpler than a watermelon. In that case, let's try something else. Seeing that Kakashi still had no intention of attacking him, Shiraishi's mouth curled up slightly. Wind style, flying finger spear. The same 3 seals, Shiraishi just snapped his fingers, and a bullet compressed by strong wind immediately attacked Kakashi. This ninjutsu is also C rank, and is essentially Shiraishi's simplified and improved version of wind style, damage suppression. Its characteristic is its strong penetrating ability. Once it enters the human body, it will explode into countless tiny chakra blades, thereby destroying the enemy's body from the inside. The only problem is that as a wind style jutsu, it is difficult for Baishi to enhance its concealment, otherwise it wouldn't be a C class. White, light slash. A breeze blew across his mask, and Kakashi once again chose to endure it. But wind style, flying finger spear is not the roar of a fire dragon, even if it barely blocked the attack. Kakashi himself was forced back dozens of meters. At this time, Shiraishi had already approached Kakashi and had just completed the hand seals. Fire release Li Bibashi Orakai Chi. Coming behind Kakashi, Shiraishi put his index and middle fingers together near his mouth. The disadvantage of fire release is that it can only be released using the mouth. Like fire bombs, fireballs, or fire extinguishing, blasting winds. If you want to use fire, you must spit it out through your mouth. It is for this reason that Baishi named the fire escape that he is about to release Orakai, but in essence, it is still a sea-level fire escape. But even so, if Kakashi is hit completely by Shiraishi, even if you don't lose your life, you will still die. What Shiraishi didn't expect was that Kakashi still didn't dodge. There is no intention of using a substitute technique. This made Shiraishi cancel the release of Orakai and put down the two fingers that were raised to his mouth. Just when Korone Ui, Uchiha Obito, and Might Guy thought that Shiraishi had given up fighting Kakashi, Shiraishi kicked Kakashi in the stomach, and his originally fair body began to turn slightly red. Gear 2, Prototype. Without adrenaline and extreme acceleration of blood circulation, the effect will naturally not be very good. But even so, Shiraishi's body instantly disappeared from the spot after kicking Kakashi away. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Shiraishi asked with a frown as he kicked the back of the sword Kakashi was using for defense. This was like triggering a switch, and Kakashi's desire to resist dropped drastically. Even when Shiraishi was about to attack again, Kakashi was already lying on the ground, with no intention of defending himself. At this time, Shiraishi suddenly remembered that this year seemed to be the 44th year of the Konoha calendar. Although I didn't pay much attention to the character of Heitake Sakumo in my previous life, but Baishi vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen somewhere that the Konoha White Fang seemed to have committed suicide in this year. The reason was to give up an extremely important task for the sake of teammates. After returning to the village, he was not forgiven. Instead, it caused rumors in Konoha village. Even the teammates who were saved by White Fang bit back. The final result was that Konoha White Fang was a powerful figure who was well known in the ninja world, died by suicide at home. It was from this time that Heitake Kakashi began to gain the reputation of cold-blooded Kakashi. Because he is cold-blooded and ruthless, he can abandon his teammates for the sake of a mission without hesitation. After leaving the training ground, Shiraishi thought about it and did not turn a deaf ear to what was happening outside as usual. Instead, while collecting experience points, he also began to pay attention to the situation in the village. Apart from some rumors about distant relatives or some gossip, Baishi gradually discovered that some rumors about White Fang were actually beginning to spread in the village. Some say that White Fang brought great losses to Konoha and was a disgrace to the ninja world. Some also say that White Fang is a waste, and even if he is very powerful, he is just like this. This is the version circulated among the Konoha ninjas, and there has not been any rumor spreading. However, those ignorant villagers started to make a fuss without even knowing who White Fang was. The rumors became more and more outrageous, and even the rumor that White Fang is actually a spy from another country was spread. And all this happened in just a few days. It should be Danzo who did it, but I don't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen knows about it. When an avalanche occurs, all snowflakes are innocent, except for the culprit. Whose crime is unforgivable. Baishi quietly listened to another version of the rumors, feeling calm but a little sarcastic. Even if there really is no innocent snowflake, what does it matter? Kill all the melon-eating villagers? After all, they were just eating a melon. But from Shiraishi's point of view, it is basically certain that this was not done by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he is the Sandaime Hokage, and it is impossible and not allowed for there to be any stain on him. As for whether the third Hokage acquiesced, it actually doesn't matter. The important thing is, should Baishi intervene in this matter? If no intervention is made, White Fang will almost certainly commit suicide. By then, Kakashi will go to extremes. But what benefit would saving Baiya bring to Baishi himself? After all, this was nothing more than the work of the Konoha high-level officials themselves. These rumors have developed to this extent, but still no senior official has stood up to speak for White Fang. In fact, this alone is enough to explain the problem. This is also the main reason why Kakashi is plagued by negative emotions and is completely confused. Unfortunately, even Kakashi did not expect that the dignified Konoha White Fang would commit suicide because of this matter. Not to mention those stupid Konoha high-ranking officials. In fact, even Baishi didn't understand why a strong man like Baya would commit suicide because of rumors. Now, Baishi understands a little bit. White Fang may not have committed suicide because of the rumors, but he saw the disastrous consequences of manipulating public opinion in this way. Therefore, we must curb the momentum of the development of public opinion. The easiest way is to give them a little sweetness and then give them a surprise. A big surprise. One of Konoha's top fighters committed suicide. Forget it, let's give it a try. After all, Konoha White Fang still has some value. Stroking the smooth chin, Baishi gradually felt inclined to save Baya. Not for anything else, just because of profit. Since they've saved his life, it wouldn't be too much to take advantage of him, right? It would be better if it could drop some experience points related to the Heitake style and White Fang's original swordsmanship. For example, Baishi was actually quite interested in the White Light Slash move. Moreover, the official in the previous life did not say what Konoha White Fang could do. Kakashi himself did not display much of the power of the White Fang sword technique. There is a young Kakashi in a mobile game, whose ultimate move is called White Light Blade. It seems to be similar to Bai Guangzhan. Forget it, why think so much? Shaking his head, Baishi didn't want to think about these messy things. If you have the energy, wouldn't it be better to research more about your own new skills? Moreover, Shiraishi has recently become very interested in how to release Fire Style without using his mouth. Only by breaking this limitation can Fire Style be able to truly stand up, instead of B-level being the ceiling of Fire Style ninjutsu. However, for some things, the more you don't want to care about them, the more your brain will think about them for you. Like this rumor about White Fang. There is no need to say much about Shimura Danzo's purpose, which is definitely to prevent White Fang from becoming Hokage. This is one aspect, it eliminates potential dangers, which is not shameful. On the other hand, it may be to reduce Sarutobi Hiruzen's power or authority. Then why didn't Konoha's elder advisors and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself take action? In fact, it is most likely because White Fang is positioned too high. It's not like he's that loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. For example, as the head of the Umbu, he only takes orders from the current Hokage. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen also hopes to remove White Fang from the position of Umbu chief. And he can't do it himself, it would be best if he came and resigned himself. In this way, the Umbu team that originally belonged to White Fang could return to Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands without bloodshed. On the other hand, Baishi couldn't think of any reason for those advisory elders. Anyway, it's most likely some exchange of interests or something. But what is the best way to keep White Fang alive? Continuing to rub his chin, Baishi began to force himself to divert his attention. It's a waste of time and energy to think about those conspiracy theories. It's like eating melon and listening to other people's gossip. In the end, apart from wasting time, the only thing you can gain is probably just broadening your horizons, right? Before Baishi could come up with a good idea, he was suddenly pulled into a barbecue restaurant. Looking closely, who else could that person with short yellow hair be but Minato Namikaze? Minato-sensei, is there something you want to talk to me about? And why in this way? Looking at Minato Namikaze, who was covering his face with the menu, Shiraishi couldn't help but droop his eyelids and reveal a pair of dead fish eyes. Even if you want to be careful, you can't use body skills? Cover your face with the menu, and just look at your short yellow hair, who wouldn't know it's you? Ahem, recently the Hokage ordered me to rest well and it would be best if I could choose a mission outside the village. After coughing twice, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but speak awkwardly. So, what do you want from me? Shiraishi asked in a calm voice as he took the menu and started to order. Wait, if we want to comfort Kakashi, we should go find Obito and Guy, right? Listening to Minato Namikaze's request, Shiraishi began to act stupid. You must be kidding, he would expose himself. What is White Fang's identity? Umbu Minister. How could he, a nobody, know the identity of the Umbu chief? Even on the battlefield, as long as White Fang draws his sword, everyone knows it is him. Don't pretend that I noticed that you have been paying attention to the rumors about Senior White Fang recently. With a smile on his face, Minato Namikaze said as if he had seen through everything. Seeing Minato Namikaze like this, Shiraishi suddenly realized that it was useless to pretend to be stupid. Okay, I admit it. But why me? Why should I go visit the White Fang? And what do you want to do? Shiraishi remembered that Minato had just said that Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped that he would have a good rest recently. Could it be that Destiny Child's father had such an accurate intuition that he could guess that White Fang would commit suicide? Of course that's impossible. The smile on Minato Namikaze's face faded, and he explained seriously, I think Senior White Fang did nothing wrong in giving up the mission for his companions. So in addition to comforting Kakashi, I hope you can also bring this sentence to him. After hearing this, Baishi nodded. That's right. Minato Namikaze also didn't know that White Fang would commit suicide, but he agreed with Heitake Sakumo's approach. That's why he entrusted Baishi to do the work, hoping to use Baishi's words to comfort or convey his own recognition to Baya. As expected of you, you are the little Sunday. After understanding this, looking at Minato Namikaze again, Shiraishi already understood why the other party was called the Little Sunday, especially the fact that Minato was able to become the fourth Hokage was definitely not the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's deliberate support. Okay, I understand. This is considered a commission. Can Minato-sensei give me some compensation? After ordering many expensive grilled meats on the menu, Baishi said with a smile on his face. If you can't get the Flying Thunder God technique from this guy, then you might as well get it from his money. Just like a fisherman never comes back empty-handed, Baishi will not allow a sheep to run around in front of him, but I just can't get any benefit from the other party. What's more, Minato Namikaze was secretly collecting information about Shiraishi. 2 hours later, Shiraishi came out of the barbecue restaurant looking refreshed, while Minato Namikaze looked drained. Well, the wallet is completely drained. How am I going to explain this to Kushina? Looking at his deflated wallet, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile bitterly. What if Kushina misunderstood and thought he was going somewhere special? Just thinking about it, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but shudder. The scene is so beautiful that I dare not imagine it. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. I knocked on the door twice before someone came out to open it. There is no doubt that this is the Heitake family, and the visitor is of course Shiraishi. Shiraishi was seen carrying a bag of gifts, all of which were bought with the money he extorted from Minato Namikaze. What are you doing here? Kakashi asked in a cold tone when he saw it was Shiraishi. Shiraishi didn't reply, but instead looked at Kakashi. Compared to the last time in the training ground, Kakashi now undoubtedly looks more decadent. The spirit and energy that he once had as Konoha's super genius is completely gone. With the level 3 chakra, Shiraishi could even feel that Kakashi's chakra quality had dropped a lot. After all, chakra is a combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. Among them, body energy often represents the amount of chakra, and the most representative is undoubtedly the Uzumaki clan. Spiritual energy represents quality. Thinking of this, Shiraishi seemed to understand why Kakashi, a genius, ended up being mediocre. The burden of the Sharingan and the departure of cherished people are probably all factors, but the most direct blow should be the death of White Fang. So when pain attacked Konoha village, Kakashi saw Heitake Sakumo when he was on the verge of death. Of course I came here to see you. It's because you haven't been normal these past few days. Squeezing straight into the door, Baishi then said with a smile. But Kakashi obviously didn't appreciate it. After seeing Shiraishi squeeze in, he walked straight into the room. During this period, Shiraishi did not directly mention the matter of White Fang, but asked Kakashi's opinion in an indirect and roundabout way. It's a pity that Kakashi didn't understand Shiraishi's meaning at all, and his brain seemed to have completely given up thinking. That's right, if Shiraishi remembers correctly, Kakashi seems to be from a single-parent family. So from childhood to adulthood, the only one who has always been with Kakashi is White Fang. It is for this reason that Kakashi started graduating at the age of 5 and was able to fully display his talent. The reason is nothing else but to make myself the pride of my father. It was as if White Fang had always been his pride. It can even be said that his father was overly sanctified in Kakashi's heart. Just like in the flashback that Shiraishi read in his previous life, Might Guy's father was insulted and ridiculed. Might Guy was so angry that he attacked, but was easily knocked down. As a result, Kakashi, who was passing by, suddenly took action, for no other reason. It's just because Might Guy is Might Guy's father, and those ninjas are insulting a father. But what about now? This sacred and proud glorious image of the father began to shatter. So at the first moment, Kakashi became confused, not knowing what to do or what to believe. And now, Kakashi obviously has his own opinions, which is why he is so depressed. It seems I need to be a little more direct. Barely understanding Kakashi's psychology, Baishi couldn't help but secretly hold his forehead. It seems that Minato Namikaze doesn't have much money. It's so easy to get, no matter what, in order to fleece Konoha White Fang. Kakashi, do you know what's going on in the village recently? It seems everyone is talking about a man called White Fang. Pretending not to know Baya again, Baishi suddenly asked. Kakashi suddenly stopped and his aura began to change. It's like the magma in a dormant volcano begins to brew and boil. Then it exploded with a bang. After placing the gift on the table in the living room, Baishi said softly. It was at this time that Kakashi realized that his teeth were chattering. His hands were clenched tightly, and his white fingers almost pierced his palms. Even my body is shaking. There was no doubt that Kakashi was out of control and he didn't even realize it. Call. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi tried to calm himself down. In fact, as a ninja, Kakashi has excellent emotional control. Although he was a little upset at first when White Fang was mentioned, he calmed down completely within a few seconds. Well, what do you think of that White Fang? Do you think White Fang is a loser who doesn't follow the rules, just like those people do? Sitting on the tatami, Kakashi looked at Shiraishi and asked. Shiraishi noticed that Kakashi's originally dead and decadent eyes began to fluctuate. On the one hand, Kakashi gave up on himself and wanted to escape, so he hoped that Shiraishi would nod in agreement. On the other hand, he was very eager for Shiraishi to give a different answer. There is no doubt that Kakashi's eyes at this moment are complicated, even the fan chart is not that complicated. This also illustrates Kakashi's inner struggle. First of all, I don't think White Fang did anything wrong to abandon his mission for his companions. Sitting opposite Kakashi, Shiraishi made his statement first. In fact, Minato-sensei thinks so too. If people who don't follow the rules are trash, then people who abandon their companions for the sake of a mission are even worse than trash. Hearing Shiraishi's words, Kakashi's body trembled and he couldn't control his emotions. Even an outsider like Baishi thought that Baya was right, but as a son. First, then there's a second one, right? Kakashi walked to the refrigerator and took out the milk, his voice trembling slightly. If Baishi didn't have sensitive hearing, he might not have been able to discover it. Yes, actually, there is nothing wrong with the mission failure. The reason why it caused such a big fuss is just that many people wanted to see it. Okay, that's my opinion. Shrugging his shoulders, Baishi took the milk away without any hesitation. After listening to Shiraishi's words, Kakashi felt much better. At least he wasn't as angry as before, and he felt a lot more sober. It was as if everything was really as Baishi said, it was just a mission failure. Why do you blame White Fang? In the next room, White Fang, or Heitake Sakumo, actually heard the voices of Shiraishi and Kakashi. Can even a child see so clearly? Especially after hearing Shiraishi's comment that it was just a taste of the subject, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but let out a wry smile. To be honest, Heitake Sakumo has been very confused during this period. This confusion comes from two aspects. First, there were accusations from the people in the village and the companions he rescued. As a strong man, Heitake Sakumo's mentality certainly cannot be so fragile, but the accusations from his companions and the rumors in the village still left him at a loss. There is a second one. That's because Konoha's top leaders did things too obviously, especially Danzo. He just wanted to make Heitake Sakumo understand that Konoha standing in the sun was actually hypocritical. Only by joining him and constantly absorbing nutrients from the roots deep in the soil can he find his destination. In short, Danzo made it so obvious just to win over Heitake Sakumo. But the problem is that Heitake Sakumo doesn't think so. After noticing Danzo's actions and the inaction of Konoha's top leaders, Heitake Sakumo was completely stuck in a rut and wanted to commit suicide several times. Of course, this is not an escape. As I said, he is a strong man. If he was really mentally fragile, he would not have been able to become the Konoha White Fang who is famous throughout the ninja world. The reason why he wanted to commit suicide was because Heitake Sakumo saw the beginning of Konoha's decay. On the one hand, the means of manipulating public opinion is actually used against one's own people. On the other hand, just because he was in a high position of power, the Konoha high-ranking officials did nothing. If he gives in, these guys who have tasted the sweetness will only become more aggressive. By that time, Konoha, the village he loved, would have truly begun to decay. That's why Heitake Sakumo wanted to commit suicide. He wanted to use his death as a warning to those guys. Apart from this method, Heitake Sakumo could not think of any other way out. Compared to a ninja, White Fang is actually more like a knife that would rather break than bend. Of course, this can actually be seen as Heitake Sakumo being too picky. If it weren't for Kakashi, Heitake Sakumo would have committed suicide by now. In fact, this kind of mentality is very similar to that of Uchiha Itachi later. It's just that one is too picky, while the other goes to extremes. In fact, it is normal to be a little extreme when choosing a career like ninja. Especially the people in this world, they have no information explosion, nor advanced education. In addition to his extreme ninja aspects, Heitake Sakumo also retains some extreme samurai aspects. Due to various factors combined, Heitake Sakumo finally chose to commit suicide. Not to mention Heitake Sakumo, even with a superior environment, there were still many people who should have committed suicide in Shiraishi's previous life. Is this an escape or a dead end, or is it really for Konoha? Perhaps only Heitake Sakumo himself knows the answer clearly. However, after hearing Shiraishi's words, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but have other thoughts in his mind. That's right, Minato Namikaze. It seems that the third Hokage intends to train that younger generation who has become famous to be the Hokage. I just don't know whether it is the fourth or fifth generation. By the way, because Kakashi became a member of Minato's team, Heitake Sakumo had made a special effort to learn more about him. He said this kind of talk is really not uncommon at all. If he could become Hokage, there was a different color in his eyes, and White Fang whispered softly in his heart. Unfortunately, this idea is like a seed, and it seems that it is too late to take root and sprout. Because White Fang's eyes did not change at all, but on the counter not far away, a short black blade is being offered. Looking at Kakashi, Shiraishi spoke again suddenly. Ahem, Kakashi, who was drinking milk, choked and couldn't help glaring at Shiraishi. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Yes, I am the son of White Fang. In fact, this is not a secret. After finally catching his breath, Kakashi said this unhappily. Shiraishi was watching in amazement. He didn't expect that at this time. Kakashi still had no intention of taking off his mask. Then please allow me to visit the famous White Fang Sr. By the way, it's not just me, it's also Minato-sensei. It's just that he will probably go on a mission alone tonight. Seeing that Kakashi's eyes were not right, Shiraishi quickly said seriously. With Minato teacher taking the blame, Kakashi cooperated and took Shiraishi into a bedroom. It is very simple and concise, with almost no dirt or clutter on the tatami. And on the tatami, Shiraishi also saw the Konoha White Fang, who almost dominated the entire ninja world. Different from his powerful strength and reputation that surpasses the three ninjas, Heitake Sakumo has the same white hair as Kakashi, but a face that looks very precocious. Most importantly, the man now looks very decadent and confused. But even so, the sharp aura that inadvertently emerged around Heitake Sakumo still made Shiraishi's heartbeat slower. There is no doubt that this man is incredibly strong. Kakashi, and you, are Kakashi's teammates? And thank you for taking care of Kakashi. Kneeling on the tatami, Heitake Sakumo spoke while secretly sizing up Shiraishi. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but once he did, the result made Heitake Sakumo unable to help but marvel at it. Strong physical fitness, an extremely active and huge amount of chakra in the body. There is no doubt that Shiraishi's talent is the strongest he has ever seen, whether in physical skills or ninjutsu. Even myself and Kakashi cannot compare to him. Well, what we are talking about here is just talent. It takes time to truly transform it into strength. Senior White Fang, it seems you have heard my previous conversation with Kakashi. Minato-sensei asked me to come here, I hope you can forgive me. Not knowing why Heitake Sakumo was looking at him, Shiraishi immediately dragged out Namikaze Minato and sold him out. But he saw that Heitake Sakumo suddenly smiled, and his expression looked much better. Very well, thank Minato Jonin for me, and have some tea. Seeing Heitake Sakumo pouring the tea himself, Shiraishi couldn't help but glance at Kakashi. This father and son are just different. During the following conversation, Shiraishi keenly noticed that Heitake Sakumo's tone was filled with deep fatigue, no matter what the factors were that drove White Fang to choose suicide. In fact, in essence, White Fang is nothing more than an existence that constantly oscillates between rules and companions. This is the most important thing. But the most important thing is that it is not important. What is really important is how to pull Heitake Sakumo out of the dilemma. Wait, with White Fang's strength, will he really be caught in a dilemma between his companions and his mission? Looking at Heitake Sakumo, who was drinking tea quietly, Shiraishi suddenly thought of this question. In short, it is very likely that Danzo did not see Heitake Sakumo taking advantage of the failure of his mission to do something bad. Considering Danzo's old bastard personality, it's very likely that the whole thing was planned by him from beginning to end. The purpose was not to win over Heitake Sakumo as Shiraishi had thought before, but to completely make Heitake Sakumo his pawn. But Danzo would never have thought that White Fang would refuse to obey and commit suicide. If that is the case, then where did White Fang see it? A doubt arose in his mind again, and by she seemed to have figured out how to pull Baya out of the dilemma. Senior White Fang, I wonder if you could tell me about the failed mission before. There are almost no tasks that can put Senior White Fang in a dilemma, right? I heard from Minato-sensei that Konoha White Fang is a powerful person that even the Sunin can't reach. With a cunning look in his eyes, Baishi began to test and flatter without hesitation. Although it was useless, it did make Heitake Sakumo feel a lot better. After all, who doesn't like to hear nice words? You can listen if you want. There's nothing you can't say at this point. While drinking tea, Heitake Sakumo happily narrated the entire mission. The most inexplicable thing is that during the mission, the intelligence that was originally almost certain to succeed was leaked. Sure enough, my guess was not wrong. Listening to Heitake Sakumo's story, a gleam of light flashed in Shiraishi's eyes. Without mentioning those specious conspiracy theories from previous lives, Shiraishi has also done a thorough analysis here. Especially after hearing that there were retired root personnel in Heitake Sakumo's team, his eyes almost lit up. There is no doubt that it is confirmed that the whole thing was definitely done by that old shady Danzo. First of all, there is no need to doubt his courage, because he even assassinated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Secondly, there is no need to doubt his ambition. So when we saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage becoming increasingly stable, there were even several candidates for the position of Hokage, but Danzo Shimura was not one of them. That's why Danzo did such a ruthless thing. If you think about it carefully, Orochimaru is in cahoots with Danzo in the future. Now it can be confirmed that Heitake Sakumo was also framed by Danzo. From a god's perspective, isn't it just to eliminate all dissidents who may prevent him from becoming the Hokage? And he is Konoha's elite jonin and the head of the Umbu. Heitake Sakumo would never have thought that there would be such a cruel person in the village. Unfortunately, as a time traveler, Baishi Huanzhen knew how cruel Danzo was. It can be said that I am a typical person who is timid when dealing with opponents, but I will hit my teammates hard. After understanding the above, Baishi felt confident. It's just that I can't point it out directly by name, saying that Danzo will rule out the possibility of you becoming Hokage from the very beginning. You failed in this mission because of that Danzo. Otherwise, Heitake Sakumo would never have believed a little genin like him. In other words, it is impossible to doubt Danzo, the powerful assistant Hokage, just because of his own words. It's not that Heitake Sakumo is stupid, but this thing called Will of Fire is really brainwashing. What do you mean? To be honest, I have encountered many cases of mission intelligence being leaked. Besides, I trust my companions. Hearing what Shiraishi said, Heitake Sakumo frowned slightly and said, "It's not that Heitake Sakumo hasn't considered this, but this is the situation in Konoha village. What's more, the situation in the ninja world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and Heitake Sakumo really can't believe that such a thing would be done by one of their own people." But Baishi was not in a hurry, because the rumors were not directed at him anyway. Should I say that he is worthy of being called the White Fang? Even when betrayed by his own companions, he still chose to believe in them. Gradually keeping his mind in a subtle calm, Baishi took a sip of tea and thought secretly. If it were any other ninja village, this situation would be unimaginable. In other words, the existence of a silly and naive man like Heitake Sakumo is impossible. Next, Shiraishi gave Heitake Sakumo many clues indirectly. Unfortunately, Heitake Sakumo remained unmoved. Now Baishi really believed that the other party would commit suicide. With such a stubborn temper, it's not surprising that he likes to get stuck in a rut. Only, after eliminating all the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how impossible it is the truth. There was no need to bring the topic back to the mission. Shiraishi had already done enough guidance. Finally, let me add this famous quote from Sherlock Holmes in my previous life. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, Heitake Sakumo thought of many things he was willing to think about and things he was unwilling to think about. At this moment, all thoughts flooded into Heitake Sakumo's mind completely out of control, and then he quickly sorted them out. The final conclusion is that this is the reason why Heitake Sakumo has fallen into this state. From beginning to end, everything was designed by someone, and by their own people. To become the head of the Umbu, it is definitely not just strength that is needed. In terms of intelligence alone, Heitake Sakumo is actually not inferior either. If you don't trust your companions, you are unwilling to doubt them even if they accuse you. With his insight, it was impossible for him to not find any trace at all. Because Danzo was just taking advantage of opportunities and he didn't have the courage to plot against his own people. As he was thinking about it, a fierce aura unique to Konoha White Fang erupted completely at this moment. It seems that you, Senior White Fang, have figured it out. His body stiffened slightly, but Baishi still spoke calmly on the surface. As I said, we can't lose face. How could he, a time traveler, lose his composure under the pressure of such aura? The most important thing is that Bai Fang's momentum is not directed at Baishi. We can't lose this face. What exactly do you want to say, or is your purpose of coming here not just because of Minato Jonin's request? Staring straight at Shiraishi, Heitake Sakumo asked bluntly. Although the actions of a sinister old man in Konoha were discovered, Heitake Sakumo was still unwilling to believe that his own people could be so cruel. So amazing. This is not to recruit Heitake Sakumo, but to kill him. Then he looked shocked and said it was a complete accident. In the end, Danzo only needed to mention the inaction of Konoha's high-ranking officials, including Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who can bring up old scores for a dead Konoha White Fang? However, Heitake Sakumo was unwilling to think this way, but Shiraishi was almost certain about what he was thinking. With one layer upon another, Danzo is standing in the atmosphere. Baishi took a deep breath and couldn't help muttering to himself. In this way, one of the strongest competitors for the position of Hokage was eliminated without bloodshed. Should we say he is worthy of being the Pot King of Konoha, the darkness of the ninja world? Senior White Fang, my purpose is actually very simple, and that is to prevent you from committing suicide. After organizing his words again, Baishi said. I saw Heitake Sakumo's body shaking suddenly, showing his extreme inner unrest. Stop him from committing suicide. Could it be that this young man in front of me could actually see through the heart of someone he had never even met? The roots of Konoha are rotten, or rather, the Konoha in his hands is the only Konoha left. And what I hope is that the day when Minato becomes the Yondaime Hokage, you can assist him. Taking a deep breath, Baishi poured out all his thoughts. There is no doubt that this is as clear as it can be. In fact, Heitake Sakumo understood what he should have thought about. The whole story and the culprit. But the greatest sorrow is a dead heart, even if White Fang still has Kakashi. In the original trajectory, he still died, committed suicide at home. So in addition to making Baya understand some things, Baishi also threw out a chip. As for whether he believes it or not, or what he thinks of himself, it is not very important. After all, the facts are there. Yondaime. Minato Jonin. There was an expression of disbelief on Heitake Sakumo's face, as if he could not imagine at all that Shiraishi would actually say such a thing. You know, how old is Minato Namikaze now? How many helpers and competitors does he have if he wants to become the fourth generation? This is just a little devil's delusion. If Shiraishi had not made it clear beforehand that he was there to stop him from committing suicide, Heitake Sakumo would probably have laughed out loud by now. Well, how about we make a bet? She saw Baya's expression of disbelief or even disbelief, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The advantage of being a time traveler is that you are familiar with the plot. But the problem is that the plot is not reliable, and no one knows what kind of butterfly effect the time traveler itself will cause. Therefore, being familiar with the plot is just superficial. The real advantage of a time traveler should lie in the information in the plot that cannot be changed. For example, Minato Namikaze, the possibility of him becoming the fourth generation is not 100%. More than 90% are definitely there. Just White Stone I know, but others don't. Who are you, and what's the bet? Heitake Sakumo asked curiously, and the deathly aura on his body seemed not as heavy as before. Although the Third Shinobi World War has not yet begun, when it ends, the selection of the fourth Hokage should begin. Until then, I'd like you, the elder from Konoha, to watch over it for the time being. As for me, it doesn't really matter who I am. What matters is my eyes, which can see things that others can't. And as far as I know, Elder Danzo seems to be very interested in Kakashi. Well, Kakashi himself said this. While Kakashi was preparing snacks, Shiraishi said in an inexplicable tone. This became the final spark needed to ignite the powder keg. But before leaving, Kakashi took the initiative to say, "Thank you this time, Shiraishi, both for visiting me and my father." Thinking of his father's previous changes, Kakashi couldn't help but feel excited. In other words, all the resentment that had been pent up in my heart finally disappeared at this moment. So at this moment, even though his tone was still cold, the gratitude in his eyes could not be faked. It's okay. Didn't I tell you that giving up the mission for your companions is definitely not wrong? If my father did that, I would be so proud. Giving a thumbs up, she said with a smile. Of course, this is neither true nor false, but rather a very pure and positive statement. Anyway, there are not many moments to gain Kakashi's gratitude, so of course I should say more nice things. But looking at Kakashi, Shiraishi couldn't help but sigh. Even though so much had been said before, both explicitly and implicitly, Heitake Sakumo had not changed at all except for showing some momentum. As a result, when Kakashi was mentioned at the end, the pure murderous intent was so strong that even Shiraishi couldn't help but stiffen all over. But in this way, at least Heitake Sakumo no longer has the thought of committing suicide. Although he did not agree to the bet with Baishi, nor did he say whether he believed Baishi, he did not refuse either, right? So in this regard alone, Baishi's goal has actually been achieved. As for what kind of turmoil and consequences will arise next, that is not something Shiraishi needs to consider. Speaking of which, there should be quite a few people who will have a headache next, right? Thinking of this, Baishi couldn't help but feel happy. After noticing the change in Kakashi's eyes, Shiraishi suddenly felt happier. Normally, even if Shiraishi said all the nice things, Kakashi would not say anything. But at this moment, Kakashi really felt that he had never understood the companion in front of him. Giving up the mission for your companions, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? At this moment, Kakashi's heart also began to change. Compared to the cold-blooded Kakashi in the original trajectory, the current Kakashi is undoubtedly changing towards the Kakashi at the beginning of the plot. I can only say that Oda was really not a human being when it came to treating Kakashi. My goodness, his father died, and the girl who had a crush on him or admired him died. Finally, the companion he recognized died, and finally even his teacher and his wife passed away. It can be said that since then, Kakashi has been staying in the Umbu with a psychological shadow. This is also the reason why Kakashi was not present in Naruto's childhood. So as far as the current situation is concerned, Kakashi will undoubtedly take fewer detours. And the most direct beneficiary is undoubtedly Shiraishi. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, Shiraishi felt that even his pace in collecting experience points became much lighter. And not long after Shiraishi left the Heitake family, the White Fang of Konoha also left home. It's like a lifeless sick cat turning into a lion waking up from a deep sleep. And at this time, the Hokage building. Danzo, you've gone too far this time. Looking at his old friend who had lost a hand and an eye, Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. Perhaps at the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen only wanted to undermine Heitake Sakumo's prestige, so that he can better grasp the power in his hands before the fourth Hokage appears. Of course, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, he was preventing young people from doing anything wrong. Otherwise, an unqualified cage will only bring Konoha into disaster. But Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that the rumors in the village would become more and more outrageous in recent days. Even many villagers and some ninjas began to despise White Fang, and some even suggested executing him. This gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a bad feeling. Judging from the current situation in the ninja world, losing Heitake Sakumo would be a huge loss. Humph, I didn't do anything. By the way, Hiruzen, why did you ask me to come here? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry glare, Danzo snorted coldly. Danzo now seems to be playing a game. As long as cheating is not discovered, it is not considered cheating. Denial is only the first level. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think that Danzo wanted to kill White Fang from the beginning, then Danzo is standing in the atmosphere. Thinking of this, Danzo not only refused to admit it, he even felt like laughing. But on the surface, you still have to do your job well. At least you can't laugh in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter what, the third Hokage is still Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, you. Seeing Danzo's shameless look, Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost angry to death. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Danzo Shimura is also the one who inherited the will of fire. That eye and arm were also lost for Konoha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that Danzo would become like this. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and was also angry at him for not fighting back. Sarutobi, you are just too soft-hearted. Only I can lead Konoha into the future. There was no expression on his face as Danzo thought to himself. From the moment he lost his arms and eyes, Danzo understood one thing. In other words, his heart began to twist at that moment and went to an irreversible extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to lead Konoha to prosperity. Only he, and only he, Danzo Shimura, can become Hokage and lead Konoha to the pinnacle. Don't play dumb. Those rumors about Sakumo in the village were caused by your roots, right? Stop it now. Not knowing what Danzo was thinking, Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly to the point. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the current situation continued. Explain. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage standing under the sun. Someone once used children as death squads and assassins to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, but when the child failed and was exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen forgave him with a smile. It can be said that no matter from which perspective, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not want Heitake Sakumo to die. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming more and more anxious and angry, Danzo did not say anything but chose to remain silent. It is impossible to solve the problem. Even the King of Heaven can't do anything about it. And this is exactly what Danzo wanted. Especially the last word. Hiruzen made a hint of hesitation flash in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. It was as if the momentum was interrupted. What remains next is decline and exhaustion. When it comes to his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can be said that no one knows how to deal with him better than Danzo. Besides, Hiruzen, didn't you consent to all this? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Danzo immediately took advantage of the situation and attacked. If the last time was a monument to love, then this time is undoubtedly a stab in the back. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen's momentum weakened by 3 points. Danzo, do you know what you are talking about? Sitting down on the chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was no longer as aggressive as it was at the beginning, nor did he bring the subject back to White Fang. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were extremely terrifying, and the aura of a ninjutsu doctor was completely overwhelming Danzo. Of course I know that I told you, I did all this for Konoha. White Fang, Heitake Sakumo, he shouldn't have become the head of Umbu in the first place. He panicked, but Danzo remained calm on the surface as he slammed the table and spoke. As for whether Heitake Sakumo should become the head of Umbu, that depends on who it is. From Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective alone, no one is more suitable for this position than Heitake Sakumo. And Heitake Sakumo also did an excellent job and managed the Umbu very well. But precisely because he was too good, Sarutobi Hiruzen would take advantage of every opportunity to undermine Heitake Sakumo's prestige. Danzo even regards him as a thorn in his side. And compared to Heitake Sakumo, Kakashi is actually not bad. He is easier to train and control, isn't he? Humph, even so, you've gone a little too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and said unhappily. This is more than just 1 point, it is basically hitting Heitake Sakumo's weak spot. It's just that Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are old friends, and the topic has unknowingly gone off track, to the extent that Sarutobi Hiruzen almost forgot the original purpose of calling Danzo over. At this moment, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both stunned, because they actually felt Heitake Sakumo's chakra. To be more precise, it should be that Heitake Sakumo's aura was too sharp and obvious. In addition, what Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were discussing at the moment was Heitake Sakumo. So before Heitake Sakumo even arrived at the office, he was immediately discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. This discovery was made by both Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and Danzo, the assistant Hokage. The expressions on his face were quite subtle, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who only remembered at this time the original purpose of calling Danzo here. He also realized that he had been led astray by Danzo. Even a clay Buddha has a temper, let alone the Sandaime Hokage who is known as the hero of ninja? As a result, my anger started to rise. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was already feeling guilty towards Heitake Sakumo, so he certainly couldn't vent his anger on Heitake Sakumo. What's more, isn't the Konoha Pot King right in front of him? Danzo, I don't care what you want to do, I am the Hokage now. From today on, your root personnel will be reduced, and you won't have to go to the Abarame and Yamanaka families anymore. Bringing up his aura as the Hokage again, Sarutobi Hiruzen said domineeringly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not yet completely old, and his power and status are still at the peak. As for strength, one is the Sandaime Hokage who is in good health and has few hidden injuries on his body. One is the assistant of the Hokage who is missing an eye and a hand, and is always plotting some unknown conspiracy. There is no need to compare at all. Even if it is just comparing the quality of chakra, Danzo would be far behind at this time. After all, at this time there was no Orochimaru to cooperate with, and no Uchiha Shin's arm. Danzo's most powerful strength may be the four-symbol seal on his body that is most intimidating. So when Sarutobi Hiruzen attacked him like this, Danzo did not refute him immediately. When he finally reacted, his face suddenly became very ugly. But before Danzo could say anything else, the door of the office suddenly opened. After many days, the White Fang of Konoha, Heitake Sakumo, finally walked here again. But unlike before, this time Heitake Sakumo's aura can be said to be extremely sharp. In the past, Heitake Sakumo would never act like this in the village, let alone in the Hokage's office. Heitake Sakumo, why are you here now? Danzo squinted and looked at Heitake Sakumo out of the corner of his eye, and his muscles subconsciously tensed. He was nervous not only because of Heitake Sakumo's fierce aura, but also because he felt guilty. Even though he was the Dark Lord of the ninja world, Danzo still felt guilty at this moment. Because once Heitake Sakumo finds out something, he will directly turn against us. Even if Danzo is fine in the end, he will definitely not have the chance to become Hokage. It would be fine if he didn't think about these things, but when he thought about them, Danzo became even more nervous. In the ninja world, strength is king after all, but Danzo doesn't have much strength right now. Once Heitake Sakumo suddenly attacks and kills someone, even Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be able to react in time to save him. After all, there is no difference in strength between the Jonin and the 5 Kage. Both are essentially positions. The reason why the concept of Kage level came into being is because the Kage of the 5 major ninja villages is indeed much stronger than the Jonin, but Heitake Sakumo is obviously not among them. It's just that Danzo cares about Heitake Sakumo, but Heitake Sakumo doesn't care about Danzo at this moment. If Danzo is compared to a poisonous snake, then he has now been exposed. Even the snake venom was cured. Of course there is no need to worry about it. What's more, right now, Heitake Sakumo has more important things to do. Hokage-sama, I'm not here during this time of Umbu, there are so many spies in the village. Not only did he spread rumors, he even secretly instigated the villagers and ninjas. The spear was pointed directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Heitake Sakumo's voice revealed murderous intent. Noticing this murderous intent, Danzo didn't mention it, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. A very ominous premonition suddenly arose in my heart. There's no way, White Fang today is very different from before. It was as if it had transformed from a knife into something else, as if it had come completely alive. Well, this is all thanks to Shiraishi. I don't know if Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo would just run over and strangle Shiraishi to death if they knew about this. Sakumo, what are you going to do? After adjusting his mentality, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and asked. Looking at the stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Just like what I said before, he has come out of the dead end. In addition, Shiraishi added some exaggeration and finally brought out Kakashi's ultimate weapon. Today's Konoha White Fang is no longer just a fang that can only bite the enemies. At least as a weapon, Heitake Sakumo now has his own ideas. And on the way to the Hokage building, Heitake Sakumo was thinking all the time. From being the former head of the Umbu, he even had the chance to compete for the position of Hokage. Why did he become a rat crossing the street and everyone wanted to kill him after the mission failed? The most important question is why the mission failed. That's right, it was Sakumo who gave up the mission and chose to rescue his companions. He was right. But what if the reason why this companion needed to be rescued by Heitake Sakumo was because he was deliberately guided by someone? The more he thought about it, the more disappointed Heitake Sakumo felt, but also the calmer he became. However, when his eyes swept over the Sandaime Hokage, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but feel some resentment in his heart. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inaction, and because of his indulgence of Danzo, the darkness of the ninja world. It can even be said that without the tacit consent of the third Hokage, how could Danzo do all this so perfectly? Thinking of this, Heitake Sakumo's guilt for the loss of the village caused by the failure of the mission was alleviated a lot. It's not that he didn't work hard, but these old guys hiding in the village were holding him back. Coupled with Shiraishi's consolation and recognition, Heitake Sakumo understood even more. He is not wrong. Those who don't follow the rules are trash, but the guys who abandon their companions for the mission are also good. Even worse than trash. Now that Kakashi has agreed with this idea, he, as a father, is very pleased. it can be said that the psychological shadow and negative emotions about mission failure have almost completely disappeared. There is even a feeling of destruction followed by reconstruction. In other words, Heitake Sakumo was deeply baptized by the will of fire, and had no intention of turning evil or defecting. If someone else came here, not to mention personality collapse, at least his emotions would definitely collapse. Maybe over time, he will become the next Danzo. If you can't slay a dragon, you will become another evil dragon. Even so, Heitake Sakumo will still not let the Sandaime Hokage and Danzo, the Hokage's assistant, be so satisfied. Let's not talk about Sarutobi Hiruzen for now, he is still the Hokage after all. Moreover, he was not the mastermind, and to some extent, he was not even an accomplice. To describe it in 4 words, it's probably adding insult to injury. It can be said that in Heitake Sakumo's eyes at this moment, the glorious image of Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage has already had cracks. It is for this reason that Heitake Sakumo's previous move was aimed directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Danzo. It's not that we'll let Danzo go, it's just that now is not the right time. If Minato Namikaze really becomes the 4th Hokage in the future, he would definitely not mind establishing a new root of Konoha. By that time, Danzo Shimura had lost his power and status. I'm afraid it would be more painful than death. It doesn't matter even if Minato Namikaze cannot become the 4th Hokage, he is determined to make things difficult for Danzo. Don't you want to be Hokage? You're dreaming. Danzo didn't know what Heitake Sakumo was thinking at this time, but he also felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, things like espionage have always been the responsibility of my root. So there's no need to bother you with this matter, Sakumo. Let the root handle it. As he said this, Danzo was not at all worried about whether Heitake Sakumo would chop him with his sword. Anyway, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't let Heitake Sakumo personally investigate the rumors that those spies were responsible. Are you kidding? If it is really discovered, then Danzo will have no chance of becoming Hokage, right? Even if he can't find out, with Heitake Sakumo's current momentum, his roots will definitely be hit. And that's the problem. He was just warned by Sarutobi Hiruzen that if he were to fight Heitake Sakumo like this again, not to mention the broken bones, at least the vitality is definitely seriously damaged. Especially since the Yamanaka and Abarame families could not go, this made Danzo unsure about the position of the 4th Hokage. If the roots are seriously damaged again, there will be no point in playing in the future. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think so much, wasn't he aware of Danzo's little tricks? Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have called Danzo directly to the Hokage building after seeing the rumors spread. Now that he sees that Heitake Sakumo is planning to attack Danzo's root, he will of course help his old friend Danzo. It's not for any other reason, it's just because of profit. As the head of the Umbu, Heitake Sakumo stated that he would only obey the orders of the current Hokage. This has already made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was preparing to retire, want to reduce his prestige. Now that Heitake Sakumo and his friend have almost fallen out, it would be even less likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen would help him. Although it is easy for the but to sit crookedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen still knows exactly where to sit. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said in a rather hypocritical tone, yes, espionage is indeed the responsibility of the root. It is not convenient for the Umbu to interfere, so Sakumo. This matter should be solved by the root, but the root has done something wrong, so let them give a result within 3 days. Although he favored Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget to give him a sweet treat. Although this sweet date is really not that sweet. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not notice that after he said this, a hint of deep disappointment flashed in Heitake Sakumo's eyes. For every ninja village, the position of Kage represents a belief. But at this moment, Heitake Sakumo discovered that this belief had been tainted with another flavor. Just like the officials in big countries, or the government guest. Although it is not particularly obvious yet, it is contaminated. It's like a smear of black on a pure white picture. Even if you pour the white seasoning on it again, so what? After all, he, the White Fang of Konoha, can't hide it from him. However, seeing that Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were singing the same tune, Heitake Sakumo did not insist any further. Instead, he nodded and said, of course, this matter can be left to the root to investigate. When Danzo heard Heitake Sakumo say this, a hint of joy and frightening ruthlessness suddenly flashed in his eyes. Just compromise. As for the future, of course I have to have a good fight with Heitake Sakumo. But before Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, Heitake Sakumo said, at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo looked at each other. They all understood that Heitake Sakumo must have seen through everything. If not for this, the two of them would not have been so cowardly just now. Again, I am in the wrong. Danzo, the spy that Sakumo mentioned, catch him as soon as possible and send him to Sakumo. No matter what, you shouldn't attack the ninjas in the village. Turning his gaze to Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but get angry. He almost burst into swearing, letting Danzo know how he, the 3rd Hokage, could speak so sweetly. Humph, I know. Seeing that Sarutobi was still being hypocritical at this time, Danzo snorted coldly and ran out. After returning to the root base, Danzo's expression turned completely ferocious. Even if his murderous intent is not as strong as Heitake Sakumo's, it is not much different. Heitake Sakumo, I am the one who got caught this time, but... Furious, Danzo immediately wanted to attack Heitake Sakumo again, but after a few seconds, Danzo regained his composure. Compared to the position of Hokage and his ambition, a mere failure is nothing to mention. That's right, he endured it for the sake of the position of Hokage. It was definitely not because he remembered Heitake Sakumo's terrifying strength that he suppressed his anger. Early the next morning, when he arrived at the training ground, Shiraishi was obviously in a very happy mood. He was almost humming a tune or singing a song. Thanks to his long and continuous efforts, he finally got into the Hyuga clan's training ground. Not only did he witness them opening their Byakugan to train their soft fists, but he also picked up something very precious: experience points for the white eyes. That's right, she confirmed it several times in a row. It is definitely the proficiency that drops when the Byakugan is activated. Since bloodline limits like the Byakugan can drop experience points, does that mean it's actually the same as ninjutsu? As long as he continuously picks up a certain number of experience points, he can unlock the Byakugan? In fact, Shiraishi had already gained a lot of experience points related to the Byakugan yesterday. Although I haven't started to roll my eyes yet, I feel like I'm not far from success. Baishi, are you free this afternoon? Seeing Shiraishi appear, Kakashi immediately came up and asked. This scene stunned both Might Guy and Korone Ui. Well, as for Uchiha Obito, the king of lateness will not arrive so early. Yes, what's wrong? Still immersed in joy, Baishi nodded and said, nothing, my father wants to invite you to my house. Of course, I also hope you can agree. After all, I haven't thanked you properly for what happened yesterday. Looking at Shiraishi, Kakashi's voice remained cold, but compared with his attitude towards others, Kakashi's behavior can definitely be called enthusiastic. No problem, I'll be there on time this afternoon. Without much hesitation, Baishi nodded readily. Are you kidding me? Why would he help Heitake Sakumo get rid of the suicidal thoughts? He even almost instigated Heitake Sakumo to kill that old bastard Danzo. Isn't the purpose to build a good relationship with Heitake Sakumo and then take advantage of him? Now that Kakashi has invited him, if Shiraishi doesn't agree, then it will be sappy. Although Korone Ui and Might Guy didn't understand, after some questioning, Kakashi explained it to them personally. Shiraishi took this opportunity to leave the training ground. Baishi, what are you going to do? Seeing Shiraishi, Obito, who arrived late, asked in confusion. Wasn't he heading towards the training ground? But if that's the case, then why did Baishi go in the completely opposite direction? I'm going to do something important. After glancing at Uchiha Obito, Shiraishi explained and left quickly. After spending so many years in the Uchiha clan's training ground, he didn't gain any experience points. Shiraishi felt that no matter how he thought about it, it was all caused by Uchiha Obito's incompetence. If Uchiha Obito was a genius like Shisui or Itaki, he would have obtained the Sharingan long ago, but there is a reason for this. After all, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan will only be revealed when they are emotionally excited or fighting. In their clan's training ground, they would not open the Sharingan even during training. Speaking of which, Shiraishi was a little skeptical whether the Uchiha clan really didn't know how to train the Sharingan. Forget it, let's get the white eyes first, then we'll know. After thinking for a long time, Shiraishi realized that he had arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence. Hey, brother Baishi, you're here at our training ground again. Seeing Shiraishi's figure, a middle-aged uncle who should be from the Hyuga branch family greeted him warmly. I can't help it that I've been very interested in bloodline limits lately. And from what I know, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan should be considered the top bloodline limit in the entire ninja world, right? Baishi smiled back and flattered him calmly. Anyway, to put it nicely, Uncle Hyuga's face was immediately filled with pride. Even the Hyuga clan members passing by looked at Shiraishi with much kinder eyes. After all, who doesn't like to hear nice words? Speaking of which, they are one of the few families with bloodline limits in Konoha. Whether it is Uchiha or Hyuga, they often have their own exclusive training grounds. Even if there are some outliers occasionally, they are too few in number. It's not enough to gain experience points from picking up white stones. While the weather was still good, Shiraishi quickly slipped into Hyuga's training ground. His little mouth was as white as honey, making those who disliked him change their views. Shiraishi also gained a lot of experience points in Byakugan through this. It's not shameful to take advantage of others. After Shiraishi's unremitting efforts, he finally gathered enough experience. Value. I heard a beautiful voice from the system that sounded like heaven. White eyes unlock. Although the information given by the system only unlocks the white eyes, but Baishi felt as if his whole body had been transformed. That means I may not only have the Byakugan, but I may even have Hyuga bloodline. But men always want better things when they have something good, and Shiraishi is no exception. What's more, the Byakugan's role is generally auxiliary, and its combat enhancement is not particularly obvious. so Shiraishi is now beginning to covet the Sharingan again. Compared to farsightedness, dynamic vision is more powerful in combat. After leaving the Hyuga clan's territory, Baishi couldn't help but mutter to himself. And although the Byakugan can see through things, its perspective is usually in black and white. Especially trying to control some kind of perspective is really hard. For example, it is easy to see through a person and the telephone pole behind him, but if you just want to see through his clothes, it's hard to get the accuracy. In contrast, although the Sharingan cannot see through things, one Megatama will grant the holder powerful dynamic vision. When you reach the second level of Megatama, you can even see the flow of chakra in the enemy's body, thereby achieving the effect of copying the enemy's ninjutsu. It can be said that the future Kakashi has used this ability to the extreme. The name of the copy ninja is known to even Pain and Nagato. The last one is the 3 Megatama, which is also the beginning of the Sharingan surpassing the ordinary Byakugan. There is no need to perform any illusions, you can put the enemy into a hallucinogenic state just by glaring at them. Although it is not the almost unbreakable Mangekyou technique like Tsukuyomi, it is still a very convenient ability in battle. In short, the Byakugan is positioned for assistance, while the Sharingan is purely for combat. Before they had the Samsara Eye, the only skill the Hyuga clan could show off was their gentle fist. Unfortunately, once the Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyou Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and gentle fist will be completely surpassed. What's more, Shiraishi is not a Hyuga, so even if he could learn the soft fist, he would never be able to use it in front of others. Thinking of this, Baishi directly used the transformation technique to try to sneak into the Uchiha clan's territory. With the Byakugan, as long as the Uchiha clan really trains the Sharingan, it will be impossible to hide it from him. I see, the Sharingan training is actually happening in the guards. Just when he found out such an important information, Shiraishi was almost discovered and quickly escaped from the security team. He didn't even gain much experience. It seems that Uchiha really values his eyes. It seems I need to collect more experience points to improve my transformation skills first. There is nothing in this world that I cannot get. Quietly slipping out of the Uchiha clan territory, Baishi couldn't help but hum. Indeed, the Byakugan can also evolve to the level of the Samsara Eye, which is in no way inferior to the Rinnegan. But in this world, there is a prerequisite for becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It's the Samsara Eye. Maybe we should add another wood release cell. They just have the same wood release cells. Just look at Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara and you will understand. Uchiha Obito's will was nearly torn apart by the Ten Tails. Even though he later exploded and suppressed the Ten Tails, he was unable to use his Kamui. In contrast, Uchiha Madara not only easily became the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki, after taking away Kakashi's Sharingan, he also easily displayed the Kamui space. Therefore, whether or not you have the Rinnegan is really important in this world where bloodline is everything. On the contrary, the Rinnegan feels more like a crooked way to Shiraishi. It's like practicing the 9-yin divine claws into the 9-yin white bone claws. Back at the training ground, Shiraishi began to practice the 2 ninjutsu given by Minato Namikaze. But to be honest, once the power of the system is activated, mastering just 2 ninjutsu is no problem at all. Until the afternoon. Baishi, let's go. Watching Shiraishi leave with Kakashi, Koronei suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Didn't lose to Shizun, Nohara Rin and the others, but lost to Kakashi. Obviously, before, wasn't Kakashi involved with Might Guy and Uchiha Obito? Regarding this point, in fact, Might Guy and Uchiha Obito's mood was inexplicably subtle. Of course, Shiraishi and Kakashi didn't feel that way at all. Among them, Shiraishi simply wanted to use Kakashi as a tool, or it was a prerequisite for the White Fang plot. Kakashi, on the other hand, regards Shiraishi as a partner and close friend who he must protect with a grateful attitude. Well, it's clear and transparent between the two of them. When he arrived at the Heitake family's house, Kakashi was very sensible and went to make tea and prepare snacks. At this time, Heitake Sakumo also looked at Shiraishi and said, I am going to resign as Umbu chief and will recommend Minato Jonin to take my place. When Shiraishi heard what Heitake Sakumo said, he was not surprised at all, as if it was expected. In fact, this is true. After all, whether Heitake Sakumo is willing or not, he won't be able to stay in the position of Umbu chief for long. Rather than being kicked out, it is better to give up the position and hand it over to a younger generation that you like. You can just decide on your own about this matter. That you don't need to tell me about it, right? Scratching his cheek, Baishi asked softly. It was obvious that the last time Heitake Sakumo was leaving, he didn't really trust him. It's just that many doubts and facts are there, so Heitake Sakumo had to take action. Don't worry. Although I still can't believe that there are eyes that can see the future. But I can sense that you have no ill will towards me, Kakashi, or the village. This alone is actually enough. So I invited you this time and I also wanted to formally thank you. Heitake Sakumo laughed, a very hearty laugh. In his past as a ninja, he seemed to have only smiled like that when Kakashi was born. Now, it's probably because the huge burden on my shoulders has disappeared. I see, then too will accept your thanks. After a slight hesitation, she said very happily. Speaking of which, Heitake Sakumo's eyes are truly amazing. For example, when it comes to looking at Might Guy, it is incredibly accurate. From this point of view, Heitake Sakumo's judgment of people is really accurate and sharp. So even though his reason for believing Shiraishi was ridiculous, he had to admit that it was very Sakumo. Wait until Kakashi boils water to make tea and prepares the snacks. In Konoha village, rumors about White Fang have been getting more and more intense recently. But then, a piece of news leaked out from someone's mouth. Konoha White Fang and Heitake Sakumo plan to resign from the position of Umbu chief as an apology. The news spread like a bird, quickly spreading throughout the village. The original tone of condemnation of White Fang suddenly turned into regret and reluctance. At the same time, many people stood up and expressed how much contribution White Fang had made to Konoha. Master White Fang, are you really planning to resign from your position as Umbu chief, just because of a mission? Damn it, Master Bia has been protecting Konoha, but now he wants to quit Umbu. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools, you can't even imagine how much contribution Lord Sakumo has made to Konoha. This is the situation in the ninja circle. Those who originally slandered White Fang have disappeared. Instead, there were guys who were extremely angry, but at the same time felt very sorry and sympathetic towards Heitake Sakumo. If someone looks at it from a god's perspective, they would probably find it ridiculous and ironic. Such a scene also happened among ordinary villagers. Have you heard that White Fang, aka Heitake Sakumo-sama, was forced to resign from a very important position? Really, it was just a mission failure, and I heard that it was because he was trying to save his companions that he failed. You are all so out of date. As far as I know, Lord Sakumo is a powerful ninja who is feared by all nations. The contributions he made to Konoha are simply innumerable. Even the two companions who had stood up and bit back at White Fang came out to admit their mistakes. At the same time, he praised Heitake Sakumo highly, as if Heitake Sakumo was unique in the world. That mission was all our fault. It was entirely our mistake that led to the intelligence leak. Captain Sakumo is a really good captain, and he takes good care of us. The missions completed are all secrets that have made a great contribution to the village. Captain Sakumo has been protecting the village in the dark. Listening to these gossips, she couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This is probably the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Compensation after achieving the goal, or simply guilt and soft-heartedness? Or do you still hope that Heitake Sakumo will continue to work loyally for him? All kinds of thoughts flowed through Baishi's mind, but he never spoke them out loud. Anyway, with Danzo's personality, there is no way he would do such a thing. That's why even the two companions sent out by the route spoke out. Perhaps it was because Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke personally. Little did they know that all of this was seen clearly by an outsider, Baishi. In that respect, the hypocrisy is just disgusting. Just as Danzo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not decisive enough in some places. The white aspects are not white enough, but the thing that is worth praising is that he can really die fighting for the village. He is not dark enough in the dark places, and he even cultivated Danzo, the king of internal friction. Unlike Danzo, he is pure black and there is no way to wash him off. Konoha's #1 pot king, and our pot king is now sitting in the underground base at the root with a gloomy face. Compared to the prosperous and bustling Konoha, this place is filled with a depressing and solemn atmosphere. Chunsheng, Santai, from now on, you are spies from other countries, do you understand? Looking at his two Jonin-level subordinates, Danzo said expressionlessly. Yes, ×2 without any hesitation, two figures half knelt on the ground and responded. It seemed that Danzo only asked them to carry out some small tasks instead of sending them to their deaths. Moreover, he died with the label of being a spy for another country. This may seem unimaginable to others, but it is a normal thing at the root. If you look closely, you'll find that their temperament is completely unlike that of a living person. Rather than humans, they look more like exquisite and terrifying puppets. Well, step back first. Danzo waved his hand, and his two subordinates disappeared in an instant. It was also at this time that the expressionless Danzo revealed a hint of hideousness and pain. The root is different from the dark part. If the Umbu is more like a spy or intelligence agency, then the roots will completely train and cultivate their members as death warriors. It is precisely for this reason that there are actually very few members at the root Jonin level. In the original trajectory, when Danzo died, there was only one ninja from the Yamanaka clan and one from the Abarame clan accompanying him. But now, Danzo has to personally hand over his most capable subordinate to Heitake Sakumo as a spy. It's like cutting your own flesh to feed your enemies. Just thinking about it makes me feel so painful and heartbroken that I can't breathe. In fact, there are still many real spies from other countries detained in the base. Otherwise, Danzo would not be feeling the pain in his body and heart now, but would be considering fighting to the death with Heitake Sakumo. After all, the route was only established with the assistance of him, the Hokage. Not to mention the difficulty of injecting fresh blood, even the scale is not that big. It was impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to really watch Danzo make root bigger and stronger. Sarutobi, the position of Hokage should really be left to me. You are not fit to be the Hokage at all, that you will only cause Konoha to fall into the abyss of decline. Danzo couldn't help but mutter when he thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A few days later, Danzo, who had been procrastinating, was once again warned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the end, there was no other choice but to reluctantly hand over all the people who had been prepared to Hatake Sakumo. The spies are kept for torture and information, the roots. Let them all be freed. Looking at the two root jonins, Hatake Sakumo, when the decision was made decisively and coldly. Spies from other countries might have a chance to be tortured, but that was absolutely impossible for root ninjas. In fact, even the regular Umbu ninjas directly under the Hokage all master a ninjutsu. It can be performed before death, and after the performance, no trace of the corpse will be left behind. Although the root does not have this kind of jutsu, they not only have a seal in their brains, even the tongue has the mark of eradicating tongue troubles. It is basically impossible to obtain useful intelligence from them. Looking at Hatake Sakumo, who submitted his resignation, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his previous attitude. That amiable look made Hatake Sakumo think for a moment that everything that had happened recently was just a dream. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he is still the Hokage that he respects and loves. But the reality is that nothing can go back to the past. The image of Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the originally glorious shell of the Sandaime Hokage, has begun to show cracks. There is not only white, but also black and a touch of exquisite gray. Hokage-sama, I wish to resign from my position as Umbu chief. I am no longer fit to continue leading the Umbu. Placing the resignation letter in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hatake Sakumo said in a deep voice. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree immediately, but fell into a strange silence. In the past, people thought that Hatake Sakumo was a threat, so he needed to be suppressed. But now that he had succeeded in suppressing them, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little reluctant. Of course, the most important reason is that the current situation in the ninja world is not very good. Especially on the border, it can be said that there are constant big frictions and small frictions. If this continues, I'm afraid that all it takes is a fuse for the ninja world war to break out immediately. So at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer wants Hatake Sakumo to resign from the position of Umbu chief. Sakumo, are you really going to quit this position? In Konoha right now, there is no ninja who can inherit your position. Seeing that Hatake Sakumo had no intention of speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take the initiative to speak. That kind of true feeling makes people feel not at all uncomfortable. Hokage-sama, I have failed as a ninja. I really don't have the face to take up this important position in the future. After a moment of silence, Hatake Sakumo answered. If it weren't for the outsider Shiraishi, Hatake Sakumo would probably have committed suicide by now. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen wants him to stay just by talking? Sakumo, the situation in the ninja world is not good right now. I sincerely hope that you can continue to hold this position. The White Fang of Konoha, I hope it can continue to protect this village. Seeing that Hatake Sakumo was determined, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of giving up. No matter how much I persuade him, the core point is just one: the village cannot do without you. Gradually, as a ninja who has been brainwashed by the will of fire since childhood. Well, actually it can't be called brainwashing. After all, both the first and second Hokage used their lives to implement their will of fire. Among them was Hashirama Senju, who originally wanted his best friend Uchiha Madara to become Hokage. After Uchiha Madara became a threat to the village, he resolutely killed him outside the village. Although Senju Tobirama was not as broad-minded as his elder brother, he also accepted Uchiha Kagami as his disciple. In the end, in order to protect the younger generation, he chose to stay behind and die. All in all, Hatake Sakumo was persuaded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He reluctantly agreed to continue in his position as Umbu chief. But it is not completely unconditional. I wish to have Minato's squad, including Minato's Jonin, incorporated into the Umbu. Looking directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Hatake Sakumo made his request. To be honest, this request was not difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can even be said that it is exactly what he wants. After all, the reason why Minato's squad is a 5-man team is for the stability of the village. Prevent Orochimaru's supporters from continuing to suppress Minato, which would lead to intensified conflicts between the two sides. After all, just because Minato has a good temper towards his own people doesn't mean his supporters have good tempers too. Therefore, joining the Umbu is actually in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's wishes. But even so, Sarutobi Hiruzen still refused again and again, and then reluctantly agreed. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen in this state, Hatake Sakumo once again felt deeply disappointed. The Umbu is an organization that only obeys the Hokage. Logically speaking, there is no such position as minister, or the minister is the Hokage. The reason why there is the Umbu minister Heitake Sakumo is because his contribution really cannot be rewarded enough. And now, after returning to the Umbu, he still retains the title of Umbu minister. But most of the power, including some prestige, was firmly held in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that you have achieved your goal perfectly, Hokage-sama. After a busy day, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but mutter in the Umbu base. Unfortunately, he would not let Sarutobi Hiruzen get what he wanted. However, this will have to wait until the appearance of the fourth Hokage. 2 days later, it was still the training ground at the Death Forest. This place has almost become the exclusive training ground for Minato's class. Even Uchiha Obito would come here on time every day to train. However, as the captain of Minato's squad, Minato Namikaze rarely appears in public. Minato-sensei doesn't come today, it's another day where I can't get any money from Flying Thunder God. Not seeing the figure of Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi couldn't help but mutter in his heart with resentment. If resentment could be transformed into power, needless to say, he would be invincible now. Minato-sensei. Hearing Might Guy's exclamation, Shiraishi immediately turned his head to look. I saw Minato Namikaze with an embarrassed smile, preparing to gather everyone together. After all the 5 Shiraishi men stood together, Namikaze Minato slowly said, I came here today to tell you a good news. From today on, our Minato class will be officially incorporated into the Umbu and become ninjas directly under the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Baishi felt nothing, but the others cheered. Umbu, I remember the treatment in Umbu is pretty good. Touching his chin, Shiraishi began to recall the information about the Umbu in the school. Because of their affiliation with the Hokage, the identity of the Umbu must be kept secret. But every time a task is completed, the rewards are not limited to remuneration. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and some not very dangerous forbidden techniques. Including some of the experiences in the above aspects, basically they are within the scope of dark rewards. Seeing that no one was willing to refuse to join the Umbu, Minato Namikaze nodded immediately. In this regard, Shiraishi expressed his opinion. For example, is it really a good idea for a guy like Kai to join the Umbu? But Baishi didn't really say it in the end. After all, he wouldn't be the one who would have a headache in the end. The next morning, almost dawn, Namikaze Minato brought Shiraishi and the other 4 to the Umbu base, including Uchiha Obito, who was not late. Well, this guy stayed up late again. However, the reason was not excitement, but because he had been talked to by a group of high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan for an entire night, including but not limited to patriarchs, elders, etc. It's just that Uchiha Obito had dark circles under his eyes, and he couldn't remember what those Uchiha high-ranking officials said. I can only say that being a hot-blooded idiot does have its advantages. At least in this way, Uchiha Obito will not have to enjoy the same treatment as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi in the future. Not to mention Uchiha Itachi, even he admitted that he was a loser after being released from the impure world reincarnation. Just talking about Uchiha Shisui, this unfortunate kid is really miserable. As an Uchiha, he stands on the side of the village, but he can't kill any Uchiha like Uchiha Itachi did. The result was that Danzo dug out his eyes and he chose to commit suicide in despair. All I can say is that those guys who are delicate-minded and full of superfluous emotions are really not suitable to touch this vortex of power. On the contrary, Uchiha Obito is pretty good like this. Unfortunately, he is also an unlucky child, and he is targeted by that old bastard Madara. Minato-sensei, after joining the Umbu, will we still be a 6-member organization? Following behind Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi suddenly asked with some curiosity. Well, just like before, I am the captain of the team, and you 5 are still my team members. Nodding, Minato Namikaze said in a vague tone. It can be said that this is the first special team like theirs since the establishment of the Umbu. Strictly speaking, it was all Heitake Sakumo who was behind this. The purpose is nothing else but to make Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi Yusuji and his son Kakashi Heitake grow up quickly. When he wanted to commit suicide before, Heitake Sakumo thought that war would not happen in the short term. But after returning to his post recently, the situation at the border kept telling Shuumao that the situation was really not optimistic. As long as a fuse appears, judging from the current situation, the 5 major ninja villages will probably be drawn into the war without exception. In short, it is the Third Ninja World War. So Heitake Sakumo hopes that Shiraishi, Minato and Kakashi can grow up as quickly as possible before the war comes. Mainly Kakashi and Shiraishi. Only if you are strong enough can you survive the brutal Ninja World War. Just register here and choose your code name and the mask you will wear from now on. Once you make a choice, you can't change it. When they arrived at a place that looked a bit like a front desk, Minato Namikaze stopped and spoke. By the way, he pointed to the wall next to him, on which were hung animal masks with underworld-style paintings. Teacher, what is your code name? Upon hearing that he was going to take a replacement name, Uchiha Obito immediately asked. Super Spiral Flash Flying Thunder Black Flash for short. Namikaze Minato was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Shiraishi held his forehead helplessly, but he almost forgot that Minato Namikaze had this attribute. A genius in naming. Then I'll just call you Long Chen. Thinking of his past life, Baishi used one of the 12 zodiac signs reversed as his code name. The reason is that this world also has the 12 zodiac signs, and Chen, and Long are all taken separately. Then came Korone Ui's Phantom Rainbow, Might Guy's Beast, and Uchiha Obito's Flames. When it was finally Kakashi's turn, he codenamed himself Scarecrow. In terms of pronunciation, Kakashi and Scarecrow are basically the same, they are not even homophones. What? That's so cunning, Kakashi. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Obito was the first to disagree. But it was useless for him to refuse to accept it, because his strength was improving the slowest during this period. There is no need to say much about Kakashi and Shiraishi. After seeing blood, Ui Korone's illusion skills and basic qualities as a ninja are improving every day. Although Might Guy only practices physical skills, he has also made rapid progress due to his unparalleled efforts. The only exception was Uchiha Obito, because he often went to see Nohara Rin and was often late. All in all, only the progress in fire style is worth seeing. Should we say that it is worthy of being the last one? Baishi thought silently in his heart. After registering their information and codes, they each chose a mask. This is not the end yet, as Minato Namikaze and 5 others come to the Umbu's supply storage area. You can choose any ninjutsu here as a gift for joining the Umbu. After opening the door to the reserve area, Minato Namikaze felt like he was at home. Minato-sensei, you are not the Sandame's illegitimate child, are you? Seeing this scene, Baishi couldn't help but complain. I finally got my real thoughts out, this back door is too big. Don't joke like that. In fact, it was White Fang Senpai and Hokage who approved it. Namikaze Minato was not angry, but smiled slightly. He was also shocked at the beginning, because in a place like the Umbu, strength and achievements are king. I just joined the Umbu and I haven't even completed a mission yet, but I'm given a welcome gift. If other Umbu ninjas saw this, they would probably be so envious and jealous that they would explode on the spot. But the Hokage and Heitake Sakumo have both approved it, so how can Minato Namikaze refuse? If there is such a benefit, I won't be polite. Shiraishi goes first, entering the reserve area. His eyes lit up as he looked at the scrolls placed on the cabinets. Not to mention Shiraishi, even Kakashi's breathing became heavier. Because there are so many scrolls here, which also means there are too many choices for them. No matter what Kakashi and the others chose, Shiraishi picked a wind-style wind blade after looking around. The level of this technique was not announced in the previous life, but here it is rated A. Because not only is there a special training ground for Umbu personnel here, but most of the people inside are masters. They also have their own almost exclusive secret techniques, ninjutsu, etc., as well as various changes in the properties of chakra. Not only did it bring Baishi a huge amount of experience points, but his strength was also greatly improved. Especially when the Umbu members were sparring with each other, that was truly Shiraishi's happiest time. Shadow Clone, Vacuum Jade, Ground Walking. As he counted the ninjutsu that were constantly being unlocked and stolen, Shiraishi suppressed his joy. Can't rush. Is he the kind of person who shows his joy easily? Well, he probably is. But the Shadow Clone is really worth having, after all, it's really good. Although he is not a Jinchuriki, not a member of the Uzumaki clan, and not the protagonist. But it is really cool to use a Shadow Clone to train and collect experience points by yourself. Well, when I released the Shadow Clone, the tiredness and soreness were really refreshing. However, such days did not last long, as the Umbu was obviously not a place to just sit and do nothing. On this day, Minato Namikaze was wearing the clothes of an Umbu soldier, an animal mask, and holding a scroll. Then he quickly gathered his team. As for the reason, it was of course that Minato Namikaze and Shiraishi and the other 4 were finally assigned a task. Why do Umbu have tattoos? After changing into the uniform of the Umbu, Shiraishi felt his bare arms were chilly. The relatively fair skin on the arm was tattooed with a dark red symbol belonging to the dark part. In addition to the gray and white overalls, she also wore a black tights underneath. The only thing that made Baishi feel relieved was that he could receive a black cloak during the mission. Whether to wear it or not depends entirely on one's mood, but as the captain, Minato Namikaze's cloak is beige. Captain Black Flash, what is the situation with this mission? After putting on the cloak and hood, Baishi asked in a deep voice. Because he was still wearing a mask on his face, Shiraishi looked like a real Umbu at this moment. Not to mention Shiraishi, the style of the entire Minato team is similar at this moment. Apart from the hair, the only thing that can be used to identify the identity is the eyes. Hearing Shiraishi's question, Namikaze Minato took out a scroll, opened it and spread it flat on the ground. According to the intelligence, a group of sand ninjas disguised as spies have infiltrated the Land of Fire. The bad thing is, they took very important information from a spy. so we have to stop them before they cross the Fire Nation border. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze's tone gradually became serious, solemn, and murderous. Konoha's yellow flash never shows mercy to its enemies. Don't forget, he is a ninja who participated in the Second Ninja World War since graduation and survived it. And a rule in the ninja world is to never doubt the murderous intent of a ninja who survived the Ninja World War. They may be really kind, but they never hesitate when it comes to killing. I understand. ×2 understood. ×3 The four Shiraishi people responded in unison. Even Uchiha Obito didn't dare to act funny at this time. Might Guy was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead. Could he, a last-place person who only specializes in physical skills, really be capable of doing this kind of job? Not to mention Might Guy, in fact, Kakashi and Shiraishi both had some doubts. A sand ninja who was able to sneak into the land of fire and successfully obtain intelligence before being discovered. No matter how you look at it, their strength must not be underestimated. In comparison, the current Minato squad is just a special team that has been established for less than half a year. Apart from Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, only Shiraishi and Kakashi can be trusted. So what is the reason that such a task is assigned to them? Don't worry, we are not the main force in this mission. In other words, we are only the main force responsible for hunting them down on the surface. Seeing that his 5 teammates were a little nervous, Minato Namikaze immediately spoke to comfort them. Stop the spies from the Sand Village, even if the Sand Village is the weakest among the 5 major ninja villages. But how could such a task be entirely handed over to a team of rookies? To put it bluntly, Minato Namikaze said that they were just targets used to attract attention. Those who are truly responsible for stopping the Sand Ninjas need those real Umbu strongmen. I see. Then Captain Black Flash, who is the main force of this mission. After breathing a sigh of relief, Shi asked again. This time I am really curious. After all, there are not many powerful people with names in the Umbu. For example, Tiger, Leopard, and Ox during the second generation's time were mainly responsible for monitoring the Uchiha. But because they have carried out a large number of confidential missions, there are still legends about them in the Umbu. As for Heitake Sakumo, the name White Fang can be said to be a legend. Wait, no way. Thinking of a possibility, Baishi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Noticing Shiraishi's change, Namikaze Minato nodded and said, "It seems that you have already guessed it, Baishi. That's right, the main force of this mission is the force led by Senior White Fang. In fact, they have already set off. The ones left in the village are just their clones and others pretending to be them." Hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Shiraishi forced himself to calm down. You can join the Umbu and retain your original organization, and even get an A-level wind jutsu for free without doing anything. Now Heitake Sakumo even leads the team personally to give credit to Shiraishi and the others. That's right, in Shiraishi's eyes, Heitake Sakumo's behavior was just giving away credit. The surface of the dark side is of course not the real surface. But actions that are darker than the Umbu are absolutely impossible to record. In short, Heitake Sakumo and his troops will not have the slightest credit appears in the Konoha archives. And to whom should the credit be attributed? Of course, it is the team led by Minato Namikaze. As expected of you, Konoha White Fang. Thinking of this, Baishi couldn't help but sigh. Originally I thought I was generous enough by giving away the family sword techniques and wind and lightning jutsu. I didn't expect that the real big head was actually here. All we can say is that Heitake Sakumo has done his best to express his gratitude within the scope of his ability. Okay, even though we are not the main force, there is no doubt that we still have to fight for the village. So everyone, please be alert and courageous during this mission. Don't let the village's information leak out. Seeing Uchiha Obito and the others looking depressed because they were not the main force, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but laugh and encourage them. In fact, let alone Minato, even Shiraishi couldn't help feeling depressed while laughing. Although he was going to take the credit, the words "not the main force" were still frustrating. But this time, he was finally going to fight the enemy to the death once again, and the previous situation would definitely not happen again. Thinking of this, Baishi's eyes couldn't help but become sharp. As for Uchiha Obito and the others, after being encouraged by Minato Namikaze, finally, I was no longer nervous and was completely excited. "Oh, leave it to us," Uchiha Obito shouted passionately. Not even his cool Umbu attire could hide his hot-blooded idiot aura. As Uchiha Obito shouted this, Might Guy also started to make his classic thumbs-up gesture. The proud blue beast of Konoha, let those sand ninja guys see my Might Guy's taijutsu. Zahid Kurane didn't say anything, but under the mask, her cute little face was flushed with excitement. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Baishi, and her little face suddenly turned even redder. "Don't worry, Shiraishi-kun, I will never hold you back. Please take a good look at my efforts during this period." Zihaihong thought silently in her heart, and strength seemed to surge up from deep within her body. Unfortunately, this is an illusion. Although love can create miracles, it is impossible for it to increase a person's strength without any warning. Or have you been holding it in too much during this period? Seeing that even Kakashi couldn't help but feel helpless, Shiraishi couldn't help but think secretly. Speaking of which, ever since I met that Cloud Ninja Jonin during my first mission out of the village, Shiraishi or the Minato team has always had a more stable style. In short, there is basically no risk involved in the mission. Although the pay would not be low, I eventually lost some of my enthusiasm. In addition, the atmosphere in the dark department is indeed somewhat depressing, and this situation is likely to occur after practicing for a long time. Well, let me say it one last time that our enemies this time are the Sand Ninja. Not only is the intelligence somewhat insufficient, but it is certain that the enemy is very dangerous. Be careful. Seeing that his teammates seemed a little too excited again, Minato Namikaze could only say helplessly. Perhaps it was not until this moment that he, the Yellow Flash, understood the difficulty of guiding a Jonin, especially the more responsible guiding Jonin. Of course, this was actually within Minato Namikaze's expectations. After all, during this period of time, it was not just by she and the other four who were working hard to practice. Minato Namikaze is also seeking advice from his seniors in the Umbu and working hard to learn how to become a qualified captain. On the other side, the area is approaching the border of the Fire Country. Compared to the prosperity of Konoha, this place is undoubtedly much more desolate. Perhaps it is the dense jungles that make people feel at ease and realize that this is still within the territory of the Fire Kingdom. However, because it is close to the border, towns and villages are generally not built here. And now, a caravan that appeared to have no flaws on the surface passed by here, moving slowly, cautiously and steadily towards the border of the Fire Nation. Speaking of which, no matter from which angle you look at them, no one would think they are ninjas. After all, he doesn't have the cold temperament of a ninja, and his hands, feet, and some exposed skin all look like what an ordinary person should have. Just like a little white rabbit, it doesn't seem threatening at all. It was precisely because of this that the important secrets that Konoha got from the spies were concealed. But if there are white eyes present, you will find out what's underneath the harmless appearance of this little white rabbit. It actually turned out to be an extremely deadly man-eating beast. Judging from the quality and quantity of chakra alone, there are at least 2 Jonin. In addition, there are 8 Shinins, all of whom are veterans or elites. Not only that, one of the Jonin, who should be the leader, was holding a scroll tightly in his hand. Because he held the scroll too tightly, his fingers had begun to turn white. Although the other Jonin did not make any move, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings from time to time. His muscles were tense, like a slingshot stretched to the extreme. It seems that it can burst out with tremendous fighting power at any time. The other 8 Shinins also looked around from time to time, with tension and fear flashing in their eyes from time to time. Although it looks like the little rabbit is on guard against movements around it, in reality, however, they are more like a wild animal in search of prey. At the same time, they are avoiding even more dangerous and terrifying beasts. Himura Jonin, have we been discovered by Konoha? One of the Chinins finally couldn't help it and asked the leading Jonin. When this Chinin spoke, the other 7 Chinins also looked over. Noticing this, the Jonin Himura's face suddenly darkened, and he glared at the Chinin who was asking him. At this tense moment, he actually asked such an idiotic question. If they hadn't already confirmed that they would be discovered by Konoha, would they be so nervous? Without giving an answer, the Himura Jonin directly scolded, "Don't ask such idiotic questions, just do your job. We are almost at the border of the Fire Country, but the closer we are to the border, the more careful we must be." After hearing what the Jonin Himura said, even though they were being scolded, the Chinins all felt a sense of relief. Unfortunately, they did not notice that the Jonin Nasharashi sighed secretly. Because not long ago, Himura and he had actually discovered that the spy originally stationed in Konoha had lost contact, but it was too late by then. There is absolutely no point in rashly abandoning the identity of the caravan and running away. After all, Konoha is still very powerful now. Especially because of the border friction, there are many strong people. Although it has begun to move away from human habitation, even villages and smaller towns have not been seen for a long time. But this group of sand ninjas still insisted on continuing their trade route for a long time. To be honest, even Shaylin was a little confused about Himura's decision. However, this is safer after all, so they did not move too fast until they went deep into the forest. It was not until they went deep into a forest that the sand ninjas took off their disguises. They moved through the forests more flexibly than monkeys. The complex terrain and messy trees seem to be non-existent to them. It's as fast as a 100-meter sprint and doesn't slow down at all. Especially when in the woods, it keeps jumping on the branches, and it's almost flying. Be careful, I have a bad feeling. Shalan suddenly spoke, but it didn't have any effect. Even Himura didn't care much, he just wanted to bring the information back to the village as soon as possible. However, although their speed was getting faster and faster, they did not notice that the surrounding environment was getting quieter and quieter. There were sounds of insects chirping and birds flying, and in the end, not even an ant could be found. Before anyone could sound a warning, a sand ninja seemed to have stepped on something and broke it. To be more precise, something broke in my calf. It seems a kind of silk thread that is not very tough. Just when the sand ninja realized the seriousness of the problem, fear and despair appeared on his face. Bang, bang, bang. The detonating talismans that were placed very secretly around exploded one after another, leaving no chance of survival. Almost in an instant, the sand ninja who stepped into the trap was engulfed by the flames caused by the explosion. There is no possibility of survival, because that's how Tsunade's younger brother, Noeki, who was Orochimaru's disciple, died, and someone added some ingredients to these detonators. Enemy attack, come to my side, hurry up. Seeing one of his subordinates die, Himura's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he shouted quickly. Even though they had felt something was amiss before, and Sand Rain had issued a warning, they were sand ninjas after all. It's not that there is no opportunity to carry out missions in an environment like the Fire Nation, it's just that it's not their turn at all. So, having lived in the desert for so many years, they didn't even notice the changes in the surrounding environment. This also resulted in a ninja from the Sand Ninja side having to retire before the battle officially began. Damn it, has Konoha really discovered it? I just don't know what kind of strongman they will send out to carry out the sniping. Seeing the remaining teammates and subordinates rushing towards him, Himura Jonin couldn't help but grit his teeth in his heart. To be honest, he felt a little regretful. If I had known this would happen, I should have left these idiots behind and left on my own. As the strongest Jonin in the entire team, Himura felt that he had a good chance of escaping alone. As for these idiots, as long as he successfully returns to the village with the information. At that time, he, Himura, was the great hero of the Sand Village. Who cares whether these idiots live or die? It was at this moment, before Himura could continue to regret and fantasize about anything, several figures suddenly rushed out from the darkness without warning, targeting the sand ninjas who had lost their vigilance as they approached Himura. Needless to say, the attackers were Minato Namikaze and the Shiraishi 5. Although they were the attackers, the sand ninjas were no pushovers. At the beginning, we were really caught off guard and lost a sand ninja when we didn't expect it at all. However, the attack by Minato Namikaze and the other 4 Shiraishi men was something they had already expected. A special kunao, haha, magnetic escape. Seeing the flying thunder god kunao thrown at him by Minato Namikaze, a sand ninja immediately sneered. Although I don't know what's so special about this kunao, but as a holder of the bloodline limit of magnet release, anyone getting within 10 meters of him would be an insult to him. Oh my, are you so unlucky as to run into the holder of the magnetic release bloodline? Seeing that his flying thunder god kunao flew directly to the horizon, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile bitterly as his sneak attack failed. It seems that his development of flying thunder god is still not enough. At the same time, he has not mastered any ninjutsu that can perfectly match flying thunder god. The other sand ninjas who were attacked also blocked the attack from the Shiraishi's 5 men. Everyone, get out of the way. When Baishi noticed that the person he had attacked was at least a jonin, his face suddenly turned dark. As his figure quickly faded away, the kunao in his hand that was used for sneak attack was also thrown out by Baishi. The other 5 people were already accustomed to being commanded by Baishi. As soon as he heard Shiraishi's voice, he subconsciously retreated behind Minato Namikaze. This is a sneak attack between ninjas. Or rather, a greeting between ninjas. As for the purpose, in addition to obtaining and verifying some information, I also want to see if I can pick up a few heads. Anyway, if you don't pick it up, you won't lose anything, but if you pick one up, you will make a fortune. It was also at this moment that the Jonin Himura finally saw the appearance of the enemy. Although they are all dressed as Umbu, Minato Namikaze's blonde hair and blue eyes are still relatively rare. Moreover, her temperament doesn't quite match the Umbu attire she's wearing. In addition, Minato Namikaze is quite famous in the ninja world as the Yellow Flash. Due to various factors, Himura recognized the identity of Minato Namikaze almost instantly. The Yellow Flash of Konoha, it doesn't look like a strong man on the level of Konoha's Sunin. Very good, there is still a chance. After recognizing the identity of Minato Namikaze, Himura was not panicked, but felt relieved instead. In his expectation, the worst-case scenario was that Konoha White Fang would bring a large number of Umbu to surround them. That is the real meaning of absolute there is no chance of escape. You can only fight to the death. If one person dies, it's no loss, but if 2 people die, it's a profit. But the biggest possibility is that no one can fight to death. The second worst thing was that the 3 ninjas of Konoha were blocking their way. Not to mention anything else, the summoned beasts from the 3 holy places alone are enough to make them despair. Even though he's a jonin, he's still just a brat after all. Shaylin and I are more than capable of handling him. After confirming the identity of Minato Namikaze, Himura immediately shouted. Following Himura's shout, the momentum of the following Chunins immediately stabilized. That's right, even though he's only a Chunin, understanding the enemy is a basic skill for a ninja. So they also knew the information about Minato Namikaze, just like what Himura said. Thinking this way, these Chunins at least had a little hope of survival. But for ninjas, just a little bit of hope is enough. As for the Tsunarashina Jonin, he was standing not far from Himura with a serious expression on his face. He always felt that there was something wrong with the Umbu who had attacked him before, who was probably still a teenager. But Shalan couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. As for Minato Namikaze, Tsunarashi and Himura have similar opinions. After all, the Tsunagakure village is not without information about the Yellow Flash. I'm sorry, but the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage is indeed very terrifying. It's a pity that they have magnetic escape. What can the Yellow Flash of Flying Thunder God, which has been destroyed, do? Even if the Flying Thunder God technique was not abolished, the opponent was just a guy who was too young. Minato-sensei, it seems like you've been totally underestimated. Seeing the reaction of the Sand Ninja on the opposite side, Uchiha Obito immediately said to Namikaze Minato in a stabbing way. Not only was his identity easily recognized by the enemy, but the enemy actually looked relieved after being recognized. That would have been fine, but he was actually stabbed in the heart by his own disciple. I saw Minato Namikaze gave Uchiha Obito a heavy blow. We are in the Umbu now, remember to call me Captain Black Flash or Captain. Looking at Obito who was covering his head, Namikaze Minato said unhappily. I originally liked Uchiha Obito quite a bit, but I didn't expect this guy to have no idea of the situation. Idiot, you're trying to piss off the captain on this occasion. Kakashi and Shiraishi also wore cloaks and spoke in a cold tone. Although Obito wanted to quarrel with Kakashi, he was no longer a kid in the ninja school. In addition, Minato Namikaze had just given him a slap in the face, so Uchiha Obito could only bear it. But in his heart, Kakashi's words idiot had already been written down by Obito in his little notebook. Obito remembered this grudge and knew that sooner or later Kakashi would take revenge on him. Hey, why are those Umbu just brats? Is there no one left in Konoha? At this moment, a sharp-eyed Chunin recognized that the four Shiraishi men were all young, and immediately laughed at them. At this point, the Sand Ninja felt that they were completely stable. Not only did their momentum rise, but several Sand Ninja Chunins even revealed ferocious and murderous smiles. There was no longer the timid look as if he was about to be killed in the next second. Just a bunch of little brats, I'm going to tear them all to pieces. Humph, I can kill them all by myself. Why do I need you to interfere? No, they should be left to me to deal with. For a moment, these Sand Ninja Chunins almost started quarreling because they looked down on Shiraishi and his companions. Everyone thinks they can deal with Shiraishi and Kakashi. Shaylin, help me deal with that Yellow Flash, and the rest of you take care of those little ghosts. Remember, all of you, come together and quickly take care of those little devils before they come to support me in Shalan. At this moment, Himura was the first to rush towards Minato Namikaze. While calling on Shaylin, he also did not forget to give orders to the other Chunins. What's more, the Sand Ninjas who were about to quarrel stopped arguing. There is no other reason, it's just that the class concept in Sand Village is very serious. It has even reached the point where if a subordinate talks back at his superior, it doesn't matter even if the superior is killed. Of course, this concept does not include Jinchuriki. Seeing Tsunarashina following him and rushing towards Minato Namikaze, Himura couldn't help but grin. He had seen himself taking out the enemy and finally bringing the intelligence back to the village. In the end, he became a great hero and reached the peak of his life. He might even have a chance to become the fourth Kazekage. Oh, kill all these little devils, ha 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 ha, don't you dare snatch it from me. That delicate and tender girl looks pretty good, kill them and we'll be heroes when we return to the village. Seeing their two Jonin rushing towards Minato Namikaze, the remaining 7 Chuyunins also felt that they were safe. Everyone thought they had the opponent defeated. He even began to fantasize with Himura that he would be treated like a hero after returning to the village. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Haha, it seems that we have been thoroughly underestimated. Seeing the postures of the Sand Ninjas opposite him, Shiraishi couldn't help but smile dangerously. We still have to be careful. After all, Sand Village is also one of the 5 major ninja villages. Kakashi stood next to Shiraishi, with no intention of rushing out, because he understood that Shiraishi's best skill was to use fire-style ninjutsu as if it were free. If placed on the battlefield, it would definitely be a powerful weapon of war. But in the eyes of the Sand Ninja, Shiraishi and the others were undoubtedly afraid. After looking at each other, they rushed towards Shiraishi and Kakashi. So straightforward, then I won't be polite. Seeing that these Sand Ninjas had been completely blinded by arrogance, Shiraishi laughed again. The 10 slender fingers of both hands were making seals frantically, and they had even begun to make 7 seals per second. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire style, Dragon, the art of singing with flame. With almost no hesitation, Shiraishi released 3 consecutive ninjutsu that could be considered advanced fire escape techniques. Accompanied by flames and high temperatures, huge fireballs, firebombs, and many dragon heads rushed towards the Sand Ninja. There were basically no surprises. Korone Ui and Might Guy contracted a Chunin, and another Sand Ninja was also targeted by Kakashi. Hatajai style, Lightning Slash. Without any hesitation, after making about 3 seals, Kakashi placed his hand directly on the hilt of the short blade. I saw that the short, cold, white blade was suddenly covered with a layer of extremely dense electric current. In fact, in places that could not be seen from the outside, more electric currents were stimulating Kakashi's body at this moment. In almost an instant, his speed was increased to an incredible level. Even though the Sand Ninja on the opposite side is not young, his body has already fully developed. His mission experience is no less than Kakashi's. However, under Kakashi's swordsmanship that was close to Chidori, this Chunin-level Sand Ninja still had no room to resist. Lightning escape is convenient, but why can't fire escape be played that way? Seeing that Kakashi forced the opposing Chunin into a desperate situation in just a few moves, Shiraishi couldn't help but complain with some resentment. Until now, he still had to use his mouth to release fire-style ninjutsu. Damn it, it's clearly other types of ninjutsu, whether it's lightning, water, earth, or wind. Even if it would release, he just clapped his hands and rows of big trees emerged from the ground. As a result, the fire escape technique relies entirely on the mouth, which makes Baishi unable to speak fluently. But what else can he do? Even someone as strong as Madara can put out the fire, but he still has to open his mouth. On the Sand Ninja side, several Chunins were completely stunned, or simply couldn't believe it, because they saw with their own eyes how Kakashi slit the throat and beheaded the Sand Ninja in front of him in just a few moves. In an instant, a chill suddenly surged through the bodies of the Sand Ninjas. What a joke, he is their companion. Even if he is weak, he can't be that weak. For example, Korone Ui and Might Guy. Although he faced 2 fatal blows, he still came to his senses at the last moment, and he moved his body at the critical moment, preventing Might Guy from kicking his heart. However, even though he was only kicked in the abdomen, 2 of his ribs were still affected and broken. But after all, he is not dead. In addition to the terrifying Kakashi, there is also Shiraishi. 3 consecutive fire escape techniques with extremely large range, high temperature, and fast casting speed. It can be said that although no one was burned to death, they were almost scared to death. And if Baishi hadn't used fire release to break up their formation, it's impossible for Kakashi to be so quick and efficient and reduce the opponent's man by 1 in just a few moves. Everyone be careful, these Umbu brats from Konoha are not right. Forcing himself to calm down, a Sand Ninja said with an extremely ugly expression. Those who were killed by the detonating talisman at the beginning were the unlucky ones, but it is their fault that there are still casualties now. Damn it, I will chop off their limbs and torture them. The burly Sand Ninja holding a big sword had a crazy look on his face. But if you look closely, you'll notice that his eyes occasionally look towards Kakashi. Fear. And there is fear. Although he also uses a sword, Kakashi is undoubtedly the nemesis of power-type warriors like him. For a moment, although the Sand Ninjas gathered together again, none of them dared to attack rashly. How cowardly and arrogant, is this a Sand Ninja? No wonder Orochimaru will use him in the future. Seeing the performance of the Sand Ninja on the opposite side, Shiraishi finally understood why the Sand Village was the weakest of the 5 major ninja villages. At the same time, I also understand why the 3rd Kaze Cage was killed by Scorpion of the Red Sand. The Sand Village instead directed its attack at Konoha. To be honest, the reason why the Sand Ninja ended up like this was that they lost 1 member at the beginning. After all, they underestimated the enemy and did not take Baishi and others seriously at all. This does not mean that they are so confident in their own abilities. It is a sense of superiority that comes from age and experience. To put it simply, he is Shibai, the kind who deserves to die. And now, these Sand Ninjas have revealed another of their attributes, cowardice. Not to mention that they are Chunin, even Jonin Shiraishi looks down on them. On the other hand, Minato Namikaze was facing 2 Jonin at the same time, and because of the interference of Shaolin's magnetic escape, Flying Thunder God had no room to perform at all. It can be said that for a moment, Minato Namikaze felt under great pressure. What should I do? The Flying Thunder God's Kunao has no way of reaching the designated location. Although I know a lot of ninjutsu, I am not a ninja who is proficient in ninjutsu. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and Minato Namikaze thought silently in his heart. It's not that he has no interest in ninjutsu, but compared to ninjutsu, he is better at sealing techniques. There's no special reason, I just simply want to please Kushina. But now, Flying Thunder God has fallen into a rather embarrassing situation, so Minato Namikaze is really in a dilemma now. However, even so, the 2 Jonins of the Sand Village, Kimura and Sarashige, were still unable to do anything to Namikaze Minato. Because with Minato Namikaze's reaction speed that is enough to control Flying Thunder God, even if he only uses the body flickering technique, he is enough to defeat the enemy. The only problem is that Minato Namikaze doesn't have a ninjutsu that can match his speed. In short, it is a ninjutsu that does not require any unnecessary movements, has a fast launch speed, and cannot be low in power. If other ninjas knew what Minato Namikaze wanted, they would probably scold him for being wishful thinking. How can there be such a convenient ninjutsu in this world? Do you think you are a tailed beast? Can you release the tailed beast balls at will? Wind style, great assault. Magnetic style, iron sand shuriken technique. Himura and Tsunarashi tried their best to deal with Minato Namikaze, but they felt that the opponent was just like a rat. Even with such a large raid range, they couldn't hit the corner of Minato Namikaze's clothes. Even with Shailen's countless iron sand shurikens, the result would still be the same. Just like two clumsy fools, the dog is chasing the dancing butterflies. Is this the yellow flash that once became famous on the battlefield? Humph, Konoha really is worthy of being the cradle of geniuses. Seeing that Namikaze Minato was still so troublesome without Flying Thunder God, Shalan couldn't help but snorted coldly. Himura beside him had a gloomy and somewhat ferocious look on his face. The two of them can't be dragged here by Minato Namikaze. If reinforcements from Konoha arrive, they will be completely finished. Compared to the vibrant environment of the Fire Kingdom, the Wind Kingdom can be said to be filled with yellow sand. At first glance, there was no sign of life at all. If someone who doesn't understand the desert enters here, he will probably die of thirst in no time. Of course, it is also possible that he died from overexposure. However, even in such a remote place, a somewhat old woman was wrapped in thick clothes. Ignoring the scorching sun in the sky, he gazed at the endless desert, as if waiting for something. Behind this woman, more than 20 ninjas were also waiting quietly. There was no impatience at all, and his eyes were even filled with awe. Just because, the one leading them in waiting is the most legendary female ninja of Sand Village. Cho. Not only is he good at making and using poisons, he is also an extremely powerful puppeteer. What is even more terrifying is that Cho can not only control 10 puppets at once. The set of Chikamatsu Teninshu in her hand was learned from the ancestor of puppeteers, Manzaman. I heard that it was completed by Manzaman before his death, and it was the greatest masterpiece of his life. Taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, sealing technique. While working as a puppeteer on the side, Cho is also an all-around ninja, and he is also regarded as a nemesis by the demigod of Rain Village. All I can say is that for a ninja as accomplished as Cho, even the Sandaime Kaze Cage would have to respect her. But even though those ninjas didn't even dare to breathe heavily, Cho's expression still looked a little ugly, especially when you see time passing by bit, and there is no human figure in the endless yellow sand. The agreed time was getting closer and closer, but those rubbish that sneaked into Konoha didn't send back even a single message. This made Cho even more upset. If she hadn't heard the news about Konoha White Fang, a ninja of her status would never have come here to provide support. Those trash would just die if they died. It wasn't worth wasting time waiting for them, not to mention that it was her time that was wasted. Soon, time continued to pass slowly and completely exceeded the originally agreed time. Damn it, everyone, follow me to help those idiots. The veins on his forehead could not help but bulge, and Cho spoke in an equally angry voice. Master Cho, this may be against the rules. A sand ninja came to Cho and advised her that was the territory of the Fire Country. Even after the Second Ninja World War, Konoha is still the strongest ninja village. The Fire Nation is also the strongest among the 5 major nations. However, before the Sand Ninja could finish his words, he suddenly fell to the ground. The breath of life disappeared silently in the yellow sand. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room froze completely. Even under the scorching sun, everyone could still feel a chill rushing up to the back of their heads. Does anyone else have any comments? Cho asked, no expression on her old face. What's contained in those eyes is not only anger, but also hatred that can never be washed away. There was no other reason, just because her son and daughter-in-law both died at the hands of Konoha White Fang. Not only did she lose her son and daughter-in-law, but her grandson Scorpio also lost his father and mother. Amidst everyone's silence, Cho led the sand ninjas behind her and resolutely broke into the land of fire. This is Beishi. Although several sand shinobi chinins were scared, when facing death, even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered. In addition, the sand ninjas discovered that Korone Ui and Uchiha Obito were not as strong as Kakashi and Shiraishi. They suddenly became excited again and chased them like mad dogs. So much so that Shiraishi and Kakashi had to protect them, and their fighting performance was not as sharp as it was at the beginning. Wind style, wind blade. Gathering the chakra in his right hand and changing its nature, Baishi directly chopped a puppet and the water dragon bullet on the opposite side into pieces. Damn, why do the guys from the Sand Village know water jutsu? Although Kakashi was able to handle the situation with ease, he could only slowly look for opportunities when facing multiple enemies. Kai was fine. He relied on his strong physical fitness to madly chase a puppeteer without a puppet. Damn it, I was actually protected by this guy Kakashi. Looking at the fierce battle not far away, Uchiha Obito said unwillingly. He clenched one hand into a fist and couldn't help but hit it on the tree trunk beside him. At this moment, Uchiha Obito deeply regretted that he had not worked hard enough. He was late for training and missions every day, and whenever he got the chance to slack off, he would go looking for linear. What on earth am I doing? If Kakashi was injured at this time, Obito would probably be able to open the Sharingan directly. Behind Obito, Korone Ui was also unwilling to give in. I've already learned a new illusion and I've tried so hard. Whenever she has time, she will go to her father, Ui Shinku, for advice. But why, instead of getting closer to Baishi, it is getting further and further away? Even, he could only hold back and be protected by his beloved. Children in the ninja world have always matured precociously, and most female ninjas have distinct personalities. Simply put, you have to be strong. Even Hinata would want to protect Naruto rather than be protected by him, and the Guardian Bagua was developed for this purpose. No, from today on, I have to work even harder. Looking at Shiraishi's fighting back, Ui Hong made a secret decision. At the same time, he did not completely give up the fight, but observed the situation at all times, prepared to use illusion to assist. Compared to Shiraishi's side, Namikaze Minato's journey was undoubtedly smoother. Although there was no way to directly deal with Himura and Sarashiro, they were helpless. Even if you want to escape, there is no chance at all. Especially Shalan, who felt that her magnetic style was completely insulted. Obviously he has the bloodline of the Sandaime Kaze Cage, can't even deal with a young brat. Magnetic style, Iron Sand Rain. Gritting his teeth, Shalan stretched out his hand again to control a large amount of iron sand. This can no longer be called Gatlin, but the real thing. A rain of bullets made entirely of iron sand. But even so, Minato Namikaze is still like a flash of light. In other words, it had simply eaten the sparkling fruit, rendering the iron sand useless. No, if we continue like this, the longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. After seeing this scene, Himura completely lost his original idea. It would be better to get rid of Minato Namikaze as soon as possible. What's the point of getting rid of him if you can't even touch him? Looking at Minato Namikaze, who was more slippery than a loach, Tsunarashina couldn't help but speak. Of course I know, what do you want to say? Looking at his companions, Himura's expression looked a little ferocious. You're stronger than me, get rid of this guy and go support those losers who can't even deal with the little ghosts. Listen, as long as one Chunin returns to the village with the information, we will be successful. Feeling the little chakra left in his body, Shalan said with a somewhat ferocious expression, because according to what he said, maybe Himura still has a chance of survival. However, it is no longer possible for him, Shalan. But Tsunarashi also understood that once he lost his magnetic release, Himura would definitely be eliminated by Namikaze Minato in the shortest time possible. Himura, who is also a Jonin, naturally understood all of this. Okay, I get it, Shalan. There was a moment of silence, then Himura spoke in an inexplicable tone as if he was meeting Shalan for the first time. Although the class system is rigid and the ideas are corrupt, there is always such people in the village. Be able to dedicate everything for the village, including one's life. What are these two guys talking about? Not good. The distance was too far, and Minato didn't have time to hear clearly what the enemy was communicating. But he saw that Shalan's attack suddenly became rough and brutal. He didn't seem to care at all whether he had enough chakra. At this moment, another Sand Ninja Jonin, Himura, was crossing over the Flying Thunder God's Kunao. Shalan, I will definitely bring the information back to the village. This is my promise to you. His expression was no longer ferocious, and Himura's eyes gradually changed from fierce to determined. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's figure passed Tsunarashina and came directly in front of Himura. I'm sorry, but I can't let you mess with my team members. After a long time, he began to make hand seals and said in a serious tone, whether going to the battlefield where Baishi and others are, or directly escaping with the information. Both of these situations are not allowed by Minato Namikaze. Earth Escape, Earth Spear. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato Namikaze completed the hand seal. A large spear formed of rock and soil pierced directly towards Himura. It was also at this time that Minato Namikaze's figure flashed. Countless bullets formed by iron sand were just about to hit Minato Namikaze. Snort. In order to completely pass the range of the Flying Thunder God Kunao, Himura did not deliberately try to dodge Namikaze Minato's attack. This also resulted in a cut on Himura's waist. If I weren't a ninja, I would also know some first aid techniques. The bleeding alone is enough to kill Himura. Although Shiraishi's battlefield seemed to be at a disadvantage at the beginning because of Obito and Hong, but as time passed, it was these sand ninjas who fell into a disadvantage again. Everyone looked at Baishi as if they were a monster. For no other reason than that Shiraishi seemed to have been releasing ninjutsu from the very beginning. Not only are these ninjutsu powerful, but they also have a large range. And he looks so relaxed, which makes people wonder if this kid's chakra is free. But just when Shiraishi and Kakashi were about to completely establish the advantage, Wind Style, Tornado Hurricane. A figure came with a hurricane force and almost knocked back Shiraishi and Kakashi with one move. Then he kicked Might Guy and sent him flying onto a big tree in the distance. Himura-sama. Seeing the familiar figure, the Sand Ninja Chunins really felt like tears welling up in their eyes. If they had arrived a little later, they would probably have been exhausted to death by Shiraishi's ninjutsu. Or maybe Kakashi would find the right opportunity and kill him with 2 or 3 strikes. You bunch of losers, I'm handing over the information to you now. get out of here and head back to the village. These little devils and that yellow flash, Shalan and I will be responsible for stopping them." Instead of acting according to what Shalan had initially said, Himura threw the intelligence scroll to several subordinates behind him. To be honest, before this kind of thing was simply impossible for Himura. Sacrifice, dedication. This is not the mainstream of Sand Ninja. But perhaps influenced by Tsunarashi, Himura didn't know why he made this decision. "I just felt that it felt pretty good to watch those useless subordinates escape with the information. Hopefully, at least one of them can return to the village with information. The border of the Fire Nation is not so easy to cross." Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato finally understood the plans of the two Sand Ninja Jonin on the opposite side. Even if they have to sacrifice their own lives, they still have to bring the information back to the village. That's right, Sarashina's chakra is actually running low, and Himura has already started to get hurt. Once you face Minato, Namikaze and Shiraishi and others, all we can say is that there is basically no chance of them surviving. No, we have to stop that guy first. Looking at Himura, Namikaze Minato immediately wanted to get rid of Saramura, the troublesome magnetic ninja. Unfortunately, when Shalan didn't care about chakra, the power of magnetic escape was further exerted. It was seen that Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god Kunao was as if he had drunk fake wine, not to mention rushing to Himura. No, if this continues, only one of the Sand Shinobi Chinins will survive. But as long as he returns to the Sand Village with the information, this mission will be a complete failure. Baishi, hurry up and chase those guys. Don't let them cross the border. At this time, Minato Namikaze was too lazy to shout out any code name, and for the first time, an emotion called urgency appeared on his face. "Haha, I'll never let you little brats leave if I bet my life as a Jonin." Himura sneered, not worrying at all whether these little ghosts on the opposite side could break through. Own obstruction. Chunin and Jonin are two completely different positions. At the same time, it also represents a huge difference in strength. However, fire style, dragon flame song technique, wind style, suppress, combined ninja technique, fire dragon roar. Looking at Baishi, he was almost making seals with both hands. With one hand of wind escape and the other of fire escape, 4 fire dragons like fire tornadoes appeared as if they were going to destroy the world. Himura, it cannot be said that it cannot be stopped, but it can be said that there is no problem in protecting oneself. Relying on a combination of ninjutsu, Shiraishi and others directly overcame Himura's obstruction. Even though Himura's face was full of unwillingness, he looked as hideous and terrifying as a demon from hell. But facing Shiraishi's combined ninjutsu, he could only dodge helplessly or even hide underground. However, facing the Sand Ninjas who were constantly fleeing, Shiraishi did not lead everyone to chase them. Instead, while pursuing them, he began to give orders to Korone Ui and Uchiha Obito. "Hong, Obito, you two should go to the border of the Land of Fire first and look for Uncle Sakumo. Otherwise, if the Sand Ninja directly sends people into the Fire Country, we will be helpless. Remember, your mission is important, so be quick." Looking at Korone Ui and Uchiha Obito, Shiraishi said in an urgent tone. He always had a bad feeling, and Shiraishi actually knew a little about the character of the Sand Village. It's typical that once the wound has healed, the pain has been forgotten. That once you forget the pain, you don't realize your own weight. So the Sand Village sent ninjas directly into the Land of Fire to pick up those Sand Ninja Chinins. Shiraishi wouldn't find it strange at all. "Yes, I understand. Don't worry, just leave it to me." Uchiha Obito and Korone Ui also understood that their strength was not enough, and if they continued to follow, they would only become the weak link of this team again. Therefore, Hong and Obito had no objection to Shiraishi's arrangement. However, whether they objected or not, no one knew how unwilling they were in their hearts. And these unwillingness will give birth to such a huge force. After giving the order, Shiraishi, Kakashi and Guy continued to chase along the traces left by the Sand Ninja. However, Hong and Obito changed direction midway and ran towards where Heitake Sakumo was. Although the traces left by the Sand Ninja were quite obvious, Shiraishi still turned his eyes on him just in case. You know what, most of the traces were left by the Sand Ninja unintentionally, but there are also some traces that were deliberately left by the Sand Ninjas to mislead Shiraishi and Kakashi. Go this way. This is the direction those Sand Ninjas are going. After seeing this scene, Shiraishi would certainly not continue to follow the mark left by the Sand Ninja. Instead, it changed direction directly. Kakashi certainly wouldn't stand up to refute Shiraishi, let alone question him at this time. As for Might Guy, he just thought that Shiraishi had discovered some clues. As long as he is on a mission, Kai's attitude is always very serious. It's a pity that as soon as he has some free time, the figure of him exercising in the green tights is really an eye-catcher. But it's okay. Now I'm wearing the Umbu's black tights and a grey-white suspender top. Finally, Kai isn't that abnormal. In this way, one side kept fleeing and the other side kept chasing. The key is that the party being chased has no idea that he is being chased. After running for dozens of miles, finally, one of the puppeteers could not hold on any longer. No, let's take a break. My chakra is exhausted. The puppeteer, whose puppet was broken apart by Baishi, gasped. He couldn't stand it anymore, it felt like his lungs were burning. If he continues to run, he will probably be exhausted to death. Okay, let's take a break then. The other two sand ninjas looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Not only the puppeteer couldn't stand it, they couldn't stand it either. It turns out that without chakra, long-distance travel is such a tiring thing. Being able to take a break and recover some chakra can also bring them some comfort. Wait, what if the enemy catches up with us? A careful sand ninja disagreed and quickly stood up to refute. In fact, I can't say that I am meticulous, I can only say that I am a cautious person. How is that possible? We have deployed so many things on the road. There is absolutely no way they can catch up with us in such a short time. The sand ninja who was in charge of erasing the traces raised his head and said with pride. Seeing this scene, it can be said that except for the guy who just spoke out to refute, the other sand ninjas nodded in approval. On the one hand, I believe that this sand ninja is not lying. On the other hand, if they keep running like this, they will probably be exhausted to death before they even get out of the fire country. Don't think that ninjas won't be exhausted to death. The third Raikage who could fight the 8 tails on equal terms and possessed the strongest spear and the strongest shield. In the end, in order to protect his men, he fought for 3 days and 3 nights and finally died of exhaustion. This is Baishi. After seeing through the Byakugan that the sand ninja actually began to stop and rest, Shiraishi did not choose to pursue the victory. Instead, he brought Kakashi and Might Guy to a closer location. Let's take a break first. The sand ninja is exhausted and has started to rest. Baishi took out a Bingliang pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then said with a wrinkled face. Although the special Bingliang pills made by the Umbu are very effective and have no side effects, if used when exhausted, it can even have some exercise effects. But compared with all the advantages mentioned above, this kind of Bingliang pill is the most impressive. As expected, it still has that extremely complex taste. Not to mention Shiraishi, even Kakashi hesitated for a while before taking the soldier's ration pill and starting to recover his strength. Shiraishi, I didn't expect that releasing ninjutsu would actually consume physical strength. Seeing Shiraishi leaning against the tree trunk, Might Guy spoke while being alert. Obviously, he had been chasing after the puppeteer whose puppet was dispersed by Baishi. But now he still has plenty of physical strength, and he can be said to be the only one among the 3 who still maintains his fighting ability. I think it would be better for you to ask Kakashi about this question. Feeling the warm current flowing through his body, Baishi said in a lazy tone. Although his eyes were slightly narrowed, he could still easily see the group of the movements of the sand ninja. I refuse to answer this question. Kakashi also took the time to recover his strength and said in a cold voice. In fact, the reason is very simple, although there is still some chakra in Shiraishi's body. But chakra, after all, is made up of mental and physical energy. In short, too much chakra was consumed in a short period of time. They didn't rest for long. After all, Shiraishi's rest meant that the sand ninjas would rest better. As the Bingliang pills took effect, physical strength and chakra gradually recovered. Shiraishi slowly stood up, only to see that Kakashi had already drawn his short blade. A direct raid? Kakashi asked, but it wasn't a question, it was just a simple inquiry. Well, just launch a surprise attack and engage in close combat. Their physical strength and chakra have definitely not recovered much. There's no way they can be a match for the 3 of us. Opening his Byakugan again to confirm, Shiraishi nodded and said, to be honest, if it is not necessary, Baishi really doesn't like to use the Byakugan. It's not that rolling your eyes is bad, but the black and white perspective it provides is too anti-human. Moreover, Shiraishi doesn't know how to use soft fists, so he naturally doesn't need the Byakugan to assist him in battle. As for those sand shinobi chinins, just as Shiraishi said, they no longer have any chance of resistance. Yoshi, let me be the proud blue beast of Konoha. Before Might Guy could finish his words, Shiraishi and Kakashi had already rushed out. You two, wait for me. Kai was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after Shiraishi and Kakashi and rushed towards the sand ninja. As for the sand ninja, they suddenly had to rest and recover from a long journey. It can be said that their laziness has almost been completely aroused. I really want to get back to the village as soon as possible so that I can have a good rest for a while. Oh, you really like to daydream. But if we bring the information back to the village, as heroes we can indeed rest for a while. I never thought that Captain Himura, who is usually like that, would actually stay behind to cover our retreat at that time. The 5 sand ninjas were chatting idly, and didn't notice that the other 2 sand ninjas who were on guard had something wrong on their faces. Before their physical strength and chakra can be recovered, Shiraishi, Kakashi, and Might Guy suddenly appeared from the shadows. Wind style, wind blade. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and wind chakra spread in Baishi's hands. Eventually both hands were covered in a layer of sharp chakra blades. Not only can it be used as a close-range weapon, but it can also be released directly. The power is quite impressive. However, as a price to pay, the learning threshold of this ninjutsu is ridiculously high. Well, nature change is the most basic threshold of this ninjutsu. Lightning release, Heitake style, 3 flashes. Kakashi once again used lightning chakra to stimulate his body cells. In an instant, the whole body was filled with electricity, and the speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. With 3 flashes in a flash, he completely attacked the enemy in less than 1/10 of a second. And Might Guy certainly wasn't to be outdone. When he saw the puppeteer whom he had been chasing for a long time without success, he suddenly became a whirlwind of Konoha's strength. Let's continue the duel that has not been decided yet. This is youth. Might Guy kicked the puppet master with a very excited look. But no one noticed that the puppeteer's face had turned green underneath the camouflage. He's just a little genin. If you have the guts, why don't you wait for him to get the puppet and restore his chakra before dueling with him? It's totally unethical. Enemy attack, be careful, it's those Umbu brats from Konoha. Damn it, why are these guys chasing us so closely? My chakra and physical strength haven't recovered yet. Seeing Shiraishi and the other two rushing towards them aggressively, the group of sand ninjas' eyes widened. It can be said that he was stunned for a while before making a sound to identify the enemy. There was nothing they could do. They simply couldn't believe it. They had just taken a break when Baishi and his men caught up with them. My goodness, even hyenas are not that good at chasing. The saddest thing is that because they are unable to refine chakra, these sand ninjas can only fight in close combat. I won't talk about the puppeteer. His physical strength is exhausted, his chakra is exhausted, and his puppet is defeated. Due to various factors, although he was a Chunin, he was suppressed by Kai, a Taijutsu-type genin. Even at one point, he almost fell into despair. Well, to be more precise, he was in a desperate situation and was almost about to have his heart broken by Might Guy's kick. Kakashi, on the other hand, faced off against a sand ninja who was burly and holding a giant ninja sword. It looks like Hashigaki Kisame carrying a beheading sword. It's a pity that this sand ninja is just pure strength and is not good at speed. Even the ninjutsu that he was good at could not be performed at this moment because of insufficient chakra. It can be said that this guy is no longer just being beaten by Kakashi. It's basically a target, being cut by Kakashi with the short blade. If the sword wasn't made of good material, Kakashi would have been able to defeat his opponent in just 2 encounters. As for Shiraishi, all I can say is that the wind blade ninjutsu is really powerful. It's just like a Chidori with the wind attribute. Not only can he easily cut off the kunao of the opposing Chunin, but he can even directly break a ninjutsu that the opponent barely released. Excuse me, I've learned a thing or two about swordsmanship as well. Looking at the incredulous look of the sand ninja opposite him, Shiraishi smiled slightly. However, Shiraishi was far from being as confident as he appeared to be. It's not that the sand ninja on the opposite side is hiding his strength. Instead, there were 5 sand ninjas, Shiraishi, Kakashi and Guy each crushed one, but the remaining 2 sand ninjas have been slacking off. Obviously, this is totally abnormal. This made Baishi's mind extremely alert, for fear of being ambushed by the old villain. The time the Kumonin Jonin attacked with his heavy flow rage, he was Shiraishi's enemy for life. Kakashi. Seizing an opportunity, Shiraishi quickly called out Kakashi's name. Heitagai style, lightning slash. Kakashi certainly couldn't let down Hakushi's intention was to use his ultimate move directly, and the range would also cover the sand ninja in front of Shiraishi. The sand ninjas in front of Shiraishi and Kakashi died almost at the same time. At this time, Might Guy also ended the battle with a move very similar to Lilian Hua. Just at this moment. Wind style, air training bullet. Baishi quickly formed seals with his hands and performed wind style ninjutsu in an instant. As expected, the 2 sand ninjas who were very abnormal and had been slacking off were directly hit by Shiraishi's air training bullets. Without any hesitation, Shiraishi opened his Byakugan to search for the whereabouts of the 2 sand ninja Chunins. At this time, the last few remaining Chunins saw no hope of escape. He simply ignored the 2 guys who were running away and stood directly in front of Baishi and the other 2. What should I do, Shiraishi? Seeing this scene, Kakashi came behind Shiraishi and asked. Shiraishi was speechless about this, because he found that his teammates, including Minato Namikaze, did not like to shout code names. As for what to do? I'll be responsible for stopping them. Without any hesitation, Baishi's hands flew like butterflies. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, great flame bomb. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique, Pseudo Flame Style, Flame Sun. In less than a few seconds, Shiraishi performed several large-scale ninjutsu. In other words, it is a perfect combination of 3 consecutive fire escape techniques. It directly transformed into more than a dozen huge fireballs comparable to the size of the tailed beast balls. However, even so, the only thing that can compare to the tailed beast ball is its size. Facing a Chunin-level sand ninja, simple ninjutsu cannot change anything. At least the sand ninjas on the opposite side managed to dodge almost unscathed, and even reorganized their formation in a short time. Just when Baishi was about to give an order and wanted to hold these guys back himself, he saw Kai stepping in front. Shiraishi, Kakashi, leave them to me. Go chase those two sand ninjas. Don't let them take the information away. Taking a deep breath, Might Guy said seriously. It's as if he has made up his mind, and it feels like his whole style has changed. Kai, are you kidding me? No matter how disadvantaged they are at least Chunin level guys. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. Facing such an enemy, if Might Guy stayed behind alone to cover their retreat, he would definitely die. And because Baya was not dead, and because of a few lines of words that Baishi plagiarized, Kakashi now doesn't want his companions to die in front of him, and he doesn't want them to die for him. Kakashi, no need to say anything, I'll leave this to Guy. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to want to say something else, Shiraishi interrupted him. Then, under Kakashi's puzzled gaze, Shiraishi gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Kai, come on, I really believe in you, don't die. Well, Shiraishi, don't worry, I am the proud blue beast of Konoha, I will definitely not die. Might Guy also gave a thumbs up and revealed a mouthful of shiny white teeth. Seeing Shiraishi and Kakashi trying to leave, several sand ninjas immediately wanted to catch up with them. But at this time, 8 gates of ninjutsu. First gate. Open. He was intercepted directly in front of several sand ninjas, and several veins popped out on Might Guy's forehead. As Konoha's proud blue beast, I will never allow you to leave this place. Second gate, shut up, open. At this time, the blue veins on Might Guy's forehead began to spread, and the restrictions on the human body began to be officially lifted. Although it is a restriction, it is actually for the purpose of protecting the body. Lifting these restrictions now means gaining great power, but also taking extraordinary risks. Kill this guy. We can't let these little brats from Konoha Umbu chase him. Looking at Might Guy standing in front of them, several sand ninjas looked at each other and wanted to kill this guy as quickly as possible. He's just a kid who only knows physical skills. As long as the killing speed is fast enough, those two little devils from Konoha Umbu will not be able to escape either. The third gate, the gate of life, open. At this moment, Might Guy suddenly shouted angrily. He opened 3 doors in a row, although the sweat on his body had not yet burned into green steam. But there is no doubt that Might Guy has completely freed himself from the limitations of the human body at this moment. His skin began to turn red, and his pupils were completely invisible, with only a pair of whites. In addition, he has an extremely tough body that has been built through daily training. Just like fuel, it burns completely and without any room for burning at this moment. Today, none of you can leave, this is my promise, it is also my youth. Seeing several sand ninjas attacking him, Might Guy seemed like a different person. Not only did the strength increase significantly, but the speed also increased to an incredible level. Konoha Gurami Cyclone. Konoha. Super Strong Power Cyclone. As a physical ninja, Might Guy undoubtedly uses his legs, which have the most explosive power, as his strongest weapon. Not only did he start moving at high speed, but he also kicked at the most vulnerable parts of the sand ninja's body one after another. Hateful. One of the sand ninjas had no time to dodge and could only take out their weapons to fight back. But facing Might Guy's powerful whirlwind, the long sword was kicked into pieces. Damn, how can this kid be so fast? Seeing this scene, several sand ninjas' faces were gloomy. Removing physical limitations, plus Might Guy has been exercising all year round. The most important thing is that with a father who also practices the 8 gates, Might Guy has avoided many detours. Konoha's ultimate strong power cyclone. As if he couldn't think of a good name, Might Guy dodged again. This time, after seizing the opportunity, he used his strongest kick without hesitation. A powerful and extremely heavy kick hit a sand ninja's chest. It can be said that in almost an instant, the sand ninja was completely dead. Killed instantly. Before the remaining sand ninjas could react, Might Guy flashed again. This time, another sand ninja's head was kicked flat by Might Guy. 2 people, killed instantly. Finally at that time, a sand ninja finally couldn't help but condense the last bit of chakra. Wind style, great breakthrough. It's useless. As I said before, the eyes of these sand ninjas can't keep up with Might Guy's speed. Even after 2 people were killed instantly, everyone finally worked together and managed to resist. But there is not even a shred of room for resistance. Damn it, who the hell are you? Finally, a sand ninja couldn't bear it anymore and shouted with some frustration. Damn it, our Konoha's genius is endlessly slayable. After opening his eyes and searching for a long time without finding anyone, she could only snort unwillingly. After all, his Byakugan had only been opened a short time ago, and the range of his vision was not very far. Of course, those 2 sand ninjas were really cunning and seemed to be very good at anti-tracking. Perhaps that was why the 2 of them escaped with the intelligence scroll. There are no traces, but there should be a smell left. Leave it to me. Seeing that Shiraishi was a little helpless, Kakashi immediately walked up and said. After a few seals, Kakashi pressed his hands directly to the ground. The art of spiritual communication. Accompanied by a puff of smoke, 2 ninja dogs that seemed unable to speak appeared. Psychic magic. Before the combat power exceeds the limit, it is still a good help. Seeing this scene, Baishi's eyes lit up slightly. Without any hesitation, he directly ordered the system to pick up the experience points dropped by Kakashi when he just performed the summoning technique. Unfortunately, compared to the three holy places, Kakashi's ninja dog can only be said to be a functional summoning beast. Let's take a look at the Mayaboku mountain where Jiraiya summoned spirits. There are not only fighting Gamaken, Gama Boss, and so on. There are also Toad Immortals and Great Toad Immortals, and there are many functional toads. Of course, if you ask Shiraishi what kind of psychic he wants to find the most, it would be the tailed beast. Not only is it an extremely powerful combat force, but it is also research material, and there are only 9 of them in the entire ninja world. It is also a necessary condition for freeing the 10 tails and planting the sacred tree. If I can open the eternal Mangekyo in the future, I might be able to make a powerful Susanoo or something like that. We've found it, by Shi, let's go. Not long after, the ninja dog suddenly barked at Kakashi, and Kakashi looked at Shiraishi and said, "So fast, Kakashi, your ninja dog is really good. Let's go. We have to find those 2 guys quickly." Shi nodded, with murderous intent in his eyes. Unfortunately, if he unlocked the Sharingan, he would be able to see the flow of the enemy's chakra. At the very least, ordinary clone techniques cannot be hidden from Shi. I adopted these ninja dogs from the Inyazuka family. Shiraishi, if you are interested in returning to the village, I can take you there. Noticing that Shiraishi seemed interested in the summoned beasts, Kakashi immediately said, never mind, I'm not really interested in ninja dogs. He refused without hesitation. Compared to the ninja dogs, Shiraishi felt that they were not as good as the ninja cats. What's more, with Minato Namikaze around, maybe he can also get a summoning contract with Mayaboku Mountain or something. Just when Shiraishi and Kakashi found the trace of the Sand Ninja, on the other side, Cho led more than 20 ninjas walking on the outskirts of the Fire Country border, and her movements looked very experienced. Although there were a large number of people, there was no sound at all when they moved. Even the fluctuations of chakra were completely concealed. It can be said that if such means were used on an ordinary small country, it would be easy to destroy it. The problem is that the country Cho wants to infiltrate is not some small country, but it is the Fire Nation, one of the 5 great nations. Among them, the ninja village is the strongest among the 5 major ninja villages. So without Cho noticing, the little bugs transmitted the information back layer by layer. What's going on? They are the sand ninjas from the Wind Country, and the leading ninja should be that Cho. In response to Heitake Sakumo's question, an Umbu from the Abarame clan spoke in a deep voice. There is no doubt that Cho's traces had been discovered before she completely infiltrated the Land of Fire. The reason is that the Abarame clan are extremely difficult to detect bugs. Especially this Umbu oil girl, she is best at using those highly concealed reconnaissance bugs. On the contrary, he is not very good at fighting. Of course, this lack of proficiency is just what Abarame says herself, but for her companions who are familiar with her, it doesn't matter. Whoever believes it is a big fool. Cho of the Sand Village is truly a tough and difficult opponent. Hearing the Abarame's answer, Heitake Sakumo couldn't help but sigh. She is regarded as a nemesis by Hanzo of the Salamander, and the poison she uses on the battlefield can only be cured by Tsunade. Her puppetry skills are unmatched, and she is extremely proficient in both physical skills and medical ninjutsu. It can be said that even Heitake Sakumo felt troubled when he heard the name Cho. "Captain, what should we do?" A cloaked Umbu approached Sakumo and asked in a low voice. If the enemy was of Cho's level, Heitake Sakumo could ask for support from the village. Not to mention, in addition to Cho, she also brought more than 20 elite members of the Sand Village. No need to say more, as Umbu, we must stop her at the border. Without any hesitation, Heitake Sakumo gave the order directly. Yes, all the Umbu members responded in unison, none of them were cowardly, and none of them backed down. Different from Danzo's route, the Umbu developed by Heitake Sakumo. Each of them has beliefs that are unimaginable to ordinary people. As ninjas, their only goal in their ninja career is to protect the village. Fire Nation, border. Yellow sand and forest, 2 completely different painting styles are like a dividing line here. And Cho, with his elite troops, was about to completely pass through this place. Careful. Suddenly feeling something, Cho's pupils shrank and she stopped immediately. At this time, there were several extremely sharp kunao stuck in front of Cho. Is this the method used by Konoha's Umbu? They are truly ruthless. With a smile on her face, Cho squinted her eyes and laughed. Although she was not as old as she would be later, Cho at this time could be said to have almost no wrinkles on her face. But to say how beautiful it is just nonsense. Light. Cho of the Sand Ninja, this is the territory of the Land of Fire, please go back. And fellow Sand Ninjas, if you don't want to die here, leave now. In response to Cho's words, Heitake Sakumo appeared with a group of Umbu. Facing the enemy she thought about day and night, Cho hated him without a doubt. He even wanted to cut Heitake Sakumo into pieces. Whenever I think of my son and daughter-in-law who will be gone forever, especially since Scorpion lost his parents at such a young age, no woman can tolerate her mortal enemy standing in front of her. But as a Sand Ninja, Cho did not attack Heitake Sakumo immediately. They haven't shown up yet. Have those rubbish been completely wiped out? Forcing herself to remain sensible, Cho couldn't help but mutter under her breath. It has been a long time since the agreed time. Cho already had a vague answer in her mind as to whether those sand ninjas who had sneaked into Konoha still existed. But even so, Cho still didn't want to retreat like this. Are you kidding? She came all the way here just for the two words White Fang. Even if all those useless sand ninjas who sneaked into Konoha were dead, she wouldn't retreat so easily. No matter what, Heitake Sakumo, the White Fang of Konoha, I will kill you right here. In the name of Cho, if I can't kill you, I will be damned in hell for eternity. Afterwards, Cho finally couldn't suppress her negative emotions. There is no way. Compared with men, women are often more emotional than rational, especially women who become ninjas. If she had the Sharingan, Cho would probably be able to use the Mangekyo, right? Don't dream. I still have to continue to protect the village. I won't be killed by you until I see a certain future. As if thinking of the self-confidence of a certain young man, Heitake Sakumo said with a smile in his voice. At this moment, the two people are like a mirror, except that what is inside the mirror and what is outside the mirror are often opposite. Just as Cho was about to say a few more harsh words, her attention was suddenly drawn to two flares. There is no other reason for this, it's just because it is a special flare made by the Sand Village. The two sand ninjas who carried the intelligence finally escaped to the border, and a flare was fired. As for taking action? Just kidding, I'm just talking. Of course I won't take action easily. Just like Schrodinger's cat, no matter what choice the ninja will make in the end, it is actually not surprising. However, after seeing the signal flare, Cho took out her puppet without hesitation. He is not only his strongest trump card, but also the strongest puppet in the Sand Village. There are 10 people near the pine trees. God is helping me, so I can give it one more try. For Scorpion, for my son, please bring your head back. 10 blue chakra puppet strings appeared at the fingertips of both hands, and Cho's face revealed an extremely cruel smile. It is the product of hatred, surprise, pleasure, and all kinds of emotions distorted by hatred. And this is the eternal and unchanging status quo in the world of ninja. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that the sand ninja behind him was still standing there stupidly. Hey, you idiots, go pick up those scumbags. As for Konoha White Fang and his men, leave them to me to handle. Cho ordered without hesitation, and her words were merciless. Either trash or idiot. It was precisely because the Sand Village was full of people like this that she ended up taking Ebizo with her to live in seclusion. Without waiting for the sand ninja behind her to respond, Cho controlled the puppet in her hand. With a powerful flick of his 10 fingers and the palm of his hand, 10 puppets attacked White Fang with special sounds. White Fang, pay the price for your foolish actions. Just kill you, just kill you. Even if my lovely son and daughter-in-law can't come back, I will place your head in front of their grave. His eyes were wide open with bloodshot in the whites, and Cho roared like a devil. That's coming from a woman, a legendary ninja, a mother. And there is also a grandmother who has been nurturing absolute hatred for who knows how long. All of these puppets are the pinnacle works of the puppeteer's ancestor Manzaman. He spent decades of hard work to create it before his death. Coupled with Cho's incredible skill of controlling 10 puppets at the same time. All I can say is that Cho has the confidence to fight even one of the 5 cage. But unfortunately, even a puppeteer like Cho who has all the equipment in place is facing White Fang, one of the few top fighters in Konoha, a powerful ninja who terrorizes ninja villages in various countries. At the same time, he is also the man who should be the most capable of restraining puppeteers in the ninja world. If I had to do it again, I would still make the same choice. After all, this is the fate of a ninja. Heitagai style, white light continuous slash. Without any hesitation, Heitake Sakumo drew out his short blade that was similar to but different from Kakashi's. There is neither lightning chakra to stimulate the body's cells, nor any other means. Just like a real warrior who has been tempered through thousands of trials, he uses chakra as fuel and burns his body to perform this move. I can't see clearly, I can't see. From an outsider's perspective, it seems impossible to see how White Fang launches the attack. Even a legendary female ninja like Cho could only see a flash of white light. There is no way to know how Heitake Sakumo actually made his move. But when the white light dissipated, it could be seen that the chakra lines that Cho used to control the puppet had disappeared. Or rather, it was cut off by something. It was completely cut off, so the chakra line appeared to have completely disappeared. Is this Konoha's White Fang? It can even cut through chakra lines. I'm afraid even if Manzaman were alive, he wouldn't be able to topple this man. Seeing this absurd scene, Cho finally understood why the name of White Fang could shock the nations. If he could even cut off the chakra lines, it naturally meant that White Fang could cut off any ninjutsu. If a ninja loses his ninjutsu, can he still be called a ninja? Not everyone can be as good at illusion as the future Shisui and Uchiha Itaki. At the border of the Land of Fire, 2 Chinins from the Sand Village are moving towards the border at a rapid speed. The expression on his face was like a dying traveler in the desert seeing an oasis. As long as they return to the village with the information, they will be completely free. But at this moment, several shurikens flew towards the two sand ninja chinins. The two sand ninjas dared not ignore the piercing sound of breaking air, and they quickly dodged to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, two figures dressed as Konoha Umbu intercepted the two sand ninjas. "Hey, this place is closed to traffic." Looking at the two guys in front of him whom he had been chasing for so long, she said in a bad tone. Even if they escaped here, releasing flares was the most stupid thing these two idiot sand ninjas did. It was because they also saw the flare that Shiraishi and Kakashi were able to catch up with the two guys so quickly. It's a pity that they were allowed to run so close to the border. Not only was it a mistake, Shiraishi even felt a little embarrassed. And this humiliating feeling can only be washed away with the blood and lives of the two sand ninjas on the opposite side. Damn it, these two little brats from Konoha are chasing us so fast. Seeing Shiraishi and Kakashi blocking him, the sand ninja's face also looked very ugly. With that expression, no one would doubt that he wanted to eat people. "What should we do? We can only fight." Taking out his own weapon, another sand ninja spoke with a determination to fight to the death. It's like compared to a well-fed beast, an injured or even dying beast is actually the most dangerous. There is no doubt that if you are not careful, they may take your life. "Kakashi, let's fight quickly and decisively. There must not be any accidents this time." Staring intently at the two sand ninjas in front of him, Shiraishi spoke in a firm tone. His meaning was very simple, that is to use the strongest means to completely catch these guys. "Yes, although it's just a starter, I'm confident that I can deal with a chinin." Kakashi put away the short blade in his hand and nodded. Although his voice sounded cold, he seemed to fully support Baishi's ideas. Kakashi put the short blade into the scabbard behind him and began to make about 8 seals with his hands. Wait, doesn't Chidori only have 3 seals? It should be just a rough draft now, that it will be simplified into 3 seals after it is completely completed. Looking at the seals Kakashi made, Shiraishi thought secretly in his heart. That's right, Shiraishi has already seen that Kakashi's move is definitely from the early stages of the Chidori. It was probably because of the limitations of the short blade, and he had figured out a way to use lightning chakra to strengthen his body and speed. That's why Kakashi created this technique. Shiraishi still remembers when Hashira was showing off during the 5-cage summit. At that time, Jiji had not yet used the Mangekyo, but was fighting the Raikage with 3 Megatama. When Hashira used Chidori for the first time, his speed surpassed that of the 4th Raikage almost instantly. It's a pity that the defense was not broken at all. Then he was thrown heavily to the ground by the Raikage with a duck neck. But there is no doubt that Chidori's benefits to the body are unquestionable. After Kakashi developed it to the limit and could cut off natural lightning, it was even given the name of Reikari, which is a true S-level ninjutsu. Even though Kakashi is still a beginner now, he still needs to make 8 seals. But there is no doubt that the prototype of Chidori has been born, and the next step is to continue to improve it. As for whether to improve in the direction of Reikari or Shiden, well, that is a question. Forget it, it's time for me to give it my all. Coming back to his senses, he saw electricity flowing in Kakashi's hands, and Shiraishi also began to form hand seals. Fire escape needs to be released with the mouth, so no matter how powerful and how large the range is, the ceiling is grade B. In addition to that, there is the S-level Amaterasu. Although these 2 levels have not killed many people. However, Baishi was a senior official of the 5 Fireballs cult in his previous life. Following the concept that more is better and bigger is beautiful. Since neither B-class fire style nor S-class fire style can burn people to death, that must be because there isn't enough fire. It's not hot enough. The original idea popped up in his mind, and Baishi finally began to make seals. His speed is faster than Kakashi, but he has to make many seals. Lightning style, Chidori. Fire style, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. As expected, Kakashi condensed an irregular ball of electricity on his right hand. The sound of thousands of birds singing is not as pleasant as it would be after it was completed, but instead sounds chaotic. In comparison, what Shiraishi's fire style brought was absolutely shocking. It was a golden sun, with blazing flames flowing on the smooth surface of the sun like a tide. The most outrageous thing is that the size of this sun is even larger than the authentic Entei played by Ace in One Piece. I have long wondered why the upper limit of fire style is only B-level, and there is only one way to release it. Every time I use fire style, my throat starts to smoke, and sometimes I even almost burn my mouth. But after I studied the system carefully, I found that the fire escape technique I created can actually be recognized by the system. Since then, in addition to the fire style I created before, I have devoted myself to creating a completely new fire style. It turns out that I did it, and during the practice, I also got the experience points that dropped by myself. Now, let me show you how far a ninja who can fleece himself can use fire style. Looking at the 2 sand ninjas who were almost completely frightened, Shiraishi Lushi gave a very bright smile. Since it has been confirmed in the previous life that Amaterasu cannot burn people to death, Of course, it is impossible for Baishi to develop fire release in the direction of Amaterasu. What's more, he has no direction. Wouldn't it be better to have a system? Although it's only an incomplete version, I'll let you serve as sacrifices for the birth of Emperor. Faced with Shiraishi's arrogant words, the two sand ninjas had no desire to refute at all. Because at this moment, they really felt like they were about to be scared silly. It is simply impossible to imagine how to stop this level of fire escape. As for Cho and Heitake Sakumo, the reason was that the Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, was too huge. So even though they were far away, Cho and Heitake Sakumo could still see the bright little sun that was generating heat. Konoha is truly the cradle of geniuses. Knowing that the idiots in her village would never be able to perform this type of fire escape, Cho couldn't help but speak in a murderous tone. It has nothing to do with hatred, it's just because of different positions. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this? Taeyang, is this really fire release? Seeing Shiraishi's fire style, Great Flame Ring, and Tae, the two sand ninjas looked at each other with bitter expressions. Just like birds of the same forest facing disaster, even their escape directions are completely different. However, there are no accidents at all, and there can be no accidents at all. Under Shiraishi's new ninjutsu, the two sand ninjas were trying their best to escape. It even makes people feel that they are using all the strength they have for breastfeeding, but there was still one that was burned to ashes without leaving any ash. Another sand ninja was also killed directly by Kakashi's incomplete version of Chidori while escaping. Humph, you two scumbags, it's an honor for you to let me use this imperfect ultimate move. Seeing this scene, Baishi couldn't help but snorted coldly. That was what he was going to use against the Jonin. And because of the injection of Yang Dun, the movement trajectory of Yandy can be controlled to a certain extent. If he knew the Sage mode, Yang Dun would still be only level 2. It is impossible for one of these two sand ninjas to die while the other escapes. The annihilation of both of them is their inevitable fate. The intelligence scroll is already in hand. Returning to Shiraishi, Kakashi said as he held up a scroll and nodded. Kakashi has always been reliable in his work, so after hearing Kakashi's voice, Shiraishi sat down on the branch and gasped for breath. Although he was mentally prepared, the combination of fire style and yang style still put a lot of pressure on Baishi. And this is just incomplete yang escape plus incomplete fire escape. No wonder black flames like Amaterasu require two eye techniques, Amaterasu and Kagutsuka no Mikato, to be fully controlled. Once yin and yang escape techniques are involved, the scope of bloodline limits seems to be beyond the reach of ordinary people. So even if unusual yin escape and yang escape have been developed, families like the Inoshikacho can still only be called secret arts families, and cannot become bloodline families. There is no other reason, it's just because the scope of yin dun and yang dun is too advanced. By the way, Kakashi, your lightning ninjutsu is also newly developed, right? Turning his gaze towards Kakashi, Shiraishi couldn't help but say, I don't mean anything else, I just think he is actually quite interested in Chidori. What's more, even though Jizu is a spendthrift, he doesn't know how to push Chidori towards S level. Instead, he created the unorthodox ninjutsu called Kirin. But there is no doubt that the series of ninjutsu developed by Jizo based on Chidori are quite good. For example, Chidori Ryu, Chidori Senbon, etc. Yes, but it's still far from perfect, and because the speed has increased so much, my eyesight can't keep up at all. Nodding, Kakashi said with a bit of distress. Chidori actually already had a relatively complete outline at this time, but it has a fatal flaw, which is that Kakashi's eyesight can't keep up. If this shortcoming cannot be eliminated, then Chidori may become the murderer that kills Kakashi himself. Then would you consider going to the Uchiha to exchange a pair of eyes? After thinking seriously for a while, Shiraishi suddenly said to Kakashi, Kakashi, although the Uchiha don't have a caged bird, it doesn't mean that the Uchiha really don't care about their Sharingan. Just like in the original trajectory, the reason why Kakashi was not picked on by Uchiha was because of Obito's Sharingan. The reason is purely because of the pressure from Uchiha Fugaku. Unfortunately, after being suppressed for a lifetime, one ends up losing his willpower or seeing no hope. Instead, he agreed with Uchiha's opinion of launching a coup. What's even more regrettable is that the Uchiha clan was wiped out by Uchiha Itake before the coup even started. What Shiraishi and Kakashi didn't know was that, to be honest, the situation on Heitake Sakumo's side was not good. Perhaps because she noticed Shiraishi's great flame ring, and Cho became murderous. He was actually dragging Heitake Sakumo and the Umbu troops while moving towards Shiraishi. Although Heitake Sakumo and his Umbu fought hard, Cho was also well prepared. Among the 20-odd sand ninja elites, there are many puppeteers trained by Cho herself. With these, puppeteers can almost control 2 or 3 puppets. The Umbu, who had been prepared in advance, were actually outnumbered by the sand ninja. If it weren't for the fact that Heitake Sakumo was too powerful, his swordsmanship would have been very effective in restraining the puppeteer. I'm afraid the Umbu have already started to suffer massive casualties, but it is precisely because of these puppet masters that Heitake Sakumo is constantly distracted. So Cho and her elite sand ninjas actually ran to Shiraishi's side, found it, and it's still there. Konoha's genius. With an extreme murderous intent on her face, especially after seeing Kakashi, Cho seemed to understand something. Not only did his expression become increasingly hideous and distorted, but his murderous intent was almost ready to be released like Orochimaru in the future. Oh my god, where did this old woman come from? When Shiraishi saw Cho, he didn't recognize her at first. On the one hand, it is because Cho is not as old as the future, and on the other hand, the current Cho is too distorted. It's almost as if even the style of painting has been distorted. I don't know if it was Shiraishi's words old woman that irritated Cho. Hee, what's wrong, geniuses of Konoha, don't you even know how to fight? Seeing that Shiraishi and Kakashi didn't seem to be getting too excited at all, Cho couldn't help but reveal a kind smile. Although Shiraishi and Kakashi could be seen, they were still too far away. Heitake Sakumo and the Umbu are not dead yet, so Cho really hopes that Shiraishi and Kakashi can come and die directly. However, before Cho could say anything else, Shiraishi finally recognized Cho at this moment, and his face turned green. There's nothing I can do, that's Cho. The mere fact that he is Hanzo's nemesis is enough to cause great psychological trauma to Shiraishi. Not to mention that this old lady is ruthless and cruel. Not only is she an expert puppeteer, they can even make and use poisons. Kakashi, run quickly, we can't afford to offend this old woman. Without any hesitation, Shiraishi grabbed Kakashi's arm and started running. In all her years as a ninja, this was the first time that Cho had seen a ninja run so decisively. And Shiraishi is still so young. You know, just now Cho wanted to use words to provoke Shiraishi and Kakashi. But in essence, it is actually an illusion close to hypnosis. To describe it in 2 words, the short answer is instigation. But before it officially started, Shiraishi had already pulled Kakashi away. It is obvious that Cho is still so far away from these 2 little brats. Luckily I ran fast. This old woman was actually planning to use illusion. Can she be any more shameless? Finally out of danger, Shiraishi couldn't help but grit his teeth at Cho. As soon as Cho started to speak, Shiraishi sensed something was wrong. With his cautious and calm personality, how could he actually have the idea of fighting Cho to the death? It doesn't seem right no matter how you think about it. Is there no other way? Do I have to take real action? Looking at Shiraishi and Kakashi running away, Cho couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed as if the hatred and murderous intent that were twisted like an abyss disappeared in an instant. There's no way around it. After all, strength is still respected in this ninja world, and with her strength as Cho, it is impossible for her to kill Konoha White Fang in this battlefield. However, it's not bad to be able to create an opportunity to kill those 2 Konoha geniuses. White's secret technique, the 10 near pines. The puppet line that was originally cut by Heitake Sakumo was now reconnected to the 10 people by Cho. But this time, Cho did not use the simplest puppet control. Instead, he used his own secret white technique. Like an ordinary puppeteer, it takes 10 fingers to control a puppet skillfully. But with Bai's secret technique, Cho can perfectly control a puppet with just 1 finger. Furthermore, the puppet lines that were once very conspicuous can no longer be found. Heitaji style, white light instant slash. Seeing the Chikamatsu 10 attacking him again, Heitake Sakumo immediately wanted to use the same trick again. But what was unexpected was that Cho performed it again. These 10 puppets in white seemed to be completely replaced by new puppets. I saw the 3 puppets quickly gather together. Puppetry, 3 treasures absorbed. This puppet technique was originally an offensive ninjutsu, but now it has been changed by Cho when facing White Fang. It turned into a combined skill that directly released a huge whirlwind. For a moment, when Cho fully utilized the Chikamatsu 10, Heitake Sakumo was actually held back. At this moment, Heitake Sakumo seemed to have discovered something and his face changed instantly. He no longer targeted Cho at all, but wanted to leave. But at this moment, the Chikamatsu 10 surrounded Heitake Sakumo from 10 directions. Did you notice? But unfortunately, I will never let you pass. Let me let you experience for yourself how it feels to lose a talented junior, or even a loved one. Looking at Heitake Sakumo who was entangled by her, Cho laughed. The hatred that had been suppressed was once again vented out at this moment. Obviously, Cho has realized that apart from the genius Shiraishi, Kakashi's white hair is obviously very likely related to Heitake Sakumo. As long as Shiraishi and Kakashi die, maybe she will have a chance to kill White Fang. Even if I don't have the chance, I still want to see what kind of expression the White Fang of Konoha will have after losing his loved ones. Having completely abandoned all escape routes, Cho laughed wildly. As a legendary female ninja, to be honest, Cho at this time is even more unrestrained than the men. It was at this time that an elite sand ninja brought by Cho. To be more precise, he should be said to be the Jonin of the Sand Village. He almost risked having his body smashed to pieces by a slap from the Akimichi clan's Umbu. He actually rushed out of the battlefield at this time. Not good. When the Umbu of the Akimichi clan saw this scene, their expressions under the mask suddenly changed. He really didn't expect that the Jonin of the Sand Village could be so crazy. You know, Shiraishi and Kakashi are just two little brats. Is it worth a Jonin to exchange his life for it? It was for this reason that the Umbu of the Akimichi clan were able to gain an opportunity to defeat the Jonin of the Sand Village. I will fulfill Master Cho's wish. Kanaha's genius, dissipate. Looking at the figures of Shiraishi and Kakashi, the Sand Ninja Jonin roared angrily while enduring the severe pain all over his body. The geniuses of the hostile ninja village are the top priority targets that must be eliminated. Even if it means sacrificing my life as a Jonin, I must do this. If you want to blame someone, blame the talent you showed earlier. The Sand Ninja's Jonin thought secretly in his heart as he had already started to make seals with his hands. At the same time, he attacked Shiraishi and Kakashi with the intention of dying together. By Shi, you run first, I'll cover your retreat. Seeing this scene, Kakashi said without hesitation. Ever since the moment Shiraishi pulled Heitake Sakumo out of the abyss of suicide, Kakashi already values Shiraishi's life more than his own. Although I am happy that you said that, I will not let my companions cover my back. Looking at the crazy attitude of the Sand Ninja, Shiraishi couldn't help but laugh. But in fact, the biggest reason is that Kakashi can't hold on for long. Facing two Jonin who are at most shinin in a communal battle, it is almost impossible for him to fail. So in this situation, Shiraishi feels that he has a better chance of success by staying with Kakashi. At this critical moment, Kakashi and Shiraishi were about to fight to the death. A yellow figure like a flash of light suddenly appeared. Now on the side. Before Shiraishi and Kakashi could show any expression. That's right, Shiraishi, Kakashi, you've changed too. As a teacher, I feel really relieved. As he said this, Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared and put his hands on Shiraishi and Kakashi's shoulders. The next moment, before the desperate Sand Ninja Jonin could come over, the appearance of Minato Namikaze undoubtedly meant that the Sand Ninja's action this time had completely failed. Even though she wanted to stay on the battlefield and fight Heitake Sakumo, Cho was the first to give the order to retreat. After all, she is still a Sand Ninja, and it is impossible for her to really waste the precious combat power of the Sand Village. There is no way. Given the geographical location of the Sand Village, it is not easy to train a few senior ninjas. All of you, retreat now, immediately, right now. If this operation fails, I will take full responsibility. So, idiots, run away quickly. Upon hearing Cho's voice, many of the Sand Ninjas present trembled slightly. I always feel that there seems to be a sense of death in Cho's voice. But it was obviously not the Sand Ninjas' turn to think too much, and one by one they began to retreat according to Cho's orders. If this continues, the intensity of the battle will inevitably escalate. By that time, retreat would be impossible. Because ninjas are very much like sharks, once they see blood, they can no longer stop. It was probably because he escaped too many times during the First and Second Ninja World Wars. It's no wonder that these elite Sand Ninjas escaped in an orderly manner. Only Cho was still controlling her Chikamatsu Ten to fight against Heitake Sakumo. There didn't seem to be any intention of escaping. If I escape this time, I won't have the chance to avenge Scorpion's parents in the future, right? A different smile from before appeared on his face, a slightly kind one. But the puppet in Cho's hand seemed to explode. Whether it is flexibility or something else, there has been a huge improvement at this moment. Even the use of some weapons and puppetry did not care whether the 10 people of Jinsong could withstand it. There is no doubt that it is the same as the previous Sand Ninja Jonin. At this moment, Cho also wants to die together with Heitake Sakumo. Are you going to die with me? Seeing that the Umbu around him were unable to cover him in time, the corners of Heitake Sakumo's mouth under the mask rose slightly. No matter what, even though he has been changed by Shiraishi, Heitake Sakumo will still not have sympathy for his enemies. This is the coldness that is unique to Konoha White Fang, and it is also the reason why ninjas from all over the world are intimidated by White Fang's reputation. Heitagai style final chapter death cut. Facing Cho's desperate move, Heitake Sakumo made a move to place the short blade at his waist. The short blade of the Heitake style is usually placed behind the back and vertically. But at this moment, Heitake Sakumo seemed to have given up his identity as a ninja. His expression was solemn, as if he was praying for something. Is that the IAI/ of the Iron Country Warriors? Haha, my puppet is not a piece of trash that can be chopped into pieces so easily. Noticing Heitake Sakumo's posture, Cho couldn't help but sneer. As an older ninja who even has grandchildren, she certainly knows about the IAI of the Iron Kingdom Warriors. Not only is it extremely powerful, the strongest among them can even cut steel with a wooden sword. This is also due to some geographical and historical reasons. Only the Iron Country can become a neutral country that none of the 5 major countries has ever provoked. But how could a ninja like White Fang take such a stance? The sharp blade in your hand is not even a long sword. It's ridiculous to keep posing like this. Just as Cho was thinking this, Heitake Sakumo moved. It seemed to be moving, but it also seemed not to be moving. But when White Fang slowly exhaled, Cho's old eyes widened completely. It was just because this time, what was cut was not the puppet string that connected her to the song 10 People. It is Munzamon's greatest masterpiece. 3 puppets among the Chikamatsu 10. I couldn't see clearly what moves Heitake Sakumo made, it seemed that he was just making a move. But the result is enough to shock anyone, even frighten them. Lord Cho, please retreat with us. At this moment, several sand ninjas came behind Cho and spoke urgently. If they continue like this, they might be able to escape, but it's hard to say for Cho who was alone. Okay, I understand. Looking at the 3 bodies of the Chikamatsu Teninchu that were chopped into pieces, Cho seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. I thought I could at least exchange my life with Heitake Sakumo, but it continued. I'm afraid that even if I sacrifice her life, Heitake Sakumo won't be affected, right? Seeing Cho retreating with the sand ninja, Heitake Sakumo actually breathed a sigh of relief. If he continued like this, although he would still be able to continue fighting, the Umbu members would inevitably suffer some damage. In the distance, Namikaze Minato also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sand ninja and Cho retreating together. Because he doesn't have much chakra and physical strength left now. Even if they can continue to fight, there is a high chance that they will be injured or even killed. Minato-sensei, you are still as timely as always. While Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief, he did not forget to compliment Minato Namikaze. Although the fact that Minato Namikaze is no longer late is completely different from his performance in the original trajectory, but Shiraishi said that there could be more of these opposites. Compared to Minato Namikaze, absolute defense and strongest defense are far behind. Hahaha, you two did a great job too. Not only did we stop all the sand ninja at the border of the Land of Fire, but we also got the intelligence back intact. To be honest, I feel very proud to be your teacher. Looking at Shiraishi and Kakashi, Namikaze Minato did not hesitate to express his praise and admiration. By the way, where's Kai? How's Kai doing? Kakashi asked quickly, suddenly remembering something. Although he stepped aside and stayed behind to cover their retreat because he trusted Baishi, he couldn't help but ask when he thought about it now. There is no way, compared to Shiraishi and Kakashi, whose normal combat power has always remained at the level of Chunin or even close to some of the special Jonin Kasi. If Kai doesn't open the 8 gates, he is just a genin with relatively good physical skills. After all, no matter what, Might Guy is still a child who has not yet reached adulthood. Don't worry, Kai has been rescued by me, he just passed out due to overdrawing from the forbidden technique. Thinking of how Might Guy was still fighting even though he was unconscious, Minato Namikaze said with a slightly lessened smile. It seems that he doesn't understand his players thoroughly yet. Okay, let's go back, Hong and Obito are waiting for us. After dealing with some traces, Minato Namikaze clapped his hands. After returning to the Konoha ninja village, Shiraishi and others were naturally taken to the Hokage's office by Minato Namikaze. As soon as he walked out of the Hokage building, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but sigh. I don't know why, but every time I complete a mission and return to the village, I feel an indescribable sense of emotion. Unfortunately, neither Shiraishi, Hong, or Namikaze Minato paid any attention to him. The only one who paid attention to him was Kakashi, who simply threw 2 words at him. Idiot. This almost made Obito angry, and he started fighting with Kakashi. A group of people came to Konoha Hospital, and Minato Namikaze brought Shiraishi and others to a room. Might Guy was lying on the hospital bed with a gloomy face, his legs and feet seemed to be sealed with bandages and plaster. Kai, is this okay? Seeing Might Guy like this, Uchiha Obito was surprised again. It's okay. The doctor said it only looks serious. I can be discharged after resting more. Scratching his head, Might Guy seemed a little embarrassed and said, perhaps in his opinion, it was a shame that he was the only one in the entire 5-member team who had to go to the hospital. By the way, Shiraishi, I did it. Suddenly remembering something, Might Guy suddenly gave Shiraishi a thumbs up. The white teeth exposed at the corners of his mouth seemed to be able to blind people's eyes. Oh, great, you're just like me, Kai. After a moment's pause, Baishi quickly came to his senses and gave a thumbs up. In any case, Might Guy managed to hold back several Chinins during this mission. Even when Minato Namikaze arrived, he still did not give up, but fought to the death. Speaking of which, Kai, that forbidden technique can't be used like this time in the future. It was obviously the first time I used it, but it opened only the 3rd door and lasted for such a long time. If this happens again, Kai, it could even threaten your ninja career. Suddenly remembering something, Minato Namikaze spoke sternly. The 8 Gates Ninjutsu, after all, is an overdraft forbidden technique that completely costs one's vitality. Although it is no secret in Konoha, few people dare to practice this kind of physical skill. It's not that I don't have the courage, but that I don't have the perseverance. What's more, although the principle of 8 Gates Ninjutsu is simple, the idea of making it take shape is still just a concept. All in all, even if Might Guy has not yet unleashed the full power of the 8 Gates, the dangers of this forbidden technique are also widely known in Konoha. It's okay, at least it's not like Xiaoli. Thinking silently in his heart, but she thought that it was probably because Kai only opened the third door, and the duration wasn't particularly long, so it only caused some damage to Kai's muscles. Once you get used to it, this situation won't happen again. After visiting Kai in the hospital, Minato Namikaze brought Shiraishi and others to the Umbu base. It seemed dark and depressing here as usual, but it couldn't stop Uchiha Obito and Kurane from getting excited. Although the main force in this mission is Heitake Sakumo and his Umbu, but Shiraishi and his teammates, including Minato Namikaze, also performed well. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply gave this task an A-level rating. In short, with the treatment provided by the Umbu, it is at least enough for Shiraishi and his friends to each choose a powerful ninjutsu. The treatment of the Umbu is really amazing. Thinking of what Minato Namikaze said, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. If it weren't for the Umbu, the rewards for S-rank missions probably wouldn't be so amazing. Of course, there are obvious benefits, such as connections, qualifications, and so on. If you want to become a Hokage, this aspect is absolutely indispensable. It just takes years to see the results, and for those who have no intention of becoming Hokage, there is really no appeal. For now, Shiraishi, Kakashi and others are still young and don't need to consider these things for the time being. Anyway, even if the Saname Hokage stepped down immediately, it would never be their turn to become the 4th Hokage or even the 5th Hokage. Too young in age. Powerful ninjutsu, good, this time, I must choose a ninjutsu that is powerful enough. Suddenly, Obito seemed to have decided something, and shouted with a hot face. This mission made him fully realize what it means to be unwilling to be weak. If you were strong enough, you wouldn't have to hide behind Shiraishi and Kakashi in such a miserable way. So this time Obito obviously made up his mind. I need to find some tips from senior illusion-type ninjas. I can't hold Shiraishi back any longer. Kurane Yui did not choose any powerful ninjutsu or illusion. Her cute and tender face showed obvious determination. This time she wants to completely make up for her shortcomings. As for Shiraishi and Kakashi, needless to say, they must also choose some experiences of their senior ninjas. Not only can you make up for your shortcomings, but you can also find the direction of your own improvement. That's why Kakashi said that the treatment of Umbu members is amazing. Speaking of which, both Sakumo-senpai and I feel that you two have great potential in ninjutsu. Although they may not be perfect now, they have the potential to become S-level ninjutsu in the future. Especially you, Baishi, have you thought about how to develop next? When they arrived at the place where they selected ninjutsu and experience, Namikaze Minato suddenly said. Heitake Sakumo and Namikaze Minato had seen the new ninjutsu displayed by Shiraishi and Kakashi on their way back to the village, and Minato Namikaze also tried to give these two ninjutsu a name that he thought was super cool. Unfortunately, before he could even say it, Kakashi and Shiraishi both rejected him. Not to mention that they have already chosen a name. Even if they haven't chosen one, they don't want Minato Namikaze to choose it. This ruthless attitude also made Minato Namikaze sad for a while. Me, of course I'll keep making it bigger and hotter. One day, this technique will become the real sun. When he mentioned his new ninjutsu, Shiraishi's eyes suddenly showed a different look. He didn't notice at all that Minato Namikaze seemed to be hesitant to speak. After all, in terms of lethality and range alone, Shiraishi's fire style, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor is undoubtedly enough. After selecting some research insights on fire release ninjutsu, Shiraishi and his companions left the Umbu. There is no way, although the situation in the ninja world has become increasingly disturbing recently. But new genin like Shiraishi have become particularly idle. Not only did the Umbu not have any tasks to do, but they also asked Obito to go to the Hokage's office and make a big scene. I just took on a few sea-level missions and there was no need to even leave the village. This not only greatly dampened the enthusiasm of Obito and the others, but also made Shiraishi a little doubtful about life. Did this happen when I watched Naruto in my previous life? On this day, Baishi, who had completed his mission and training as usual, did not go to collect experience points, but was about to choose to go home. But he was stopped by Minato Namikaze halfway. Baishi, aren't you free? Do you want to come to my house for dinner? Invite me to dinner, so sudden? After hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Shiraishi asked with some confusion. But no matter from which angle you look at it, suddenly inviting students to your home is very sudden, right? If we really want to have a meal together, it would be ninja tradition to go to a yakiniku restaurant or somewhere else, right? If Shiraishi were still alive in his previous life, he would have been considering whether to call the police. Ahahaha, since it's Kushina's birthday, I've invited not only you but a few others as well. Minato Namikaze just laughed awkwardly and quickly explained to Shiraishi. Although he didn't know what Shiraishi was thinking, Namikaze Minato just felt a chill in his heart. Mrs. Kushina's birthday, then I promise. After hearing Minato's clear explanation, Shiraishi nodded immediately. A chance to get close to Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the last princess of the Whirlpool country. He is even the last inheritor of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Of course Shiraishi wouldn't refuse. After all, he and Kushina had a pretty good relationship. Although in terms of personality, Kushina prefers that kid Obito. However, because of Shiraishi's unusually large chakra, Kushina subconsciously felt a little close to Shiraishi. Master's wife or something. Isn't it too early? When he heard the word master's wife, the smile on Minato Namikaze's face became even more awkward, and he quickly protested, stumbling over his words. Ignoring Minato Namikaze's protest, Shiraishi waved his hand and left. He had something else to do today, so he had no interest in listening to Minato Namikaze's explanation. What girlfriend? Were obviously living together. If these two people were not innocent enough, Naruto would never have lived to see the Third Ninja World War. Although children in the Naruto world are generally precocious, they are surprisingly innocent. In other words, Shiraishi was not the Sea King in his previous life, otherwise all the beautiful girls in Konoha village would suffer. At least you will understand how dangerous the world is. After returning home, Baishi began to calculate his current strength. First of all, there are 5 types of ninjutsu, except for lightning escape and earth escape. Because of the system, Baishi completed the changes in the properties of water jutsu, fire jutsu, and wind jutsu. Maybe he can't compare with those experienced jonin, but he is better than more than 90% of the new jonin. It is for this reason that Fire Style, Great Flame Ring, and Tei looks like a little sun. To some extent, Shiraishi and Kakashi's Chidori are actually the same in principle. They all want to develop the nature changes to the extreme, and then use it to derive their own ninjutsu to S level. However, although the principle is the same, Kakashi's jutsu is undoubtedly a single-target ninjutsu. Baishi, on the other hand, moved forward courageously in the direction of large quantities and sufficient supply. After all, fire escape is something that cannot be played without a large amount. Madara's great fire extinguisher can't kill people, and Suzuki and Itake, the 2 sworn brothers, also can't kill people with their Amaterasu. Is Amaterasu's setting weak? Impossible. Anyway, in summary, Shiraishi's development in fire style has been moving forward in the direction of quantity and satisfaction. As for bloodline limit, Shiraishi also successfully collected the Byakugan. Although the progress of Sharingan is not ideal, there is always progress thanks to Shiraishi's efforts. As for the mystic families such as Inoshikacho, Abarame, and Inyazuka, Shiraishi also learned some basic mystic techniques from them. In addition, there is his own fire style, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. In short, from the perspective of configuration alone, Shiraishi is already luxurious. So, what's restraining me now is still chakra. Thinking of this, Baishi couldn't help but have a headache. On the one hand, it is naturally because of the huge amount of experience points required to upgrade chakra level 3 to level 4. On the other hand, it is also because of Shiraishi's current physical condition, that is, age restrictions. After all, for Shiraishi, chakra level 3 is an almost life-changing improvement in both aptitude and quantity. It can be said that Shiraishi was completely pulled from an ordinary person to the level where he would be mistaken for a member of the Uzumaki clan. But no matter how amazing it is, chakra level 3 has not yet reached the level of amazing. In other words, although he has become a super genius, at least he has not yet broken through the limits of mortals. Chakra, both in quantity and strength, will be affected by the white stone itself. Baishi does not have many tasks to perform now, and he can be said to be still a child in terms of age. Not to mention the strength of chakra. If we follow the standards given by Minato-sensei, my current chakra level is actually just that of a jonin. After listing all the data, Baishi muttered to himself subconsciously. After all, not everyone is like the future Kakashi, who needs to supply blue to the Sharingan 24 hours a day. Ordinary jonin actually have a lot of chakra. At least after a small battle, chakra will generally not be exhausted. But although the chakra volume is up to standard, the configuration is also luxurious magnificent. However, Shiraishi understood that his current strength was not yet able to reach the standard of a jonin. Strength, experience. For Shiraishi, these aspects are simply flaws that can only be gradually improved. Even if I take good care of my nutrition and accelerate my body's growth, it will take at least until next year. After listing some formulas, Baishi got the answer somewhat unwillingly. If you have the Sharingan or the Mangekyo Sharingan, then dealing with the jonin would be easy. Boom boom boom. Early in the morning, before the sun had even risen above the surface, there was already a knock on the door of the Baishi family's house. Baishi buried himself completely in the quilt, but the knocking on the door became more urgent. Who is it? Hearing the continuous knocking on the door, Baishi could only crawl out from under the quilt, holding back his anger. I thought too much last night and ended up going to bed very late, which means I stayed up all night. I wanted to sleep longer today, but I was woken up so early. If there is no special reason, no matter who you are dead. Looking at Kakashi and Yui Kurane and others at the door, Shiraishi's eyes flashed a terrifying red light. Even teammates on the same team cannot be immune to his bad temper. Seeing Shiraishi like this, Uchiha Obito, who was still yawning, was immediately frightened awake. To be honest, he had never seen such a terrifying Baishi. Gyalu, Yan Mo? Thinking of the name Shiraishi, whom he had heard somewhere, Obito couldn't help swallowing. It's no wonder that Baishi, who is always in a bad mood when waking up, really has some of the flavor of Yama. But in the final analysis, the reason why I was so scared was that all the knocking on the door just now was done by Obito. Shiraishi, Minato-sensei should have looked for you yesterday, right? Today is Mrs. Kushina's birthday, so we wanted to discuss what gift to get her. Finally, Kakashi stood up and spoke in a calm tone. Obito, who had always been at odds with Kakashi, really admired Kakashi after seeing this scene. Anyway, Kakashi, I owe you a favor. With his hands clasped together in his heart, Obito almost gave Kakashi a chance to get up and express his gratitude. Oh, I see. I almost forgot about that. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Shiraishi regained his composure. Not only Shiraishi was familiar with Uzumaki Kushina, Kakashi and the others were also familiar with it. After all, although she and Minato Namikaze were only dating on the surface, they were just boyfriend and girlfriend. But in fact, the couple had no idea how many years they had been living together. Especially Uzumaki Kushina, who really likes to stick to Namikaze Minato. As long as Minato Namikaze does not leave the village, he will find various reasons to come to Minato's side. Then Shiraishi, Kakashi and the others can eat dog food for free. So much so that whenever he was in the village, Minato Namikaze always seemed to have a bad reputation. There's no way around it that it's not just Shiraishi and the others who are unhappy about eating dog food. What should I do? With Master Kushina's personality, if I don't prepare a satisfactory gift for her, she will definitely be punished. Covering his head, Uchiha Obito shouted quickly. Although he is one of the most favored people by Kushina, he is also the one who is often taken care of by Kushina's Iron Fist. When Uchiha Obito thought about the big bump on his head today, he had the urge to commit suicide. Korone Ui and Might Guy also recalled the past and shuddered at the same time. Although neither of them had ever enjoyed Kushina's Iron Fist, they also didn't want to have a big bump on their heads. Korone Ui mainly felt that it was too ugly, while Might Guy simply didn't want to go back to the hospital so early. Kakashi looked good though, and didn't seem to be afraid at all. But the problem is that he was the one who organized Shi-Ri Hong and others. If you are not really afraid, who would get up early in the morning just to discuss with friends what gifts to prepare? I see. I now understand completely. Seeing everyone with different expressions, Baishi touched his chin and nodded. To be honest, he was actually a little afraid of Kushina's Iron Fist. Especially once that woman gets angry, she doesn't care what the occasion or time is. She doesn't even care who makes her angry. Beat him up first until he feels better. From this aspect alone, Uzumaki Kushina's temper is actually even hotter than Tsunade's. The most crucial problem is that Uzumaki Kushina is not Tsunade yet. Naturally, her methods could not be limited to fists. When he thought about how Uzumaki Kushina's diamond locks would tie him up, Shiraishi couldn't help but shudder. If Kushina did that to him, Shiraishi felt that he might be socially dead. Mrs. Kushina, you are truly terrifying. Thinking of Minato, who would later be known as the fastest man, Shiraishi couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy in his eyes. It's really difficult for Minato Namikaze that he is the fourth Hokage, but in fact he is dominated by his wife. Especially in terms of family relationships, judging from the limited Tsukuyomi in the previous life. Perhaps Minato Namikaze is more like a kind mother, while Kushina is more like a strict father. In other words, Minato Namikaze will be completely defeated by Kushina. Ah, what gift should I prepare for Master Kushina so that I won't get beaten? I can't think of anything at all. Just when Shiraishi was distracted, Uchiha Obito had already started rubbing his head and getting crazy. There was no way to ask his poor brain to think of a good gift. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible. How about a bow? I just happened to like a bow the day before yesterday. Zihi Korone suddenly spoke, but her expression quickly became conflicted, because she also wanted to buy that bow and wear it for Shiraishi. If it was something else, I felt like Kushina wouldn't like it as much. How about giving me 2 dumbbells? Might Guy clapped his hands and shouted excitedly. It seemed as if he had come up with an extremely brilliant idea. Shiraishi. Looking at Might Guy, who had just been discharged from the hospital, Shiraishi really wondered if he would be beaten into the hospital today. Kunao, detonating talisman, sword. Kakashi muttered as he picked out the things he remembered that could be given as gifts one by one. Hearing these words, Baishi broke out in a cold sweat. Even if he's a ninja, is it really okay to give him these cold things on his birthday? Baishi feels that each of his teammates is truly talented. Looking at the reactions of the people in front of him, Baishi immediately drooped his eyelids, revealing a pair of dead fish eyes. Did these guys really think seriously about what gifts to give? I'm afraid he just can't think of any good solution, so he came to him to get some information. When he thought of this, Baishi's suppressed bad temper almost started to flare up again. Not to mention giving an emperor a lesson, at least teach these guys a lesson so that they know that they are not easy to mess with. Of course, Baishi is just thinking about the above. However, if you think that what I just said is my true thought, you are totally wrong. Looking at the few people who suddenly started to hide themselves, Baishi couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It is true that Uzumaki Kushina rarely wears new clothes or jewelry for years, but as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she is also the little princess of the Whirlpool country. If Uzumaki Kushina really wanted it, wouldn't she just buy it herself? After all, with Kushina's personality, she is not a woman who is interested in jewelry and clothes. So, you guys are still too young. Looking at the few people who were deep in thought, Baishi couldn't help but feel happy. But to be honest, he really hadn't decided what gift to give Kushina. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there is almost no stability in Uzumaki Kushina's personality. In fact, Kushina used to have the nickname of Blood Red Pepper. Even if you go and ask now, you might still see a few people with terrified expressions on their faces. So although women's clothes, cosmetics, and jewelry are good choices, they are not the best. Shiraishi wasn't sure whether giving Kushina those things would move her or make her go berserk. Maybe she'll even punch herself while crying. Well, there's no doubt that this is what Uzumaki Kushina can do. As expected, it would be easier to give Master Kushina some kunao and detonating tags. After thinking for a long time, Kakashi said that he would be the first to give up thinking. Let him, a ninja who has been carrying out missions since he was a child, consider what gift to give to a girl? It would be better to let him face Baishi's fire style, Great Flame Ring, and Flame Emperor. At least this way, you can die more quickly. As expected of you, my eternal rival, Kakashi. As expected, I'd better give you the dumbbells. Might Guy looked as if he agreed, then spoke out his choice loudly. It's a complete mistake to count on this guy who is almost training his brain into muscles. According to the original trajectory of the future, Might Guy couldn't even remember people's names. Who admitted that he was the strongest? Dried persimmon spot? For me, would a necklace or a bracelet be better? Touching her cherry lips lightly with her index finger, Ui Korone said in a cute manner. Unfortunately, throwing a seductive look at Baishi is basically the same as throwing it at a blind person. If it were normal, Baishi could still see it, but now he is looking down and thinking. Uchiha Obito looked at this scene and really felt like crying. The gap between people is so huge. Why has Lin never taken this initiative towards him? If Lin doesn't take the initiative, then he, a guy who doesn't dare to confess his feelings, might have to wait until the end of time to be in unrequited love. Forget it, I'll just give Master Kushina a new dress. After concentrating and thinking for a long time, Uchiha Obito seemed to have made up his mind and said, it's just that Obito could never hide his expression, and the flickering look in his eyes was very suspicious. Looking at the young boys and girls who seemed to have made up their minds, Baishi sneered in his heart. Go on, just keep acting. Baishi said that if he continued to believe it, he might as well travel through time and space and become a pig. These guys, I don't know why they were turned into this state by a birthday present, but it must be said that Baishi's heart also began to burn. Time passes again. After a series of discussions that seemed to have come to a conclusion, the sun had already risen. Forget it. If we continue like this, we'll be late. No matter what, let's prepare the gifts first. Looking at the sun in the east, Kakashi seemed somewhat helpless as he spoke. Zairihong and the others looked at each other. Although they had not yet discussed a solution that satisfied them, they really did not have time. In any case, the gifts must be bought first, otherwise you will definitely get beaten. When they thought of Uzumaki Kushina turning into a blood red pepper, Ui Korone and the others shuddered. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the street as if there was a vicious dog. Everyone, walk slowly. Gather at the entrance of Minato-sensei's house in the evening. Baishi also nodded, and looked at how fast the few people walked, and said quickly. Anyway, he had already thought about what gift to give, so he was not panicked at all. Kakashi and his companions, although running very fast, were still a little hesitant when facing the fork in the street. It seemed that he was completely in a dilemma and couldn't even decide which street to take. Minato-sensei, you are truly a sinful man. Thinking about how Minato Namikaze had probably invited everyone one by one yesterday, Shiraishi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Minato Namikaze hadn't invited them one by one yesterday, they probably wouldn't have been so anxious so early in the morning, right? Afterwards, Baishi hummed a little tune and slowly walked into the most prosperous and lively commercial street. Come to think of it, it seems that after graduating from the Ninja Academy, Master Kushina has never been on a mission outside the village? Thinking of the information he had just confirmed, Shiraishi's walking posture suddenly became even more annoying. As for the commercial street that Baishi came to, it not only has a large flow of people. It can be said that the reason why this street has so many people is because the main attraction of this street is import. In short, on this street, almost all the products you can see are from other countries. If it is a specialty of the land of fire or Konoha, or some common goods, you don't even have the qualifications to step in here. The reason for coming here is because Shiraishi confirmed the information mentioned earlier. Shiraishi actually noticed a lot of new things. For example, a kind of camellia fruit is a product unique to a small country. On the surface it looks like a grapefruit, but when used to make tea it has a very special tea flavor. and after making tea, eating the fruit will have a special crispness. Another example is the croaker, which has large and numerous scales on its body. But once you get rid of those troublesome scales, it tastes delicious. It can be said that as the most prosperous country among the 5 major countries, Konoha village in the Land of Fire is even more prosperous among the prosperous. Especially when the war is about to come, I don't know how many people will scramble for just a status as a resident of Konoha village. Well, this photo album can be made. It's more like a travel collection than a photo album, right? And is this the amulet from the Land of Demons? I'll have one too. There are also specialties from the Snow Country. They are quite cheap anyway. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the shopping street, Shiraishi had no intention of buying just one. There is no way. According to Baishi's knowledge in his previous life, things will become very expensive once they are imported. However, the situation in Konoha is completely different. Maybe the ninja profession is indeed very profitable, or maybe there is some other reason. All in all, the things on this commercial street are actually not expensive. The things that can truly be called expensive are actually those related to ninjas. Exploding talisman, kunao, shuriken. These are said to be controlled items, but they are not very regulated in Konoha. That's really expensive enough to make Baishi feel painful. What is most painful is not their price, but these things are consumables. Especially the 3-piece ninja set of detonating tags, kunao and shuriken, they are all tolerable. Okay, that's a lot of stuff, that should be enough. After selecting a lot of things, Baishi checked them and said he was quite satisfied. Although the quantity is large, most of them are specialties that are relatively rare in other countries. Looking at the time again, I realized that it was already afternoon and the sun was about to set in the west. Shopping can distract me so much that I don't even feel hungry. Noticing this, Baishi finally understood why the girls in his previous life loved shopping so much while the boys couldn't stand it. In the evening, Shiraishi arrived at the door of Minato Namikaze's house on time. It seemed that Kakashi and his companions had arrived a long time ago, but they had no intention of going in. Oh, are they all wrapped up? Seeing that the gifts of Zihi Hong and the others were being wrapped up by them, Baishi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Because Baishi's own gift was also wrapped in a huge gift box. Then he was sealed into a scroll by Baishi. But, Obito, everyone knows what that thing of yours is, right? Why do you need to wrap it up? Seeing what was behind Uchiha Obito, Shiraishi couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Even though it was wrapped, Baishi could still recognize that it was a round fan, and it is a popular style among Uchiha. But the question is, why is it a round fan? Just because the Uchiha clan emblem is a round fan and I like round fans, does that mean everyone likes round fans? Baishi was almost unable to suppress his urge to complain. Shiraishi-kun, you're here. Not knowing what Shiraishi was thinking, Ui Korone greeted Shiraishi happily. No matter how many times I see it, Shiraishi's face is never boring. Every time she sees him, Zihaihong feels like she is seeing her first love. Although in Ui Korone's heart, Shiraishi is indeed his first love. Baishi, what gift did you choose? Seeing Shiraishi, Kakashi also asked. Seems to be very interested in what birthday gift Shiraishi will give. Ahahaha, just some specialties from other countries. There was an awkward laugh at first, and then Baishi, who couldn't bear to lie, told the truth. Although he was telling the truth, Baishi did not say that these specialties of his were carefully selected by him. Each one represents the local cultural characteristics and can be said to be a must-have for those who want to travel but cannot leave their homes. But Kakashi obviously didn't know that. Even though he was wearing a mask, it gave Shiraishi a feeling of relief. It's like when you were in school and you didn't do your homework well, but you saw that other people's homework was similar to yours. Well, an inexplicable sense of security came over me. What has become of the image of Master Kushina in your hearts? Shiraishi really wanted to ask why these guys thought Uzumaki Kushina was more terrifying than the great Demon King. As for Shiraishi himself, essentially he just wanted to have a good relationship with Kushina. I don't want the Minotaur, I just want Kushina's sealing technique. It would be even better if some more tailed beast chakra came out. You know, the 9-tailed fox is not just the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts, it is also the most special one among the 9-tailed beasts. For example, after it became a perfect Jinchuriki, it had a unique tailed beast coat. Ah, are you all here already? What are you doing at the door? Come in quickly. At this time, Minato Namikaze went out and saw Shiraishi and others, and immediately smiled gently and said, I originally thought he would have to go and see it in person, but I didn't expect that he had already arrived. Okay, Minato-sensei. Kakashi is always the most polite. Oh, finally the ultimate challenge. The one who is inexplicably passionate is undoubtedly Obito. This is a gift, Minato-sensei. The first person to give the gift to Minato was Korone Ui, which really looked like some kind of jewelry. Watergate teacher, this is your wife's birthday gift. The one who looks the most serious is Might Guy, but he doesn't look like a dumbbell. It's not a nonkaku, is it? Looking at the delicate appearance of the gift, Baishi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Not to mention Shiraishi, even Namikaze Minato couldn't help but twitch his eyes, but he still had to keep smiling. The last one was Shiraishi, who threw a scroll directly to Minato Namikaze. As Shiraishi and the others came in one after another, Namikaze Minato was the last one to come in. What's going on? Why is everyone still standing at the door? Come to think of it, Kushina's meal should be ready by now. Are you feeling hungry? Seeing that Shiraishi and others had not taken their seats, Namikaze Minato was obviously a little confused, but then he smiled. I have to say that in terms of appearance, there is still a gap compared to Shiraishi, but compared to his son, Minato Namikaze's face can be described as handsome. Coupled with that gentle temperament, it only took 2 sentences for his presence to become apparent. Minato, you're back. Before Shiraishi and the others could answer, Kushina threw herself into Minato Namikaze's arms. It was clear that she and the others had already come in, but it seemed that this woman only had eyes for Minato Namikaze. Just like now, when I heard Minato Namikaze's voice, it felt like I hadn't seen him for a long time. You still love showing off your affection. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but reveal a pair of dead fish eyes. It's obvious that Minato Namikaze just went out. Doesn't he have any sense of shame at all? And Minato Namikaze actually caught Kushina. Shouldn't his ribs have been broken? Shiraishi felt that if this happened a few more times, he would really turn into a ruthless complainer. Maybe he will buy a pair of glasses and transfer his true self to the glasses. Come to think of it, Minato and Kushina should still be in their honeymoon phase, right? If this trend continues, I'm afraid we will remain in this honeymoon period until Minato-sensei becomes Hokage. After getting serious, Shiraishi recalled the scene of limited Tsukuyomi. After becoming Hokage, or after giving birth to Naruto. If this couple had not died, Namikaze Minato would still be dominated by his wife, right? Even though he caught Kushina, Minato couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Kushina, Shiraishi and the others are here, don't you want to take a look at their gifts? After thinking it over and over, Minato Namikaze couldn't think of any solution, so he had to shift the blame to someone else. Seeing this scene, Shiraishi's eyes twitched involuntarily. He didn't expect that Namikaze Minato was such a person. Is it possible that beneath the sunny appearance, there is a dark heart hidden? It's not without reason that he becomes henpecked in the future. He totally deserves it. After hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Kushina also turned her attention to Shiraishi and the others. Gifts, let me make it clear first, if you little brats don't prepare gifts well, your master's wife, will show no mercy with my iron fist. With a dangerous smile, Kushina said in a threatening tone. Maybe it's because he gets along well with Shiraishi and others, so he doesn't treat them as outsiders at all. Uzumaki Kushina is also not stingy with her fists. This is also the reason why she was worried that he would be directly locked up by the diamond seal. At this time, Yui Korone, who usually gets along best with Kushina, came in first. Surprisingly, such a small box did not contain any jewelry or the like. It was a very beautiful dress. It looks like the style of the Fire Country, but it should not be produced by Konoha Village. Sister Kushina, you can't wear this all the time. That you need to wear more beautiful clothes to fascinate Minato-sensei. With a sweet smile, Yui Korone said in a very cute tone. Although she didn't feel anything about the clothes, Kushina obviously agreed with what Yui Korone said. Coupled with the happiness of receiving a gift, Uzumaki Kushina immediately revealed a kind smile. Thank you for the gift, Hong. That I like it very much and will wear it more often when I have time. I touched Zairehon's little head and found that the 2 girls, one big and one small, looked like good sisters. Seeing this scene, Minato Namikaze, who was standing next to him, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He is actually under a lot of pressure since Kushina sticks to him every day. Tisk, Obito was punched in the face when he tried to call you sister. As a bystander, Shiraishi with dead eyes complained to Kushina again in his heart. Although Obito did that because he instigated it, he wanted to see how Kushina would react. But that punch that hit him directly on the head still scared she at first. Fortunately, he didn't take part in the fight himself, otherwise Kushina's fists would obviously not be good things. At least she was not worthy of it. I don't know if Obito would fight Shiraishi to death if he knew the truth. If it was before he turned evil, he would most likely be fooled by Shi, and might even be beaten up. After turning evil, Obito probably wouldn't be in the mood to cause trouble for Shiraishi. His mind must be filled with the infinite Tsukuyomi depicted by Uchiha Madara. Speaking of Obito, seeing that Korone Yui was doing so well, Uchiha Obito secretly cheered himself up. Even a little skirt like Hong's is fine, and the round fan representing our Uchiha clan will definitely make Master Kushina laugh. After continuous cheering and encouragement, Uchiha Obito excitedly stepped forward under Shiraishi's gaze as a warrior. Mrs. Kushina, this is a gift I spent the entire day picking out. I guarantee you'll love it after you open it. Taking out the round fan wrapped behind his back, Uchiha Obito said shamelessly. Maybe it's because ignorance is bliss. Anyway, Shiraishi noticed that there was something wrong with the looks in Kakashi and Might Guy's eyes. As expected. Originally, Uzumaki Kushina was very happy, and when she saw Obito so confident, she actually thought there was some surprise. The gift in the shape of a round fan is just that in appearance. As a result, when Kushina opened the package, it was obvious that Obito's gift was a round fan. Although it looks like a gourd, and is the same style as the round fan that Uchiha Madara has. But Uzumaki Kushina's face darkened visibly. On the side, Minato Namikaze had a very awkward smile on his face. He had clearly reminded Obito on the way that there was no way Uzumaki Kushina would like something like a round fan. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Obito still moved forward on his stubborn path. Calm down. Today is my birthday party, we can't just attack this brat. Repeating this to herself over and over again, Uzumaki Kushina finally managed to suppress the impulse in her heart. After all, it is an annual birthday party, and outsiders were invited this year. In previous years, she wouldn't even invite her best friend Uchiha Mikato. But what Uzumaki Kushina didn't know was that Shiraishi and Namikaze Minato were watching her suppressing her anger. Cold sweat was almost coming out of my forehead. He was afraid that Uzumaki Kushina would not be able to control herself and turn the birthday party into a beating party for Uchiha Obito. If that really happened, Shiraishi didn't know whether Kushina would regret it afterwards. But his stomach, which had been hungry for a day, would definitely be hungry again for another night. Fortunately, Kushina was in a good mood today and didn't continue to get angry. Come to think of it, Shiraishi and Kakashi wouldn't do something like that, would they? This thought suddenly popped up in her mind, and Kushina immediately shifted her gaze to Shiraishi and Kakashi. It's better to be safe than sorry. However, before Kushina could say anything, Shiraishi and Kakashi seemed to have made an appointment in advance. Not only did he take a step back, but he also pushed Might Guy at the same time. But this kid Kai has no self-awareness at all and looks very excited. Even Obito's fan couldn't make Master Kushina angry, so let me make her happy again next time. Let the fire of youth from me and my father infect Master Kushina. As he was thinking this, Might Guy strode towards Kushina and took out the gift he had prepared for a long time. The excitement on his face made people seem to see the previous Obito. Wait, that shouldn't be the case, right? There shouldn't be a female version of something like that anyway, right? Suddenly thinking of a possibility, the corners of Baishi's mouth began to twitch. There was no way, his guess was too shocking, and Might Guy was not a fool. But it turned out that Shiraishi was too naive. Perhaps when it comes to ninja or fighting, Might Guy is a very reliable companion. Uchiha Obito would also feel unwilling to accept his lack of strength and would work hard for it. But in daily life, we really can't expect too much from these little kids who are only precocious in terms of emotions. Zairihong is a girl, and of course she can pass the test because she is sweet-mouthed. Even if Kushina doesn't like it in her heart, she can still save face. What did Uchiha Obito send in the end? Round fan. So as a young man who burns his youth every day, Might Guy will of course give people a surprise. Shiraishi and Kakashi were all stunned. A female version of the tights, the same style as the ones worn by Might Guy and his father Might, was quietly placed in the gift box. If it was just a tights, it would be fine, but the problem is that this tights is a very eye-catching green color. Mrs. Kushina, this is a special collector's edition that my father and I found with great difficulty. I hope you will exercise well in the future and feel the passion of youth. As if the atmosphere was not enough, Might Guy took out the gift and shouted excitedly. In an instant, the whole room fell silent. Even Minato Namikaze couldn't help but cover his face, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead and the back of his head. To be honest, Minato Namikaze thought that Uchiha Obito had reached the extreme of seeking death. But he didn't expect that there was someone better than him. Even if these two guys don't have brains, they should at least have some desire to survive, right? My god, Kai has really started to train his brain into muscles. Fortunately, he still remembers my name. Seeing this scene, although Shiraishi was not as exaggerated as Minato Namikaze, he also wailed in his heart. I hope that when Kushina goes berserk next time, I won't be affected. To be honest, if it really affects him, she is ready to run away at any time. As it turned out, Shiraishi's premonition was very accurate. The anger that was originally suppressed by Uzumaki Kushina now became like a volcano. Kushina's brows kept twitching, and she looked like she had reached her limit of patience. Even her beautiful red hair began to float abnormally and unscientifically. It's a bit like a tentacle, but more like the tail of some creature. Sure enough, let's run now. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Seeing this scene, she was about to give up hope completely. But deep down in Shiraishi's heart, he actually secretly hoped that Kushina could be even angrier. It would be best if the Nine Tails chakra was really revealed, then he would really make a fortune today. Unfortunately, Kushina is not Naruto. She not only has a very pure Uzumaki bloodline, at the same time, he is also proficient in various sealing techniques of the Whirlpool country, and even has perfectly awakened the Diamond Seal. It can be said that he is in a state of clarity of consciousness, or in other words, he can talk to the nine-tailed fox at any time. Completely suppressed the nine-tailed fox in its complete state. So even though he couldn't suppress his anger, he looked like he was about to go berserk. But time passed by, and she still didn't see any experience balls dropped. And to be honest, in the eyes of Minato Namikaze, Kushina has made great progress by being able to endure to this point. On the one hand, it's because Kushina has a very hot temper. Before he graduated from the ninja school, he already dared to fight against genin and even beat others at one point. Like before, Kushina didn't even know how to write the word. Even if it was the Saname Hokage, once he got angry, Uzumaki Kushina would dare to pull his beard. This also led to Sarutobi Hiruzen being very afraid of Uzumaki Kushina for a time. Once you see it with a telescope, when she sees Kushina, she will hide immediately. At the same time, on the other hand, Kushina's inability to control her temper may also be a factor in sealing the Nine Tails. Just like when Kushina was giving birth, the seal of the Nine Tails would have taken effect. Anyway, seeing this scene is better than by Shi, who looks at the nose with his eyes and the heart with his nose. Kakashi was the first to step forward and took out the gift he had carefully prepared. It was like a basin of cold water poured directly on a fire, finally calming Uzumaki Kushina down. It might not be enough to completely extinguish Kushina's rage, but at least the blood-red chili gesture finally disappeared. Not bad, thank you for your hard work. Kushina accepted the gift with satisfaction and patted Kakashi's shoulder like a big sister. Kakashi guessed correctly, she really liked this gift. At least among these gifts, Kakashi's was the one that satisfied her the most. As for the others, forget it, that I can't even think about Obito and Guy, that it makes me angry when I think about them. Although Kushina couldn't be satisfied with Yui Kurene's gift, at least her attitude made her happy. And Whitehead. Wait, Shiraishi. As if remembering someone, Kushina and everyone else turned their eyes to Shiraishi at the same time. Xiaobeishi, if your gift doesn't satisfy me, you can tell me in advance. This way, the master's wife's fist will be lighter. With a dangerous look on her lips, Uzumaki Kushina spoke in an equally dangerous tone. There's no way, not to mention Uchiha Obito, the surprise that Might Guy gave Kushina was too big. If Shiraishi did that again, Kushina felt that she might not be able to stay sane tonight. So, this is a death sentence for me, right? Seeing this scene, Baishi's eyes twitched and he complained helplessly in his heart. There was no other way, except to be on the safe side in case something went wrong with Shiraishi's gift. After all, apart from Uchiha Obito, the unlucky kid who often gets beaten, the person Uzumaki Kushina is closest to is Shiraishi. And it's not the kind of intimacy that Obito would have where he would get beaten up. Abnormally large amount of chakra, and an interest in sealing techniques. She is cute, knows how to say nice things, and considers Kushina's feelings. Sometimes, even Minato Namikaze would feel jealous of Shiraishi. Well, the reason why Minato is so evil has probably been found. Mrs. Kushina, this is your gift. Without any tricks, Baishi obediently took out a scroll. A question mark popped up in his head, and Minato Namikaze silently looked at the scroll in his hand. He remembered that what he had in his hand seemed to be Baishi's gift, but Shiraishi obviously had no intention of explaining, and simply handed the scroll to Kushina. Kushina took the scroll and opened it, and the seal was released. There are picture albums and travel albums printed with the customs and culture of many countries and places. They emerged one after another as the smoke dissipated. Ha ha ha, Shiraishi, is this all you're going to give me? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito immediately laughed rudely. In his opinion, what Baishi gave him was even more unbelievable than his round fan. Apart from anything else, just considering the price, some photo albums, travel collections and picture albums are really not worth much money. Excuse me, this is the catalog. The real gift is with Minato-sensei. Staring at Obito with dead fish eyes, Shiraishi replied indifferently. Cough cough cough. Obito, who was laughing loudly, started coughing, as if he was choked by his own saliva. Not to mention Uchiha Obito, even the others including Kakashi subconsciously widened their eyes. What? These thick things are called catalogs? However, no matter how they reacted, Uzumaki Kushina was uncharacteristically quiet. As he flipped through the picture albums and some travel photo albums in his hands, his face looked quite emotional. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she cannot leave the village easily. Even Uzumaki Nito, the wife of Senju Hashirama, is not immune to this. Although it is understandable, after being bound for so long, Kushina couldn't help but want to see the outside world. Especially since she was not born and raised in Konoha village, but came here from the land of whirlpools when she was a child. As time passed, Kushina's thoughts became stronger and stronger, but she just hid it to herself. To some extent, Kushina's bad temper might be due to staying in the village for too long. If I weren't the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, I'd really like to take a trip to these places. Thinking this in her mind, Uzumaki Kushina's expression completely relaxed. At the same time, his eyes looking at Shiraishi softened, because the anger caused by Obito and Guy finally dissipated completely. Kai and Obito on the side breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, they thought they were going to be beaten tonight. Although they were full of confidence before giving the gifts, they were not blind. After seeing Uzumaki Kushina's reaction, he naturally realized that he had given the wrong gift. Especially Might Guy, he thought he was going to die here today. Although Obito's crime does not deserve the death penalty, it is best not to get hit if possible. One blow from Kushina's fist could keep him awake all night. However, she didn't expect that Kakashi and Shiraishi could calm Uzumaki Kushina down with just a gift each. Even Minato Namikaze secretly gave Shiraishi a thumbs up. Thank you. I can see that Kushina likes this gift very much. Secretly coming to Shiraishi's side, Namikaze Minato said in a very small voice. It was Kakashi's gift, of course Kushina liked it too, otherwise she wouldn't have calmed down because of it. However, this love was born because of Minato Namikaze. If Uzumaki Kushina was not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she could go out of the village with him to carry out missions. I'm afraid Konoha's blood red pepper will never like cooking no matter what. On the contrary, Baishi's gift was like a light rain in a dry field. Maybe it didn't have that much effect, but it still helped Kushina to resolve some of her worries. It's okay. This is also my gift, Minato-sensei. Baishi replied secretly, and he didn't dare to make any big move. Do. It's not about being cowardly, but about not being able to take it lightly. What are you still standing for? Sit down on your chairs and eat. After dinner, there will be a cake made by Minato and I. By the way, Minato and Shiraishi, what were you guys secretly talking about? Come and eat quickly. After putting down the picture album and travel collection in her hands, Kushina spoke again with full of energy. If you don't hurry up, you won't have the chance to regret it when you go to the battlefield. Early the next morning, Shiraishi was already up and wandering the streets of Konoha. Since Kushina was lazy yesterday, we must work harder today. Maybe it's impossible to surpass Might Guy in terms of hard work, and it's impossible to surpass Kakashi in terms of talent. But when it comes to cheating, Shiraishi is really serious. In fact, on the other hand, Shiraishi was really afraid that something unexpected would happen to him during the Third Ninja World War. Although there is no news from the Third Kaze Cage yet, the previous invasion of Konoha by the Sand Ninjas seemed to have given Shiraishi a warning. Even Cho showed up. Although he didn't know why, it still made Shiraishi a little nervous. Once the Third Ninja World War begins, no one knows when it will begin. It is almost certain that their Watergate squad will participate in the war. By that time, it would be hard to say whether Minato Namikaze would be as timely as before. So you must have enough strength. Baishi, you are here. Just as Shiraishi was regrouping, Namikaze Minato's voice suddenly came from behind him. Minato-sensei, what's going on? Is there a mission? Turning to look at Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi asked in confusion. Kushina had already had her birthday party yesterday, so apart from the mission, what other reason did Minato Namikaze have to come to him? And I don't know if it's an illusion, but Minato Namikaze seems to be really free during this period of time. Like Baishi and the others, it seems that he rarely receives missions to leave the village. It's not a mission, it's this, go on. With a gentle smile on his face, Minato Namikaze threw a scroll to Shiraishi. Sealing technique. After opening the scroll, Baishi was surprised by the contents on it. This really surprised Baishi. It was actually a sealing technique. And it is not just a rubbing version, but an original that is worthy of being treasured by any ninja village. And if you look closely at the contents of the scroll, the sealing techniques contained therein appear to be quite comprehensive. In addition to sealing techniques, there are also many basic annotations. There are even some that should be the experiences of the Uzumaki clan's predecessors. As far as Shiraishi knows, the Whirlpool country was founded by the Whirlpool village. Almost the entire country is made up of the Uzumaki clan. But even so, not everyone has the opportunity to learn the sealing technique. If this sealing technique were to be thrown to the Whirlpool country which has not yet been destroyed, people would definitely fight over it. Even now, throwing it outside would make the big ninja village lose face and fight for it. However, such a precious thing was now thrown to Shiraishi by Minato Namikaze so easily? This is the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. It was given to you by Kushina. If there's anything you don't understand, you can just ask her. Seeing that Shiraishi was stunned, Minato Namikaze thought that Shiraishi didn't understand, so he hurriedly explained. I know, the question is why did Master Kushina give the sealing technique to me? Holding the scroll of sealing technique in his hand, Baishi asked in confusion. At the same time, I feel a little touched. After all, these things are really hard to find even if people want them. Take the 5 most powerful ninja villages in the ninja world today. Except for Konoha, there are very few ninjas who know sealing techniques. Not to mention the ninjas who delve into sealing techniques, even sealing techniques are very rare. Take the Sand Village as an example. Just look at Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, who can't sleep all day. Shiraishi remembered that before Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki seemed to be called Monk Banfuku. Like Gaara, he was unable to sleep as the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The reason is that the sealing technique of the Sand Village is of too poor quality. In fact, the Cloud Village and the Uegakur are similar, but their raikage is powerful enough. And there is a whole process to becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. By the time of Killer Bee's generation, in addition to himself, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, the 2 Yujitos also seem to be perfect Jinchuriki. But before Killer Bee, the situation of the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village was still very bad. After all, it's all because of the shortcomings of the sealing technique. In the entire ninja world, the Uzumaki clan sealing technique is the most special and advanced. But the problem is that Konoha has tattooed the Uzumaki clan's emblem on the vests of its Chunin and Jonin. However, there are not many people in Konoha who are good at or proficient in sealing techniques. Most of them are like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who only know how to use 2 hands. Although the level is not bad, it can't be said to be specialized at all. It can even be said that there are very few people who can compare to Tsunade in studying sealing techniques part-time. The reason why Tsunade studied sealing techniques was essentially for the yin seal. To put it bluntly, it may not even be considered a part-time job. This is not to say that Konoha does not have enough sealing techniques, but that there is simply no process for training sealing technique ninjas. Although there is a sealing class, the level is hard to describe. All in all, no matter from which aspect, Shiraishi didn't quite understand Uzumaki Kushina's actions. Don't worry about it. As Kushina said, just think of it as a return gift for yesterday's gift. Patting Shiraishi's shoulder, Namikaze Minato smiled gently. Hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Shiraishi also laughed. That's exactly what Master Kushina would say. But the reason is probably because he saw Baishi's talent, right? He was able to develop the prototype of S-Class fire release through his own efforts without relying on anyone's guidance. You know, before Shiraishi, the only S-level fire escape technique was Amaterasu with the Mangekyo technique. Unfortunately, Amaterasu has serious side effects. Even the eternal Mangekyo will shed tears of blood when releasing Amaterasu. This also makes it difficult for Amaterasu to kill people. After confirming Shiraishi's talent, plus Shiraishi did give Kushina a gift she liked yesterday. In addition, Kushina also hopes that in addition to Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi, a guy with a lot of chakra, can also inherit the Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Even if it's just a few more thoughts, it's good. The combination of various factors is probably the reason why Kushina dragged Minato to use the Uzumaki sealing technique. Come to think of it, I also taught the sealing technique to Kakashi and the others. In the end, except for Kurane, Kakashi and the others all refused. During this period, the friction between the Sand Village and Konoha can be said to be increasing. To put it bluntly, there are no major frictions, but there are constant minor frictions. But it is these little frictions that are the most annoying, and it can even be said that the Sand Village is deliberately trying to disgust people. Even within Konoha there are more radical factions recently who hope to teach those Sand Ninja guys a lesson. These radicals are not just Genin and Shinin, they even include some Jonin. I heard that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, was among them, but it turned out to be just a rumor. All in all, it's okay for Konoha to have some friction with the Sand Village now. But if a gun goes off accidentally, it will be a war. The problem now is that given the current situation in the ninja world, once a war is launched, it will definitely affect the entire body. If one ninja village starts a war, all 5 ninja villages will probably start a war. Even the other 4 of the 5 major ninja villages might point all their spearheads at Konoha. Therefore, in response to the voices of the radicals, Sarutobi Hiruzen joined forces with some advisory elders to suppress them directly. Heitake Sakumo suspected that Danzo was the one who did this to the radical faction, but he had no evidence. The most important thing is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been favoring Danzo for a long time. Heitake Sakumo didn't have the energy or time to cause trouble for him right now. As time passed and the friction intensified, Konoha finally took action. However, he did not declare a war against the Sand Village, but instead strangely invited the Sand Ninjas and the Cloud Ninjas to organize a Chunin exam. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, doing this is just a futile effort. In the Hokage's office, Heitake Sakumo said expressionlessly, "When it comes to war, Heitake Sakumo can be said to see it more clearly than anyone else." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen also experienced the second and possibly even the first Ninja World War, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is old now, and to be frank, his heart is old too. Things like war cannot be reversed or stopped. As the Hokage of the village, I have to do something. Only after experiencing war can one understand how hard peace is to come by and how precious it is. So even if it's for the sake of the village, I hope to use this opportunity to maintain peace. Ignoring Heitake Sakumo's objection, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. In fact, how could he not know these principles? But Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't want to see war anymore. That's why he took the initiative to contact the Sand Village and the Cloud Village, and at this special time of the Chunin exam. The purpose is nothing else but to show off one's muscles, so that these 2 ambitious ninja villages can see themselves clearly and avoid the outbreak of war. Heitake Sakumo. He didn't say anything, but that didn't mean he was convinced. As I said, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is old, so it is inevitable that he has some naive ideas. But Heitake Sakumo is different. He knew that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said was right, and he also understood that peace was hard won. But as the White Fang of Konoha, Heitake Sakumo has a calmer and more ruthless side. Therefore, Heitake Sakumo understood even more clearly that there is actually no right or wrong in this world. The so-called Wheel of War will not stop because of right or wrong. No one knew about the conversation in the Hokage's office, but Shiraishi and others got the news about Minato Namikaze on this day. Of course, it would be more appropriate to call it an instruction. That is to let Shiraishi and the other four form their own teams to participate in Konoha's upcoming Chunin exam. That's right, this even includes Kakashi, who had already become a Chunin. Let us take part in the Chunin exams. Wait, we're right. Besides, Kakashi should have been a Chunin long before he joined the Hearing this request, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but complain. He thought that he could avoid the Chunin exam by joining the Is it still impossible to avoid the result? Not to mention Uchiha Obito, Shiraishi and Kakashi were also a little surprised or strange. Not to mention Shiraishi, his strength is growing rapidly. Not to mention fighting against a group of genin. Even if you fight against a group of Chunin, you might just be bullying a baby. Well, except for those elite Chunins. Kakashi had passed the Chunin exam a long time ago, in the second year after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Moreover, after this period of settling down, their team's level and power in the are almost surpassing that of ordinary Chunins. Having such a level and power naturally represents their strength. You know, even if Heitake Sakumo opens a back door, the has always been a place where strength speaks. I can't help it. This is a mission assigned directly by the Hokage. Because we want to maintain the current peaceful situation in the ninja world, we must show our absolute strength to the Cloud and Sand ninjas. Also, the Kumagakure and Sangakure probably have similar goals. They definitely won't send out genin. Based on the intelligence, it is possible that they are not simple Chunins. After giving a wry smile, Minato Namikaze began to explain seriously. In short, this Chunin exam is very important. It was so important that Sarutobi Hiruzen even personally designated some teams to take part in the Chunin exam. It seems that as long as the age is right, it doesn't matter whether you have passed the Chunin exam a long time ago, and the enemy's strength is not simple. At the very least, they are all Chunins, and they are not simple Chunins. All Shiraishi could think of were bloodline limits or some secret ninja techniques. There might even be a Jinchuriki appearing. Never mind, Jinchuriki is still impossible. After thinking about it, she directly ruled out the above possibility. Lose. Given the current situation in the ninja world, the Sand ninjas and the Cloud ninjas must be out of their minds. Otherwise, there would be no way they could get the Jinchuriki out of the village. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the Raikage and the Kazekage are really crazy, but the probability is too low. If you think about it carefully, it's really troublesome. It's basically a super small ninja war, right? Touching his forehead, she suddenly felt a headache. After explaining the situation, Minato Namikaze began to divide the people into groups. It was similar to the Chunin exam that Shiraishi had seen in his previous life, with 3 people forming a group. Okay, Kakashi, you must be assigned to a group with me, and then I'll let you see the results of my hard work during this period. When he heard that they were going to be divided into groups, Uchiha Obito instantly became energetic and yelled at Kakashi. However, it was not only Kakashi who became energetic, but also Might Guy. Kakashi, my eternal rival, and Shiraishi, let's have another competition this time. His eyes seemed to be about to swell with tears, and Might Guy said with an overly enthusiastic look. She felt helpless. Why was he involved? Well, Shiraishi-kun, I really still want to be with you. Standing quietly beside Shiraishi, Ui Kurane showed a cute smile with a hint of shyness. A pair of big watery red eyes almost made she fall in love with her. That still depends on what Minato-sensei thinks, right? It's a bit overwhelming, she said quickly. At this moment, Minato Namikaze's voice also sounded. There has never been a moment when Shiraishi was so grateful to Minato Namikaze. Hong, Kai, Obito, this time please form a team of 3. Then there's Shiraishi and Kakashi, and a team member transferred from the After the grouping was announced, Minato Namikaze showed a helpless look on his face. Because in this way, the pressure of the Chunin exam will undoubtedly fall directly on Shiraishi and Kakashi. After all, Kurane Ui, Uchiha Obito, and even Might Guy are all at the bottom of the list. Well, although Shirai Hong is not the last one, she is seriously unbalanced in one subject. It's not that I haven't tried hard in the field of ninjutsu, but my efficiency is too slow. Is this really okay? Namikaze Minato thought secretly in his heart, wouldn't this kind of pressure be too much for Shiraishi and Kakashi? And there is a replacement teammate, Shiraishi and Kakashi are pretty good, but if there are 3 people, there will be some lack of coordination. The most crucial problem is that the boy who was also transferred from the is not very old. What if there is any conflict? For some unknown reason, Minato suddenly began to evolve and develop in the direction of an old lady. Is it possible that I can't be in a group with Shiraishi-kun? Hearing this result, Shirai Hong felt a little disappointed. She understood that she was still too weak and had to become stronger. But even if you are determined, becoming strong requires accumulation over time. Damn it, Kakashi, just wait, next time I will let you see the results of my hard work. Obito looked at Kakashi very unwillingly. He really wanted to receive Kakashi's surprised look, even just once. Kakashi and Shiraishi, I'm not in the same group with you guys, although there is nothing I can do about it. This is youth. Might Guy was completely overexcited and spoke with tears in his eyes. The visual effect seems exaggerated. After all, Hong looked so disappointed and didn't say she was going to cry. Come on, I'll take you to meet your future new teammates. Turning his gaze on Shiraishi and Kakashi, Namikaze Minato said helplessly again. If he wasn't a little too old, he, Minato Namikaze, would probably have also gone to this Chunin exam. It's ironic that Minato Namikaze was questioned for being too young for the Hokage selection, but at this time he seemed too old. Well, the above is just a joke made by Minato Namikaze himself that maybe he has been a little too idle recently. Teacher, can you first tell us the name and ability of our new companion? Following behind Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi said bluntly. Anyway, the leading Jonin will definitely be Minato Namikaze, and it would be too unfair to him if we don't take this opportunity to get some intelligence. The information on abilities is not good, you can communicate among yourselves. As for the name, it seems to be Gecko Hayate that he is considered your junior in the ninja school. Speaking of which, although Ji Feng is not a genius who graduated early, he is excellent in all aspects. Yeah, just like you, Shiraishi, but he's still a lot inferior to you. Touching his chin, Namikaze Minato spoke selectively. When Baishi heard the 4 words Moonlight Gale, he was also startled. This is also considered a classic passerby character in Naruto. Not only did he serve as the chief examiner during the Chunin exams, but he also made an appearance during the 4th Ninja World War. In the end, he used his own will to resist the control of the impure world reincarnation, causing his attack to miss. Although he is a special Jonin, it seems that his strength is not very good, but that was purely because his sickly body was too much of a burden. If it weren't for that sickly body, his strength probably wouldn't be so weak. Don't worry, if you are too weak, you won't be grouped with the 2 of us. Seeing Shiraishi lost in thought, Kakashi thought Shiraishi was worried, so he spoke to comfort him. That's it, get along well. Minato Namikaze also nodded, looking very agreeable. Seeing Minato Namikaze's attitude, Shiraishi understood that Gecko Gale's strength at this period was probably quite strong. If you think about it carefully, he has a sword technique that I don't know if it can be considered a bloodline limit, and he also has a sword technique. If it is not considered at the level of a Jonin, it is indeed a very good or classic configuration. Moreover, the ability to reveal one's own strength does not just make oneself transparent, it also has the function of hiding one's aura. It can even be said that the latter is the most important function of the escape technique. Then again, couldn't Moonlight Gale have been a sickly kid since he was a kid? Thinking of this possibility, Baishi subconsciously showed a pair of dead fish eyes. If you think about it carefully, it is actually quite possible, but of course not very likely. Shiraishi once saw read the official information about Moonlight Gale. Among them, the number of B-level tasks reached 409 times, and the number of A-level tasks was more than 90 times. Although as a special Jonin, the number of S-rank missions is 0, but in the final analysis, it was Moonlight Gale's sickly body. Perhaps during his Chunin period, Gecko Hayate was still far from being ill. No matter what he guessed, Baishi was still surprised when he saw Moonlight Gale. Hello, 2 seniors. My name is Gecko Hayate. I am good at ninjutsu, genjutsu, and Konoha-style advanced swordsmanship. Seeing Shiraishi and Kakashi, Gecko Gale immediately bent down and bowed. For a moment, Baishi thought he had become some kind of evil force. However, the moonlight breeze during this period was unexpectedly restrained. My name is Yusuji Shiraishi, just call me Shiraishi. Scratching his cheek, Baishi said speechlessly. He really didn't expect that Moonlight Gale had this kind of personality. Yes, Senior Baishi. Moonlight Gale bowed again, and it seemed that his attitude was very good. My name is Hayate Kakashi, just like Shiraishi, you can call me Kakashi. Kakashi was undoubtedly much calmer with the mask on, and he spoke in a very calm tone. Yes, Kakashi-senpai, please give me your guidance in the future. Moonlight Gale stood up straight and bowed for the 3rd time. Seeing the moonlight breeze like this, Baishi suddenly felt disillusioned for some reason. The special Jonin in the impression disappeared, and was replaced by a junior who was reserved and seemed to admire Kakashi a little. Speaking of which, Hayate, are you only good at ninjutsu, genjutsu, and swordsmanship? Touching his chin, Baishi suddenly asked Moonlight Gale. If he heard correctly, Moonlight Gale didn't introduce that he could use teleport just now, right? As expected, Moonlight Gale scratched the back of his head and said with an embarrassed look, in fact, in addition to those, I also know a kind of transparent escape that can make myself transparent and hide my aura. However, compared to those famous bloodline limits in the ninja world, my transparent jutsu can only achieve transparency and hide my aura. As he spoke, Moonlight Gale looked extremely depressed. In fact, Moonlight Gale was indeed in a very low mood. Although the ability of transparent release is very useful in the dark, the problem is that it can only make one transparent and hide one's aura. Compared with the ever-changing bloodline limits such as magnetic escape, dissolution escape, etc., it lacks a lot of style. Well, can you perform it? Seeing that Yu Guangji Feng had already mastered the technique of transcendent escape at such an age, Bai Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. High-quality wool. Sure. After nodding, Moonlight Gale made a few seals and his entire body suddenly became transparent. At first, I could still see Moonlight Gale's figure, but I could no longer sense his breath. Even in the end, Moonlight Gale himself disappeared completely. Very nice ability, looks very strong. Although it affects oneself, it looks no worse than any bloodline limit. Seeing the experience ball dropped under Jai Feng's feet, Bai Shi immediately ordered the system to pick it up, while not forgetting to praise him. Congratulations to the host for picking up 18 points of transparent escape experience points. No, you are praising me too much. Senior Iwagakur has a ninjutsu that is even more powerful than the Tauten. Besides, my current transparent release cannot be hidden from them, whether it's the Byakugan or the Sharingan. After being complimented by Bai Shi, Yu Guangji Feng suddenly looked shy but very happy. However, Shiraishi really knew about the ninjutsu of the Iwagakur that Gecko Gale mentioned. Ninja technique, camouflage. It is not exclusive to the Iwagakur, but it is also not a common ninjutsu. According to the original trajectory, this ninjutsu would have caused great losses to Kakashi, Obito and Rin. It can even be called the root of all evil. But compared with Moonlight Gale's transparent escape, it is definitely inferior. Regardless of whether the ninja technique, camouflage hiddenness, can conceal one's own aura, camouflage hiddenness is ultimately just a ninjutsu. And after all, the transparent release is a bloodline limit. What's more, Shiraishi still remembers the description of the transparent release, which is a bloodline limit that even the third Hokage praised. There is no doubt that the upper limit is definitely very large. Don't underestimate yourself, I'm very optimistic about you. By the way, can your transformation be used on weapons? Suddenly thinking of something, Bai Shi asked Moonlight Gale. The weapon of a king from the end of the Age of Gods seems to grant him invisibility. However, the essence of this protection is wind, which hides the blade with invisible wind. At the same time, it can be released, and its name is Wind King Hammer. If Moonlight Gale's penetrating escape technique could also work on weapons, then the effect would be significant. Even Minato Namikaze showed considerable interest. If it works on the three-piece ninja set of Shuriken, Kunao, and Blasting Tag, then the purpose of TOU done is not just to hide yourself. Well, let me try. After hesitating for a moment, Moonlight Gale took out his long sword and started the experiment. There is no doubt that he also hopes that his own escape technique can have more uses. To be honest, things were not going smoothly at the beginning that he used the method of hiding his own palms, which made Moonlight Gale very disappointed for a while. This also made Bai Shi realize that although Moonlight Gale was very confident in his own strength at this time, but he feels inferior about his own transparent release, thinking it is not as good as other bloodline limits. However, with the constant encouragement of Shiraishi and Namikaze Minato, Gecko Heiei tried again and again. Instead of making your palms transparent, use them on weapons. System, pick up experience points. Looking at the experience points of Moonlight Gale that kept dropping during practice, Bai Shi's eyes were filled with the light of looking at a high-quality leak. These days, it's hard to find high-quality, easy-to-cut leaks. However, compared to leaks, Bai Shi still prefers the name wool. After all, he was just picking up some things that were useless to others and would not have any impact on them. So in essence, Bai Shi is not even taking advantage of the situation. After some effort, Moonlight Gale was finally able to make the long sword in his hand transparent. But it still takes a lot of practice to master the weapon. Bottom hidden. And whether the weapon hidden by the transparent escape technique can be left in hand is also a question. If it cannot work on shurikens and kunao, the effectiveness of the transparent escape will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. No matter how you look at it, it was a success after all, and Moonlight Gale was grateful to Bai Shi. As the sky gradually darkened, Bai Shi and others dispersed one after another. Before leaving, Moonlight Gale was very grateful to Bai Shi. Not only did he comfort him, but he also helped him develop his own escape technique. This senior is so nice. However, what Moonlight Gale didn't know was, as news of the Chunin exam spread, a large number of outside businessmen and tourists entered Konoha. You know, there is no equality among the current Hokage. Most ordinary civilians still live a simple life, and their lives are not much better because of the wrong technology tree. At least compared to the residents of Konoha, the civilians in the outside world are the real poor. Therefore, in the outside world, most people who can become tourists are rich, well-known, and have high status. These people are also an important source of ninja villages or ninja missions. Like these tourists, businessmen are also big customers of the ninja village. It can be said that during this period, the already prosperous and lively Konoha village became even more lively. Even the ninjas of Konoha began to get busy. You can even say that I'm busy as a dog. After all, in addition to the skyrocketing workload, they also have to prepare for the Chunin exam. At the same time, we must guard against spies from other countries, and even when the Cloud Ninja and Sand Ninja arrive, there are still security risks. However, while carrying out the above operations, they did not forget to inquire about intelligence from other countries. For example, through the unremitting efforts of the Umbu, intelligence on the Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja was successfully obtained, and it was passed on to Shiraishi, Kakashi, and Gekko Heiei through Minato Namikaze. Originally, Shiraishi thought that the Saname Hokage was willing to sacrifice his reputation in order to show off his muscles in the Chunin exam. Let's convey to the outside world how strong Konoha's muscles are. But after hearing the news from Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi suddenly felt that Konoha's preparations were still too conservative. The Sand Ninja and the Cloud Ninja are the ones who have truly lost all their dignity. Take the Sand Village for example. Their team members are Maki, Luasha, and Yakang. Does it feel familiar? That's right, it's the future 4th Kazekage Raza and the Scorch Release Master Yakang. The most speechless thing is that even the Maki who was there to make up the number was the one who killed Moonlight Gale in Baishi's memory. His strength is definitely not weak. Good boy, I thought Konoha had lost its shame, but I didn't expect it was the Sand Ninja who lost it first. After hearing the information about the Sand Ninja from Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Is this really okay? Putting aside other things, the future 4th Kazekage, he should already be a Jonin, right? And that Yakang too. As a user of the high-risk bloodline limit of Scorch Release, Mirai Yekra is hailed as a hero of the Sand Ninja. In the end, because of the fear of the 4th Kazekage, he was deceived and became a victim of the politics of the great powers and was killed in a surprise attack. Even if it was that Maki, Shiraishi didn't think that the other party would be lower than the level of Chunin. For example, Wind Style, Wind Blade will be his specialty in the future. However, it's not just the Sand Village, the Cloud Village is also a heavyweight. Troy, Darui, Shi. Let's talk about Troy first, a Jonin who was resurrected by the Impure World reincarnation during the 4th Ninja World War. She didn't know what his strength was at this time. The only information that can be confirmed is that this thing is at least a magnetic ninja, and the weakest is a Chunin. Of course, Chunin is just the lower limit, the most likely possibility is that Troy is a Jonin. Then there are Darui and Nozomi, the future 4th Raikage's right-hand men. There is no need to describe Shi in detail. Shiraishi's impression of him is that he is a supporting role, but this assistance is no ordinary assistance. As one of the few fair-skinned people with blonde hair in the Cloud Ninja village, she can be said to be an all-round assistant who is proficient in medical treatment, illusions, and even perception. Let's talk about Darui, the future 5th Raikage, and the only ninja who inherited the 3rd Raikage's Black Lightning technique. There is no doubt that they are all talented ninjas who are being trained by the Sand Village. Even at this time, she didn't think he could be that weak. Sand Ninja and Cloud Ninja, what are you doing? After hearing the information from Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi couldn't help but speak out, his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably. Not to mention the Cloud Ninja, Shiraishi didn't have much impression of this ninja village. At least apart from the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, I don't have much impression of them. But over in the Sand Village, Raza, the future 4th Kazekage, should be quite old, right? There is also Yakang, who was deceived by Luo She into being sacrificed and became a victim of the politics of a great power, which is enough to illustrate Yakang's strength. In Shiraishi's eyes, the Sand Village had already lost face by sending out 2 such ninjas. It's more than just a lack of martial ethics. It's totally unethical. The Cloud Ninjas take this Chunin exam very seriously. As for the Sand Ninjas, I don't really understand their thoughts. Perhaps they are very angry about the failure of the Sand Village last time, so they are willing to teach Konoha a lesson even at the risk of losing face. Faced with Shiraishi's question, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but guess with a wry smile. If the Cloud Ninjas are at least still within the scope of the rules, then the Sand Ninjas seem to be no longer prepared to abide by the rules. But whether it is Troy of the Cloud Ninja or Raza of the Sand Ninja, there is no doubt that they have become powerful enemies that she needs to treat with caution. Compared to these 2 ninjas, the others can be considered tricky, but they are definitely not unsolvable. By the way, how are the situations in Kirigakure and Iwagakure? Did Konoha invite them? Rubbing his temple, Shiraishi asked Namikaze Minato again. It's not favorable, it's too unfavorable, but if the Iwagakure and the Mist Village also get involved, then we can play some conspiracies and tricks. It's like taking advantage of troubled waters. Who wouldn't do that? It would have been better if the Iwagakure and the Mist Village hadn't sent out such foul ninjas. We can still unite against the common enemy without taking advantage of the situation. However, reality is always cruel. Minato Namikaze shook his head mercilessly and said, although Konoha also invited them, the Mist Ninja refused on the grounds that the journey was too long. Over at the Uegakur, that Tsuchikage himself said that he never wanted to set foot in Konoha again. Steps or something. After hearing what Minato Namikaze said, Shiraishi's originally depressed mood suddenly became much better, or rather, much more complicated. The Kirigakur should be being tormented by that old man Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Nohara Rin to become the Three Tails Jinchuriki so easily and coincidentally. In the end, he was tortured by Obito into the Bloody Mist Village. In the training ground outside the Forest of Death, Uchiha Obito was already exhausted and sweating all over. "Shut up, idiot." Glancing at Obito, who kept shouting about being tired, Kakashi, who was also sweating all over, spoke up. More than an hour ago, Uchiha Obito had been complaining about being tired. If you have this much energy, you might as well do more training. But to be honest, Kakashi himself could feel that every muscle in his body was wailing. The chakra had been exhausted more than 3 hours ago due to training such as climbing trees and treading water. Although Kakashi was already proficient in that kind of training, the Chunin exam was approaching. He must ensure he is in the best condition. In addition to Kakashi and Obito, Kurane Ui was also already sweating profusely. I felt like I had just been pulled out of the water, even my clothes had become a burden. Although Might Guy is a training maniac, he increased his training volume 3 times today. Do 3,000 duck jumps first, and if you can't do that, run 300 laps around the training ground. He was almost exhausted to the point of losing consciousness, but Might Guy's body still showed no sign of stopping. Even Bai Shi rarely went to collect experience points. In addition to perfecting his fire escape technique, he was also constantly training himself by picking up some Moonlight Gale sweaters. If you can't die from practicing, then practice until you die. This is the only way to reach the highest peak. I feel like my heart is beating wildly. Shiraishi really doesn't know whether I should say MMP or not. If it weren't for those damn Cloud Ninja and Sand Ninja, he wouldn't have to increase his training volume so much. Isn't it nice to live a stable life and develop? But seeing how hard his teammates were working, Shiraishi felt embarrassed to slack off. Well, not bad, not bad. Everyone has been trying to cheer up during this period. Watching this scene from a distance, Minato Namikaze showed a satisfied smile on his face. There is still some time before the Chunin exam, so it's not too late to work hard now. Of course, now it should be called super hard work, and the previous Shiraishi, Kakashi and others cannot be said to be lazy. I don't know if Shiraishi would be so angry when he sees Minato Namikaze's expression that he would punch this teacher who was just watching the fun and making trouble. It's really exciting. Why don't you try it yourself to see how exciting it is? But no matter what, time keeps passing by like sand that cannot be grasped. The day of the Chunin exam arrived as scheduled. Unlike the future in the original trajectory, the entire Konoha was in a state of transition. The current Konoha has not yet experienced the Third Ninja World War, and Konoha White Fang has not committed suicide. The Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion was even more distant and unpredictable. So in response to Konoha's open invitation, except for the Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja, dozens of small ninja villages, large and small, were invited. The times are different, and the situation of the Chunin exam is naturally different. Of course, the Chunin exams that are usually taken by people from Konoha village are not very strict, but with so many ninja villages united, this time's Chunin exam can only be described as cruel. In comparison, Shiraishi's impression of the Chunin exam in which he socialized with the Sand Ninjas was even a joke. For example, in Shiraishi's impression, the Chunin exam at least had a written test. Even if you are caught cheating, the worst that can happen is that you will be eliminated. But today's Chunin exam will be a brutal fight or elimination from the very beginning. Is it finally starting? It's time to let the guys from other ninja villages see the elite of my Uchiha clan. Walking into the examination room, Uchiha Obito burst into laughter shamelessly. It seems that for this guy, he can always be so confident no matter what time it is or how many blows he has suffered. Might Guy, who was next to Obito, was walking upside down using his 2 hands to support himself. He looked like he was going to exercise even though the exam was about to begin. Only Ui Kurane behaved normally, with a hint of nervousness on her cute little face. "Hey, I hope everything goes well for you." Seeing the appearance of Guy and Obito, Shiraishi in the distance couldn't help but cover his face. Sometimes, he was embarrassed to say that these 2 guys were his teammates. Next to Shiraishi, Kakashi looked silent with the mask he never took off. That kind of aura that keeps strangers away is only ineffective against idiots like Guy and Obito. Moonlight Gale still carried a long sword on his back, changed into casual clothes and looked around. Although he had joined the Umbu, he had never seen so many ninjas from other villages. For example, most of the people in the Cloud Ninja village are dark-skinned, and there are also many with white and blonde hair. The Sand village often likes to paint camouflage on their faces and wrap themselves thickly. They are not as eccentric as their future juniors, well, except for Yekang and Luosha. All in all, different ninja villages are very different just in appearance. Soon, as all the candidates entered the venue, a Konoha Jonin appeared. Maybe it's because I've been staying up too late recently, and there are obvious dark circles under my eyes. Hello all the examins, I am the Jonin of Konoha, Genmo Doma. The rules of the first exam are simple. The Jonin who called himself Genmo Doma yawned and began to explain the rules in a weak voice. In short, it is actually a survival elimination competition. Each team will then receive a scroll, but it is not the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth in the original trajectory. Instead, it is a scroll with the 5 chakra attributes of fire, thunder, earth, water, and wind. In other words, 4/5 of the people will be eliminated in the first exam alone. Is it because there are too many people, but they showed their power right from the start that it seems like they are showing no mercy to their own people? Listening to Xian Mao Tujian's explanation of the rules, she couldn't help but secretly complain. Although I had a feeling that this Chunin exam would be cruel, but she had not expected it to be so cruel. And although theoretically, only 1/5 of the people should be able to collect all 5 scrolls in the end, but considering various situations, such as murder, death, accidents, etc., even with the most conservative estimate, it would be good if we could get 1 in 7 people in the end. After Xian Mao Tujian explained the rules, the candidates entered the real examination room one after another. That is the gate to the Forest of Death. That's right, the examination venue for the first exam is still the Death Forest. After all, apart from the Death Forest, it would be difficult for even Konoha to find a second venue of this size. He is also a frequent participant in the Chunin exams and even the Jonin exams. There are many surveillance cameras in the Death Forest. In fact, there are also many in Konoha, and they are basically monitored and watched by Umbu ninjas. Don't ask why the technology tree of this world is so crooked. Shiraishi has also expressed doubts about the emergence of technological products such as refrigerators and headphones. But even so, the Death Forest at this time was much more dangerous than Baishi had imagined. In addition to the super large beasts that are 5 or 6 meters tall, there are also various highly poisonous insects and plants. Among them, the wild beasts are very aggressive and do not mind attacking humans even when they are well fed. It's similar with insects. Those that are extremely poisonous will have their own territories, but more insects just wander around the Death Forest with very violent temperaments. It can be said that in addition to a certain level of combat capability, in order to survive in the Death Forest, more intelligence capabilities are required. The most important ones are the perception-type ninjas. It's just that sensory ninjas are quite rare, even in the 5 major ninja villages. Along with the gate of the Death Forest, the entrances to various passages were slowly closed. The exam officially began. We got fire, but Kai and the others got thunder. Before entering the gate, Shiraishi confirmed the scroll of Kai and his team and muttered to himself. When entering the Death Forest, different candidates need to enter through different entrances to the Death Forest. It can even be said to be completely random. So even though he communicated with Guy, Obito and the others, they still got separated after entering the Forest of Death. But even so, Baishi was not at all panicked. Not to mention that as a Konoha Chunin, Kakashi is very familiar with the Forest of Death. Baishi even has a pair of eyes that will never be noticed by others. In terms of perception and intelligence gathering, he is no worse than any other ninja. Senior, is it really okay for us to wander around leisurely like this, if I don't hurry up and collect the other 4 scrolls? Moonlight Gale followed behind Baishi and spoke with some nervousness and uneasiness. The village takes this Chunin exam so seriously. Wouldn't it be very bad if they messed up in the first exam? No matter how nervous Moonlight Gale is. He didn't know the specific strengths of Shiraishi and Kakashi, and he didn't know that Shiraishi had a pair of Byakugan, and there is no complete roll of eyes like a bird in a cage. Don't worry, there are no ninjas or large beasts nearby, but be careful of poisonous snakes and some poisonous insects, and don't eat some plants carelessly. As long as you don't go to some dangerous places, the Death Forest is actually not too dangerous. Kakashi spoke as if he was walking in his own home, without any panic. Moonlight Gale was crying beside him. Were these the questions he asked just now? And wasn't Kakashi-senpai just standing here? Okay, there will be no problem. Jaifeng, you have to trust us 2 seniors. As long as we don't run into those sand ninjas and cloud ninjas who are just trying to show off, we'll be safe. Patting Yuegwang Jaifeng's shoulder, Baishi said like an older brother. Kakashi glanced at Shiraishi and said nothing. If Uchiha Obito said this, he would have to call him an idiot and say Kakashi is not his last name. Is there anyone who puts up a flag for himself like this? But when it comes to Shiraishi, I'm sorry, whether it's because of strength or some other factors, it can be said that Kakashi is sincerely convinced of Shiraishi. Even if Shiraishi wanted to be the Hokage, he would be willing to be an assistant or advisor. As expected of Shiraishi and Kakashi-senpai, after being comforted by Baishi, Yuguang Ji-Feng finally stopped looking like a submissive. But when I was worshipping, I subconsciously brought Kakashi with me. There's no way. In the ninja school, as long as you are not older than Kakashi, you can still enter the school. Almost all of his peers regard Kakashi as an idol. Graduating at the age of 5 and becoming a Chunin at the age of 6, this resume is really too dazzling. In comparison, Shiraishi has long been considered a genius no less talented than Kakashi in the eyes of Konoha's top brass. But in the eyes of his peers or younger generations, Kakashi is definitely more popular. After all, who made Kakashi never take off his mask? Sometimes, mystery can be more attractive than just appearance. Forget it that I don't know if Kai is doing well or not. Shaking his head and not thinking about it, Shiraishi suddenly wanted to know the situation with Guy, Obito, and Red. After all, it is a small team, and he is used to their presence. However, compared to the ease and comfort of the Baishi team, they even treated the Death Forest as their own backyard. Guy, Obito, and Red are pure newbies. This was my first time participating in the Chunin exams and I encountered a situation like this where I had to fight and kill. Obito, be careful, there seems to be a snake running over there. Walking carefully in a remote place, Zihaihong did not forget to remind her companions. Next to Korone, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy also looked cautious. There is no way that no matter how thick-skinned you are, the prefix of Death Forest is not just talk. I get it. I'm an elite of the Uchiha clan, there will definitely be no problem. When he heard the snake, Uchiha Obito's scalp suddenly went numb, but he still tried to stay calm. Might Guy next to him also walked with his hands on the ground, his muscles already tense. Although he is not afraid of snakes, pretty indifferent to some things. The three of them were wandering almost aimlessly around the outskirts of the Death Forest. Suddenly, three guys wearing black shirts with the Uchiha clan's round fan emblem printed on them stood up. Oh, you're a fellow from Konoha. But it doesn't matter, just hand over the scroll. Faced with the Uchiha's aggressiveness, the first to stand up was not Might Guy or Korone Ui, but it was Uchiha Obito, who was also an Uchiha. You three guys, do you really consider yourselves as members of the village? Not only are you asking for scrolls from ninjas from your own village, you're even trying to break their limbs and stuff. You idiots are actually members of the Uchiha family. Staring at the three Uchiha in front of him, Obito accused in a very tough tone. Although Obito himself has not yet opened his Sharingan, the attitudes of the three guys on the opposite side are really bad. They are ninjas from the same village, and the Uchiha are also members of the same village. It can only be said that these three Uchiha are really embarrassing in Obito's eyes. As soon as Uchiha Obito, who felt embarrassed, opened his mouth, his emotions got the better of him and he spoke without thinking at all. The last one among the Uchiha dares to speak such big words. Looking at Obito with disdain, Uchiha said in an unhappy tone. Although he doesn't have the Sharingan, but as an Uchiha, his achievements are not weak. At least he is not like Obito, whose nickname the last one is almost known to the entire ninja school. Now this last place guy can actually say such big words. Could it be that he was assimilated into the village and forgot that he was a member of the Uchiha clan? You bastard. Seeing Uchiha Taya's reaction, Uchiha Obito's face suddenly turned red. He couldn't understand why these three Uchiha guys were so annoying. Even though he is an Uchiha, Obito himself would always talk about the power and glory of the Uchiha. But there is a clear boundary between him and the three people opposite him. At this time, Uchiha Genta, who had been silent, spoke. From the looks of you, you don't want to hand over the scroll, right? He went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth, and his tone was impatient. Of course, there's no way we could give our scroll to three of you idiots. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Obito responded with disdain. Youth will never fall, and will never be defeated by people from the same village. As he assumed a fighting stance, Might Guy's attitude was clearly revealed. Even though she was the only woman present, Ui Korone did not choose to back down. I will not give this scroll to you. With the same red eyes, Ui Korone spoke in a firm tone. She will continue to stand by Baishi's side and will never give up no matter what. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Taya and the other two suddenly looked a little ugly, including Uchiha Genta and that sick Uchiha Sosuke. I originally thought that among the three people in Kai's team, there would always be one person who would show weakness, right? But there was no one there. This made Uchiha Tei and the other two feel humiliated and that the Uchiha name was insulted. That's why I said that we should break these guys' limbs first. Uchiha Saushik licked his lips and said in a very perverted tone. However, considering the conditions under which the Uchiha wanted to open their eyes, it is not difficult to understand this situation. It's just that the stimulation was a bit too great, causing psychological trauma. Humph, I'll do as you say this time. These three idiots who can't see the difference in strength. It's better to quit the ninja career early. Uchiha Da also hesitated, but anger and pride still occupied his heart. Among the Uchiha and the village, Uchiha Duo is also the most typical Uchiha. That's it, let's quickly take care of these three guys. We still have 3 scrolls to collect. Looking down at Guy, Obito and the other two, Uchiha Genta also nodded. Although they acted very arrogantly, it seemed that their attitude was very consistent with what a middle school boy should have. However, the three Uchiha were unaware that their every move was being watched by 2 pairs of eyes. Hokichi's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was seen looking at the crystal ball that he had used the telescope technique on. and sitting at the side was the Hokage's assistant, who is also the Dark Lord of the ninja world. He is also Danzo Shinmura, the Pot King of Konoha. It seems that the Uchiha does not consider himself a ninja of the village at all. Like Tobirama-sensei said, the Uchiha are a dangerous clan and should have been abandoned long ago. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked unhappy, Danzo said in a sinister tone. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and didn't even bother to respond. Not to mention the serious situation in the ninja world right now, eliminating the Uchiha clan would be like cutting off one's own arm. The 3 Uchiha seen by the telescope technique were just 3 children. How is it possible to eliminate the Uchiha clan just because of the performance of these 3 children? However, Danzo did not think that just a few words of encouragement would be enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen make up his mind. He was just planting a seed. Even if it bears fruit, we don't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to issue a cruel order to destroy the Uchiha. It is enough to keep him, the 3rd Hokage, silent at the critical moment. Shinmura Danzo had played tricks like this so many times that he was already very familiar with it. The Uchiha are not only a dangerous and arrogant clan, but also a stupid enough clan. Turning his gaze to the crystal ball again, Danzo had an imperceptible sarcasm in his eyes. But besides the irony, there was a heat that Danzo himself hadn't even noticed. However, the power of the Sharingan is a useful tool and should not be wasted. There's no way doubt I've been a politician for too long and I've also lost an arm and an eye. The position of Hokage is also one that requires sufficient fighting power to be competent. He did all this for Konoha. Forest of Death. Fire style, great fireball technique. Without any hesitation, the 3 Uchiha decided to take action after failing to get the scroll. Because the opponent is Uchiha, and Uchiha Saushik has opened the Sharingan, it can be said that the illusion-type ninja Ui Kurane had one arm cut off. It is not an exaggeration to even say that it is useless. As for Uchiha Obito, well, his performance completely lived up to his title of last-place finisher. Even together with Ui Kurane, the two could only barely stop Uchiha Saushik alone. On the contrary, it is Kai who has the advantage of close combat. Each attack was swift enough, and for a moment it actually suppressed the 2 Uchiha. Seeing that Might Guy was bullying others by taking advantage of his power, Uchiha Genta and Uchiha Duo were completely furious. After the 2 men looked at each other, one of them took out a kunao and fought directly with Might Guy. Although I am somewhat disadvantaged, I can still hold on for a while. On the other hand, Uchiha Genta also began to form hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. With just a slight shout, a huge fireball forced Might Guy back, and the situation seemed to have reversed in an instant. But at this time, Uchiha Taya and Uchiha Genta did not pursue the victory. I remember you, a loser who is only good at physical skills. In the final analysis, he is just a loser who talks about youth and passion all the time. Seeing that he was finally about to gain the advantage, Uchiha Duo also said coldly. He, a great Uchiha, was actually suppressed by such a loser that he must get his revenge. I must regain my pride as an Uchiha in the most magnificent way. However, at this moment, Might Guy untied the weights on his legs and arms. It is unclear whether Might Guy was carrying Shiraishi in the original trajectory, but sometime before joining the Umbu, Kai had already begun to gradually add some weight to his body. Now, even Shiraishi is not quite sure how much burden Might Guy has placed on himself. Uchiha Genta and Uchiha Duo also sneered when they saw this, that it was just a burden, and everyone would do the same. Uchiha geniuses like them didn't carry any burdens long before they became ninjas. Then, the next second, bang! Accompanied by the sound of a huge object falling to the ground, Kai's weight directly smashed a big hole in the ground. Many birds and animals were scattered because of this. What the hell is going on with this guy? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Genta couldn't hold back his face. He is actually a madman carrying such a heavy weight on his body. What Uchiha Duo couldn't accept was that Might Guy actually carried such a heavy burden and suppressed him in Uchiha Duo. Taya, use that. Turning his gaze to his companions, Uchiha took a deep breath and spoke. No matter what, he would not allow himself to be defeated by this loser in front of him. A mere waste should kneel on the ground under the glory of Uchiha. Good. Understanding what Uchiha Taya meant, Uchiha Genta nodded in agreement. I saw the 2 of them closed their eyes, and then suddenly opened them. I saw that the originally dark pupils turned completely into a scarlet and weird color just like Uchiha Sosuke's. In the blood moonlight pupils, a pitch-black, holeless Magatama was spinning alone on the edge. These 2 people opened the one Magatama Sharingan at the same time. It is precisely because of these 2 pairs of Sharingan that they can stand here so proudly or arrogantly. When they fought again, Kai's speed increased greatly after he was relieved of the weight. However, due to the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he is at a great disadvantage. Without the weight, Kai's attacks no longer had the heavy and swift feeling they had before. After Uchiha Genta and Dui saw through his movements with the Sharingan, it became easier to resist. Ha 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 ha, trash is trash. Facing the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, there is no chance of winning. Finally, he seized the opportunity to kick Might Guy away, and Uchiha Do laughed out loud. It seemed as if he had accomplished something particularly proud of. Uchiha Genta also showed a disdainful smile. So what if he is crazy? The Uchiha clan's inherent Sharingan cannot be defeated with mere effort. Has your physical skills been completely seen through? The Uchiha clan's Sharingan really can't be underestimated. Then let me go faster. Burn, youth. Holding his stomach, Might Guy stood up from the ground and suddenly assumed a Super Saiyan transformation posture. 8 gates of ninjutsu. First gate. Open. Second gate, shut gate, open. After opening 2 doors, Might Guy's skin began to turn red and his pupils gradually turned up. But this time, Kai did not open the 3rd door, because just opening the 2nd door is enough to free the body from the limitations of the brain and fatigue. His hard work during this period was not in vain. Konoha Super Cyclone. Without any hesitation, Might Guy used his best spinning kick right at the start. Facing Kai's attack again, this time Uchiha Suunta and the other 2 were still able to keep up with him with their eyes, but their bodies couldn't keep up with Might Guy's speed. Damn it, how is this possible? As if he had seen something incredible, Uchiha Duo's face was full of disbelief. The Sharingan could clearly see it, but in the end it was his own body that was holding him back. And that piece of trash is actually so strong. Not to mention Uchiha Dui, even the proudest Uchiha Genta couldn't believe it. It is obvious that Might Guy and Uchiha Obito are both well-known laggards in the ninja school. How can it be that strong? No, I don't believe it that he is just a useless guy who is only good at physical skills. The huge anger broke through Uchiha Taya's reason. Let him start making seals with his hands. But before the seal was halfway formed, a foot kicked him swiftly and powerfully. Uchiha Duo was seen flying backwards like a cannonball and knocking down 3 big trees in succession. Uchiha Genta learned his lesson and tried to distance himself from Might Guy, but he couldn't do it at all. We can only drag it out and wait for Uchiha to recover, and then we can distance ourselves from each other. Since Might Guy is only good at physical skills, they have to use ninjutsu to deal with him. The other side. Uchiha Sosuke, who had originally been firmly suppressing Korone Ui and Uchiha Obito. At this moment, he changed his offensive and was directly suppressed by Korone Ui and Uchiha Obito. At one point, it even reached the point of being forced into a desperate situation. I've already told you that my hard work during this period will definitely surprise everyone. Seeing Uchiha Saushik fall into desperate situation first, his body was directly swallowed by the water dragon. Uchiha Taya and Suunta both showed disbelief, or simply couldn't believe it. Although Uchiha Saushik's mental state is not quite right, his strength is unquestionable. To some extent, he is even stronger than Uchiha Genta and Uchiha Duo. Otherwise, Uchiha Taya and Genta would not be able to deal with Might Guy with confidence and leave Korone and Uchiha Obito to him. Do you still have the energy to care about your companions? It seems that my youth is not enough. Launching the attack almost non-stop, Might Guy roared at the 2 Uchiha opposite him. Youth must keep burning. With unparalleled conviction, Might Guy can be said to attack without stopping for a moment. Even if Uchiha Doya and Uchiha Genta used ninjutsu, they could not attack Might Guy at all. Prediction is useless. This also resulted in the 2 dignified Uchiha having to keep getting beaten. Even if you find an opportunity to fight back, it will be of no use other than consuming a little more chakra. At this moment, Uchiha Taya and Suunta felt extremely regretful that they had not tried harder. If they work a little harder, they can upgrade the 1 Magatama Sharingan to a 2 Magatama 1. Everything will be different. On the other side, a simple but powerful water dragon bullet from Korone completely engulfed Uchiha Saushik's body. Uchiha Sosuke was unable to dodge and was immediately defeated. The whole person completely lost consciousness and lay in a puddle like a corpse. This way, I can get a little closer to you, right, Shiraishi-kun? Thinking of a certain person, Zihaihong said silently in her heart. It was for Baishi that she worked so hard and even mastered the water jutsu which she was least good at. On the side, Uchiha Obito touched his nose, looking very sorry that Kakashi didn't see it. It seemed that Uchiha Saushik was not defeated by him in Korone Ui, but was easily defeated by him alone. It's such a pity that Kakashi didn't see his heroic appearance. However, in fact, Uchiha Obito was covered in dirt, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and looked extremely miserable. On the contrary, there was no visible injury on Zihi Korone, except that there was a lot of dust on her body. Even Uchiha Saushik's head was actually taken by Ui Korone. Let's look at Might Guy. Konoha Gurami Cyclone. Noticing that the battle on Uchiha Obito's side was over, Might Guy immediately increased the intensity of his attack. The whole person almost completely turned into a green whirlwind that was unrecognizable to the naked eye. Even every movement can leave a green afterimage on the spot. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind kicked directly into Uchiha Taya's face. Then he kicked Uchiha Genta on the head again. Faced with Might Guy's powerful whirlwind, Uchiha Genta and Duo didn't even have the chance to react. The 2 Uchiha completely lost consciousness before they even had time to use their substitution techniques. After being kicked between two big trees, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. There was no way, Kai's attack was too fierce and fast. Uchiha Taya and Genta couldn't even touch Guy with their ninjutsu, nor with their shurikens or kunao. Even if Might Guy hadn't exploded at the end, the defeat of these two Uchiha was a matter of time. Kai, hurry up and see what scrolls they have. Seeing that Might Guy had dealt with the remaining two Uchiha, Uchiha Obito immediately reminded. Finally, the victory was achieved. In addition to Uchiha Obito, who was a little excited, Korone Ui also looked happy. Kai just nodded, and then he used the 8 gates to search the body. No, he searched the body. Finally, the scroll with the word water written on it was found on Uchiha Genta's body. It was not until this time that Might Guy released the 8 gates and let out a long breath of white air. Kay, are you okay? Thinking of the last time Might Guy was hospitalized, Korone Ui suddenly expressed concern. If Might Guy behaves like last time this time, they will be in trouble. After all, in addition to the existing water and thunder attribute scrolls, you still have to collect 3 scrolls. Although the angle of concern is a bit problematic, there is no doubt that Shirai Hong still cares about her teammates. Don't worry, I'm just a little exhausted now, I'll be fine after a short rest. Giving a thumbs up to Ui Korone, Might Guy spoke loudly. But the next second, Might Guy staggered and almost lost his balance. After all, Kai only opened the second door this time and didn't go any further. Besides, with the experience of opening 3 doors in a row last time, even if I really open the third door, Might Guy is also confident that his body will not be damaged due to overload. That's good. In that case, let's go quickly. The exam won't take long. Nodding, Uchiha Obito reminded. Korone Ui and Might Guy's faces suddenly turned heavy as they expressed their approval. That's right, this survival elimination game even has a not so long time limit. This is to prevent some old bastard teams from dragging their feet until the very end to come out and reap the rewards. Of course, even so, it still can't prevent some people who like to block the exit. To put it bluntly, this rule is actually meant to disgust the Sand Ninjas and the Cloud Ninjas. Then along with it just disgusts Konoha's own team as well. Just as Might Guy and the other two were about to leave, a kunao suddenly flew out of the air. It pierced Uchiha Obito directly in front, causing Obito's entire body to stiffen. Afterwards, 3 guys from some unknown small ninja village ran out with arrogant and sinister looks on their faces, standing on the tree branch with a superior look. Hey, who are you 3 guys? Seeing the kunao that almost hit him, Uchiha Obito suddenly shouted angrily. He was clearly already injured, yet they still targeted him. Are these 3 guys heartless? Humph, you ignorant fellow, we are ninjas from the bear village. The leader was a young man wearing a bearskin hat, who said proudly, I just saw you guys fighting those Uchiha guys fiercely, right? You don't have much energy and chakra left now, right? Seeing these 3 guys who were trying to take advantage of the situation, Might Guy was about to use the 8 gates of ninjutsu again. His youth will never end until he catches up with Shiraishi and Kakashi through hard work. Although I don't know what would happen to Might Guy in his original trajectory. But for Might Guy now, as long as he can protect his companions, he can open the 8 gates. This forbidden technique can only be used to protect your companions. This is his own self-restraint. Wait a moment. Seeing that Kai was obviously exhausted, but still wanted to use the dangerous physical technique, Korone immediately stood in front of Might Guy and stopped him. Hee, are you ready to give us the scroll? That's right, that's the way to go. Only by giving us the scroll can you survive this cruel place. Seeing Zihi Korone standing out, the young man in the bearskin hat immediately spoke arrogantly. Even his 2 companions, including the female ninja, looked calm. In his opinion, and in the opinion of the 3 of them, Ui Korone, as a woman, must be the weakest one in the 3-person team. Now that she has stood up, she will definitely stop resisting stubbornly and choose to hand over the scroll. In this way, I only need to get 2 more scrolls like this time to pass the exam. Imagine a bright future, and the boy in the bearskin hat felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Being able to pass the Chunin exam in a big ninja village like Konoha, he will definitely become everyone's idol when he returns to the village. Even the village leaders will take a closer look at him, and maybe he will become the Cage of Bear Village in the future. However, the young man from the Bear Village and his 2 companions did not realize one problem. Maybe in his worldview, women are weak, even ninjas are the same. But this is not the case in Konoha, where there are many outstanding female ninjas. This includes Sunset Red. The most important thing is that we are facing Konoha, the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. There is no comparison at all to a small ninja village like Kumajino village. Illusion, the fox's heart technique. I saw Shirai Hong forming a few seals and then giving a light shout. The 3 genin from the Kumajin village did not put up any resistance at all and were directly blinded by the illusion. His eyes lost their luster, and his originally domineering expression disappeared. It looked silly, a bit like an ugly doll. In the eyes of these 3 bear ninjas, they would suddenly come from the death forest to a maze from which they could never get out. It was like being bewitched by a fox. For an illusion like this, any genin in Konoha would definitely have some way to break it. Even when facing a Chunin or Jonin, he couldn't even keep his opponent in a trance for a few seconds. But as genin of the Kyumajin village, they will have no way to get rid of the illusion from beginning to end. Unfortunately, the distance between me and Shiraishi-kun is greater than the distance between you and me. Seeing how weak these three guys who wanted to take advantage of the situation were, a hint of sadness flashed in Zihaihong's eyes. The next second, the three genin from the bear village were knocked out one by Kuren Aui. The scrolls in their hands naturally fell into the hands of Shirai-hong. At this point, Team Kai can be said to have obtained 3 scrolls. Although luck played a big role in their success, we cannot ignore their strength and hard work over this period of time. And on the other side, compared to the luck of Kai's team, the situation of Shiraishi's team is undoubtedly in sharp contrast. I saw that 3 teams from unknown ninja villages formed a 9-person alliance. They also targeted by Shi's team, and a total of 9 people completely surrounded by Shi and his 2 companions. Each of them had a smug and sneering look on their face, and they looked like trash who wouldn't survive more than 2 chapters. Boss, these are Konoha's ninjas. Do we really want to target them? Looking at the calm expressions of Bai Shi and the other 2, a younger brother couldn't help but ask. In this group, they have some idea of what the 5 major ninja villages represent. As soon as I opened my mouth, many people showed hesitation on their faces. Fool. Seeing this, the little brother was punched on the head by the boss, and then the boss said viciously, didn't we just easily snatch a team scroll? So what if it's a big ninja village like Konoha? They only have 3 people at most, and there are 9 of us. After hearing what the boss said, the morale of the other 8 genin suddenly increased. That's right, there are 9 of them. The advantage is too huge. However, facing 3 ninja teams at once, there was no trace of panic on the faces of Shiraishi and the other 2. One could even say that it was filled with a sense of relief. Except for Shiraishi and Kakashi, their confidence comes purely from their own strength. Moonlight Gale also showed an eager look and took the initiative to ask Baishi, Sr., no, Captain Shiraishi, how about leaving all these guys to me? I have to say, the Moonlight Breeze at this time was like a little kid who saw a wooden stick in a field of rapeseed flowers. If he could see a complete rapeseed flower next, it would be an insult to him. Kakashi, what do you think? Baishi did not give an immediate answer, but looked at Kakashi asked. After all, he had to take care of the feelings of the old team members, although Kakashi's calm personality didn't require Shiraishi's care at all. It's better to help Hayate. After all, he's facing 9 genin, it would be bad if he got hurt. Although his mask concealed his expression, Kakashi's eyes were still very cold as he spoke. I don't know if it's innate, but even if Hayate Sakumo hadn't died, Kakashi would still be like this. Shiraishi couldn't even believe that the Konoha technician Kakashi in his impression was really this Kakashi. Well, according to some unofficial historical records, the 1,000 Years of Death was given to Kakashi by Hayate Sakumo. I heard that the nickname Konoha White Fang was derived from the secret physical technique called 1,000 Years of Killing. Of course, all of the above are jokes, just a little bit of Shiraishi's imagination. He saw that Shiraishi, Kakashi, and even Gecko Hayate, who seemed to be the easiest to deal with, didn't take him seriously. Not only did they ignore it, they were even chatting and laughing there. Without a doubt, this is a complete insult. The 9-member alliance consisting of 3 teams was immediately furious, and one could almost see flames in their eyes. Especially a few ninjas who thought they were quite strong were even more angry. They thought that when facing the ninjas from the big ninja village, they would at least be looked up to. What's the result? They were completely ignored, as if they were not elite ninjas, but weeds on the roadside. Even if you are a ninja from a large village, you shouldn't be so arrogant, right? A ninja clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Let them have a taste of the counterattack from our small ninja village. Take this opportunity to teach these arrogant guys a lesson. A hunchback genin not far away showed a sinister smile and looked quite old. Perhaps the 5 major ninja villages should have some face, and the age of the genin should at least not be too old. But there is no need for this for these small ninja villages. Situations like the one where Yakushi Kabuto disguised himself can be said to be everywhere. That's right, my ninja village is in poverty because of big ninja villages like you. Almost all the tasks in the entire country have been contracted by the 5 major ninja villages. We must take revenge. This ninja was completely insane, with abnormal murderous intent and madness on his face, full of jealousy and hostility towards the great ninja village. The genin were talking to themselves one by one, their eyes almost glowing red as they shared the same hatred for the enemy. This situation was naturally very wrong, and had already been discovered by Shiraishi and Kakashi. Oh, inciting emotions, this ability is really despicable. Noticing the boss's little trick, Baishi sneered and didn't bother to care. Not to mention that these ninjas in front of them are not genin from small ninja villages. Even if they are genin from the 5 major ninja villages, they will have the same end. It's probably just a small trick that can't even be considered an illusion. Only the genin from these small ninja villages will fall for it. Although there was no disdain in Kakashi's tone, it was enough to make people angry. It's even more infuriating than deliberate contempt. As if noticing Shiraishi and Kakashi's attitudes, the boss's eyes flashed with anger. I don't know what this guy muttered. Soon, 4 or 5 genin in the 9-member alliance attacked Shiraishi and the other two. It looked like a suicide squad, except that these genin at least knew how to use weapons. Too reckless that I can totally see what you're going to do next. Seeing this scene, Moonlight Wind smiled and drew out the long sword from behind. However, the handle of the knife was held in Moonlight Gale's hand, so the blade could not be seen at all. It was as if Moonlight Gale was holding only a bare hilt of a knife. Not to mention, it looks kind of funny. That's right, while Baishi and the others were working harder, Moonlight Gale was not idle either. Instead, he focused all his energy on his own escape. Thanks to Moonlight Gale's unremitting efforts, he is now able to completely hide his weapon. Although it is still a bit difficult to make shurikens, kunao and other non-hand weapons transparent. But weapons that have become transparent are useless even with the Sharingan and Byakugan. After all, weapons don't have their own chakra. It was because of this discovery that Moonlight Gale acted like a child who had found a new toy. I no longer have the inferiority complex I had before. After just one encounter, Gecko Gale used his transparent sword to cut off the arm of an enemy ninja. The others who had wanted to laugh loudly fell silent, and couldn't help feeling a little frightened in their hearts. What just happened? The guy holding a knife handle just swung it lightly, and their companion's arm was broken just like that? From ancient times to the present, the unknown is often the most frightening thing, and now the long sword in Moonlight Gale's hand is undoubtedly an unknown. Not to mention, holding a transparent long sword, Moonlight Gale's Konoha-style swordsmanship is also unique. At this time, Shiraishi and Kakashi had already dealt with one member of a team easily. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. As the seal was completed, several huge balls of flame came out of Baishi's mouth one after another. Maybe it's not as round as the fireball, but it can be released continuously, and the temperature and power are not low. Especially in Baishi's hands, it's like turning on the modifier directly. All the fireballs carried an indescribable heat. Although the two genin dodged once with the help of substitution techniques, they were still hit by the continuous fireballs. On the other side, Kakashi's long sword had already beheaded the nearest enemy. Too weak, I thought I would run into those shameless guys from the Cloud and Sand Ninjas. After spitting out multiple balls of fire one after another, Baishi couldn't help but show off. After working hard for a long time, I realized that I really need some small fish to boost my self-confidence. However, at this moment, the boss couldn't bear it anymore. In other words, he never thought that Shiraishi and Kakashi were so terrifying. Everyone, get rid of these two guys first. Following the boss's order, all the other genin moved their targets pointed to Shiraishi and Kakashi. It's not that the boss has any ability to enforce command, but they were also frightened by Shiraishi and Kakashi. The cold swordsmanship that could chop off a person's head with one blow, and Baishi's ruthless fire turret. The threat is too great. The one with white hair, deal with the one with white hair first. I'll deal with this black-haired guy. Let's just kill them both at once, that we can't let them survive. Although the genin of each small ninja village does not know any ninjutsu, their methods are varied. There were low-quality detonating charms that were made into projectiles and then fired with a slingshot before they exploded. Some of them even held shurikens that were bigger than themselves. Some genin even held a kunao and attacked Kakashi stubbornly. If you want to challenge Captain Shiraishi and Senior Kakashi, you have to at least surpass me. Facing 6 enemies, Moonlight Gale still had a smile on his face. Looking at the confident Moonlight Gale, the remaining 6 ninjas looked at each other in confusion. Although Moonlight Gale does seem to be quite powerful, he is holding a weapon whose condition is unclear. They, including the boss who knew some illusion tricks, were a little afraid of the transparent blade in Moonlight Gale's hand. But for one person to beat 6 of them, that's a bit too disrespectful. However, they haven't made any decision yet. Should I flee or continue to fight? As a result, Moonlight Gale was no longer standing there, but instead took an invisible long sword and took the initiative to attack the 6 genin on the opposite side. How arrogant this is. Konoha style, 3 flash dance. In the crowd, Moonlight Gale's figure looked very blurry. In addition, the long sword in his hand was made transparent, making it impossible to tell its length and shape. With this skill of penetrating escape, it can be said that Moonlight Gale is like a tiger among a flock of sheep. However, even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered, let alone a group of dangerous genin. Use all your strength to kill this guy first. Seeing Gekko Hayate's attitude, a genin couldn't help but roar in jealousy. However, just when the 6 genin were about to counterattack, they saw Gecko Gale using the transparent release to hide his body. Now they were all at a loss, like 6 headless flies. This scene was completely seen by Shiraishi and Kakashi, who were watching the show not far away. That's right, after they dealt with those 3 people, they were no longer prepared to attack again. It's a good choice, but Hayate's chakra can't support him using the transparent release for a long time. Seeing Moonlight Gale use the transparent release, Baishi immediately praised him out loud. Being able to use the technique at the most critical moment is enough to prove his grasp of timing. In fact, he could have used the substitution technique just now, but he was still not calm enough. In the final analysis, it's because you, Shiraishi, always help Heiei develop his transcendent escape technique. He's too excited right now. Compared to Shiraishi, Kakashi is undoubtedly much more serious and earnest. Not only did it point out the shortcomings of Moonlight Gale, but it also pointed out the reason why Moonlight Gale chose the transparent escape technique instead of the substitution technique. You should know that besides not being able to be used continuously and requiring prediction, the substitution technique has other limitations. It is actually a ninjutsu with very low chakra consumption. The chakra generated by the transparent escape technique is enough for Gecko Gale to use the substitution technique several times. Okay, don't be so harsh. Many times, some things need the person involved to experience them themselves. Only in this way can they often understand and accept it, otherwise it is just other people's gossip. Baishi waved his hand and said with a smile, but he couldn't laugh anymore. Ultimately, this is the inferior nature of human beings. It is precisely because of all the evils of human beings that Uchiha Madara chose infinite Tsukuyomi and was used by Black Zetsu. That's why Uchiha Obito was brainwashed by Uchiha Madara and also became a tragic pawn. Then looked towards Moonlight Gale. Faced with the transparent escape technique and extremely deft swordsmanship, the genin from the 6 small ninja villages looked extremely embarrassed, because they could neither resist the invisible blade of Ji Feng nor attack Ji Feng. However, as a bystander, Shiraishi also saw the shortcomings of Konoha-style swordsmanship. The hurt is touching. Compared to the completely revised swordsmanship of the Heitei Kryu, the Konoha-ryu swordsmanship undoubtedly has many traces of samurai. Perhaps for a samurai, this set of swordsmanship can indeed be called advanced swordsmanship, but for ninjas, this swordsmanship is not so advanced. Moonlight Gale didn't choose swordsmanship because of its power. It is because swordsmanship can be combined with one's own escape technique to achieve the purpose of silent killing or assassination. Is that why Heiei is so self-deprecating about his own ability? At this time, Baishi also understood why Yuguang Ji Feng felt inferior about his own transmission at the beginning. Other bloodline limits are so powerful, not to mention the bloodline limits such as the Sharingan and the Byakugan that are famous in the ninja world. Take for example those bloodline techniques of escape techniques, each one of them is equally famous. For example, lava escape, magnetic escape and ice escape. Each of them is a powerful weapon on the battlefield, including Ye Kang's Scorch Release. With these as comparisons, it is not surprising that Moonlight Gale feels inferior about his own ability to penetrate the world. As time goes by bit, there are certainly no unexpected results. Facing 6 people, Moonlight Gale won. There weren't even any minor injuries on his body, at most he just consumed some chakra and physical strength. I won't accept this. The boss who was good at illusion tricks wanted to escape, but was pierced through the chest by a transparent blade. He really didn't want to give up. They had already snatched a scroll and formed an alliance of 9. Why are we still so powerless when facing these big ninja villages? Unfortunately, no one had the leisure to listen to his inner reluctance. Shiraishi and Kakashi, who were watching the show on the side, didn't even look at him. All attention was on the scroll that was found by Moonlight Gale. Earth, and fire. Did you step on the toes of the goddess of misfortune today? See the foot, there were 4 scrolls in total, but Baishi was not only not happy, but his face was downcast. There's nothing I can do, just bad luck. Not only was he targeted by a 9-member alliance at the beginning, but even the spoils were so bad. In addition to the 3 identical Earth Scrolls, the remaining Fire Scroll also duplicates the scroll of Shiraishi's team. Simply put, although 3 team members were killed, the only gain was an extra scroll of Earth. What a loss, such a huge loss, it's really too much of a loss. Thinking of the bad memories of drawing cards in his previous life, Baishi almost became depressed. It's okay, Senior Baishi. There are still 3 scrolls left, we can just slowly look for them. Patting Baishi's shoulder, Moonlight Gale comforted him. To be honest, he was also dissatisfied with the spoils, but not as exaggerated as Baishi. That's right, there is no reason for us to be eliminated in the first exam. Kakashi nodded as well and said in a very reliable manner. After this period of hard work, his Chidori can be said to have made considerable progress. The whole person's aura is naturally different. It's okay, I just remembered a little psychological trauma. With the official arrival of the Kaze Cage and the Reikage, the Saname Hokage no longer sat in the Hokage's office with Danzo. After some very formal negotiations and courtesies, Sarutobi Hiruzen also took out his crystal ball. For a moment, 3 shadows from the 5 major ninja villages sat together, silently looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball. There's no way, the Reikage is a reckless man and has a very bad temper. Or if they disagree on something, they want to arm wrestle. Only if you are stronger than him can you have the final say. The Saname Kaze Cage was not much better, being a completely taciturn person. With such an eccentric personality, it is no wonder that Scorpion found an opportunity to assassinate him. In the end, there was nothing to talk about, and in order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take out his crystal ball. However, the art of telescope is indeed a good thing, even though this art actually has its limitations. That is, certain monitoring equipment is needed to assist. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of surveillance cameras in the entire Konoha village, including the Death Forest. The most important thing is, in front of outsiders, the limitations of the telescope technique also become armor to protect oneself. The Kaze Cage, the Reikage, and the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the help of the crystal ball, could see the scene in the Death Forest clearly. When seeing the outstanding performance of Shiraishi's team, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly lit up. He defeated 3 teams at once with such ease. He is worthy of being the person he personally designated and favored. You know, even if the enemy is just a group of genin from a small ninja village, there are still 9 of them. What's more, Shiraishi and Kakashi only took the first move and then just watched from the sidelines. The weakest one, Moonlight Gale, killed 6 enemies almost by himself without any injury. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, even the Reikage and the Kaze Cage saw it with their eyes shining slightly. But on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, "You are still too confident. Facing 9 people, how can you leave 2/3 of the enemies to Ji-Fang? I'm sorry, compared to my 2 teammates, Hayate, the holder of the bloodline limit just now, is relatively young. No matter in terms of strength or qualifications, he is still inferior to his 2 predecessors." Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical face, both the 3rd Kaze Cage and the 3rd Reikage had no expression on their faces. To be honest, they wanted to vomit. If the person opposite them was not the Saname Hokage, the 2 of them would have probably started cursing at him. If you want to praise your own people, just do it openly. What's the point of saying such hypocritical words? Especially the 3rd Reikage, as a well-known reckless man in the entire ninja world, he just wanted to fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen, because just now, he was really disgusted. Even when I fought with the 2nd Reikage in the past and was abused every day, it wasn't that disgusting. But after all, we are still in Konoha village, which is not a good place to take action. So after looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Kaze Cage and the Reikage looked at each other. They all decided to hold their breath for the time being. Anyway, compared to Konoha, they are still a bit more respectable. The Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja have lost all their dignity. Compared to their performance, would their Cloud Ninja team and Sand Ninja team be worse? What a joke! Before they knew it, the Reikage and the Kaze Cage began to look forward to the performance of their own team. Inside the Death Forest. As time passed and the sky gradually darkened, the competition in the entire Death Forest became more and more fierce. Big fish eat small fish, big fish eat big fish. Small fish eat shrimps, and small fish eat small fish. Anyway, in this arena called the Examination Hall, bloodshed occurs almost all the time. Or rather, death. After all, those who showed mercy to the enemy like Kai's team were only a minority. It can be completely ignored. Every team fights at all costs just for a scroll, which is the norm in Death Forest nowadays. Under such circumstances, the Baishi team successfully encountered 5 teams one after another. However, although the results of the battle were great, Shiraishi, Kakashi and Gekko Hayate were all in a bad mood. Sure enough, Senior Baishi must have had bad luck, so there are so many duplicate scrolls. If I had known earlier, I should have asked Kakashi-senpai to collect the scrolls. Maybe we would have collected them all long ago. Also, since your luck is so bad, you should visit the temple more often, or at least buy a talisman. Moonlight Gale followed behind Shiraishi and Kakashi, muttering to himself. There is no way, there are 5 teams ahead, and their strength is not low. As a result, after working so hard to kill them and get the scrolls, he only had 3 scrolls. There are still the Water Scroll and the Thunder Scroll left. The reason why Moonlight Wind kept muttering was because he was the only one who was suffering. As long as it wasn't a 9-person alliance like the one at the beginning, Shiraishi and Kakashi would not take action at all. Baishi didn't say anything, but led the way with a gloomy face. He knew that once the bad luck of the African American began to take effect, it would be impossible to stop. But compared to this unreasonable luck, Baishi is actually even more unreasonable. I saw Mingbei still walking ahead, crossing huge branches. As a result, Moonlight Gale's mumbling suddenly stopped, and at the same time, a very obvious bump appeared on his head. "Ah, Ji-Fang, why are you so careless? This is in the Death Forest, it's not small. The heart is dangerous." Turning to look at Moonlight Gale, Baishi said with a look of great concern. "Well, if you ignore Shiraishi's tone of praise, which is full of malice." Kakashi next to him remained silent and even moved a little further away from Moonlight Gale. He just saw it clearly. It seemed that Baishi secretly released a shadow clone to hit Ji-Fang. Although for some reason neither he nor Hayate noticed the shadow clone, but Kakashi saw the seal made by Shiraishi. But between worshipping his junior and Shiraishi, Kakashi would definitely stand on Shiraishi's side. "I was wrong, Shiraishi-senpai. Seeing Kakashi's attitude, Gecko Hayate could only apologize with tears in his eyes. He was just mumbling something, but he was punched and threatened. Finally, you have to apologize to the murderer. As expected, he shouldn't have been so cheeky in the first place and actually tried to challenge Shiraishi's position as captain. Shiraishi's pettiness and scheming are almost as good as his looks. But the Beishi team also realized the seriousness of the problem and chose not to continue wandering. If you keep wandering around, you'll get fewer and fewer scrolls. Go directly to the exit. It turns out that highway robbery is more effective. Although this is the riskiest approach, we don't have much time left. Faced with Shiraishi's decision, neither Gecko Hayate nor Kakashi showed any intention of objecting. They have wandered in this forest of death long enough. Even with Kakashi as your tour guide, you'll get tired of the scenery if you see it too much. It's better to end it sooner. In fact, both Kakashi and Gecko Hayate had wanted to do that a long time ago, but this can easily lead to two results. The first is encountering a strong enemy. Needless to say, the worst result is that both sides will suffer losses. The second is that it is easy to expose the intelligence of one's own team, thus causing being targeted by the enemy in the next exam. However, if I continue to hang around, the exam deadline will be approaching. So from any perspective, blocking people at the exit is the best solution. Well, the most fundamental reason is bad luck, otherwise I would have collected all 5 scrolls long ago. She even doubted whether there were really some strange gods in this world. For example, the god of death, the Shikigamon, and the evil god of immortality, etc. In fact, not many people believe in the 6 paths sage and Kagaya Atsutsuki, the goddess of the rabbit, in this era. At exit B, Shiraishi is definitely not the only one who has such thoughts and takes actions. As Shiraishi's team reached an exit and approached, 3 kunao suddenly stabbed at them from a strange angle. The target was Shiraishi, and the 3 kunao perfectly blocked all of Shiraishi's space to dodge. Interesting. Do you think my Byakugan and kunao throwing techniques are just for show? Seeing this scene, Baishi was not panicked, and even a dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3 shurikens were thrown out, and their trajectories were instantly changed after colliding with the kunao. The 3 kunao actually collided with each other, and finally shot back in the direction they came from at an incredible angle. At this time, the people hiding in the dark could no longer sit still and began to hide and reveal themselves. As expected, the Sand Ninja is the one who launched a sneak attack right from the start. Seeing clearly that it was the Raza team of the Sand Ninja, Shiraishi immediately started to mock. However, Luo Xia, Ye Kang and Maki had no intention of talking nonsense. Among them, Luo Xia directly aimed his spearhead at Baishi, and launched an overwhelming attack. That's right, like the Sandaime Kaze Cage, Raza is also a magnetic ninja. In other words, Raza did not know how to use magnetic escape technique at the beginning, but he had a deep attainment in ninjutsu. After asking the 3rd Kaze Cage for advice, he even learned the technique of magnetic escape. It can also control all gold in the sand, naturally including gold in the desert. This is the so-called gold sand. Like now, Luo Xia waved his hand, and the overwhelming gold sand suddenly rushed towards Baishi. It looked like a golden tsunami, enough to make ordinary ninjas lose the will to resist in an instant. And next to Luo Xia, the ninja Ye Kang is even proficient in the Scorch Escape technique. Scorch Escape, oversteaming kill. In short, it looks like a sphere formed by flames, but it can be controlled by Ye Kang, and once it hits the enemy, it can instantly evaporate the water in the enemy's body. Anyone killed by this ninjutsu will simply become something like a mummy. It can be said to be a relatively cruel but also very powerful offensive ninjutsu. These 2 attacks appeared at the same time, and neither of them was something Moonlight Gale could deal with. Gold Dust and the Fireball of Scorch Release are really merciless. Seeing this overwhelming and extremely dangerous attack, Baishi couldn't help but smack his lips. Even he couldn't help feeling a bit solemn and difficult when he saw this scene. All I can say is that he is worthy of being a strong man who showed up in the 4th Ninja World War. It wasn't luck that Raza became the 4th Kaze Cage and was able to suppress the runaway Ichibai several times. Kakashi, you are responsible for those fireballs. Be careful, that's not fire jutsu. Be careful not to let the water in your body evaporate if you are touched by them even a little bit. As for Luo Xia, leave it to me. Even with the attack imminent, Shiraishi still spoke to Kakashi calmly. Scorch Release is, after all, a bloodline limit, and it probably has an extraordinary suppressing power over Fire Release. In addition, a single-player ninja like Kakashi is not suitable for dealing with ranged opponents like Raza. Therefore, the best option is to let Kakashi deal with Ye Kang, while Shiraishi himself deals with Raza. What about me? Seeing that Baishi ignored him, Moonlight Gale immediately took the initiative to ask. After all, he is the holder of a bloodline limit, he shouldn't be ignored like that. Keep an eye on the guy named Maki, and pay attention to the battlefield. Your transparent release is very suitable for assassination. Once you find an opportunity, you can also attack Luo Xia and Ye Kang. His hands had already begun to form seals, and Baishi kept talking. After the seal was completed, Baishi raised his index and middle fingers and placed them to his mouth. Gold placer is gold after all, right? And no matter what kind of metal it is, they are actually quite afraid of high temperatures. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Faced with the overwhelming wave of gold sand, Shiraishi's fire escape was also like a tsunami. Although it's not as powerful as Madara-sama's, it has to be said that Shiraishi's great fire annihilation requires multiple water avoidance formations to resist. The flames and gold sand look like two huge monsters fighting each other for their lives. The heating flame can financialize the sand, and finally form gold nuggets that are not easily manipulated and shaped by magnetism. But at the same time, the gold sand is also trying its best to bury the wave of flames. On the other side, Kakashi held his own white short blade. Facing Yakang's burning escape, he dared not be careless at all. The figure moved at an extremely high speed from time to time, and would definitely not be touched by Yakang's burning escape at all. Lightning release, long-range strike. Kakashi found the right opportunity to release a lightning escape, wanting to test the firmness of Yakang's burning escape fireball. The result was terrible, even though the lightning release just now was only C rank. But Yakang's scorching fireball showed no signs of being broken up. With the encounters of Shiraishi and Luasha's team, there was a battle that was about to break out. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed it immediately and directly transferred the image in the crystal ball to this side. Seeing that Shiraishi, Raza, Kakashi and Yekara did not show their true strength, the Raikage immediately said with a fake smile, as expected of Konoha and Sand Ninja, their strength is indeed very strong. With just these guys, I'm afraid it would be difficult for Troy to deal with them alone, right? In terms of strength, these two teams are actually pretty good. This weird attitude was undoubtedly learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen not long ago, and he learned it quite well. But there is only one meaning behind his words, that is, the four people fighting together. It's not enough for Troy from their Cloud Ninja team to fight alone. The ridicule contained in it was not concealed at all. The Kaze Cage and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other and gave a professional smile, especially the Sandaime Kaze Cage, whose serious and taciturn face finally broke into a smile. It can only be described as stiff and terrifying. No, the strength of the Cloud Ninja must be extraordinary. After all, the ninja leading the team is not young anymore, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face, but his words were merciless. The most important thing is that Sarutobi Hiruzen hit the target with one shot, causing veins to bulge on the Raikage's forehead. Then he started saying that Troy just looked older. It's a pity that there is no Kong Yuji in this world, otherwise it would be full of joy. But with that ninja named Troy leading the team, the Cloud Ninjas don't seem to be doing anything outstanding. Of course, this should just be that the enemy doesn't have enough strength for them to show, right? Feng Ying also echoed from the side, but it sounded more like that. It's the tone of voice that makes people angry no matter how they listen to it. For a moment, the originally quiet and peaceful atmosphere became extremely heavy and depressing, especially the three of the five Cage who had a fake smile and were unyielding even though they were right. The aura it emitted was enough to send shivers down the spines of the ninjas outside, causing them to freeze in their tracks. This side of the Death Forest. Seeing that Shiraishi's fire release was so amazing, Luosha had no intention of continuing to stalemate. I saw spears made of gold sand pointed at Baishi and shot directly at him accurately and ruthlessly. But while Baishi dodged easily, he did not forget to fight back. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. The fireballs flew directly towards Luosha like free cannonballs. If you accidentally bump into the gold dust spear, you can see that the gold dust spear will appear like a melting candle. This kind of fire escape cannot be underestimated in terms of both range and power. Noticing the situation of the gold dust spear, Luosha's eyes twitched involuntarily. Shiraishi was the first ninja that he found difficult to deal with. And he's still so young. No, we need to change opponents with Yakang first. Just when Luosha wanted to change his opponent, on the other hand, Maki and Moonlight Gale started fighting at the same time. The reason is simple. Gecko Gale wants to sneak attack Yakang, while Maki wants to sneak attack Shiraishi. The two men saw each other's attack movements at the same time, so they started fighting directly. Among them, Maki saw Moonlight Gale's transparent escape and decided to kill this dangerous guy first. Moonlight Gale wanted to prevent Maki from interfering with Baishi. Although he had muttered to himself before, Baishi also punched him on the head. But no matter what, Shiraishi is a senior and captain worthy of his trust and respect. This trust and respect is accumulated by Baishi's unremitting efforts to make the most of the benefits every day. So when he saw that Maki's target was Baishi, Moonlight Gale attacked Maki without hesitation. Well, there is no doubt that the two-way rush belongs to Yes. It can be said that the battle between these two people is far more dangerous than that between Shiraishi and Kakashi. Wind style, Wind Blade. Maki took the lead in using his best and most powerful ninjutsu. Extremely sharp wind-style chakra condensed in his hands, like two indestructible wind blades. But on Moonlight Wind's side, the transparent long sword was equally strange and dangerous. Even if it's Maki, it's easy to get hurt if he doesn't know the blade and length. Konoha-style sword art, dance of three illusions. Different from the ultimate skill of Crescent Moon, the three illusions can be said to be a sword technique that is both advanced and relatively basic. The difference between the three moons and the three phantom bodies is like the difference between the clone technique, the shadow clone, and even the wood clone. I saw two figures appearing around Moonlight Gale, and they were all holding knife handles without blades. Humph, just a trifle. Seeing this scene, Maki, with camouflage on his face, showed a look of disdain. The wind-style wind blade condensed in his hands, and he slashed directly at the body of Moonlight Gale with both hands. The best defense is offense. Although Maki had no idea about the situation of the Moonlight Gale longsword, he was even more afraid. But in the same way, if you attack the enemy, you must rescue them. As long as he attacks Moonlight Gale's fatal point, it doesn't matter what the longsword does. Moonlight Gale can only choose to defend. In this way, there is no such thing as weapons being made transparent. However, Maki did not expect that Moonlight Gale did not raise his knife to resist. Instead, he used the most basic three-body technique, the substitute technique. And while using the substitute technique at the same time, he even used the method of transparent escape. Looking at the wooden stake that he had chopped into pieces, Maki's face turned gloomy. He glanced around, but there was no sign of Moonlight Gale. Konoha-style, Fuslash. Continuously using the transparent release to get closer to Maki, Gekao Gale did not expect that he could completely hide from an elite ninja. So when there was a certain distance, the long sword that had become transparent had already begun to slash silently. Moonlight Gale swung his sword towards Maki, but there was no sound of the sword breaking through the air. It was as if the blade was not made transparent, but had completely disappeared. But just as the sharp blade was about to cut through Maki's throat, the long knife was blocked by the wind blade. This is the elite ninja who has experienced many battles. Even if he is not a jonin and does not have the strength of a jonin, but they are also able to show some of the same qualities or characteristics as the jonin. Seeing this scene, Moonlight Gale was too lazy to continue hiding. While keeping only the long sword transparent, he appeared and began to engage in close combat with Maki. After confirming that he was not good at dealing with Shiraishi, Luosha immediately wanted to exchange opponents with Yakang. It just so happened that Yakang didn't want to face Kakashi, a dangerous guy who couldn't be caught. Not only is it frustrating not being able to catch anyone, but Kakashi will get close to you if you're not careful. The sword technique with lightning-inducing effects made Yakang feel creepy. Without noticing for a moment, Shiraishi and Kakashi's opponents swapped positions in an instant. Heh, Yakang of the Sand Ninja Burning style, forget it, it would be nice to try the bloodline limit of Fire style. Looking at Yakang in the distance, who seemed to have a very well-developed figure, Baishi curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Apart from Amaterasu, the abnormal thing that is listed as Fire style, there are actually only a few bloodline limits related to Fire style. Yakang's Scorch release seems to be similar to the Lava release from the Uegakur. Although that woman, Mei Terumi, also knows a kind of dissolution escape technique, it is obviously not the same as Lava escape technique. Among them, Scorch release is wind and fire, while Melt release is earth and fire, and the main body is undoubtedly flame. Scorch escape, oversteaming kill. As the holder of a bloodline limit, Yakang obviously has not developed his bloodline limit much. Even if the opponent is changed to Baishi, the first move is still the extremely dangerous Scorch Fireball. It loses moisture when touched. It's really scary. As Baishi was speaking, after images of his dancing fingers appeared. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A simple fireball looked like a little sun in Baishi's hand. Shiraishi's huge fireball and Yakang's burning fireball collided, and it seemed as if some chaotic reaction occurred between the two. It actually turned into an extremely spectacular fire tornado. As I expected, Scorch release is a bloodline limit formed by combining fire release and wind release, and the essence of wind is temperature difference. Baishi couldn't help but smile at the spectacular scene before him. In this way, Yakang's scorching fireball will have no suppressing effect on him. On the contrary, Yakang was a little confused by Baishi that he couldn't understand why a great fireball could break his Scorch release fireball. After all, why can Yakang control his own Scorch release fireball? That's of course because the focus of Scorch release is not on the sharp wind attribute chakra. But once affected by excessively high temperatures, this wind attribute chakra will inevitably begin to become disordered. That's why Scorch release and Shiraishi's fireball put together can form a fire tornado. There is no doubt that facing Baishi's continued fierce attack, Yakang could only use Scorch release and even ninjutsu to deal with it one after another. As for Kakashi and Rosa, although Yakang felt that he seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent, Luosha undoubtedly made the right choice. Golden Burial. Facing Rosa's continuous large-scale ninjutsu, Kakashi seemed to be in a very unfavorable situation. After all, what he is best at is lightning escape and swordsmanship. Although he also knows how to use fire escape, it is not enough to achieve the same effect as Shiraishi. A burst of fire was enough to melt Luosha's gold sand directly. What made Kakashi most helpless was that Luo Xie reacted very quickly. Even if Kakashi found a chance to get close to him, Raza would be able to react quickly. The controlled gold dust can not only be used for attack, but also condensed into the shape of shields and walls for defense. But Kakashi was no pushover, he forced Raza to start defending and then revealed a flaw. Chance. Seeing this scene, Luo Xie's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he saw countless spikes extending directly from the gold sand. He didn't believe that Kakashi could escape from the large gold sand cage that was like thorns. In fact, Kakashi was indeed hit, but it was only for a moment. Kakashi's figure suddenly turned into a tree stump. Seeing this scene, Luo Xie's face changed drastically, and he immediately condensed a ball of gold sand around him in an attempt to defend himself. At this moment, the short blade flashing with lightning and carrying a cold murderous intent slashed across Luo Xie's throat. Bang! This time it's not a substitution technique, but a clone. After his throat was fatally cut, Luo Xie's entire body turned into gold sand. It's not that he can transform into an element, but that he uses his abilities to create a unique gold dust clone. Kakashi of Konoha, you are indeed good, but, die. Luo Xie's figure reappeared in the distance, looking at Kakashi with a ferocious look. And the gold sand that the gold sand clone turned into was also constantly extending deadly spikes like a hedgehog. Unfortunately, his body was pierced by several spikes, and Kakashi's body turned into smoke at this moment. Clone. To be more precise, it is a shadow clone. Luo Xie is engaged in a battle of wits and courage, and Shiraishi and Ye Kang are actually not bad either. After realizing that Scorch Release could not suppress Bai Shi, Ye Kang immediately wanted to engage in close combat. Clone, substitute, shuriken. All the conventional methods of ninja were used one by one, and then Ye Kang discovered in despair that she was completely suppressed. Although he has a system, Shiraishi has not been able to break through level 4 in terms of chakra or fire escape over the years. But if we go by the ability statistics chart, Bai Shi has already become a perfect hexagonal warrior. In terms of fire escape, it is even enough to break through the map. However, after noticing the situation on Kakashi's side, Shiraishi also wanted to exchange opponents with Kakashi. After all, facing this guy Luo Xie, Kakashi is really at a disadvantage. For example, if it was Ye Kang who was in the nesting doll battle just now, he would have been dealt with long ago. But this guy Raza is so cunning that it's shocking, and his large-scale ninjutsu is as free as it gets. After being pulled away from each other again, Kakashi fell into a frantic escape situation again. Kakashi, you deal with Ye Kang. Don't even think about it. The next second after Bai Shi spoke, Ye Kang and Luo Xie's eyes suddenly turned cold. How could they possibly let their opponents get what they want by releasing Scorch Release and gold dust for free? Especially Luo Xie, he doesn't want to face Bai Shi, this disgusting guy again. Although they were just some fire techniques, the results were always beyond Luo Xie's expectations. The most critical issue is what happens if the gold sand is constantly melted by the white stone. Even if the chakra is still there, Rosa's combat effectiveness will inevitably be affected. After exchanging back to Luo Xie, Shiraishi could be said to be relaxed and happy throughout the whole process. After all, his fire style can really restrain the gold sand. And this time, he not only used fire jutsu, but also began to use water jutsu to assist. In short, it is to use a large amount of high-temperature water vapor to demagnetize. There was no other way. After Luo Xie discovered that his gold sand had been melted, he kept trying to find ways to make up for it. For example, the gold placer was mixed with a large amount of sand and soil, which really caused Bai Shi a lot of trouble. So Bai Shi certainly would not allow such unorthodox practices. He is not your son Gaara, why is he playing with sand? Of course, the most important reason is that Shiraishi is quite interested in magnetic escape. When fighting with Luo Xie, he never forgot to let the system pick up the magnetic escape experience points. It seems that Yusan ninjas aren't that good either, including that Maki. They practice the wind blade ninjutsu just to cooperate with you, right? But this has put him in a very dangerous situation. While taking advantage of Luo Xie, Shiraishi also spoke trash words without any hesitation. Of course, that is the fact. Otherwise, there would be no need for Maki to keep using Wind Blade to fight Moonlight Gale. Wouldn't it be great to constantly use Kunao, Shuriken and Ninjutsu from a distance? You know, in addition to puppets, the Sand Village is also famous for its poison in the ninja world. After all, it's all for the sake of cooperating with Luo Xie. Shut up. Listening to Shiraishi's trash talk, veins popped out on Luo Xie's forehead and even kept throbbing. There's no way, Bai Shi is so good at poking people's hearts, one poke goes straight to the heart. The real reason why Luo Xie is so irritable is that this guy Bai Shi is too difficult to deal with. Luo Xie, who used to be invincible with his gold sand, now felt for the first time what it meant to be difficult. I wonder how Luo Xie would feel if he knew that Bai Shi hasn't used his full strength yet. Pyruvian Gold Cube. Not to mention anything else, the angry Luo Xie directly condensed several huge cubes with gold sand and continuously smashed them towards Bai Shi. Won't it be demagnetized? Wouldn't it be possible to melt gold sand at high temperatures? Now Luo Xie is going to smash Bai Shi to death. Are all the sand ninjas so powerful nowadays? They are really scary. Seeing this scene, Bai Shi couldn't help but imitate Kizaru's tone and spoke. In an instant, the number of gold sand cubes, which were originally only 3, suddenly increased to 5. Luo Xie's ferocious look really made people wonder whether he would do something inhumane to Bai Shi. From Bai Shi's perspective, it seemed as if the entire sky had suddenly darkened. It's a pity that Bai Shi didn't show any fear at all. Fire style, Great Dragon Flame technique. He formed seals with both hands instantly, and a thin line of fire came out of Bai Shi's mouth. It looked like real dragon's breath, directly dissolving a big hole in the gold sand cube. Bai Shi went straight into the hole and perfectly avoided the attacks of several cubes. At this time, from Luo Xie's perspective, he undoubtedly caused great harm to Bai Shi. Several cubes smashed together, and the entire ground began to collapse, raising clouds of dust and dirt. However, before Luo Xie could boast a word, a figure emerged from the smoke and dust. In the end, he walked out basically unscathed, proving the law of there is smoke but no harm. It's really scary. The sand ninja's Raza. Looking at Raza, whose face turned livid, Shiraishi imitated Kizaru's tone again. This time, Luo Xie really wanted to spit out blood. What on earth is going on with this Konoha ninja in front of me? You know, facing his gold sand, ordinary jonin have no good way to deal with it. So the sand ninja sent him out, and even Raza himself felt a little ashamed. But when facing Shiraishi, Luo Xie finally understood what disgusting and aggrieved he felt. At this time, Bai Shi was feeling very happy as he watched experience points being credited to his account one after another. Magnetic escape is a good thing, but Luo Xie just doesn't know how to use it. The third Kaze cage plays with iron sand and you play with gold sand. Are you crazy? It is true that gold is not only of high quality, but also a non-renewable resource. It's expensive and good-looking, but this thing is really not suitable for fighting. Take Shiraishi's impression for example. It's okay that Raza was killed by Orochimaru. After being reborn from the impure world reincarnation, he was suppressed by his son with ordinary sand. Ultimately, it's because the mass of the gold sand is too heavy. It is not suitable as a weapon controlled by magnetism. In short, for a ninja, anything that reduces one's flexibility is not a good thing. In contrast, it's not only Gaara's sand that can make him fly. The Sandaime Kaze cage could also use iron sand to make himself a pair of iron sand wings. Luo Xie might be able to think of other ways, but the quality of gold sand cannot be changed. Fatal flaw. This is why, after finding a way to deal with the gold sand, Bai Shi can suppress Luo Xie. Forget it, the magnetic escape experience points are more important. Seeing Luo Xie's face turning black and purple, Bai Shi quickly eliminated his unnecessary thoughts. There are not many magnetic-style ninjas in the ninja world now, and one is less as one is used up. If you don't catch Luo Xie and take advantage of him first, you may not have the chance to do so in the future. Although Luo Xie couldn't read minds, he suddenly felt a chill. I got even angrier when I saw Bai Shi. Golden Burial. Gold Dust Heavy Cavalry. Gold Dust Tornado. Gold sand like waves and huge lances. There is also a death tornado formed by the gathering of gold sand. It can be seen that Luo Xie now also wants to fight to the death with Shiraishi. Each of these large-scale ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra. The only question is whether Luo Xie has enough strength. Playing with Shiraishi. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet technique. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique. Water jutsu is mixed with fire jutsu, cooling down and stretching at the same time in an instant. Although it does not have the momentum of melting gold sand as before, it is easier to use. It also restrains Luo Xie more. I saw a huge waterfall and water dragon bombs breaking through Luo Xie's gold sand funeral. Even the gold sand tornado was affected. At this time, 4 dragon heads with scorching heat melted the gold sand to form lances. He even plunged headfirst into the previous water escape. The high temperature and steam instantly filled the entire place, making people wonder if the mist village had come in to cause trouble. Without noticing anything was wrong with his gold sand, Luo Xie continued his attack. Anyway, even if he has to waste time, he will exhaust Bai Shi to death. Facing Luo Xie's continuous attacks, Bai Shi no longer focused on high temperature melting. Instead, he began to demagnetize Luo Xie continuously. It was fine at first. Luo Xie just thought that Shiraishi was playing some tricks again. After all, he finally saw clearly that the Usuji Shiraishi in front of him was not a real ninja. A real ninja's fire escape technique cannot be like Shiraishi's. Melting gold sand is easier than melting a candle. But as time goes by, except for the gold sand attacking Bai Shi, all the gold sand that Luo Xie could control began to gradually escape from his magnetic control. This discovery made Luo Xie's face change drastically, and even a hint of imperceptible panic flashed in his eyes. Indeed, as a ninja, Raza is qualified. His character, magnanimity, courage, and even his ruthlessness in plotting to sacrifice Yakang in the future. But when it comes to fighting, Luo Xie doesn't actually have much talent. He's just at the average level. Even if you are proficient in a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, at best you are just a scholar, not a ninja. That's why Raza asked the Sand Aim for advice and learned how to use magnetic escape and control gold sand. It was also from that day that Raza gradually became a powerful ninja, famous in the Sand Ninja and even in the Wind Kingdom. But now, Shaijin, who Luosha constantly relied on, actually betrayed him. How could this not make Luosha feel angry or even frightened? What the hell is going on? Konoha guy, what did you do? With a face as ferocious as a devil, Luosha roared at Baishi fiercely. The gold dust melted, but he actually let his gold dust betray him. To be honest, in Luosha's eyes, this guy is countless times more hateful than the yellow-haired guy in the Minotaur plot. What's this guy doing? Why is his reaction even more intense than if I stole his wife? Seeing Luosha's reaction, Baishi was a little confused and was too lazy to explain to him what demagnetization meant. Seeing that Luosha was becoming agitated, Baishi increased the frequency of his attacks. After all, once emotions are aroused, anyone will be more likely to leave flaws. It should be resolved as early as possible. After all, Luosha is also a tough opponent. Even if it's Shiraishi, he can be overturned by Luosha if he's not careful. Of course, the premise is that this guy can remain calm. But for now, it is obviously impossible to keep Luosha calm. He now wishes he could kill Baishi 100 or 80 times. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. After making the seal, he spewed out flames from his mouth, and balls of flames continuously attacked Luosha. Although Luosha continued to resist with the gold sand that he could still barely control. But the problem is, in addition to fire jutsu, Shiraishi can also use water jutsu. Baishi not only knows water jutsu, but also some water jutsu with extremely huge impact force. In short, the function of water escape is not just to reduce temperature. Its huge impact force is also a means of demagnetization. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Without any warning, Baishi suddenly formed a seal and released a wall of earth that rose up behind him. I saw 3 barely noticeable gold sand needles inserted into the earth wall, almost breaking through the defense of the wall. It was also at this time that Luosha, who had been hiding himself, finally revealed an obvious flaw. Because his sneak attack by secretly manipulating the gold sand was blocked, Luosha's control over a part of the gold sand not far away was obviously weakened. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. After subconsciously starting with the fire style, Baishi added 2 more kunao with explosive tags. Although Luosha was not completely eliminated, he began to become exhausted from dealing with it. Not only did he use gold sand to resist, but he also began to dodge continuously. Under such circumstances, Luosha, who was originally as steady as a rock, also began to show signs of defeat. When a standing still ninja starts to wander, failure is bound to await him. This can be said to be a little common sense in the ninja world. The battlefield between Kakashi and Yakang. Compared to Shiraishi and Luosha, there are always gold dust and high-temperature sea of fire. Their battle will undoubtedly lead to many more leakages. But the more this happens, the more dangerous the battle becomes. Baishi had reminded everyone at the beginning that the danger of scorch release does not lie in how powerful it is. Instead, it is enough to evaporate all the water in the human body the moment it comes into contact with it. But Kakashi didn't expect that he just brushed past the scorch release fireball. Kakashi's left arm had already begun to show signs of severe dehydration. If it weren't for the chakra being able to be suppressed, coupled with Kakashi's strong will, if it were an ordinary ninja, he would have already lost his fighting ability by now and would have been lying on the ground, covering his arms and wailing. Similarly, Kakashi's swordsmanship, lightning escape technique and speed also pose a great danger to Yakang. In addition to the burn marks on his right arm caused by lightning, there was also a bleeding knife scar on Yakang's cheek. Although it was very shallow, it was just a little bit, and Kakashi would have chopped off her head at that time. It can be said that if Maki and Moonlight Gale were to come to this kind of battlefield, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. You guys, you've been wearing a mask and can't speak, are you mute? Yakang finally couldn't help but speak, while staring at Kakashi. There was no doubt that she wanted to take this opportunity to see Kakashi's flaws. But what responded to Yakang was not Kakashi's voice, but a sad and beautiful sword light. Although what was hit was just a wooden stake after the substitution technique, Yakang's face looked extremely ugly. A piece of her hair was cut off. This was the second time. You can dodge the first and second times, but what about the third and fourth times? It can only be said that not only Yakang's scorch release is powerful, Kakashi is just like his short blade, extremely deadly. It was at this time that Luosha began to show signs of defeat at the hands of Shiraishi. Yakang noticed this scene and an expression of disbelief appeared on his pretty face. Although she didn't have any good feelings towards that guy Luosha, with her female intuition, she can vaguely sense Luosha's hidden inferiority, coldness, etc. But in terms of strength alone, Yakang is undoubtedly extremely recognized now. That overwhelming wave composed of heavy gold sand. No ninja should be able to handle it. It was not until this time that Yakang and Luosha realized that their opponent was not simple. In other words, their mentality was wrong from the very beginning. Whether it is Shiraishi or Kakashi, even Gecko Gale is not an ordinary Konoha kid. If you judge the strength of Shiraishi and the other two simply based on their appearance and age, then they can only say that they are totally wrong. There is no doubt that Ye Kang has paid the price for his mistake and suffered serious injuries. Although Luoshe's side can still hold on, it is already showing signs of defeat. On the battlefield between Moonlight Gale and Maki, the two were still fighting, but Maki had obviously more wounds on his body, and his consciousness was a little blurred. The whole person was like a wounded beast, with none of the indifference he had at the beginning. But on the other hand, Maki's current condition is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Compared to uninjured beasts, injured and especially dying beasts are the most dangerous. Of course, from another perspective, Maki is also at the end of his strength. He was fighting the Moonlight Gale almost entirely by willpower. In comparison, Moonlight Gale's image is a little more miserable than at the beginning, but at most there were scratches on his clothes, but no bloodstains. Compared with Maki, his condition is much better. I'm so sorry, if possible, I would like to have a fair fight with you. Looking at Maki, who was about to be defeated, Moonlight Gale suddenly stopped and said very seriously. During this battle, Moonlight Gale has already understood Maki in great detail. In short, this is a ninja that is extremely tricky in close combat. If he didn't have the ability to escape, Moonlight Gale felt that it would be really difficult for him to deal with Maki. If you are not careful, Maki might even find an opportunity to kill you instantly. But now, Moonlight Gale was sure that Maki had no chance. There was no way he would give his opponent any chance. That knife is really a good weapon. Barely regaining some consciousness, Maki pulled the corner of his mouth and spoke in a weak tone. If Maki hadn't been confused about the knife, he would never have been at a disadvantage. It would be impossible for it to end up like this, because Moonlight Gale was keeping a distance from him, like a seasoned hunter. Even if the beast fell into the trap, he did not check it immediately, but just watched the beast bleed and become weak. Only when the prey has completely lost the ability to resist will the experienced hunter choose to approach. If it happens again, Maki will stab Moonlight Gale a few times, even at the risk of serious injury or even death. It's a pity that there is no such thing as a second chance in the world. The reality is that he has basically been defeated by Moonlight Gale. Even if he managed to regain some consciousness, he would only have the strength to escape. It was impossible for him to resist, and it was already a blessing that he had the strength to escape in a panic or fight to his death. However, whenever Maki thought of the transparent blade of Moonlight Gale, he became so angry that his teeth itched. At the same time, I feel a little envious. If his wind blade could also achieve this effect, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. However, the transparent release is the bloodline of Gecko Gale, and even Shiraishi didn't figure out how this guy developed the transparent release. We can only roughly guess that one of the attributes that make up the Taotu is wind. However, according to Gecko Heiate himself, it is actually better than the so-called bloodline limit. In fact, Moonlight Gale's transparent escape is closer to a secret technique in nature. In short, there is nothing Maki can do even if he is greedy. If there is a possibility that the bloodstains are still out there, it would be like the Hyuga clan's white eyes. So in Konoha village, it can be said that the secret techniques of those families will never be passed on to outsiders, the kind that you don't even have to think about. At the same time, on Ye Kang's side, after being nearly cut in half, Ye Kang quickly distanced himself from Kakashi. The chakra in the body did not stabilize the injuries immediately, but instead flowed to the hands that were forming seals. Scorch escape, oversteaming kill. Not until the extremely dangerous fireball protected them did Ye Kang heave a sigh of relief and look towards Kakashi. She was really scared by this guy that they were all from the great ninja village, but he actually killed them without saying a word. Ye Kang seemed to be completely unaware that neither he nor Luo Xia had any intention of showing mercy. Especially Luo Xia, he was aiming for the death hand from the beginning. It is precisely for this reason that Kakashi showed no mercy in every move, and every strike of his sword was aimed at the fatal points of Raza and Yekra. To be honest, Ye Kang is now very hesitant about whether to continue. She herself had been severely injured by Kakashi. Although she still had some fighting power, she was no longer suitable to continue fighting with Kakashi. Maki was defeated by Moonlight Gale and looked even more miserable than her. Even Ye Kang had never seen such a dying beast look. Now all that's missing is Luo Xia. Well, it seems that Luo Xia is not only showing signs of defeat, but is also being clearly suppressed by Baishi. The gold sand, which was originally quite flexible to control, seemed to be delayed. Although it doesn't look serious, it is deadly enough in a ninja battle. If it weren't for the magnetic escape and the powerful experience of the third Kaze cage, Luo Xia would definitely be more miserable than Ye Kang and Maki now. The most crucial problem is that Luo Xia's mentality has become completely unbalanced because of this. Emotionally, I'm completely out of control. Although he did not appear to have suffered any injuries, most of Luo Xia's chakra had been depleted. This can be seen from the fact that Raza no longer uses large-scale gold sand ninjutsu. If it weren't for Shiraishi, who was still constantly taking advantage of the magnetic escape, then Luo Xie is no longer being suppressed and beaten, but can only become a gold sand turtle. There is no doubt that the Sand Ninja team was completely defeated in this battle with Konoha, because whether it was Shiraishi, Kakashi, or even Gecko Gale, none of them were injured. After all, this is a fight between life and death, not a fight on the ring. Unfortunately, the Sand Ninja didn't have much information about the Shiraishi team. Bai Shi, on the other hand, knows a lot about the three of them. All I can say is that the current situation is both unexpected and reasonable. When Luo Xie attacked Bai Shi and the others without any scruples, their arrogant mentality could already be seen. Seeing Ye Kang admit defeat, Luo Xie was undoubtedly extremely unwilling. He, who was originally very patient, was now like the elementary school student in Bai Shi's previous life. What's the difference between that and threatening someone not to leave after school? Not only was Luo Xie unwilling, but to put it bluntly, he was extremely aggrieved at this moment. It was like being attacked by someone's minotaur that not only was he unable to seek revenge, he had to flee in a panic. For Luo Xie, this humiliation is worse than death. But the problem is, if we don't choose to retreat with Ye Kang, then basically only death is waiting for him. With Shiraishi and Kakashi joining forces, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. You may not even have a chance to fight to the death, and you may even die suddenly. In addition, he was very confused about the problem with gold sand or his own magnetic escape. No matter how out of control his emotions were, Luo Xie's rationality as a ninja told him otherwise. It's time to go. In this battle, the Sand Ninja lost completely, but when he left, Luo Xie was actually quite loyal. Seeing that Maki was almost out of strength to walk, Shaijin grabbed Maki and left together. Moonlight Gale didn't even have a chance to stay. Senior Bai Shi, aren't we going to chase after him? Coming behind Bai Shi, Moonlight Gale asked somewhat unwillingly. In his opinion, the so-called shameless and powerful team of Sand Ninjas was just that. Even Raza and Yekara were completely suppressed by Shiraishi and Kakashi. As for Maki, although he was very powerful, he still lost to him. Don't underestimate them. At least they still have the energy to fight to the death. After all, they are the core team of the Sand Village. It is impossible for them not to have any trump cards. Besides, it's only the first exam, and it's not ideal to eliminate them just like that. Shaking his head, Bai Shi said with a hint of regret in his tone. It seemed that what he said was not to comfort Moonlight Gale, but to comfort himself. There's no way this battle went too smoothly. Even Shiraishi was tempted more than once to decide to press on with the victory. But reason made Shiraishi realize that continuing the pursuit would only lead to a fight to the death. Maybe Luasha's team will be completely eliminated, but Baishi's team may also suffer heavy losses. After that happens, it is not impossible to be picked up or even besieged. As the captain, Baishi would not allow such a situation to happen. Hey 8, take a look at Luasha and the other scrolls, Shiraishi said subconsciously when he saw Kakashi coming over with the scroll. Anyway, it's impossible for him to touch the scroll. His unlucky attitude is already serious enough. If the situation gets worse, Baishi doubts whether all team scrolls will have a large portion of duplicates. Not to mention Baishi, even Moonlight Gale has some psychological trauma now. Looking at the pile of scrolls in Kakashi's hand, it was like he was looking at something a little weird. No need to look. Although these scrolls don't have all the 5 elements scrolls, they are enough when combined with ours. Without letting Gekao Heie take over, Kakashi came to Shiraishi and said, 5 elements. Never mind, whatever you say is what it is. Thinking of the completely different 5 elements in his previous life, Baishi couldn't help feeling complicated. Come to think of it, even wood release can appear in this world, but gold release has never appeared. Even Raza and the Sandaime Kaze Cage are both essentially magnetic-style ninjas. Moonlight Gale was quite happy, as the difficult first exam was finally over. I don't know who came up with the idea of collecting all 5 scrolls. Even though they are both Konoha ninjas, Gecko Gale wants to give him a knife. Outside the Forest of Death, the Hokage's office. Looking at the picture or result presented by the crystal ball, the Hokage, Reikage and Kaze Cage had different expressions. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly pleased and appreciative that he was right in choosing the right person. Even the weakest Moonlight Gale had a very impressive performance in this battle. Not to mention Kakashi and Shiraishi, who were people he had always been very optimistic about. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have placed the two of them under Minato Namikaze. Don't forget that Minato Namikaze is Jireya's disciple, and he was promoted by him. It can be said that whether in the village or outside the village, he is a direct descendant of the Hokage. Even though Shiraishi and Kakashi are 2 generations apart from the Sandaime Hokage, they are still definitely family members. Now that his people are performing so well, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels very proud. There will be successors and the family will flourish. He is worthy of being the one who can run Konoha village so prosperously. Compared with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the attitude of the third Kazekage undoubtedly presents a sharp contrast. The Sandaime Kazekage had a very ugly expression on his face, and even his hands were clenched into fists subconsciously. Don't forget, in the original trajectory, Raza was the fourth Kazekage. There is actually no problem at all in classifying him into the same generation as Minato Namikaze. Although Ye Kang looks young, she is of the same generation as Luosha. That's why Shiraishi always felt that the Sand Village had lost all its dignity this time. However, what the Sandaime Kazekage did not expect was that his most promising junior would be defeated in such a way. Obviously no strength there is a problem, and there is a powerful bloodline limit. In the end, he was completely defeated by the two juniors, Shiraishi and Kakashi, and there is no way to refute the defeat. Originally, the Sandaime Kazekage thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was getting senile. Instead of showing off your muscles, you are making things difficult for the Sand Village. Give them the chance to shine as Sand Ninja. Perhaps with this eye-catching display, those tourists, businessmen, and even dignitaries who come to Konoha will consider the Sand Ninja more in the future. But now it seems that old Ginger is still spicy. As for the Raikage, he had been silent the entire time and his expression looked extremely solemn. Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. Since the first and second generation Hokage, the third generation Hokage is already old. But he trained the famous Sunin. At the same time, there is Heitake Sakumo, who surpasses the three major ninjas in both strength and popularity. And after the three ninjas, there is a younger generation represented by Minato Namikaze. After walking out of the Death Forest with all 5 scrolls, Moonlight Gale Baby by she felt completely enlightened this time. This difficult first exam is finally over. The refreshed feeling even reminded Shiraishi of the sense of relief he felt after school in his previous life. There's even an urge to stretch. In addition to the Shiraishi team, there were also some lucky and capable teams that completed the exam. However, the number is relatively small, and compared with the Baishi team, these teams undoubtedly have more luck involved. But what is strange is that it includes the Beishi team. Neither the Sand Ninja team nor the Cloud Ninja team have collected all 5 scrolls yet. Well, Team Shiraishi is now complete and freed, but the Sand and Cloud Ninjas are still hanging on in there. I don't know if they are also blessed by the good fortune called Fikyu. But looking at those dark-skinned guys in the Cloud Ninja village, Shiraishi feels that they are in a bit of danger. As for the Sand Ninja, I can only wish them good luck. I don't know why, but she just felt like laughing. It came out so quickly, thanks to my friend Sand Ninja for sending me the scroll gift package. Shiraishi-kun, you guys passed the exam too. Just then, Shirai Hong came jogging over from a distance, her big red eyes sparkling. Obviously, seeing by Shirai Hong was in a good mood, even her waving movement was light and graceful. Behind Ui Kurane, Might Guy, who had been training all the time, did not forget to give a thumbs up to Shiraishi and the other two. Hey, Kakashi, Shiraishi, come and have a match between training. In the face of Might Guy's invitation, both Shiraishi and Kakashi simply ignored it. Uchiha Obito was covered in bandages, but he still couldn't help but show off to Kakashi. In the end, he was angered by Kakashi's idiotic words. Well, other than a bit of bad luck, it wasn't that difficult. Shiraishi nodded calmly and responded to Ui Kurane in the same calm tone. It's just that the expression of Moonlight Gale behind him is a bit complicated, as if he is hiding a lot of sadness. The number of teams that were about to break double digits finally ended up being unlucky enough to run into the core team of the Sand Ninja. If the Shiraishi team was replaced by any other team, only the Cloud Ninja team would be able to survive. It's really amazing that Shiraishi can remain so calm. Well, besides Shiraishi, there's Kakashi, who doesn't even have any emotion. The whole person seemed to be getting calmer or more composed. It doesn't look like a scarecrow, but rather more like developing in a mature and old-fashioned direction. That is, when it comes to Uchiha Obito, Kakashi never shows mercy in his words. As soon as the word idiot is uttered, the probability of Uchiha Obito being provoked is now 100%. Well, then, do you have time these 2 days? It was Zitakuren again. The little loli with red eyes asked with a slightly blushing face. Although this was not the first time I invited her out on a date, it was still the case when facing Shiraishi. Zairehong always reveals her shy side unconsciously. Obviously, she never had this kind of reaction in front of Kakashi, Guy, or Obito. It means that I completely treat them as companions, not even as the opposite sex. I don't know what kind of complicated emotions Kakashi and the others would feel when they know what Ui Kurane thinks. Moonlight Gale, on the other hand, although seemed to be excluded, didn't feel anything special. There is no such thing as getting along or not among the people in the Umbu. There is no such thing as isolation or non-isolation. Let's see first. If I have time, I'll tell you. Looking at a man wearing a Konoha forward protector and a Jonin vest in the distance, she continued to reply. He also didn't know what would happen after the examination in the Forest of Death was over. Will there be a one-on-one battle? To be honest, it is not impossible for the person who set the question with a bad taste. Forest of Death. The Sand Ninja team did not show any sign of being depressed after being defeated by the Shiraishi team. Instead, after resting in silence for a while, he began to search for the 5 scrolls at an extremely fast speed. Without Shiraishi and Kakashi, it can be said that it was at this time that Yakang and Luosha showed their strength. The fireball formed by the Scorch release would kill anyone who touched it, but it could actually be controlled by Yakang at will. Ordinary ninjas would almost kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, let alone fight. And there is the suffocating gold dust, which can be easily submerged by any ninjutsu defense. And the defense is included. Now the angry Luosha seemed to have completely lost his patience. Not only did they not give their opponents a chance to surrender, but their methods of killing became increasingly cruel. Even Yakang, as a companion, frowned from time to time when facing Luosha. But I don't know if he inherited the bad luck of Baishi's team. Just when they collected 3 different scrolls, they unexpectedly encountered the Cloud Ninja team. Troy, Darui, Shi. Although the 2 Cloud Ninjas, Darui and Shi, seemed to be of the same generation as Shiraishi and Kakashi. But after the last disastrous defeat, the Sand Ninja team undoubtedly dared not underestimate the situation in the slightest. Not to mention that Troy looks older than Rosa, and even a bit older. Although in the ninja world, there is absolutely no such saying as the older you get, the stronger you become. But there is no doubt that if a ninja, especially the ninjas from the larger ninja villages, live longer, his strength is very likely to be even more terrifying. Cloud Ninja guys, are you going to stand in front of us? Luosha was the first to step forward and questioned in an extremely impatient tone. The surrounding gold sand looks extremely unstable, giving people the feeling of a man-eating beast. There was no way that he had no idea what demagnetization meant, and Luosha's mood became worse and worse. He is somewhat developing towards Gaara during the Chunin exams. Now that he saw that the Cloud Ninja actually dared to block him, it was already considered that Luosha had restrained himself by not taking direct action. Of course, this was obviously Luosha's own idea. If you hand over the scroll obediently, I can let you go. Troy didn't take Luosha seriously and spoke with a slightly contemptuous tone. The battle between the Sand Ninja and the Cloud Ninja is almost on the verge of breaking out. And unlike the battle between Shiraishi's team, when the Sand Ninja and the Cloud Ninja fought, they no longer fought each other. Scorch escape, oversteaming kill. The extremely dangerous scorching fireball attacked Shi, who seemed to be the weakest. In fact, he was indeed the weakest. On the other side, Maki quickly used the wind blade to entangle Darui. But what Maki didn't expect was that Darui's figure disappeared with a bang before he could get close. Only some smoke was left there. Lightning release, black spot difference. Darui's figure appeared not far from Yakang, and his hands had already formed seals. Accompanied by a lazy voice, the violent black lightning instantly formed a ferocious leopard shape. At the same time, Shi, who was acting as an assistant, also began to form seals quickly. Lightning escape illusion, lightning light. The moment the seal was completed, Yakang felt that his vision seemed to be blocked by countless electric currents in an instant. Even the body began to feel numb as if it had been electrocuted. Although Yakang quickly broke free from the illusion, she didn't have time to avoid the black lightning escape that Darui inherited from the third Raikage. There is no doubt that this is the mainstream fighting style of the Cloud Ninja team. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not, as long as you can win. And once the Cloud Ninjas form a team, the first thing they cultivate is the tacit understanding between the ninjas. But just when the Cloud Ninja was about to eliminate Yakang at the beginning, Luosha also took action. Golden Cage. The gold sand gathered in Luosha's hands and was controlled freely, forming a cage in front of Yakang in time. Perhaps with the help of the characteristics of magnetic escape, Darui's black lightning escape was directly guided into the ground connected to the cage. But as the captain, Troy, who also possesses the ability of magnetic escape, will not just sit there and watch. Magnetic escape, the emphasis is different from my magnetic escape. After seeing Luosha's display of the gold sand magnetic release, Troy squinted his eyes and pondered. Although his magnetic release is also a magnetic release, its controllability is not as precise as that of Raza and the third Kaze cage. You can manipulate iron sand and gold sand to fight at will. Troy's magnetic escape is a very simple form of magnetization. Whether it is metal or life, all can be magnetized by his magnetic escape. So, I'm sorry, your gold dust may be of no use to me. Seeing that Luosha could still spare some energy to manipulate the gold sand to deal with him, Troy laughed, and laughed very happily. Magnetic release, magnetization technique. Looking at the gold dust funeral in front of him, Troy did not take out the diamond shuriken. Just after forming a seal, he threw a shuriken at Shijin Daizang. But a horrifying scene happened afterwards. The gold sand burial that was originally like a wave and tsunami turned out to be like dominoes. In just less than a few seconds, most of it collapsed. Seeing this scene, Luosha's mentality was unbalanced again. It doesn't matter that he was upset by Baishi, after all, the demagnetization and fire escape techniques can really restrain him. But the question is, why can this Cloud Ninja also let his gold sand get out of control? and all he relied on was a shuriken. The answer is actually very simple, because Troy can magnetize objects he touches. When a magnetized object comes into contact with other objects, it can continue to be magnetized. Troy didn't want to magnetize so much gold placer, it was just the magnetic force inside the gold placer. In this way, although Troy himself could not control it, Rosa also lost control of the gold sand. Next, I will show you the magnetic escape technique of my Cloud Ninja village. Taking out 2 huge square shurikens, Troy said very seriously. For his own ninja village, which has not yet experienced the Third Ninja World War, he has a strong sense of belonging and honor. However, due to Luosha's interruption, the advantage that Darui and she had originally wanted to establish was gone. Maki and Yakang quickly joined together and started doubles mode directly. Among them, Yakang is responsible for using the Scorch Release Fireball for long-range combat, while Maki is responsible for covering Yakang. There is no way that although Darui and she are still very young, it seems that their hard power is not as good as the combination of Kakashi and Shiraishi, but they have a very high level of tacit understanding, and can also be trained to cooperate in battle. Even though Yakang and Maki were practicing, they still seemed to be struggling. In particular, in addition to the Black Lightning escape technique, Darui, the seemingly listless guy, actually also has a storm escape technique. In short, it is a combination of water jutsu and lightning jutsu, and it looks a bit like a laser. Although now Darui needs to use lightning release first and then water release before he can use storm release. But it was enough to injure Maki directly, and even Yakang had to dodge. Even if he wanted to use Scorch Release to attack, he would not be able to catch up with these two extremely agile people. Especially she, who looks like a support, but runs faster than Darui. Damn it, the only chance of winning still depends on Luosha? Biting his thumbnail lightly, Yakang thought with great reluctance and feeling awkward. But looking at Raza again, I can only say that this future 4th Kaze cage is really unreliable. It was worthy of his ending that he was beaten to death by Orochimaru and his team. Seeing Shijin losing control, Luosha's eyes were bloodshot as his mentality exploded again. Kill you, I will kill you all. Countless gold sands attacked as if they were free, and Luosha looked like he had just come out of a mental hospital. Logically speaking, blackening is not 10 times stronger, at least the expressiveness should be stronger, right? Unfortunately, Luosha's madness was of no use to Troy. The old senior. The gold sand controlled by the magnetic pressure escape technique always lost control and fell to the ground before it even got close to Troy. If it weren't for Luosha, who knew to keep some gold sand to protect himself at all times, he had already been dealt with by Troy by now. It has to be said that after the Shiraishi team, the Sand Ninjas seemed to be defeated by the Cloud Ninjas again. Could it be that after the Shiraishi team was freed, the luck of the non-Africans was really inherited by the Sand Ninja? Chu. In the examination room outside the Forest of Death, Baishi sneezed. Have you caught a cold? Seeing this scene, Shirai Hong immediately asked with concern. It's okay, someone must be talking about me. Shaking his head, Baishi said helplessly. Anyway, given his physical condition, even if he hasn't fully developed yet, it's unlikely that he'll catch a cold. What's more, he didn't feel any discomfort. Compared to this, Shiraishi is conceiving a ninjutsu that can be regarded as a belief from his previous life. By the way, for this idea, Baishi felt that he should thank the good man named Luosha. Although he is very irritable, easily broken, and very childish, almost all of the experience points dropped by Luosha are pure magnetic escape experience points. Because whether it is Gold Dust Funeral or Gold Dust something, they are not actually magnetic ninjutsu in essence. Or it can be considered as a simple magnetic escape technique and gold dust manipulation technique. However, except for the Ice Clan of the Mist Ninja, almost all the ninjutsu-type bloodline limits in the entire ninja world are like this. There are no secret techniques or inheritances, most of them are just one trick that can make you successful. For example, Steel Release is to make yourself stronger and harder, and the development direction of Swift Release is speed. Want to develop various ninjutsu like the 5 basic attributes? Does not exist. Even if they are the Ice Clan, they only have a few more ice-style ninjutsu and secret techniques. It is for this reason that Shiraishi's magnetic escape can be quickly upgraded to level 3 after being unlocked, and then get stuck. There is no way that even with the most advanced chakra, there is no way to break through the pit of 10 million experience points. Baishi didn't have any particularly good solution. Hey, if you give me 3,000 Luosha, I can go to the moon tomorrow. At this moment, Baishi couldn't help but feel a deep desire for high-quality wool. At the same time, no one knew how many people suddenly felt a chill at this moment. Even the moonlight breeze that was so close shuddered subconsciously. Looking at the Death Forest, facing the Cloud Ninjas, Yakang and the other two chose to retreat early this time. It's not because of anything else, it's simply because Luosha was almost beaten to death by Troy. In addition, Yakang's injuries had not healed, so he had no choice but to escape. But because he did not hand over the scroll, the Cloud Ninjas started to hunt him down and pester him relentlessly. If this continues, we will either have to discard the scroll or have someone cover our retreat. Looking at the looming figure of the Cloud Ninja behind him, Ye Kang couldn't help but feel hatred. Although there are often rumors that Sand Village is also one of the 5 major ninja villages, it is the weakest village. Originally Ye Kang just listened for fun, but now he felt sad from the bottom of his heart. After all, the Sand Village does not have a high status in the Kingdom of Wind. In addition, due to reasons such as geographical location and environmental factors, resources have always been insufficient. In addition, the Sand Ninja has not yet adopted any elite training, so it is no wonder that Ye Kang and Luo Xia have suffered setbacks more than once. In short, if you are a genius, the only way to quickly improve your combat power in the Sand Village is to participate in the war. Why in the original trajectory, as soon as the Sand Kaze Cage died, the Sand Village couldn't wait to declare war? Because the number of ninjas in the Sand Village has reached saturation, problems with the allocation of resources have long existed. Even though there were many obvious and hidden reasons, Ye Kang was still upset about his team being chased and beaten by the Cloud Ninjas. Seeing Luo Xia being carried by Maki, I couldn't help but get even angrier. If Luo Xia hadn't been defeated so quickly, Ye Kang and Maki wouldn't have been so embarrassed. We'll give you one last chance, but if you leave the scroll behind, we can let you go. Darui vaguely caught up with Ye Kang and Maki, his tone still lazy. He looked so drowsy that one would suspect he would fall asleep at any second. Dream! The scorching release fireball attacked Darui, and Ye Kang gritted his teeth. However, the scorching fireball passed through Darui's body without causing any damage at all. It's not that this Cloud Ninja learned Kamui, but that he is basically an illusion. That's right, the Cloud Ninjas will not only chase, they will also harass. Just like a patient hyena, it brings its target to its end little by little. Damn it, not only does he know illusion techniques, he also knows perception-type ninjutsu, that's why he can chase me so closely. After running for more than an hour, Ye Kang almost exploded with anger. For the first time, she felt that an inconspicuous auxiliary ninja could be so disgusting. Moreover, that assistant not only knows lightning escape, illusion, and perception, but also medical ninjutsu. The final result was that Ye Kang had to discard all the scrolls and declare defeat. Even Maki had no objection that there was nothing they could do. To put it bluntly, they were at the end of their rope. Then the Cloud Ninja gave up chasing the Sand Ninja. There's no way that I don't know if it's because of the influence of Darui, the dark-skinned guy, but the progress of the Cloud Ninja team in collecting scrolls is not smooth. Finally, after losing all his patience, he had no choice but to set his sights on the Sand Ninja. It's not easy for the Cloud Ninja either. I wonder if she will feel relieved after knowing this. In short, after being defeated once, the Sand Ninja team suffered another defeat. This time I lost so much that I almost lost even my pants. And there is not much time left for the first exam. The most critical problem is that there are not many teams left in the Death Forest. What does this mean? It means there aren't many scrolls left. If they don't work harder, the Sand Village will most likely be wiped out in the first exam. Outside the Forest of Death, the Hokage's office. The Sandaime Kazekige's face was already livid, but the Raikage looked very happy. And it's the kind that is not concealed at all. Although the Cloud Ninja team defeated the Sand Ninja team so easily and even chased them, it was because the Sand Ninja team had previously defeated the Shiraishi team. Apart from anything else, the knife wound left by Kakashi on Ye Kang hasn't healed yet. But the Raikage was very happy, just like a 300-pound child. It turns out that it's not that the Konoha team is too strong, but that the Sand Ninja is too weak. Okay, so I don't worry. Seeing that the Kaze Cage could still swallow his anger, the Raikage continued to taunt him. The sound was not loud, but Feng Ying could hear it clearly. To be honest, if he was not still in Konoha, the Kaze Cage would have fought to the death with the Raikage. This reckless man is really good at making people angry. However, the Raikage didn't pick on the Kaze Cage for no reason. It is still difficult to mess with Konoha now, and the Sand Ninja are easier to control. Moreover, the geographical location of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Wind is not suitable for any war. So of course you should pick the soft persimmons to squeeze, especially those that can't hit you when you squeeze them. Feng Ying was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he couldn't find any words to refute. It was because of the shame of the Sand Ninja this time that they suffered one defeat after another. Luo Xia, who was originally optimistic, performed even worse. Thinking of this, the Sandaime Kaze became even angrier and even began to worry about whether his team could pass the first exam. Who designed the rules of this exam? It's disgusting. The Cloud Ninja got the Sand Ninja's scroll, although their gains were not as great as those of the Shiraishi team. It can be said that after adding his own scroll, all 5 scrolls were completed at once. But there was only one missing, and it didn't take long for all the scrolls to be collected. It must be said that even the lazy Darui felt refreshed the moment he came out of the Forest of Death. This feeling of being freed from the bad luck is really great. As for the Sand Ninja team, they started to go into rampage and sweep mode as soon as Raza woke up. Now the team still in the Death Forest is in complete trouble. Sand Ninja, don't you think this is too cruel? Sand Ninja, you guys are going too far, we've already given you the scroll. Please spare us that you don't have to kill us to pass the test. Facing the runaway Sand Ninja team, no matter how those small ninja villages reacted, Luo Xie directly responded with gold sand. Although Ye Kang couldn't bear to see it, he could only watch from the side as the time was getting closer. If Luo Xie is not allowed to continue, they will most likely be eliminated here. Fortunately, the luck of the Sand Ninja team has not been so bad that even God cannot tolerate it. Well, to be honest, it's not much better. It can be said that they were stuck at the end of the Death Forest before they managed to collect all 5 scrolls. Then he walked out of the exit in a panic. Seeing this scene, the Sandaime Kaze cage in the Hokage's office looked a little better. Although it was embarrassing, at least their Sand Ninja team was not eliminated in the first exam. The Raikage was too lazy to bother the Kaze cage at this time, because the Kaze cage was so tolerant. It's like he has no temper at all. It even made the Sandaime Raikage once doubt how the Sand Ninja and Konoha fought during the Second Ninja World War. Tisk, I thought the Sand Ninja would be eliminated directly. Seeing the Sand Ninja walking out of the Death Forest, Moonlight Gale pouted in disappointment. There's no way around it. The Sand Ninja team's treatment of the Shiraishi team is not as gentle as the Cloud Ninja team's treatment of the Sand Ninja team. Almost from the beginning, he launched a ruthless surprise attack and then continued to kill people. No matter how miserable such an opponent is, it will only make Moonlight Gale happier. But Shiraishi's focus is different. After the first exam, there were only 6 left out of the dozens of genin teams. I'm afraid even the person who set the question didn't expect that the final result would be so cruel. In this case, it is unlikely that we can be arranged to proceed directly to the next assessment. Touching his chin, Baishi muttered softly. And because of the current situation in the ninja world, even if it continues after a period of time, it will not be as long as in later generations. I was given a month directly. The development of the matter was not at all unexpected to Shiraishi, or rather, it was completely within Shiraishi's expectations. With the Sand Ninja team being the last team to complete the exam, the first exam was completely declared over. The original Jonin who was to take the test no longer showed up, and was replaced by another Jonin. Hello, my name is Shiranui Riki, a Jonin from Konoha. First of all, congratulations on passing the brutal first exam. To be honest, we did not expect this. The next exam will be in 3 days, I hope you can prepare for it. Facing the only 6 genin teams that passed the exam, Shiranui Ri spoke in a very normal tone. There was no sign of surprise at all, which made Shiraishi wonder if this guy was the one who set the question. 3 days later. Looks like I need to train even harder from now on. Some genin from other teams murmured, but they were mostly met with mocking looks. Facing the teams of Konoha, Sand Ninja, and Cloud Ninja, there is no point in sharpening your weapons before the battle. However, Team Guy seemed to be full of confidence, especially Uchiha Obito. Seeing that the Cloud Ninja team was so slow, the Sand Ninja team was almost eliminated, probably foolishly thinking that they were nothing more than that. 3 days, looks like I have time to recover from my injuries. Luo Xie, I hope you can calm down for the next 3 days. Hearing what Shiranui Li said, Ye Kang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then gave Luo Xie a cold look. Humph, I understand. Veins bulged on Luo Xie's forehead, but he still responded after a cold snort. He understood that he would definitely face accountability from the Sandaime Kaze cage. In this situation, you must never lose your temper. But as soon as he saw the figures of Shiraishi and Kumo Ninja, Luo Xie's blood pressure couldn't help but rush to his forehead. If this continues, it won't be surprising if he gets a cerebral thrombosis or something. 3 days, then let's take a good rest from now on. Troy of the Cloud Ninja didn't notice Raza, but thought for a while before deciding. In his opinion, Darui and she had nothing to add. And to be honest, 3 days is not enough time to sharpen your weapons before the battle. This is even more true for Troy himself. I have no objection. Yawning, Darui immediately answered. It's not so much that I have no opinion, but rather that I couldn't ask for more. Although she was somewhat unhappy, he did not object out loud, which was considered as his tacit agreement. If you want to improve the strength of a ninja, you can't. There's really nothing I can do. Finally, it's Baishi's side. Senior Shiraishi, do you want to continue training for the next 3 days? Looking at Baishi's back, Moonlight Gale asked interestedly. He has no objection whether to continue training or take a rest. Anyway, after passing the exam, I felt a sense of excitement that I couldn't sit still. When she heard Shiraishi's name, Ui Kurane also came over secretly. The purpose is very simple, which is to see if Shiraishi has time next time. It would be nice to take advantage of these 3 days to have a date war. Next, you guys make your own arrangements, I have something else to do. Thinking of his newly acquired magnetic escape technique, Baishi scratched the back of his head. If he continues to train with Gecko Hayate and Kakashi, he will definitely be able to hide his magnetic escape technique. At least when this news came out, all 6 teams felt relieved. Of course, apart from the Cloud Ninja team who looked very confident, very few people actually took a rest. For example, the White Stone team. It seems that Gecko Gale went to practice with his family. After all, the Gecko family is a fairly big family in Konoha. It's actually not uncommon at all to be treated specially by elders. Especially in the Death Forest, Moonlight Gale performed very well. It can almost be described in 2 words: total victory. Kakashi continued to perfect his Chidori, but did not focus entirely on ninjutsu. He was also secretly thinking about how to combine the techniques of Chidori with the Heitake sword technique. At the same time, he would also take some time to consult his father, Heitake Sakumo. Although Heitake Sakumo was very busy recently, he did not ignore Kakashi's intentions. As the captain, she is naturally not idle either. It can even be said that he has been practicing hard. Nowadays, many training grounds in Konoha are empty due to the arrival of a large number of people from outside the village. In terms of experience, it can be said that the gains have been greatly reduced. But Shiraishi still found a place and started developing new ninjutsu. In short, it is to combine magnetic escape and part of lightning escape. Add kunao or shuriken and see if you can make an electromagnetic cannon. Even if only a weakened version is produced, its power is definitely considerable. If it is an unmarked ninjutsu, A level can be said to be the minimum. But the process wasn't that smooth. On the one hand, the electromagnetic force cannot accelerate the shuriken or kunao sufficiently. The speed is even slower than when Shiraishi throws it with his hands, which proves that he is a hindrance. Sometimes the speed can get out of control, causing the kunao to accelerate too quickly and turn directly into a laser. As a result, the range is less than 30 meters. This distance is not really long for a ninja, and it was far from what Shiraishi expected. The most difficult thing to do is control the direction. If you are not careful, it is possible that you will end up in heaven. There are always more solutions than problems. We just have to keep working hard. After failing again, she scratched the back of his head, but he had no intention of giving up. What he is best at now is fire escape. Once he starts fighting, he is like a cannon. Although he is excellent in other aspects, he is obviously inferior to fire escape. However, although fire style has great damage and a large range, its attack speed is not fast. In Shiraishi's opinion, the development of this new ninjutsu can be regarded as making up for his own shortcomings. Once the electromagnetic gun is developed, even a weakened version will be much more useful than Chidori Reikuri or something like that. After all, for Shiraishi, close combat is too troublesome and a waste of his chakra. The most crucial thing is that once it comes to the point where close combat is necessary, it also means that Shiraishi's situation is very bad. So compared to Chidori Reikuri, Shiraishi prefers medium and long-range attacks. Part of the reason for this is that I saw too many airplanes and cannons in my previous life. But there's nothing wrong with it. Shiraishi-kun, I brought you a lunchbox, let's eat together. At noon, Yui Kurane came over with an exquisite lunchbox, her cute little face showing a hint of playfulness. Although Shiraishi doesn't have time, she has many alternative plans. In short, she would not give up any opportunity to be with Shiraishi. Thinking of this, Zayurihong made a gesture of encouragement to herself in her heart. Ah, thank you. I'm really sorry that I've made you work so hard every day. After taking the lunchbox, she said with a smile. It's nice to have a caring female companion, at least you don't have to worry about what to eat every day. Of course, she would not take advantage of others and would definitely compensate them in other ways. Anyway, Shiraishi didn't consider the money aspect. Otherwise, regardless of whether Shirahong was willing to accept it or not, Shiraishi also felt that it was not good. How can I repair it? She, the winner in life, will be burned to death sooner or later. Seeing how attentive Kurane Yui was to Shiraishi, Uchiha Obito screamed in jealousy for who knows how many times. He also wanted Nohara Lin to bring him food, but unfortunately, he was usually the one who brought food to others. And the result is that he is always late, which means that both of them often have to eat cold meals. But even so, Uchiha Obito always enjoyed it. After all, this Uchiha alien is considered a veteran bootlicker. This is the Sand Ninja. Yakang is recovering from his injuries in Konoha's hospital, even though the ninja's medical technology is far from reasonable. However, if you don't take good care of yourself, old injuries can easily recur. Moreover, Yakang was seriously injured by Kakashi's sword, so he needed to rest well. It can be said that for 3 days, except for going to the toilet, I basically lay in bed all the time. It's just helpless. Maki was responsible for taking care of Yakang and preventing some guys with ulterior motives from attacking the patient Yakang. As for Luo Xia, he was taken away by Feng Ying, partly for a lecture. On the other hand, it was also to give Luo Xia special treatment. Anyway, they have lost all their dignity in order to win, so it's no wonder that they give Luo Xia some special treatment. Even if they lose to Konoha, the third Kaze cage will never. I can't tolerate losing to the Cloud Ninja. However, this method of one stick and one sweet date is still quite effective. At least the look that Luo Xia gave the Saname Kaze cage had become more intimate and fanatical. This time, I will definitely not let Master Feng Ying down. On the eve of the second exam, Luosha half knelt in front of Feng Ying and made a firm promise with his eyes. The Sandaime Kazekage remained silent. If the outcome wasn't so important this time, he would definitely not treat Luosha like this. After all, he is the leader of a village, and the Sandaime Kazekage feels that he is good at judging people. Luosha may have some strength, but his character is not good, and there is not much tolerance for others. Simply put, it might be more than enough for him to be a jonin, but if he wants to be the Kazekage, he is obviously not qualified in many aspects. As long as the third Kazekage does not die suddenly, the possibility of Raza becoming the fourth Kazekage is very low. Faced with the result of the draw, even Uchiha Obito, who had poor eyesight, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No matter how you look at it, their good luck seems to be over. I got a bad draw in the first game. Cloud Ninja Village, just looking at the muscles of Troy and Darui can make you feel a sense of oppression, right? Why don't we just admit defeat? Shiraishi-kun said that the captain of that Kumo ninja could probably rival a jonin. Looking at the result of the draw, Zihi Kurane said with an embarrassed expression, although I really want to fight on, it seems to be meaningless. Apart from Troy, the captain, the other two guys didn't look like good guys either. They all give Ui Kurane an aura similar to that of Shiraishi and Kakashi. Facing these enemies, even if Might Guy is very strong in physical skills, he can't do anything. No, youth will never admit defeat. Our youth cannot stop here. And my youth will continue to burn with my passion, and I will definitely defeat my opponent. In the arena, Might Guy seriously and solemnly rejected Ui Kurane's proposal. Although Might Guy's painting style has begun to become less normal day by day, but that's just too serious and too passionate. Now facing a powerful enemy, he would never choose to surrender without a fight. Even if he is really facing a battle that he is bound to lose, he must lose seriously. That's right. So what if the opponent is a real jonin? As Konoha ninjas, we must never admit defeat. Let them see the power of the elite of my Uchiha clan. As Uchiha Obito was talking, his expression suddenly became unserious. Especially when he caught a glimpse of Nohara Rin in the audience, his expression was even more obscene. He was almost exhausted and wanted to go say hello to Nohara Linear. Really, this guy is here again. Seeing Uchiha Obito like this, Kurane Ui couldn't help but cover her face and complain. In short, Ui Kurane, who was originally cheered up by Kai, felt powerless. With teammates like this and having to face the Cloud Ninja team, the chances of winning are too slim no matter how you look at it. A few minutes later, under the gaze of businessmen, tourists and dignitaries in the audience, Team Guy and Team Kumo Ninja slowly stepped onto the stage. Even Kai, who is usually quite nervous, felt what it was like to be nervous at this moment. Saliva began to secrete from the mouth and fine beads of sweat began to appear on the forehead. However, on the Cloud Ninja side, she's performance is comparable to Kai's. Darui had a lazy look on his face, making people wonder if he would fall asleep on the ring in the next second. There is no need to talk about Troy, who is older. He is used to ignoring other people's gazes anyway. But this is only on the surface. It is hard to tell what they think behind the scenes. After all, around the arena are the financial sponsors who depend on you for your survival. Are both parties ready? Watching both teams enter the field, the referee Shiranui asked. To be honest, Shiranui felt a little regretful. He didn't expect that Team Kai's luck was so bad. But now that the results are out, there is nothing much to say. After seeing that both parties nodded in agreement, Shiranui lowered his raised hand. The battle begins. As soon as the referee Shiranui finished speaking, the three Cloud Ninjas took action first. Lightning Escape Illusion, Lightning Light. She was the first to complete the seal and ran in the front, releasing a large amount of lightning composed of electric current. These lightning flashes appeared extremely quickly, which also meant that the illusion was activated very quickly. It can even be said that it is unavoidable. In just a moment, the vision of Zihi Hong and the other two was occupied by lightning. Even closing my eyes won't provide any relief. Then, Troy passed over she with two huge square shurikens in hand. Darui followed closely behind, his movements as swift and beautiful as a cheetah, which did not match his lazy appearance at all. It's a team battle of three, they are serious. Facing this strong and extremely fast offensive from the Cloud Ninja team, Kai and Uchiha Obito could only defend themselves instinctively, their vision completely occupied by the lightning. Even a ninja who is very good at removing illusions will be blinded by this kind of lightning illusion and reveal his flaws. Not to mention the two of them. Using weighted defense, haha, does it work? Troy's square shuriken was blocked by Kai with his own weight, and a sneer appeared on his face. Since you like carrying weights, just carry them with you all the time. Magnetic Release, Magnetization Technique. With the use of Magnetic Escape, Might Guy was completely bound to his own weight. It's like two magnets, both sides emit an irresistible magnetic force. On the other side, Darui kicked Uchiha Obito away with an extremely fast kick, and at the same time aimed at Kurane Ui. Illusion, 3 Absolute Cherry Blossoms. Because Obito was there to support her in front, although Kurane was kicked away, she still released her own signature illusion. After a lot of hard training, she can perform illusions even with her eyes closed. For a moment, Darui, she, and even the strongest magnetic ninja Troy all looked dazed. Good opportunity. Seeing this scene, Kai would certainly not ignore the opportunity created for him by Ziyi Hong. After barely opening his eyes, he immediately used his greatest. The voice roared 8 gates of ninjutsu. First gate, life gate, open. Second gate, shut up, open. The third gate, the gate of life, open. Without any hesitation, Might Guy burst out with all his strength and opened all 3 doors he could open in a row. In an instant, Might Guy's skin began to turn red, and a wave of air spread from the surroundings. This not only forces Troy to retreat, but also attracts the attention of Darui and Shi. Ahem, Kai's 8 gates ninjutsu is surprisingly so powerful. Seeing the power of Kai opening 3 doors in a row, Uchiha Obito got up from the ground and said while coughing, Darui's strength was too great. If he was not a ninja, Uchiha Obito felt that he would be killed by that kick. Zihaihong was not feeling well either. She held her stomach and slowly stood up from the ground. Although she tried her best to overestimate Darui, she still underestimated his physical movement speed. There's nothing we can do about it. The Cloud Ninja are better than the Sand Ninja, but Troy is definitely a tough guy. Kai and his team will have a hard time qualifying from this game anyway. But Obito, before his potential was developed, he really deserved to be called the last one. Looking at Kakashi who spoke, Shiraishi shook his head and said, if Team Kai can maintain their luck in the Forest of Death, it would be fine if they could draw a team from a small ninja village. But I drew the Cloud Ninja Village. If Shiraishi had spoken more bluntly, they would have been unable to win no matter whether Uchiha Obito used fire release or not. The most important thing is that Uchiha Obito is a pure protagonist template, but he doesn't have built-in cheats like Naruto and Sasuke. It's obviously impossible to have a sudden explosion. Just see the ring. While Uchiha Obito was forming hand seals, Troy stood in front of Might Guy. Although Might Guy screamed and suppressed his opponent with an unexpected attack, the weight that was originally stuck to his body now became the last straw that temporarily suppressed Troy. But Darui and she looked at each other, then bypassed Might Guy and attacked Kurane Ui and Uchiha Obito. Lightning release, black spot difference. Ignoring Obito who was forming seals, Darui directly formed seals and released a black thunder leopard that rushed towards Kurane. And she even held a kunao in his hand and directly interrupted Uchiha Obito's actions. Lightning release, far thunder. Looking at Uchiha Obito who had a confused look on his face, she even performed a live teaching session. After a few simple and quick seals, the electric arc with an extremely long attack distance directly hit Uchiha Obito. Although Obito has not been eliminated yet, he has turned completely black. 2 puffs of white smoke come out when he opens his mouth. Not to mention Kurane Ui, although her performance was better than Uchiha Obito. But the problem is, Darui is a pure fighter. Seeing that Ui Kurane barely avoided his black spots, he directly threw out 2 kunao to block his escape route. In the end, he moved even faster, obviously not using lightning release chakra to stimulate his body cells like Kakashi did, but it's still as fast as a big black rat. It can be said that this directly put Shirai Hong into an extremely unfavorable situation. Even if you can briefly burst out this amazing power, your teammates will be completely at a disadvantage. Although he was being beaten by Kai, Troy was not panicked at all and even mocked Might Guy, trying to disrupt Kai's mindset. In fact, if Troy had to risk getting hurt or being consumed, he wouldn't have been directly suppressed by Kai. After all, although Kai opened 3 doors in a row, he only opened 3 doors in the final analysis. The truly powerful ones of the 8 gates of ninjutsu are the last few, but since they can win by dragging it out, there is naturally no need for Troy to do so. A pair of double-blade shurikens turned directly into a shield in his hand, constantly blocking Kai's heavy and fierce attacks. Even if Kai's figure suddenly turned into a shadow, Troy could predict Kai's next attack direction based on his experience. The most important thing is that Might Guy's body has been magnetized by Troy, the magnetic ninja. You will always be attracted to the specially made square shuriken in Troy's hand. This is the key to Troy's ability to effortlessly entangle Might Guy. No matter what, your Konoha team won't stand a chance. A sneer appeared on his face again, and Troy said with some disdain in his tone, well, if we exclude the situation where he was beaten by Might Guy, he looks like a winner with an ugly face. Youth is not over yet. The passionate youth will never stop at the hands of a guy like you. Gasping for breath but covered in sweat, Might Guy still shouted loudly. Maybe this looks stupid, like a reckless hot-blooded idiot, but there is no doubt that many people in the audience were shocked. Even though they had seen ninjas fighting more than once, this was the first time they had seen an oddball like Might Guy. He has no fancy ninjutsu and no clever tactics, and he doesn't know how to use shuriken, kunao, and the 3-body technique together. But relying solely on his physical skills, Might Guy still suppressed Troy, the strongest among the Cloud Ninja team. The speed that leaves an afterimage, the power that can crack the earth with one kick. Many people began to get excited and even had the urge to practice physical skills. Oh, it's just the ignorance of a loser facing despair. The sneer on his face became more intense, and Troy inserted the square shurikens in both hands into the ground on both sides. Once again blocked Kai's sudden attack. Maybe your taijutsu is really strong, but your teammates are too weak. Besides, this is a battle between teams, so don't blame us for 3 against 1. At this moment, Darui's voice suddenly reached Might Guy's ears. I saw Shirai Hong leaning on the edge of the ring, curled up on the ground and unable to stand up. Uchiha Obito was lying straight on the ground, as if he had been struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. There is no doubt that both of them ended up in defeat at the hands of Darui and Shi. This is not surprising, even though Troy and Shi are still very young. But in the Cloud Ninja Village, he has already been trained as a talented ninja. In the future, he will become the right-hand man of the 4th Raikage. Among them, Darui will become the 5th Raikage if nothing unexpected happens, and she is also Darui's strongest competitor. If we exclude the 4th Raikage who is comparable to Minato Namikaze, then Darui and Nozomi are undoubtedly the 2 strongest geniuses among the younger generation of Cloud Ninjas. Before Might Guy could react, Darui stood in front of Guy and released a water wall formation. Water style, water escape formation. After blocking Might Guy's attack, Darui formed a seal once again. Just looking at the Indian style, this is undoubtedly a thunder escape. But before Might Guy could stop him, she on the other side had already made a seal and used a lightning escape technique on Guy. Lightning release, lightning strike. That's right, Darui is just a cover, and the one who really wants to use lightning release is she. And the one attacking was not Might Guy, but the water that spread out when Darui used water escape. After blocking Troy's square shuriken's fatal blow, Shiranui Lee announced expressionlessly, as an examiner of Konoha, he certainly would not watch the Cloud Ninja kill his own juniors. But even so, Team Kai still lost, undisputedly. Many people showed regret in their eyes, thinking that it was a pity for Might Guy to lose given his strength. How is it? Are you confident against the Cloud Ninja? Shiraishi asked expressionlessly as he looked at the fate of the Cloud Ninja. The aura on his body couldn't be said to be terrifying, but it made Moonlight Wind feel that the temperature of the air had dropped a lot. In any case, he had to be angry about his companion being beaten like that. If he doesn't cripple Troy and those 2 guys, his name will be written backwards. No problem. Just avoid getting close to Troy. Leave the other 2 to me and hey 8. Nodding, Kakashi said in an equally cold tone. If he really faces the Cloud Ninja in the future, he will not be at all hollow. Well, it would still be a bit tricky if we were to face Troy, but is that possible? With Shiraishi around, Kakashi didn't even consider this possibility. Not long after, the draw results for the second ring battle came out. Sand Village vs No Village. Needless to say, this is another sturgeon that is good luck in the Forest of Death. Unfortunately, their luck ended there. Even if they have that little bit of strength, they can't be compared with the 5 major ninja villages. Especially the shameless 5 ninja villages. I can only say that they think too much. But the problem is that the team from the ninja village doesn't think so. The 2 men and 1 woman all had a mysterious confidence and showed no sign of being scared when facing the Sand Ninja. Humph, after losing to Konoha and Kumagakure in the Forest of Death, the Sand Village is nothing more than this. The burly young man in the lead wiped his nose and said with disdain as he looked at Luo Xia and the other 2 opposite him, "Let us, the Ninja Village, defeat you and prove that the 5 major ninja villages are not invincible." The thin boy next to him also showed a sinister smile and said something that he thought was very handsome. The last female ninja didn't say anything, but she still had a confident smile on her face. Unlike the Sand Village, they passed the Death Forest just before the deadline. Their team from Ninja Village was the first to pass the Death Forest exam. What a foolish reptile. Seeing the 3 ignorant ants from the Ninja Village acting so arrogantly, Luo Xia's blood pressure rose again. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, making Luo Xia look extremely irritable and ferocious. Although Ye Kang and Maki had no expression on their faces, their eyes were filled with murderous intent when they looked at the 3 people opposite them. It's over. I've seen people committing suicide, but I've never seen someone committing suicide like this. Seeing the 3 people from the Ninja Village seeking their own death, She couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. To be honest, he couldn't understand where the confidence of those 3 guys from the Ninja Village came from. It's likely that their end will be miserable, and I don't know if Examiner Shiranui can save them. Agreeing with Shiraishi's opinion, Kakashi shook his head and said, "But from Kakashi's point of view, it's very risky. It's not a question of whether you can do it or not, but whether you can do it in time. If the 3 people from Ningren village had admitted defeat immediately, there might still be a chance. But those who bring evil upon themselves will suffer the consequences." As the battle officially began, yet Kang and Maki didn't even show any intention of moving. All I saw was a sky full of gold sand rushing towards the 3 genin of the ninja village. Didn't give any chance. As the 3 people from the ninja village struggled and were submerged in the gold sand wave, Luo Xia stretched out his big hand and clenched it hard. Die, annoying flight. Along with Luo She's angry whispers, the gold sand that bound the three people opposite suddenly shrank. There was no blood, but after a strange muffled sound, the three people from the Ninnin village were completely dead. This scene can be said to have instantly plunged the audience into silence. After a few seconds, some of the audience looked unhappy, but others began to cheer for Luo She enthusiastically. They just like such bloody and exciting dramas. Luo She, you're too harsh. Although he had expected it, Ye Kang couldn't help but say it before he went off the court. Shut up. Just like Ye Kang shut his mouth. Luo She's blood pressure would soar whenever he thought of his experience in the Death Forest. It seemed that the figures of Shiraishi and Cloud Ninja Troy had become a nightmare in his heart. The reason why he attacked so hard just now was because Luo She suddenly thought of the two of them. I will definitely kill you. When Luo She thought of Shiraishi and Troy, he almost bit his teeth off. The sound that was forced out was like the groan of a devil from hell. After the Sand Ninjas, there was no need to continue drawing lots, as the Shiraishi team would naturally be the last one. There is also a team of genin from the Bird Village. It is famous for its bird-calling skills, but its own combat abilities do not seem to be outstanding. Therefore, in the area of Torai Ninja Village, they are also called Beastmasters. In addition to birds, the Bird Village will also try to sign summoning contracts with some powerful beasts. All I can say is that the gap between the small ninja villages and the 5 major ninja villages is just that huge. To describe it in 2 words, it's shabby. So after entering the ring, Shiraishi and Kakashi naturally had no intention of taking action. Diseasewind, I leave it to you. Patting Yueguan Gale's shoulder, she felt that he had fully expressed his trust. However, Moonlight Gale's face darkened as he recalled the hard struggle he had experienced in the Forest of Death. Obviously the first time, Shiraishi and Kakashi did take action. As a result, for the next 5 times, Kakashi and Shiraishi could only watch the show. What hurt Moonlight Gale the most was that he gained nothing every time he fought against many enemies alone. The scrolls are either duplicates or repetitive. What kind of suffering is this in the world? Facing the 3 people from the Toragami village, Yueguan Gale, who was feeling inexplicably sad and angry, drew out the hilt of his bladeless sword. No blade, just the handle. Then how are we going to fight? Seeing what Moonlight Gale did, the genin of the Bird Village immediately exclaimed in surprise. However, in the audience, many people who were touched by the moonlight breeze had black faces, including Maki from the Sand Village, whose face was even darker than coal. That long sword whose shape, length, and even appearance are unknown. It can be said that this is the most disgusting weapon that Maki has ever felt since he was born. This time, it was Shiranui Ri who became the young jonin of Konoha Namikaze Minato. I don't know when, but the figure of Shiranui Lee disappeared quietly. Then, like a flash of light, a figure with blonde hair appeared on the stage. With a smile on his face, one can't help but feel his warm friendliness like the sun. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The next exam will be changed from a group exam to an individual exam. The individual competition will be held in one day. Please prepare for it. Thank you. Looking at the last 3 remaining teams, Minato Namikaze spoke in a very gentle voice. I have to say that the Konoha high-level officials played a really good hand by arranging for Minato Namikaze to come out at the end. As for the image of Minato Namikaze, if there is a chance he can show his strength. If nothing else, Konoha's future performance will at least increase. Although there is no concept of idols in this world now, there are still old-fashioned movies and actors. So in fact, the Konoha high-level officials pushed Minato Namikaze into the final individual battle because they really wanted to achieve some results. Only one day this time. After hearing what Minato Namikaze said, the final 9 people who advanced had different expressions. On the Cloud Ninja side, Troy was full of confidence, while Darui was still lazy and looked like he wanted to just lie on the ground. The blonde she had a serious look on his face. The 3 guys with different expressions and temperaments didn't look like they were a team. On the Konoha side, Shiraishi yawned and looked a little speechless. The way this Chunin exam was conducted is really incomprehensible. Kakashi was wiping his short blade, as if he was going to use it to chop someone in the next second. After this Chunin exam, Kakashi's aura became more and more ferocious. It's like a fierce blade ready to strike. Moonlight Gale seemed a little nervous, and he didn't know whether his personal fighting strength could advance. No, if I can get a bye. Just as Moonlight Gale was thinking this, a piece of news shattered his hope. Ahem, one more announcement. Since the contestant Maki from the Sand Village was seriously injured, he chose to forfeit. So the individual match in one day will become the quarterfinals. Minato Namikaze appeared on the ring again and coughed twice and said, looking at Minato Namikaze's expression, Shiraishi found that he was actually a little helpless. There's nothing we can do, it's because the Sand Ninja acted so suddenly that we lost the qualification for a bye. And looking at Maki's appearance, there is really no sign of any injuries. In fact, on the Sand Ninja side, even Ye Kang didn't understand why Maki gave up. Although Maki's injuries were indeed quite serious, Kang was almost fully recovered, but Maki was not even halfway recovered. But in terms of combat effectiveness, there shouldn't be any problem fighting 1 or 2 battles, right? If there are buys, Master Feng Ying is not very reassured. So why not let me, who has not recovered from my injury, take over this qualification? Noticing Kang's confusion, Maki answered without any hesitation. As soon as this answer came out, Kang and Luo She's faces suddenly turned dark. Because in the Forest of Death, their luck was really bad and there was no room for rebuttal. It would have been fine if they lost to the Baishi team. After all, they were indeed not strong enough, and they were the ones who started the fight first. It can be said that he failed to rob and was beaten instead. But then, he encountered the Cloud Ninja and was chased and beaten by him, which clearly turned out to be a bad thing. It's normal for Feng Ying to not believe in such unlucky luck. What's more, Maki's condition is indeed not suitable for continuing to fight in a personal battle. As the team's group battle came to an end, the audience from all over the place left with hesitation. The Kaze Cage, the Raikage, and the Naruto smiled at each other, all of them having sufficient confidence in their own ninjas. Especially the Sandaime Kaze Cage, he must earn back the face he lost in front of the Raikage. Although the Raikage was a little worried about Shi's situation, he was also confident enough in his own Troy and Darui. Even if it is Shi, his frontal combat ability can actually not be said to be weak at all. So when he saw the Kazekage's confident look, the Raikage almost couldn't help but provoke him again. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to watch the show leisurely. Anyway, he thought that the 3 members of his team were all good. Among them, Shiraishi and Kakashi will not be bad as long as they keep their performance stable. The only thing that is worrying is probably the civil war among the seeded players in one's own ninja village, right? Regarding this, whether it is the Kaze Cage, the Hokage, or the Reckless Raikage, they are all equally worried, but they also hold on to a little bit of luck. A day later, time flies by. Once again I came to the examination room for the competition, and this time there were more people in the audience, and there was obvious expectation in their eyes, because they all know that only in this kind of personal battle can the wonderful fighting of ninjas be fully revealed. In addition to the previous performances of Might Guy, Rosa, and Gale, it can be said that the expectations of the audience were raised to the maximum. The opponents for the first game will still be decided by drawing lots. Unfortunately, the result after the draw was Kang vs Yusuji Shiraishi. It seems that I am lucky this time. The injury on his waist has healed, and Kang said confidently while looking at Baishi's figure. Although it was just a quick battle in the Death Forest last time, she still had a deep impression of Baishi. However, even if she is a genius who is proficient in fire escape, her burn escape is ultimately a higher level bloodline limit. No matter what, Kang didn't think he would lose to Shiraishi in a personal battle. Will Scorch Release lose to Fire Release? Then her name Kang can be written backwards. This is Baishi. How is it? Are you sure? Kakashi stood next to Baishi, his tone sounded a little cold. Asked calmly. Don't worry, although the burning escape looks tricky, to me, it's just a little girl. Baishi also glanced at Kang and said with a very confident or perhaps asking for a beating smile. After all, in terms of age alone, Shiraishi is indeed not as old as Kang. Anger was rising in his body, and Kang said coldly. Although these words are very harsh, if one really understands Kang and Shotan, then these words will only make one feel cold in the heart. What Kang meant by draining out must be that all the water in the body is completely drained out, completely reduced to a mummy. Ah, little sister, please don't be so hot-tempered. Minato-sensei, we can start now. Looking at Kang with a smile, Shiraishi did not forget to say hello to Minato Namikaze. Seeing Shiraishi like this, Minato Namikaze's expression looked a little embarrassed, because he also felt that his disciple was in a state that deserved a beating. Moreover, it was the first time that Minato Namikaze saw such a frivolous look. Well, he felt a little uncomfortable. If both sides are ready, then the battle begins. Following the order from the referee Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi took the lead. Baishi's smiling expression disappeared instantly, replaced by an almost indifferent calm and coldness. In order to take the initiative, Shiraishi did not choose the large-scale fire escape technique, but instead chose kunao and shuriken. I saw 4 kunao in one hand, a total of 8 kunao, like 8 spider spears of a spider. After drawing a perfect arc in the air, it directly blocked Kang's entire position. The only way for her to dodge was to retreat. At this time, Baishi himself also took a few steps back and was not in a hurry to take out the shuriken. Tisk, this level of kunao throwing really can't be underestimated. Seeing the scene, Kang snorted unwillingly, but still had to step back. Faced with this kunao that came through the air, she had no time to form hand seals or use ninjutsu to deal with it. Only at this moment did Kang realize that the current Baishi might be his true face. Thinking of this, Kang felt even more unhappy, but he had to admit that Baishi's move was indeed difficult to deal with. Just as Kang was retreating, Baishi quickly formed seals with his hands and took out a few shurikens. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Facing an opponent like Kang, but she still used the full version of the Phoenix Fire technique. I saw flames wrapped around the rotating shuriken, and this time there was no way to retreat for Ye Kang. As soon as the flaming shuriken appeared, the entire audience was boiling. Damn little devil. With his teeth clenched, Ye Kang could only draw out his kunao to deflect the shurikens wrapped in Phoenix Fire one by one. While concentrating on not getting burned by the flames, he also had to pay attention to Bai Shi's movements. Well, then Ye Kang saw Bai Shi's 10 fingers on both hands flying like butterflies and making seals. Fire style, Great Flame Bullet. Unlike the one-time high-concentration fireball like the Great Fireball, the Big Flame Bomb can release many fireballs at once after the seal is formed. So, looking at Bai Shi who turned into a fire turret again, Ye Kang's face almost turned green. Still coming? This continuous, increasingly powerful fire escape technique really makes Senior Shiraishi's opponents despair. Watching this scene in the spectator area, Moonlight Gale couldn't help but sigh. Not only is the fire escape continuous, but Bai Shi's rhythm is also incredibly good. From the beginning to now, Ye Kang has undoubtedly been under Bai Shi's control. Preemptive strike. From the very beginning, the situation was directly controlled by Bai Shi. Until now, the burning release user has never successfully used burning release once. Kakashi also watched the battle with his eyes, seemingly indifferent, but he didn't even blink. It seems as if he is afraid of missing any detail. Shiraishi is the only one who can be treated like this by Kakashi. Even Troy of the Cloud Ninja looked a little solemn at this moment. He had to admit that Konoha was truly a cradle of geniuses. For a kid of Shiraishi's age, his rhythm and ninjutsu were almost perfect. If this is a test paper, then Shiraishi would undoubtedly get full marks. But as one of the core members of the team selected by the Sand Ninja, Ye Kang is no pushover after all. Although facing the continuous fireballs from the big firebombs, he could only dodge and escape. As Bai Shi's attacks became more and more tricky, Ye Kang had to confront the fireball head-on. Whether it is physical strength or chakra, it can be said that they are being consumed rapidly. But she is an elite ninja of the Sand Village after all. He is also the holder of the Bloodline Limit Scorch Release. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Finally finding an opportunity to release Wind Jutsu, Ye Kang blew away several extremely hot fireballs in front of him. Then, during this period of time, Ye Kang formed seals at a very fast speed and finally unlocked his killer move. Scorch Escape, Oversteaming Kill. When the scorching fireball successfully appeared around him, Ye Kang had never thought that he would want to kill someone so much. You know what, it feels really good to finally be released from all the frustration. Konoha's Yusuji Shiraishi will definitely kill you. There was murderous intent in her beautiful eyes, and Ye Kang was faintly inclined to move closer to Luosha at this moment. Although Shiraishi didn't talk any trash like he did to Luosha, Ye Kang's anger level still rose step by step. But the problem is, since Ye Kang had time to release the Scorch Release, Bai Shi was certainly not willing to be outdone. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Technique, accompanied by a light shout. This time 4 dragon heads attack Ye Kang from different directions. As a high-level fire escape technique, the dragon head formed by the Dragon Flame Song technique seemed real and its temperature was extremely high. But Ye Kang just controlled the fireball formed by the Scorch Release, and it exploded the moment it approached the dragon's head. The Burning Style, which is composed of Wind Style and Fire Style, will get out of control when facing Shiraishi's high-temperature Fire Style, because the wind in the burning escape will be turbulent, and the fire will also attracted by Shiraishi's fire escape. The final result is a fire tornado that lasts for a long time but cannot dissipate. This special terrain can easily be exploited by Shiraishi, who is good at fire escape, if one is not careful. In order to prevent this problem, Ye Kang of course chose not to let Bai Shi succeed. Before the fireball of Scorch Release gets out of control, directly detonate the wind and fire attribute chakra in Scorch Release. Bai Shi's Dragon Flame singing technique was directly cancelled out, accompanied by 4 brilliant whirlpools of fire. And at this moment, 2 burning fireballs flew directly towards Bai Shi. Die wailing, Shiraishi of Konoha. Seeing that Bai Shi didn't even have time to form a seal, Ye Kang's face was full of confidence, and even the corners of his mouth were raised high. Even if Bai Shi could dodge the fireball of Shojutsu, it would be useless. Under her control, the extremely dangerous fireball was tracking. But just when the scorching fireball was about to hit Bai Shi took out a scroll calmly. I'm sorry, in addition to studying magnetic escape, I've also been studying sealing techniques. For example, the fire seal. Looking at the scorch fireball that was getting closer and closer, Bai Shi unfolded the scroll and aimed it at the fireball. Although as an auxiliary sealing technique, the level of the fire sealing seal is only B level. It really can't be considered a high-level sealing technique, but since it was named Feng Guo, it is naturally the nemesis of fire escape. From small fire escape techniques to large-scale techniques such as Amaterasu, theoretically there is nothing that cannot be sealed with a fire seal. Although Ye Kang used Scorch Release instead of Fire Release, it doesn't matter. It would be just as useful if you modify the scroll. Shiraishi said that he was not studying, but researching, well, just a little research. Sealing technique, sealing seal. With Bai Shi's light shout, Ye Kang's 2 burning fireballs disappeared directly, completely sealed in the scroll. Anyway, it is impossible for Bai Shi to dodge. The fireball formed by Scorch Release looks like Fire Release, but it can be controlled by Ye Kang. Once you start dodging, you can find an opportunity to counterattack while dodging, but Ye Kang will inevitably consume a lot of his physical strength and chakra. The originally good situation can be reversed in an instant. There's no other choice, I'll just let you go out early. Fire style, Fire Dragon Roar. Looking at Ye Kang with a frozen expression in the distance, Bai Shi formed seals with his hands again. The chakra in the body gathered in the throat, and the last breath of extreme flame gathered into a slender fire dragon. Unlike the huge golden fireball of the Great Flame Ring and Flame Emperor, the color of the fire dragon is more like blood red. While being magnificent and majestic, it also put Ye Kang under great pressure. It was hard to imagine that the fire dragon that Bai Shi spat out almost occupied half of the arena as soon as it appeared. No, we can't just dodge it. The movement trajectory of this fire dragon is not a straight line. Looking at the huge fire dragon sweeping towards him from the sky, Ye Kang had no choice but to dodge again. And you can't just dodge directly, you have to calculate the fire dragon's winding movement trajectory in the air. Just as Ye Kang continued to retreat behind him, calculating over and over again in his mind, the corners of Bai Shi's mouth were raised suddenly, looking somewhat evil and ferocious. Fire Dragon Deer 2 Dragon's Roar. His hands remained in the position of the last seal, and then Bai Shi made another seal. In an instant, the handsome and mighty fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and blew a fierce breath directly towards Ye Kang. It was unexpected. Really unexpected. Compared to the slightly slow movement speed of the fire dragon, this mouthful of dragon breath and phlegm was really extremely fast. It was like a sniper bullet suddenly popped out from a cannonball. Ye Kang barely dodged, and his entire figure was covered by deadly flames. Then the fire dragon dived into the dragon breath it exhaled, causing secondary damage again. Even if you are in the audience, you can feel the heat waves coming towards you. It has to be said that when this fire dragon came down, the emotions of everyone in the audience were directly ignited. Amid the countless cheers, Bai Shi couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. But it's not over yet. Shiraishi doesn't believe that Hagura of the Sand Ninja can be killed so easily. Scorch Release, Oversteaming 1,000 Bones. Just as a light shout came from the side, several long needles formed by Burning Escape suddenly stabbed towards Bai Shi. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. As if he could predict the future, Bai Shi formed a seal and slapped the ground with his hands. I saw 4 towering earth walls with dragon heads carved on them rising from the ground. That's right, although Bai Shi cannot predict everything, he can only make a prediction, but he can mount a complete defense. And while blocking Ye Kang's Scorch Escape, Bai Shi also confirmed Ye Kang's position. Right here. Jumping out of the earth flow wall, Bai Shi threw 3 kunao directly to the right side of his body. The kunao, as fast as a bullet, pierced directly into Ye Kang's already slightly embarrassed figure. It seems that even though Ye Kang avoided the fire dragon's roar, he still paid a heavy price. However, the moment the kunao pierced his body, Ye Kang suddenly turned into a burst of fire and disappeared. The Art of Clone. This is my unique Burning Escape clone. It can use Burning Escape once and still be the same as the real person. Go to hell this time, you Suji Shiraishi. Ye Kang's figure appeared behind Shiraishi, and the kunao in his hand directly pierced Shiraishi's heart. Seeing that he had finally achieved his goal, Ye Kang's face showed a ferocious yet beautiful smile. It was as if I had accomplished some huge challenge, and an intense joy rose in my heart. Sorry, I can also do this clone thing. Just when Ye Kang was filled with joy, he saw Bai Shi's figure with a pierced heart disappear and turn into a cloud of smoke. Shadow Clone. Seeing this scene, Ye Kang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he didn't even want to leave the spot. After feeling some movement on the ground, he jumped directly into the air. Scorch Escape, Oversteaming Kill. Without any hesitation, Ye Kang jumped into the air and released Scorch Escape at the place where he jumped. At this time, a figure jumped out from Ye Kang's original position. It was none other than Bai Shi. Unfortunately, the white stone just emerged from the ground. He saw the burning fireball coming towards him. Is this the legendary two-way rush? The corners of Bai Shi's mouth twitched, and he was eventually swallowed by the burning fireball. It's finally over now. Seeing this scene, Ye Kang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Shadow Clone is not something that can be used continuously. Even if it is the multiple shadow clones that are listed as forbidden techniques, ordinary ninjas can only create 2 or 3. Scorch Escape, Oversteaming Kill. Seeing that he failed to set up the nesting doll and was instead set up twice by Bai Shi, Ye Kang went completely crazy. The chakra in the body was squeezed madly, and finally formed several fireballs. But unfortunately, when did you think I was sitting on the other side of the mud wall watching you? Just as Ye Kang swung the Scorch Release towards the earth flow wall, Bai Shi's voice came to his ears again. The burning fireball passed through Bai Shi's figure and only caused a few ripples. This time, it was an illusion. When Ye Kang thought Bai Shi was going to use Earth Escape to attack her and jumped into the air, she had already fallen into the illusion. It was just that by she slowed down in order to prevent Ye Kang from breaking free quickly. It's over. In reality, facing Ye Kang, whose face was dull and somewhat ferocious, by she took out a kunao. It's better to get rid of this dangerous enemy as soon as possible, even though it's a pity to kill her as a beauty. But just when Shiraishi was about to end Ye Kang's life, he saw Namikaze Minato shook his head. It's simple, Konoha organized the Chunin exam this time not just for winning, it is also to maintain the current peace in the ninja world. Killing Ye Kang here would go against the purpose of the Konoha high-level officials. Even if Shiraishi's choice is proven to be correct in the end, the Konoha high-level officials will not care about it. Forget it, I'm just a defeated general anyway. The kunao scratched Ye Kang's snow-white neck but did not penetrate it, and Baishi walked directly off the ring. Since we can't kill him, then let's not kill him. Anyway, he is not the kind of guy who loves the village crazily. For the sake of the village, one can even wipe out his entire family. This sheet posture once again aroused cheers from the audience. Like the sunset, her little face was already red with excitement. He is worthy of being the man she likes. Strong and handsome. Ye Kang woke up from the illusion and looked at Baishi's back with complicated eyes. It's not that she can't afford to lose, but she doesn't want to lose in the face of the expectations of the Sand Village, including the Kaze Cage. For his own village, even Ye Kang has not yet experienced the Third Ninja World War. He is still the gentle yet powerful ninja. Unfortunately, for the enemy, that is obviously a nightmare. In the second match, as the result of the draw came out quickly, it was Kakashi from Konoha vs Nozomi from Kumagakure. Seeing this result, Troy and even the Reikage frowned. Feng Ying raised his eyebrows, and his originally ugly expression became a little more smiling as if he was watching a good show. Not to mention Kakashi, who is a complete fighter, she is also good in frontal combat. But he is just an auxiliary ninja after all. If Shiraishi had not previously faced the tricky Scorch release user Ye Kang, the Reikage would have suspected that Konoha was operating behind the scenes. Don't worry, even if I lose to the other party, I will get enough information. She's attitude towards this result was undoubtedly very indifferent. After waving his hand, he walked onto the stage with an expressionless face. Standing opposite she was the equally expressionless Heitei Kakashi. Even though she was in the Cloud Ninja village, she had heard of the supernova known as the Genius. Senior Shiraishi, do you think there will be any accidents with Senior Kakashi in this battle? Looking at the two people on the ring, Moonlight Gale couldn't help but reveal some worry. Although he was confident in Kakashi's strength, there was never an absolute winner or loser in a fight. What if something unexpected happens? Don't worry, Kakashi is lucky this time. It can be said that I have drawn the best card. Patting Moonlight Gale's shoulder, Baishi said softly. Although he did not meet the two most difficult guys, Luo Sha and Troy, but it has to be admitted that Shiraishi is still a little envious and jealous of Kakashi's good luck. On the other side in the audience, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, who had rushed over, were almost shouting themselves hoarse. How can one not be jealous of such a winner in life? Both sides are ready, so the battle begins. The moment Namikaze Minato's voice fell, Kakashi and Nozomi moved together. The two men rushed towards their enemies as if they had agreed on it in advance. Among them, Kakashi naturally drew out his short blade, and lightning chakra filled every part of his body. As the lightning chakra stimulated the body cells, the speed suddenly increased visibly. She was equally unwilling to be outdone, and he started with his most skilled lightning illusion. Lightning escape illusion, lightning light. But he had used this move too many times, and Kakashi had closed his eyes when she was performing the hand seal. All we can say is that the battle of ninjas is a battle of intelligence. And too much of his information has been leaked. Heitagai style White Fang White Light Slash. The short blade in his hand cut through the air and flashed with lightning, like a white fang that teared everything apart. Faced with Kakashi using his old killer move right at the start, she could only take out two kunao to crossblock. Even so, the kunao was still cut off directly. Fortunately, taking advantage of this little time, Shi's figure quickly began to retreat. At the same time, he did not forget to take out two more kunao and threw them at Kakashi to prevent this guy from taking advantage of the situation. Hiss, it hurts. Only when he retreated to a further back did she feel the pain spreading from his shoulder. Although his shoulder was not cut off, it was bleeding continuously. Perhaps because of the Heitei style sword technique, the pain caused by Kakashi was very clear and unbearable. Fortunately, she knew medical ninjutsu. With his hand glowing green, he placed it on his shoulder and quickly stopped the bleeding. Damn, this Heitei Kakashi is holding Nozomi too much power. Troy slammed his fist on the guardrail and said in an unwilling tone. In his opinion, only the top three. Only by taking care of them all can we give the Cloud Ninja Village a perfect answer. Facing Kakashi, it was obvious that she had no chance at all. Forget it. Even if we didn't run into that Kakashi, the remaining ones are no pushovers. I can only say that even if she gets lucky this time, there is no hope for the next time, and this applies to me as well. Shaking his head, Darui obviously didn't have as much temper as Troy, and even looked a little pessimistic. In the end, there were naturally no accidents in the battle between Kakashi and Nozomi. The final result ended with Kakashi's victory. With the short blade placed on Shi's snow-white neck, she could only choose between surrender and death. In fact, there was no need to make a choice, as the Raikage had already stood up and shouted that he surrendered. She was not too discouraged that he didn't think he could win from the beginning, and he achieved his goal. That is to try to find out more information about Kakashi. For example, Kakashi is good at swordsmanship and lightning escape, and he moves very fast and is not as flexible as ordinary ninjas. It can be said that it is almost abnormal. Although this was certainly not all the information Kakashi had, it was enough for Nozomi. He has full confidence in the strength of Darui and Troy. As partners, Darui and Troy also expressed comfort to Shi. Next, in the third individual battle, the result of the draw is Luosha versus Moonlight Gale. To be honest, Moonlight Gale's luck showed no signs of improving even after leaving the Death Forest. It can be said that the back of the hand has reached the extreme. If he were to face Darui, he might still have a chance. But since the opponent is Luosha, it cannot be said that there is no chance, but only that the chance of winning is very close to zero. There is no way. Now Raza is the only sand ninja still standing. Even if the opponent is not Moonlight Gale, but a small minion, Luosha will also take the most cautious attitude. Come on, if you can't do it, just admit defeat. Patting Moonlight Gale's shoulder, Shi said encouragingly. Moonlight Gale was hesitant to speak, not wanting to decide whether these words were encouraging or not. He always felt that it was Mr. Shiraishi who patted him on the shoulder and passed his bad luck to him. But when he wanted to say it out loud, Yuguang Ji Feng was afraid of being beaten. After all, he knew how sinister and petty this senior Shi was. Forget it, how could senior Shi be so evil and petty? The thought I just had must be an illusion. Shaking his head, Moonlight Gale gave Shi a thumbs up and walked onto the stage. Although he has to face Raza of the Sand Ninja, he can be said to be the most dangerous opponent among the remaining few people. But as a Konoha ninja, he will not give up. Then, as Minato Namikaze announced the start of the battle, Gekko Hayate felt what it was like to doubt life. Escape? Whether it is making himself transparent or making his weapons transparent, it makes no difference to Luosha. I saw this guy using gold sand to form a round golden shell around his body. Although he doesn't know his son's Sandai yet, the next Luosha won't require vision. A large amount of gold placer gushed out in all directions, like a flood formed by gold placer. What's even more terrible is that once the gold sand begins to stagnate, then spikes formed by gold sand will immediately protrude from the ground. There is no doubt that Luosha has done everything he can to win. With his large-scale ninjutsu, he would not hesitate to cover the entire venue. No matter what, we can't let Moonlight Gale have any chance at all. If this continues, the arena will be submerged in gold sooner or later. Seeing Raza's crazy plan, Kakashi suddenly spoke. Shiraishi knew what Kakashi meant. Moonlight Gale had no way to deal with this situation. After all, he couldn't fly. Even if his skills in ninjutsu and illusion are not bad, they are useless against gold dust. Once you have no place to stand, losing is just a matter of time. But for Shiraishi and Kakashi, the situation is actually similar. Flying, this ability is after all only possessed by very few in the world of ninja. Moreover, individual combat can indeed allow Luosha to better display his strength. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only think of a way to restrain this guy's methods. After thinking it through, Shi also gave his own solution. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Anyway, for a ninja, the ability to adapt to changing circumstances is more important than anything else. Before that, you just need to work hard to improve your own strength. What's more, even if he had come up with a way to deal with this trick in advance, it was still unclear whether Luosha would use it. About 5 minutes passed. Moonlight Gale had no choice but to admit defeat because he was forced to jump off the ring. Otherwise, the only results that await him would be either the exhaustion of chakra or piercing of the body by the gold sand spikes. Facing this kind of enemy, I really can't think of any good way. That sand ninja named Luosha is as strong as a monster. Returning to Shiraishi and Kakashi, Gekko Hayate couldn't help but scratch his head and sighed. To a regular ninja like him, Raza is, frankly, no different from a tailed beast. There is no loophole to defeat it. I don't know how Senior Shi was able to defeat a guy like Luosha in the Death Forest. When it comes to the last individual battle, there will be no need to draw lots. It's the Civil War segment that everyone loves to watch except the Cloud Ninja Village, Darui vs Troy. In the audience, many powerful and wealthy people began to speak out in order to prevent the Cloud Ninja from admitting defeat directly. If you admit defeat right away, I will never come to the Kumagakure to commission ninjas again. Don't let us miss such a good show, or I won't forgive you. As a ninja, if you can't just admit defeat, just give it a good fight. Those who spoke were not just the rich and powerful from the Fire Nation, but also the merchants and nobles from the Lightning Nation. Even if the Cloud Village's status in the Land of Lightning is not as high as the Sand Villages in the Land of Wind, There is even a situation where the funding is cut by the daimyo of the Wind Country. But unless it is absolutely necessary, even the reckless Raikage knows that he cannot offend these ordinary people who seem to be able to be killed at will. You know, in this world, being a ninja is an unproductive profession. Without ordinary people and people to manage ordinary people, life would be difficult for ninjas. Therefore, even though they knew that a large amount of information would be leaked, Darui and Troy could only put on a wonderful exhibition match. Among them are Troy's magnetic escape technique, and Darui's black lightning escape technique inherited from the third Raikage. The collision between the two caused huge cheers from the audience. After the Cloud Ninja's Civil War performance ended, the individual battle of the top 8 also came to an end. But with the end of the individual battles of the quarterfinals, the semifinals of the top 4 did not start in a hurry. Instead, it was postponed to half a month later. In this regard, many people expressed their incomprehension and dissatisfaction. Especially tourists and businessmen, they don't have so much free time. But having just watched an exciting ninja duel, I couldn't help but look forward to more exciting duels. But in the end, the arm cannot twist the thigh. This is Konoha, and no one's words are as effective as what the Konoha high-level officials say. Well, including the nobles, high-ranking officials, and even daimyo of the Fire Nation. Half a day later, in the Hokage's office. Sakumo, has it been confirmed? Wearing the Hokage hat and smoking a cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to ask. There are only 3 people in the entire office now. Heitake Sakumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. If you observe carefully, you will find that both Heitake Sakumo and Danzo hold some power in the Umbu. Even though Danzo is holding the root, to be frank there is no difference. Hokage-sama, the recent movements of the Sand and Cloud Ninjas are very unclear, but according to the intelligence, both the Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja have undoubtedly begun to prepare for war. Standing in front of the table, Heitake Sakumo said with a serious tone. This information is very valuable and was obtained by the Umbu members at a great cost. It also shows that the Sand Ninja and the Cloud Ninja are ready to make a move. Even the word on the verge of making a move is a bit of an euphemism. The Sand Village and the Cloud Village seem to be peace-loving, and even the Kaze Cage and the Raikage brought people to Konoha for this reason. But even that old bastard Onoki isn't as fast as these two guys. He looked like he couldn't wait to start a great ninja war. So when he heard what Heitake Sakumo said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still smoking his pipe. There seems to be no change in expression. But in an instant, a terrifying aura began to spread in the narrow space of the office. This is too much. This is really too much. Ahem, Sarutobi, calm down. Realizing this, Danzo, who had remained silent, had no choice but to speak up and give a reminder. Although he didn't want to admit it, his strength as an assistant was inferior to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure from that aura. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart that if he became Hokage, he would definitely be stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing Danzo's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused smoking his pipe. Facts have proven that the words of a good friend are more effective than anything else. In an instant, Heitake Sakumo and Danzo only felt a sense of relief all over their bodies, and the terrifying aura just now disappeared like an illusion. This Sarutobi guy is really more and more terrifying when he gets angry. Glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, he was able to secure the position of the third Hokage and also earned the title of the strongest Hokage. Just think about it and you will know that the current Sarutobi Hiruzen is far from being comparable to the old man in the future. If Orochimaru dared to come up with any collapse plan for Konoha during this period, his head would be smashed off. I see, it seems like we are doing useless work. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke as if he was sighing. There was a sense of regret in his tone, as if Sarutobi Hiruzen was really a perfect man who was upright and great. Danzo secretly sneered in his heart, but responded out loud, "Don't worry. During this period of time, I have sent a large number of spies to the Sand Ninja. That's not a wasted effort. As for the Kumagakur, we don't need to worry too much about them for now as they have Onoki, a scheming fellow. In short, even if the Third Shinobi World War starts right away, we won't be caught off guard, as that Tsuchikage, Onoki is undoubtedly a shrewd and experienced leader. But that is both an advantage and a disadvantage. For example, if you are too outstanding, people will often be afraid of you. Apart from Konoha, which is the strongest in sight, there does not need to be 2 runners-up among the 5 major ninja villages. It can be said that the conflict between the Cloud Ninja and the Rock Ninja has always been quite intense. Even in the future that Shiraishi knew, the third Raikage died at the hands of the Uegakur. Moreover, the Raikage died of exhaustion in the battle while trying to protect his companions. After hearing what Danzo said, although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not express anything, he was actually quite satisfied. Heitake Sakumo was too lazy to get involved in the mess between these two guys. Although now is not the time to hold grudges, he has not forgotten the plot that Danzo had committed against him. Hatred is the main theme of the war between ninjas, but when there is too much hatred, people tend to get used to it and become numb to it. Unfortunately, some hatred is different. It is like some aged wine, the longer it is stored, the more mellow it becomes. Speaking of which, are Shiraishi and Kakashi confident about the match in half a month? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, not sure whether he was addressing Danzo or Sakumo. It is puzzling, after all, the third Hokage was clearly concerned about the situation in the ninja world just a second ago. But the next second, why did he suddenly care about his two genin? Well, although Kakashi was a Chunin before joining the Umbu, his resume has now been transferred out of the Umbu. And after going through all the circles, his position dropped from Chunin to Genin. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama, both Shiraishi and Kakashi are excellent and confident. A figure suddenly appeared in the office and spoke in a very gentle tone. That kind of innate affinity instantly dispelled the solemn atmosphere in the office. The person who came was naturally none other than Minato Namikaze, who was known as the Yellow Flash. Yes, I also think they are excellent. Their talents as ninjas are beyond doubt, but let's give them a hand anyway. Minato. How about a special training? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato and spoke in a kind and gentle tone. Unlike a leader or a boss, Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment is more like an elder. However, this elder is often limited to people he likes. For example, Minato Namikaze, Shiraishi, and Kakashi. In the training ground, seeing the figure of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito immediately squeezed over. When he heard that Shiraishi was going to have special training with Kakashi, his voice suddenly became louder. This caused Kurane Ui and Might Guy, who was exercising, to subconsciously cover their ears. Yuhiku was fine, she just quietly approached Shiraishi. But Might Guy, who was standing upside down, suffered a lot and fell directly to the ground. Why are you so surprised and so loud, you idiot? I also subconsciously covered my ears, and Kakashi said mercilessly as usual. Maybe Kakashi is really more sharp-tongued and direct. Shiraishi remembered that Kakashi also called Guy, who used to be persistent, a waste, but he only called once. As for Uchiha Obito, Kakashi always has an extraordinary preference. Even Minato Namikaze had to admit this. Damn it, Kakashi, do you want to fight? When he heard the word idiot, Uchiha Obito immediately became angry. If he really couldn't beat Kakashi, he would definitely let this dead-eyed white-haired guy taste the iron fist of justice. Special training? What kind of special training? Standing next to Ui Kurane, Shiraishi asked curiously. He had gotten used to and completely immune to Kakashi and Obito's daily fights. Nowadays, it is possible to completely ignore both the sound and the picture. Of course, on the other hand, Shiraishi was really curious about the content of the special training. There is no need to explain the chakra control techniques such as climbing trees and treading water. Many people, during this period, even those born into common families, were often able to learn it before graduating from school. Unlike the peaceful time in the future, Naruto and Sasuke are orphans and survivors of a genocide. In the end, Kakashi is still needed to teach. As for something more profound, such as the changes in the properties of chakra, Shiraishi has reached a bottleneck period. For example, if fire style is not upgraded to level 4, the nature of the change will only be at the level of a jonin. There is still some distance before cheating. In fact, Minato Namikaze also knew this, and Kakashi's chakra nature changes were also not bad. After all, he has been a ninja for several years and has never missed any necessary training. It can be said that for Kakashi, perhaps only the accumulation of time can enable him to grow significantly. Actually, I'm not sure, but if you need anything, the village won't refuse it now. Also, don't ask for too much. Faced with Shiraishi's curiosity, Namikaze Minato could only scratch the back of his head and laugh awkwardly, partly because there was nothing to teach Shiraishi, and partly because Obito and Kakashi looked like they were really about to fight. He didn't know how to stop it. To be honest, Minato Namikaze really wanted to teach some of his unique skills, but unfortunately his Flying Thunder God cannot be taught randomly. Although there is also a ninjutsu that is constantly being researched and created. But to be honest, that ninjutsu is a little more crude than Kakashi's incomplete version of Chidori. Minato Namikaze couldn't even release himself, let alone teach. Is that so? Then I have some questions about sealing techniques that I would like to ask Master. Touching his chin, Baishi put forward his request without any hesitation. Although his research on sealing techniques has begun, the progress is actually quite good. For ordinary ninjas, this can be considered rapid progress. But if there is Kushina, a member of the Uzumaki clan, who teaches her personally, not to mention the experience group, at least some personal understanding and so on can be considered valuable assets. Sealing technique, well, apart from Kushina, my sealing technique is actually not bad either. Upon hearing that Shiraishi wanted to study sealing techniques, Namikaze Minato immediately spoke confidently. Shiraishi actually believed this, and even believed that Namikaze Minato's sealing technique might be stronger than Uzumaki Kushina's. After all, with Kushina's personality, it doesn't seem like she can concentrate on studying. This side of the Sand Village. The Kaze Cage, including the higher UPS who came with him, were undoubtedly dissatisfied with the performance of their own team. Among the three people, in the end only Luosha made it to the semifinals. Let's not talk about this guy Maki. After all, I don't have any expectations for him. But yet Kang is an elite sand ninja who possesses the bloodline limit scorch release. In the end, he actually lost to a Konoha kid who was younger than him. Even though the other party is a true genius, the sand ninja top brass are still very dissatisfied. However, as one of the senior executives, although Ebizo also expressed his dissatisfaction, he was still more grateful in his heart. Fortunately, his sister Cho didn't come here. Otherwise, I would have seen that White Fang's son actually make it to the semifinals. He will definitely be angry, and even if he doesn't die from it, he will probably develop a cerebral hemorrhage. If Kakashi provokes Heitake Sakumo again, Cho will be even more angry. All I can say is that this proud and arrogant legendary female ninja might really end up in something bad happen because of being angered. Ha ha. When he thought of this horrific scene, Ebizo couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Fortunately, not far away, Feng Ying looked at Ebizo's expression and probably guessed what this guy was thinking. Although there is no change in expression on his face, but the corners of his eyes twitched subconsciously. Although he is the Sandaime Kaze Cage, the supreme leader of the entire Sand Village. But I have to say that the Kaze Cage is still quite a headache for Cho. He is the type who can't be hit, and can't be nagged at. The most important thing is that Cho is not much worse than the Kaze Cage in terms of reputation, or it is only slightly worse. This also caused the Kaze Cage to have a headache when he saw Cho. Especially when someone's son and daughter-in-law died fighting for the Sand Village, the Kaze Cage often felt guilty. Thinking of this, Feng Ying was somewhat glad that Cho didn't come here with him. The look he gave Ebizo was also filled with a hint of sympathy. Compared to the serious atmosphere of the Sand Ninja Village, the atmosphere in the Cloud Ninja Village is undoubtedly much more relaxed. In the following period of time, Shiraishi and Kakashi were so busy improving their strength that they were almost invisible. After all, the Konoha high-level officials or Sarutobi Hiruzen want not only special training, but also an improvement in strength. In short, these two better be strong enough to take out the first and second place directly. What about the Cloud Ninja and Sand Ninja? If they dare to do something secretly, they need stronger muscles to intimidate them. Kakashi is fine. On the one hand, he practices his own Heitake-style swordsmanship every day. On the other hand, he constantly consulted various materials and theories, and then continued to improve his own ninjutsu Chidori. I have to say, Kakashi's progress is pretty good. The whole person is very regular, and it feels like he has entered the corporate animal industry ahead of time. But overall, it's pretty comfortable. Shiraishi was quite busy, and one could even say he was sweating profusely. Yes, it's Han. Because after Minato Namikaze sorted out Shiraishi's situation, he made a training plan for Shiraishi. In addition to training in sealing techniques, fire escape techniques, etc., there are also chakra form changes and some other courses, which also require Shiraishi to spend a lot of time and energy. Although in the future of the original trajectory, there was no practice of chakra form changes at all, but that's because of the Raise-Non. Even if it is only a semi-finished product, it has already reached the extreme in terms of morphological changes. As for why we need to practice the changes in chakra forms, like Kakashi, Shiraishi also wants to perfect his fire style, Great Flame Ring, and Tei. It's just that the nature of chakra has reached the so-called limit of mortals. If you don't reach level 4, you will have to spend years grinding. Therefore, if you want to continue to increase the power of Yen Emperor in a short period of time, you can only start with changing his form. It can be said that Kakashi may still be able to find someone in the next period of time. But she really couldn't find anyone. Apart from asking Kushina and Namikaze Minato for advice on a daily basis, the rest is to seek advice from the senior Jonin and the senior Umbu. Because of the special nature of this Chunin exam, Shiraishi's requests for advice will generally not be rejected. That's why I said I was sweating profusely. In addition to looking for people everywhere, asking for advice and secretly taking advantage of them, Shiraishi would also look for various places to train alone from time to time. For example, in front of a very spectacular large waterfall. This is not only a good place to exercise the body, but also a good place to train fire escape. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. He quickly formed seals and then suddenly breathed fire out of his mouth, eventually forming a huge fireball in the air. Just like the fire dragon, Baishi's fireball is also an extremely bright red. I saw a huge fireball spraying towards the waterfall, instantly evaporating a large amount of water vapor. But after a while, Baishi entered the waterfall to explore. The attack caused by the fireball did not cause any damage to the area behind the waterfall. It's not that the fireball's impact force is not enough, but that its temperature and concentration are not high enough. This is the limit of how much water evaporates. And the goal that Shiraishi wants to achieve is definitely the fire escape technique like Madara-sama. A mouthful of fire came down, and they wanted to block it without dozens of Jonin casting a water wall formation. It's not because of the change in properties, but because of the change in form, isn't it enough? Back on the shore, Baishi sat cross-legged on the ground and thought quietly, which was also a way to rest in his spare time. It has to be said that this is a ninjutsu commonly used by the Uchiha clan, and can even be said to be their signature ninjutsu. Although the level of the Great Fireball technique is only sea level, its power is unquestionable. Moreover, in the Uchiha clan, the difficulty of learning the Great Fireball technique is not low. That's why Uchiha Fugaku was so surprised when Uchiha Itachi learned the Great Fireball in one breath. It was just like a kindergarten kid who learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and linear equations with 2 variables all in one go that day. At the same time, the Great Fireball technique is, to some extent, the prototype of Yandi's technique. However, neither the change in properties nor the amount of chakra input has reached its limit. As expected, do we still need to increase the capacity of the device, but then we have to change the number and order of printings. Without thinking about the changes in form, Baishi thought of directly modifying the model of the Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor technique. In short, if you think of a ninjutsu as a cup, there is no doubt about how much water it can hold, and the capacity limit of this device is there. That's why Baishi created the Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor, instead of coming up with a Great Fireball Jutsukai and then naming it Flame Emperor. If that were the case, Namikaze Minato would not have called Shiraishi's fire release the prototype of S-level ninjutsu. Therefore, in addition to improving the Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor in terms of its morphological changes, the capacity of this technique was directly increased. This is also an exciting research direction. No, Kakashi is thinking about how to reduce the number of hand seals, but I am thinking about increasing them. Think about it carefully. Fire itself is not an element, but a phenomenon. After thinking hard for a while, Baishi shook his head and gave up. Having lived 2 lives, Baishi knows many things that others don't know, but these often lead to wrong ideas. After thinking for a while without any results, he began to directly release the Great Flame Ring Yin Emperor. There is no other meaning, just start to fleece your own sheep. Come here several times every day, and quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. About 4 days later, Gekko Gale ran back to the Umbu early. However, Kurone Ui, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy often fail to see Shiraishi, their backbone. The daily training began to become boring, and finally the rebellion began. Minato-sensei, we haven't seen Shiraishi-kun lately, so I'm worried. Excuse me, is he doing well recently? Can we meet him? After finding Minato Namikaze, Kurone immediately walked up to him and asked. A pair of big red eyes are so watery that it is hard to refuse them. And that guy Kakashi, he just trains every day, so we want to go visit him together. Uchiha Obito also came over and quickly added. The last time he went to see Kakashi, he was actually kicked out by that guy. This is simply intolerable. Kurone glanced at Uchiha Obito and was secretly annoyed at this stupid guy. But Kakashi is still at home, you can go find him. Seeing that the 3 team members all came to him, Minato Namikaze gave an awkward but polite smile. It's really frustrating that he came to my house not to find me as his teacher. Especially during this period of time, Baishi treated him as a tool every day, which made him even more upset. Hearing Minato Namikaze's answer, Kurone Ui was undoubtedly a little disappointed. But the 3 of them still went to visit Kakashi first, and only chose to leave after confirming that the other party was indeed fine. When he left, Uchiha Obito still looked refreshed. It's really a pleasure to see Kakashi being impatient but enduring it. However, Shiraishi, Ui Kurone and the other 2 had no intention of giving up. Treat it as a mission and start searching for clues in the village. Searching the streets and alleys. In the suburbs, Shiraishi was fleecing himself while thinking about how to improve his ninjutsu. Earth, thunder, water, wind, and fire. Among the 5 types of chakra's common basic attributes, only fire style is the most special, because fire is not actually an element. Essentially, it is a natural phenomenon of overheating. Therefore, for general fire style, the fire style chakra first generates temperature, and then comes into contact with the air the moment it is exhaled. Only then was the so-called fire escape formed. The reason why it cannot be condensed in the hand to form a wind blade like wind escape. Also, because the temperature is too high, it will only burn yourself first and will not be able to ignite the flame. Wait, why am I thinking about fire? As for the Great Flame Ring and the Flame Emperor, the object of my thinking should be the sun. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Baishi's mind. The problem is that the sun is just a big ball of fire whose energy comes from nuclear fusion. Want to use chakra to achieve nuclear fusion? Even if he was seeking death, he wouldn't do that, so Baishi's eyes quickly dimmed again. Wait a minute, what if I reverse the nature of fire? First release the flame, and then the temperature bursts out from the flame. Baishi came up with another brilliant idea and kept making seals with his hands. As long as he releases the Great Flame Ring Yen Emperor once, he can make a profit. No problem. Time passed slowly, and in the evening, Shirihong and the other 2 finally found Shiraishi, who had returned to the village. I finally found you, Shiraishi-kun. Looking at Shiraishi's figure, Yui Kurane really felt like crying. Not to mention Yui Kurane, even Uchiha Obito, who was almost exhausted, felt moved. Why didn't I realize that Baishi's face was so hideous before? It's unexpected that a lovely girl like Yui Kurane would persist in searching for her for so long. Wait, it seems that Nohara Rin also likes Shiraishi? That's okay, Uchiha Obito and Shiraishi have an irreconcilable feud. Ignoring Obito's complicated expression and eyes, Shiraishi looked at Yui Kurane's red face covered with sweat. He immediately took out the towel he had carried with him. In fact, he always has a few dry towels ready. However, it was obvious that Yui Kurane had the wrong idea. After wiping her cheek with a towel, she was thinking about something and steam gradually rose from her little head. What's going on? Looking at the limp Yui Kurane, Shiraishi was confused. Why is that mature lady in the future constantly developing towards Hinata Hyuga? But Shiraishi still took Yui Kurane back to her home, and successfully received a complicated look from Yui Shinku. Simply put, you can't hide the look in your eyes when you think of someone. Half a month is actually not a very long time, and it passes by without people even noticing. However, both Shiraishi and Kakashi have made sufficient progress under the high-intensity special training. For example, Kakashi can already use 5 seals to perform a Chidori that is closer to the future. But the accuracy is still not good enough, and there is no way to stimulate the body well to increase speed. In fact, Kakashi had also thought about putting some marks on the target. This way you can get rid of the eyes and attack with Chidori. However, compared to the improvement of Chidori, Kakashi gained more in swordsmanship. Of course, Baishi also gained a lot. In addition to sealing techniques and soft power in various aspects, fire style, great flame ring, and Tei has also made considerable progress. In short, the constant thinking during this period also allowed Baishi to see the hope that fire escape technique would not kill people. On the eve of the semi-finals, Shiraishi and Kakashi had a friendly match in front of Minato Namikaze. I will not show mercy, Kakashi said with cold eyes to the person he was willing to protect at the cost of his life. It just so happens that I also want to experiment with the latest research results. With one hand wearing a black fingerless glove, Baishi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Just like in ninja school, the two began fighting after forming a seal of opposition. And as if they had agreed upon it, Shiraishi and Kakashi moved extremely quickly. One attacked in Shiraishi's direction, while Shiraishi kept backing away, trying to get away from Kakashi. At the same time, Kakashi did not draw out his short blade, and both of them were forming hand seals at a rapid speed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Water style, water dragon bomb. Facing Shiraishi's high-temperature fireball, Kakashi directly gathered a water dragon. The water dragon bit towards the fireball, but was evaporated by the fireball. A scene happened that neither Kakashi nor Minato Namikaze expected. After Shiraishi's fireball evaporated the water dragon, he continued to rush towards Kakashi at full speed. What? Seeing this scene, Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank, but he didn't dare to stop what he was doing. Before the huge fireball arrived, he finally released another ninjutsu. Water style, water wall formation. After 2 consecutive water jutsu, he was able to barely block Baishi's fireball technique. But while Kakashi released 2 water jutsu, Shiraishi naturally wouldn't give up. Fire style, great dragon fire. Without any hesitation, Baishi directly spit out a line of fire that spread at an extremely fast speed. Although Kakashi quickly dodged it, Shiraishi was still forming seals with his hands. It looks like a basketball is nailed to someone's finger. But compared to the basketball that can't kill people, this fireball is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Even though it didn't actually emit any scorching heat, it just quietly spun on Baishi's fingertips. Let's just call it pseudo scorch escape. I don't think much of scorch escape anyway. Looking at Kakashi's stagnant figure, Shiraishi said with a smile. Just like the tailed beast ball, this fireball was added with a ratio of 2:8 by Shiraishi. The only difference is that the chakra attributes are wind and fire. But this cannot be considered a bloodline limit, it's just that Shiraishi has brought out all the changes in nature and form. Just as Baishi said, this can be said to be a fake Shokugjutsu, and a very thorough fake one at that. But it is also a brand new fire style, great flame ring, and Tei. Its power has definitely increased a lot compared to before. I lost this time, let's meet in the ring. Kakashi put away the short blade without any regret or other emotions, he just spoke in a calm voice. After all, this was just a pre-match sparring match, and neither he nor Shiraishi took it seriously. But losing is losing, and Kakashi doesn't have the habit of cheating. But even so, people with discerning eyes like Minato Namikaze could see Kakashi's progress. It's just that Shiraishi's progress is even more amazing. Beside Minato Namikaze, Kurane Yui and the other 2 were just bystanders and didn't quite understand what was happening. But one thing is clear, Baishi's strength has become stronger again. Especially that fireball, it was not formed by the flames that Baishi spit out from his mouth. It completely subverts the rules of fire release. As expected of you, Shiraishi-kun. Am I getting further away from you now? Looking at Shiraishi's figure, Zihaihong's emotions were undoubtedly complicated. On the one hand, he was naturally happy because of Baishi's improved strength. On the other hand, I also felt inferior because of my lack of progress. But what is most important in Shiraihong's heart is determination. No matter what, she will not allow herself to fall halfway. You must have a beginning and an end. Not to mention, she has already walked ahead of her former friends. No matter what, you shouldn't give up on yourself. Did Shiraishi win? As expected of him, he was able to defeat Kakashi alone. I really want to have a youthful battle with Shiraishi. Might Guy looked at the two people in the distance without any reservations, and was almost moved to tears. Ever since he unleashed the 8 gates in the face of the Sand Ninja, Kai has become more and more like the future Kai. But this is also a good thing. Maybe it will be easier to practice the 8 gates? Tisk, it's just a competition, how can you take the results seriously? Uchiha Obito snorted and said with some dissatisfaction. It was obvious that he and Kakashi were the ones who had the biggest quarrels, but at this time he was speaking up for Kakashi. Just watch, if we meet in the ring, Kakashi will definitely not lose. Uchiha Obito obviously has full confidence in his white-haired buddy. Of course, what made him most angry about Shiraishi was Nohara Rin's attitude towards Shiraishi. It's a bit like Sunset Red, but also has a bit of the flavor of a little fangirl of an idol. Even though she is less seen now that she has become a ninja, Nohara Rin hasn't changed much. Because of this, Uchiha Obito would rather support Kakashi than submit to Shiraishi. Although as a companion, Uchiha Obito also recognized Shiraishi. As for a ninja, if he doesn't block the knife for his companions in life and death situations, no one will know what kind of guy he is. However, Uchiha Obito is obviously the kind of heroic guy who will block the sword for his teammates. Okay, next, please have a good rest, because tomorrow we will start the finals with the Sand Village and the Cloud Village. Namikaze Minato stood between Shiraishi and Kakashi and also said with a smile. In any case, Shiraishi and Kakashi have made great progress in the past half-month. Even though Kakashi hadn't shown it yet, Shiraishi's progress was undoubtedly obvious. That kind of fire escape that was similar to but definitely not a bloodline limit was enough to make even him feel a sense of fear. But this is normal. Kakashi's Chidori is ultimately a single-target ninjutsu, just like he himself is good at one-on-one combat. But Shiraishi is different, his fire escape has always been a group and range ninjutsu. Therefore, in terms of perfecting ninjutsu, you just need to continuously improve the lethality. It also seems easier to progress. Don't worry, whether it's Cloud Ninja or Sand Ninja, Kakashi and I have already prepared ourselves mentally. Still with a smile on his face, Baishi spoke in a slightly provocative tone. It seemed that no matter whether it was the Cloud Ninja or the Sand Ninja, they were all like chickens and dogs in front of him. A day passed in a flash, and the day of the semifinals finally arrived. Compared with previous team and individual battles, there were fewer people from outside the village in the audience this time. Basically, those who left were businessmen and tourists. But the audience that stayed behind were obviously looking forward to this battle even more. And the result of this semi-final will still be decided by drawing lots. Kakashi, come on, Baishi boy, don't give Malos. If you lose to those Cloud and Sand Ninjas, we won't let you off. Obviously, due to the departure of many tourists and businessmen, there were more Konoha's own people in the audience to cheer them on. Among them are many seniors who were consulted by Shiraishi during the special training and got a lot of benefits from him. Among them is Ui Korone's father, Ui Shinku. Although Ui Shinku's attitude towards Shiraishi was a bit complicated, she didn't care about her own juicy cabbage and was trying to pick the wild boar. Shiraishi boy, if you lose, I will never agree to you and Hong being together. After smoking a cigarette after a long time, Shirai Zhen Hong snorted coldly in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. He didn't notice at all that a young man not far away was slowly losing his dream. So you've already considered whether to be together or not. That's right, it's Shiraishi vs Kakashi. This time, it was the Cloud Ninja's turn to show a happy expression. The Cloud Ninjas can have a civil war, so how can Konoha not have a civil war? There is no doubt that the Cloud Ninja not only began to gloat, but also did not even try to hide it. As for the Sand Ninja, they also showed an expression of watching a good show, wanting to see how Konoha would respond. However, after that, Konoha showed no intention of responding at all. Even the two parties involved were very calm. It's not surprising. After all, the probability of picking you is 1 in 3, which is not low at all. Looking at the result of the draw, Baishi said without much surprise. From Shiraishi's own perspective alone, the probability of him becoming Kakashi's rival is as high as 1/3. It's really not small. So long ago, Baishi had already prepared for this scene. In fact, Kakashi is almost the same in this regard, even his eyes haven't changed much. Baishi, don't show mercy this time, I want to fight you for real. Looking at Shiraishi's figure, Kakashi said in a very serious voice. It seemed that even the pair of half-closed dead fish eyes became bright and lively at this moment. Kakashi was not surprised to fight with Shiraishi, that he could even say that he had been looking forward to it for a long time. It's just a matter of the order of the opening or final. Ah, don't worry, I will never hold back in a serious fight. Nodding, she said, looking very happy. Although it's a bit regrettable that the opponent is not that guy named Raza, it would be nice to have Kakashi instead. In comparison, the one who suffered the most is actually that guy Luosha. I unexpectedly ran into Troy, who is also a magnetic ninja. You know, even if the Cloud Ninja guys don't have magnetic escape, their own hard power is often not weak. I didn't see the panic-stricken expressions of Shiraishi and Kakashi. Some people who had been prepared to watch the show, such as the Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja, were suddenly disappointed. Even if they couldn't see the expression on Kakashi's face, the masked guy, they at least wanted to see what kind of expression Shiraishi could have. Even if it's just a little bit surprising. Unfortunately, let alone being surprised, Shiraishi even looked a little happy. No, it should be said that he was very happy. After all, it's not easy to take advantage of Kakashi. This guy doesn't consume chakra whether he is practicing physical skills or swordsmanship. As for the training of ninjutsu, Kakashi rarely did it in the training ground. It can be said that Baishi has always been very enthusiastic about getting the benefits that are usually difficult to get. Suddenly, Kakashi felt like he was being watched. A chill suddenly rushed from the coccyx to the top of the head. But Kakashi walked onto the stage without any pause, with a burning desire to fight in his eyes. As a famous genius in Konoha, how could Kakashi accept that Shiraishi had surpassed him quietly? No matter what, at least we have to fight seriously. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's a very complicated emotion that comes from having and losing something. Both sides are ready, so the battle begins. Seeing Shiraishi and Kakashi both standing on the ring, Namikaze Minato immediately came on stage and made an announcement. As soon as Minato Namikaze finished his words, Shiraishi and Kakashi took action almost at the same time. She threw out 8 kunao at the first instant, and both the speed and angle were impeccable. Even at the moment when the kunao just flew out, Shiraishi had already placed his hand in the ninja tool bag. I want to confirm Kakashi's situation before choosing how to attack. But Kakashi was not to be outdone and immediately drew out the short blade behind him. The reflective white fangs were in Kakashi's hands, and he knocked away 8 kunao in an instant. It looked as if Kakashi had simply slashed the air with a knife. As a result, several knife shadows flashed in the air and directly chopped away all the kunao, not even giving Banbai Shixiu any chance to operate. When it comes to kunao throwing, he does not have the Uchiha clan's bloodline and skills. But Kakashi still ranks first in the ninja school. Baishi, fire style is no longer useful to me. Muttering quietly, Kakashi charged towards Shiraishi with a short blade in hand. The lightning chakra in the body has begun to stimulate the body's cells skillfully. As your body feels paralyzed, adrenaline begins to be secreted in large quantities. In just a moment, Kakashi's speed even left a blurry after image. It's like a racing car that has been modified to the extreme, and the speed is accelerated to the limit by the driver in an instant. From the very beginning, Kakashi had no intention of giving Shiraishi the chance to use his ninjutsu. You want to use your speed to suppress my fire style. Unfortunately, from the beginning, I never intended to use fire style to suppress you. Kakashi, you are so naive. Looking at Kakashi's figure, which was much faster than during the sparring, Shiraishi raised the corner of his mouth. Of course he knew that as a ninjutsu turret, he was fighting Kakashi. Once you use fire release or other ninjutsu, Kakashi will take the initiative at the beginning. This was clearly seen from the competition before the game. However, Shiraishi would not give Kakashi this opportunity. Shiraishi took out the handle of a knife from his ninja tool bag and pulled it out at the moment Kakashi's short blade fell. From the perspective of the audience, there was no doubt that Kakashi used his ultimate move at the beginning. He approached Shiraishi in a straight line and swung the short blade directly. But at this extremely dangerous moment, Shiraishi pulled out a short blade of similar shape, and a streak of white light flashed through the air to block Kakashi's short blade. Although his body still retreated a lot due to Kakashi's inertia, his feet left 2 obvious marks on the ground. But no matter what, Baishi finally blocked it, and he did it beautifully, and successfully got the audience to cheer. Don't forget, Kakashi, I also know Heitake-style sword techniques. Looking at the stunned Kakashi, Shiraishi raised the corners of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiraishi began to exert his strength and directly forced Kakashi back. It's a pity that the right leg didn't kick fast enough, otherwise he could have kicked the white-haired guy again. What just happened? Isn't that black-haired guy good at fire escape? As Shiraishi took out the short blade, he and Kakashi were fighting like mirror images. No matter what sword technique Kakashi wants to use, Shiraishi can accurately predict it and use the same sword technique to respond. Although in terms of the level of swordsmanship, Shiraishi is definitely not as good as Kakashi. But if you insist on saying it is weak, it is not that weak. Just like now, maybe he can't defeat Kakashi like this, but he can make Kakashi feel the evil of human nature. Even Baishi could occasionally fight back. At this time, many people finally understood that Baishi's close combat ability was also quite good. At least this knife technique is enough to make most people break out in cold sweat. However, it was not only Konoha's own people who showed surprise. It seems that no one expected that Shiraishi, this ninjutsu turret, actually had such close combat swordsmanship. Some people from the Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja, especially Yakang from the Sand Ninja, their faces were almost as black as coal. Although it doesn't matter whether a ninja is sinister or not, after all, in the ninja's words, it's all tactics. But for someone like Baishi, Yakang could only curse this insidious guy in his heart, and he secretly made up his mind that he would never provoke Baishi if he could avoid it in the future. This is the case with Yakang, not to mention some Cloud Ninja and Sand Ninja. I never expected that Baishi actually had such a trick up his sleeve, and I couldn't suppress the surprise on my face. Such a young ninja is not only proficient in ninjutsu and sealing techniques, but he is also so good at swordsmanship. Are you going to let people live? On the ring. The swordsmanship contest between the two continued, with the two short blades constantly colliding to create sparks. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. It can be said that this kind of hand-to-hand combat is undoubtedly the most dangerous of all battles. Even ordinary people can experience a thrilling and exciting feeling from it. It's like Shiraishi and Kakashi, who could cut each other's throats with their swords at any time, pierce the opponent's heart. We can't go on like this, Kakashi couldn't help but think as he watched Shiraishi block his attack with the same move again. Although it seems that he has the initiative and advantage now, Baishi is only passively defending and counterattacking. If this continues, Baishi will definitely lose the battle. But Kakashi knew that Shiraishi would not do anything without certainty. Since you dare to do that, you must be sure of winning. As a result, Kakashi, who had the advantage, actually took the initiative to reveal a flaw. Baishi would certainly not let it go, and the short blade in his hand cast a cold shadow. But the next second, Kakashi's figure turned into a wooden stake. Substitution jutsu, it looks like you can't sit still anymore, Kakashi. Looking at the wooden stake that he had cut off, Baishi was not too surprised. Given Kakashi's personality, the probability of him doing so is definitely over 90%. This is Kakashi's advantage. If one method doesn't work, he will try another one. It's much better than his father, Heitake Sakumo, who has a stubborn personality. But this is also Kakashi's shortcoming. It is unwise to give up your own advantages and then fight against mine. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Without any hesitation, Baishi gave up the short blade in his hand and quickly formed a seal. Since he has given up swordsmanship, Kakashi will definitely use ninjutsu to fight the enemy. Sure enough, at the moment when the earth flow wall rose from the ground, violent lightning suddenly struck from a distance. Lightning style, random lightning flash, the chaotic electric currents danced wildly in the air like Thor's whip. However, facing the thick earth wall, the lightning whip could only leave a few traces and then dissipated unwillingly. Seeing this thunder escape and the predicted earth escape, the audience burst into amazing enthusiasm again. Well done, Shiraishi, yes, that's it. Is the ninjutsu battle finally starting? This is awesome, I've been waiting for this for so long. Baishi boy, you are not allowed to lose. You are absolutely not allowed to lose. Many people in their seats shouted loudly to cheer, while others in the audience watched silently. But there is no doubt that Baishi's predicted earth flow wall made many people's eyes sparkle. This level of combat proficiency should not be found in a child of Baishi's age. That kind of decisiveness and unhesitating confidence is something that even some experienced elite shinins cannot achieve. Water style, water dragon bullet. Seeing that his lightning style was ineffective, Kakashi switched to water style again. Although there is no water in the venue, there is no doubt that water escape can restrain earth escape. This time, the water dragon that consumed a large amount of Kakashi's chakra undoubtedly broke through the defense of the earth flow wall. But Baishi was well prepared that he jumped out of the defense range of the earth flow wall and began to form seals quickly. Fire style, great flame bomb. When it comes to the fire escape technique that can be released continuously, Shiraishi can be said to be quite fond of it. I saw balls of flames dancing in the air, as if there were many more suns in the sky in an instant. These fireballs not only evaporated the water dragon, but also smashed towards the ring like meteorites. But Kakashi was like a dancer on a tightrope, dodging them one by one. This move once again made the audience cheer. But Kakashi did not forget to attack, and even secretly threw out several shurikens, which were inconspicuous and not as lethal as kunao. But in this environment, the seemingly small shuriken can cause the greatest threat. But Shiraishi had been paying attention to Kakashi's movements, and when he saw the shuriken, he threw out two kunao. After the kunao knocked a shuriken away, its own offset angle just happened to knock another shuriken away. The same goes for the second kunao. The two kunao knocked all the shurikens away, but they continued to move forward and stabbed directly at Kakashi. It's amazing. This level of kunao throwing made many members of the Uchiha clan stand up with shock on their faces. There are even some Uchiha elites who have opened the 3 Magneto Sharingan. You have the skill, worthy of you, Baishi. Noticing the two kunai that were like venomous snake fangs, Kakashi could only draw out the short blade again. Faced with Shiraishi's terrifying fire style, Kakashi had no intention of confronting it head-on. It can even be said that I don't even think about it. On the one hand, there is naturally the issue of the amount of chakra between Shiraishi and Kakashi. On the other hand, it was also because Kakashi knew how perverted Shiraishi's fire release was. That is a terrifying fire escape that can completely evaporate the water escape and complete the counter-restraint. If Kakashi didn't know that it was fire style, he would have thought it was some new type of bloodline limit. After Kakashi formed a seal, his entire figure disappeared into the ground. Earth escape technique, beheading in the heart. This kind of earth escape can not only be used for surprise attacks, but also to avoid the opponent's attacks. For example, Kakashi perfectly dodged Shiraishi's fire escape, and even the cracks caused by his earth escape were still spreading towards Shiraishi. When it comes to dealing with Shiraishi's fire style, Kakashi's earth style is simply perfect. But Baishi was not going to show weakness either. As he jumped back into the air, his hands were waving rapidly. Just like Yakang before, with a light shout, a mouthful of fire jutsu was directly sprayed out. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball spewed towards the ground, much more like the sun than the previous large firebomb, and more threatening, but it was still the Uchiha, and their faces were almost completely black. Is Shiraishi an Uchiha or are they Uchiha? You know, the great fireball technique is the Uchiha clan's exclusive fire technique. Suitable for all ages, no matter whether you are a Jonin or a Genin, you would feel embarrassed to admit that you are an Uchiha if you don't take a few shots of the great fireball. For example, Uchiha Itaki, even after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, he would not forget to use the great fireball technique. But Shiraishi's powerful fireball technique seems to have completely surpassed most Uchiha. Even the thick-skinned Uchiha Obito felt a little upset. Will Baishi die if he doesn't strike someone down? If Baishi could hear these thoughts, he would probably nod without hesitation. Meeting. Who made it so difficult to gain experience points for Uchiha Sharingan? Just like the last time Shiraishi dealt with Yakang, Kakashi emerged from the ground. A huge fireball is coming towards you. That's right, this is the shortcoming of the earth escape heart beheading technique. You never know what kind of shit you're going to face when you come out. So like Shiraishi, Kakashi didn't use his real body. Kakashi's figure was engulfed by the fireball and turned into smoke and disappeared as soon as it came into contact with it. Not only did Shiraishi replicate Yakang's operations, Kakashi also perfectly replicated Shiraishi's operations. Shiraishi, it's over. Looking at Baishi in mid-air, he had no way to gain leverage and naturally no way to dodge. A shrill birdsong gradually appeared in Kakashi's hands, and the sound of the birdsong even began to grow louder. It's like thousands of birds chirping non-stop. The light of thunder and lightning shone in his right hand, seeming to illuminate the puzzled faces of countless people in the audience. Lightning release. Is there such a thing? Lightning style, Chidori. Although Chidori is still an imperfect ninjutsu at this moment, its superior performance is unquestionable. Not only can it give Kakashi the highest degree of speed, but his own stabbing ability is also unquestionable. Even though Kakashi's Chidori is neither mature nor flexible because he doesn't have the Sharingan, but it is still undeniable that this is an excellent technique. Many of the Jonin who were watching the battle couldn't help but stand up, including the Cloud Ninja and the Sand Ninja, because this is a technique they have never seen before. He can actually hold thunder in his hands. As the chirping of the birds rang out, Kakashi seemed to have transformed into the eternal spear of the God King. Carrying the blue thunder, it attacked Baishi with unstoppable force. Kakashi, you're too impatient. With his body pierced by Chidori, Shiraishi couldn't help but sigh, and then suddenly turned into smoke. Shadow clone. Kakashi's eyes widened, but when exactly? Not to mention Kakashi, even as a bystander, few people could see clearly when Shiraishi used the shadow clone. At this time, Kakashi remembered that Shiraishi could actually make seals with one hand. It's just that it's rarely used, and usually only used on fire escape, so he subconsciously ignored it. Wait, if his final killing move only hit the shadow clone. So, magnetic escape, electromagnetic cannon. A figure appeared at the edge of the ring, holding a metal projectile in his hand. Although I really want to exchange it for coins, iron products in Konoha are not cheap. After hesitating for a long time, Shiraishi finally chose a projectile that was more suitable for the electromagnetic gun. Since there wasn't much money in my pocket, I had no choice but to give up my faith. It does seem a bit crumbly, but this is more than the first or second time that Baishi has experienced crumbs. Although it can't be called a super electromagnetic gun, the ordinary or even weakened version of the electromagnetic gun is terrifying enough. Baishi threw the projectile and flicked it lightly, and the lightning and magnetic escape techniques began to work at the same time. Almost in an instant, the bullet flashing with electric arcs turned into a streak of white light that streaked through the air. But it didn't hit Kakashi, it just brushed past Kakashi's body. If it was a Cloud Ninja or a Sand Ninja, Shiraishi certainly wouldn't have held back so much. But since it's Kakashi, there's no need to be on guard against this guy cheating or anything like that. Namikaze Minato nodded to Shiraishi and announced directly, the winner is Yusuji Shiraishi. As Minato Namikaze's voice fell, the cheers from the audience reached its peak at this moment. There is no doubt that whether it is an exciting sword fight or a wonderful ninjutsu showdown, all of them made the audience feel dazzled, or extremely satisfied. In the end, 2 new ninjutsu that had never been seen before appeared. Not to mention, there are still 2 games to go. It can be said that their expectations have once again been clearly arranged. Kakashi, no, coming to Kakashi, Shiraishi patted Kakashi's shoulder. Just like Shiraishi said before, Kakashi was still a little impatient. If Kakashi hadn't revealed his cards so quickly, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. Kakashi's eyes were still as cold as ever, and he seemed completely unaffected. It's okay. The reason I used Chidori so quickly was because my chakra was almost exhausted. Shaking his head, Kakashi took the initiative to explain why he was a little anxious. Without chakra, there is no way he could defeat Shiraishi.